He had no defensive skills. Faced with this elemental attack, he had no way to fight back. Jun Cheng, retreat. Qin Zheng's figure rushed over, his whole body burning with blazing flames, almost turning into a half-man, half-dragon. A crimson dragon scale on his forehead accentuated his imposing figure. Lure it into the sea, Qin Zheng roared, charging towards the blood Guanyan alone. The blood-red flames fell on him, but were separated by the blazing flames on his body. His flames flicker, and he used the incoming blood vessels to leap into the air, swinging his claws, causing a fierce ripple to gather in front of him. Dragon's Claw. Roar. In the void, a ferocious dragon head seemed to appear behind Qin Zheng. It roared and then disappeared. His figure quickly shot towards the blood Guanyan, with a dark-veined dragon claw shadow reappearing behind him. Doom. The dragon claw and the blood Guanyan collided violently, creating an incredibly intense wave of heat surging in all directions. The massive form of the blood Guanyan even took a step back. The blood-red flames, along with the entire army of scoundrels led by Prince Li, happened to run into this scene. Boom. Puff. The blood-red flames engulfed them instantly, burning dozens of scoundrel tribe professionals inside madly. Get out of the way. The blood flame of the blood Guanyan will burn flesh and blood continuously. Retreat quickly. Damn it. As he watched the blood-red flames dancing in the sky, and Qin Zheng engulfed by the flames, Zheng Cheng's face also turned ugly. I see, the scoundrel tribe professionals must have something to control the blood Guanyan. Before, we were only fighting an uncontrolled puppet, so we could suppress it. But now, what we are facing is a sinister creature controlled by the scoundrel tribe, after countless members of their tribe have sacrificed flesh and blood. Looking up at the blood Guanyan, Zheng Cheng's face suddenly changed, subconsciously focusing on the head of the blood Guanyan, or rather, that face. The previously expressionless and lifeless blood Guanyan was now glaring with anger, killing intent, determination, deep struggle, despair. This is... Zheng Cheng looked closely and saw that the blood Guanyan's eyes were back, filled with numbness, despair, sadness, helplessness, and an overwhelming hatred. End of this chapter. Chapter 130 for Twisted Corpse. Burning with virtual fire. Zheng Cheng, amidst the astonishment, by Jinki's angry roar resounded. Turning around, he saw him helping Chen Xiaoqiao walking towards this side. Both of them looked dejected, walking unsteadily, but their eyes still burned like flames. One more dose. Adrenaline excitement technique. Give us another dose. Chen. I want it too. Adrenaline excitement technique duration. Over. Both of them fell into a weakened state. Zheng Cheng frowned. No. If I give you another dose of adrenaline excitement technique in a short time, the subsequent weakness will be more severe. It doesn't matter. Bai Jinghe gritted his teeth. As long as we can take down blood Guanyan and eliminate this group of evil professionals, it's enough. Chen Zi said, in a deep voice. This is our only chance for revenge. We can hold on. Doom. In the distance, Qin Zheng once again transformed into a dragon claw, colliding with blood Guanyan. In the midst of the burning blood and fire, blood Guanyan staggered back once again. However, the blood flames burning in the sky enveloped all escape routes as she swung her sturdy blood vessels. Dang! Qin Zheng's figure was precisely hit by a fire blood vessel, directly thrown dozens of meters away. His body also started to burn with blood-colored flames. Whoosh! Doom! Just then, a thick arrow pierced through the sky, accompanied by deep blue thunder. Doom! The thunderous arrow almost instantaneously pierced through the sky, exploding the head of the blood vessels. Defying thunder began to spread on blood Guanyan, causing it to let out a deafening roar. The blood flames burst out once again, covering an area of tens of meters. Whether it was the evil professionals or Zhu Chenyu and others, they all retreated in a sorry state. Quickly retreat. Behind them, Yang Haoran and Lian Mei rushed to attack with pale faces. This is my strongest move, it can only delay it for a few seconds. Hurry, retreat, go to the beach. Amidst the blood flames, Zhu Chenyu, with a gun in one hand and Qin Zheng in the other, rushed out. Both of them were covered in wounds, but their lives were not in danger. Doom! 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 Behind them, blood Guanyan approached with large strides. Zheng Cheng, Bai Jinghe shouted again, give it to me quickly, roar. Blood Guanyan roared once again, as if millions of shadows were roaring in unison. Countless blood flames mixed with the blood vessels swept over. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth, You all go to stop those evil professionals. I will find a way to deal with Blood Guanyan. Bai Jingqi was surprised. What method do you have? Try and see. Another dose of adrenaline excitement technique fell on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, you go too. Bai Jingqi deeply looked at Zhang Cheng. All right. Take care. With that, along with Chen Xiao, they rushed towards the left side of Blood Guanyan. In that direction, there were dozens of evil professional tribesmen charging. In midair, Zhu Chengyu's face changed, and he shouted, Bai Jingqi, what are you doing? Dang. As the leader, Bai Jingqi had already clashed with the evil professionals. Boosted by the adrenaline excitement technique, he moved swiftly and cut down one evil professional into two pieces with a single strike. Subsequently, he resembled a tiger among sheep, wielding his saber and massacring the surrounding evil professionals. He was already an 8-star professional, now at level 18. His equipment was all top grade, and he had consumed many special items. Overall, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary 9-star professional by a large margin. Plus, currently, he was under the effect of the adrenaline excitement technique and racial emotions. Facing these evil professionals gave him an absolute advantage. Slaughtering these evil professionals was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Behind him, Chen Xiao also joined the fray. Although his abilities were not as high as Bai Jingqi's, the 6-star gems embedded on his shield made him extremely resilient. The attacks of 7 to 8 evil professionals fell on him, but like water off a duck's back, they had no effect. You all go too. What? In midair, Qin Zheng finally regained his senses. He glanced at the movements of Bai Jingqi and Chen Xiao, then turned to Zhang Cheng. Do you have a way? Let's see. Zhang Cheng nodded. I'll hold off Blood Guanyan while you deal with those evil professional tribesmen. Among those evil professionals, someone has the key item to control Blood Guanyan. Find it. Got it. Qin Zheng nodded, then descended from midair. Qin Zheng, are you all crazy? Zhu Chengyu exclaimed. While Zhang Cheng is powerful, he's still only a 3-star priest. I trust him. Qin Zheng interrupted Zhu Chengyu. He saved my life once. I trust his strength. Ignoring Zhu Chengyu's grimace, he also charged into the group of evil professional tribesmen nearby. With Bai Jingqi and Chen Xiao drawing fire, Qin Zheng could better massacre these evil professional tribesmen. On the way, another dose of adrenaline excitement technique fell on him. Ha ha. Qin Zheng laughed. This feeling is truly wonderful. Dragon Claw. Boom. Ah. Madman. A bunch of madman. Zhu Chengyu gritted his teeth as Zhang Cheng once again gestured, and the adrenaline excitement technique took effect. All right, you're boosted. Go quickly. What? Go on. With that, Zhang Cheng pointed his bloodthirsty wand towards Zhu Chengyu and his young dragon beneath him. Adrenaline excitement technique. Roar. The young dragon roared, its wings flapping vigorously as it charged towards the group of evil professional tribesmen. Its breath scorched down, instantly burning 2 to 3 evil professional tribesmen to death. Zhang Cheng. Ya Jixu rushed over, her pretty face frosty. What are they doing? They're buying time from me. Buying time? What do you mean? Zhang Cheng said. I want to try Blood Guanyan. Maybe there's a way to deal with her. What? Doom. Ya Jixu's figure soared into the air amidst the snowstorm, charging towards the evil professional tribesmen not far away. HMPH. What's so special about flying? Song Chaoyu gritted his teeth, then looked at the remaining evil professional beasts nearby and kicked them. Wastes. You're all a bunch of wastes. Why is Sister Chaoyu angry? Zhang Mian also came over, glaring at Yao Jixu's back with animosity. Rest assured, Sister Chaoyu, I will definitely find the best soul beast for you. Doom. In midair, Zhang Cheng dodged another attack from the blood flame blood vessel. Several blood flames blocked his path. Damn it. I can only use this. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his bloodthirsty wand, pointing it back at himself. Adrenaline excitement technique. Thus, the next moment, a strange wave fell upon him. A powerful force surged from his sides and rushed straight to his head. His mind became blank, his breathing sped up, and everything around him seemed to slow down in his vision. He leapt easily, dodging the attacks of several blood flame blood vessels. His figure darted like lightning, swiftly evading dozens of blood vessels and reaching Blood Guanyan's head. Tough. A blood vessel suddenly shot up from the ground, launching a surprise attack from a hidden angle. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. But under the influence of the adrenaline excitement technique, he managed to dodge this ambush at the last moment. He landed on this blood vessel, and using the upward force, he leapt up in one fluid motion. His figure was now level with Blood Guanyan's head. Jun Cheng's eyes filled with shock and horror. The facial flesh of Blood Guanyan had long vanished, consumed by the blood flame. What appeared before him now was a twisted corpse made up of countless writhing blood-colored bodies. They resembled zombies, full of pain and distortion, their eyes containing endless anger and struggle. They were inexplicably locked in place by a mysterious force, constantly writhing and twisting within Blood Guanyan's corpse, unable to escape. In their pupils, there were countless small baby faces, numb, helpless, and a hint of innocence. What kind of monster is this? Jun Cheng exclaimed in horror, as the appearance of Blood Guanyan far exceeded his comprehension. But he could feel that deep within this Blood Guanyan, made up of countless corpses, there was an endless resentment and anger. And this boundless rage was the perfect ingredient. Slowly, he opened his hands. Virtual fire. Incinerate. At the next moment, the towering illusory flames ignited from Blood Guanyan's head, spreading throughout its body in an instant. End of this chapter. Chapter 135. Phantom fire burning. Memories from the scum. Great sun. Flourishing together. Doom. The illusory flames flickered. A wail emanating from the depths of a soul suddenly surged out of Blood Guanyan, spreading throughout the entire battlefield. The sound of miserable screams occasionally rang out. Almost everyone instinctively covered their heads, enduring the vibrations in their eardrums. Only Jun Cheng, who was closest to Blood Guanyan, had no problems. In his shocked eyes, the illusory flames kept flickering, suddenly rushing down along Blood Guanyan's body. On Blood Guanyan's body, twisted bodies screamed in agony. They started burning, flesh and blood falling off them, immediately turning into charred remains. Their originally angry and numb faces now turned into expressions of fear and cruelty. Strange cries emanated from their mouths. Countless bodies began to detach from Blood Guanyan's main body, struggling and roaring as they surged towards Jun Cheng. In midair, bodies resembling zombies and skeletons, with teeth bared, pounced towards the sky. The illusory flames flicker, one body after another turning into ashes. But behind them, more bodies followed closely, rushing into the flames surrounding the blood circle. Burning, burning, continuously burning. The flesh and blood that made up Blood Guanyan's body, limbs, and abdomen also began to wildly squirm. Large amounts of flesh fell off, and countless scum bodies crawled out of it, madly rushing towards the head. Their target remained Jun Cheng. Bodies burned. One after another kept coming, fueling the tactic, almost endless. Countless scum bodies in midair even formed a bridge completely constructed by flickering illusory flames. Jun Cheng, the low Blood Guanyan. Yao Jixu's face changed drastically as she quickly rushed towards Jun Cheng. Above her head, snow gradually appeared. With a flick of her delicate miniature magic wand, a fierce snowstorm immediately swept up on the ground. Yao Jixu stepped out, standing on the snowstorm. Along with the snowstorm's fierce sweep, countless ice shards turned into a violent blizzard, fiercely smashing onto Blood Guanyan. Crackle, crackle. Accompanied by a series of harsh friction sounds, another obvious freezing trace appeared on Blood Guanyan's feet. And at a visible speed, it crazily spread towards the body. Under Yao Jixu's ability, the many flesh and blood flames still burning and squirming bodies were frozen. Trying to move forward became as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Doom. Jun Cheng's figure once again appeared on the blood vessels. Yang Shao's sword continuously slashed, killing all the ordinary scum who managed to escape from the virtual fire. Thus, suddenly, accompanied by the burning of the phantom fire, a strange fluctuation entered Jun Cheng's mind. In his mind, countless scenes began to appear. This is heart-burning soul scorch, belonging to Blood Guanyan. No, belonging to the memories of these ordinary scum bodies. An old man with 3 arms, originally working in barren land. The land contaminated by nuclear radiation for thousands of years, unable to grow anything. That they poured large amounts of fresh blood and minced flesh of other creatures on the land to feed it, resulting in the growth of a strange food, half plant, half flesh. Squirming, dark red things with an offensive smell. Damn it, this year's harvest is not good again, and we have to pay the pure meat tax. How can we survive? I heard that those old masters in the city snatched land and soil from Blue Star over 300 years ago. With that land and soil, clean plants can grow. I really want to taste it. Under the dim clouds, the old man with 3 arms sweated profusely, still laboring hard. Damn Blue Star people. Why do they give us so little land and soil? It's really too little. That clean land, clean water, and air, if they were all for our great Sun Clan, how great would that be? Take it back. It's all ours. Those things are all ours. Kill the Blue Star people. Ha ha ha. The scene flashed again. A short dwarf with a black cyst-like growth on his forehead was excitedly boasting to the surrounding scum. Ha ha. You guys probably don't know where I went yesterday. It's the Half Scum Cultural Society. The women there are so beautiful. Their skin is white as snow, their eyes sharply contrasting black and white, even their hair is dark. Her body only has feet that mutated, with 6 toes, so sexy. And their bodies even have a fragrance, can you believe it? For over 40 years, it was the first time I smelled such a fragrant scent. I licked her whole body, spending all my income for 5 years for it. It's so worth it, so worth it. That's nothing. I heard that 300 years ago, the Blue Star women brought in were really tender. I know, those images are still vivid in my mind. The Holy War continues. Our ancestors will certainly defeat the Blue Star professional army and charge back into Blue Star, right? Blue Star will sooner or later belong to our great Sun Clan, and the women of Blue Star. Ha ha ha. The scene shifted once more. A scum woman of the tribe with a bulging abdomen, 3 ears, to giant garlic noses, was using a whip to lash a half scum with a horn on its forehead. Damn you half scum, how dare you touch my bed? I'll kill you. Slap. Ah. Madam. I won't dare again, please forgive me. It's my master. It's my master who forced me. Go die. Damned half scum. Slap. Your existence is an insult to our great Sun Clan. Ah. Wife, you're amazing. Just one whip. And you blinded that half scum's eyes. You have to believe me. She seduced me first. She wants to get our great Sun Clan's great genes. In the scene, a scum pregnant woman gently stroked her belly, but her eyes were full of malice and resentment. Son, hurry up and be born. Follow the adults to join the holy war on the fallen islands. Kill those damned Blue Star people. That sky full of fresh air, land, and ocean is where our great Scum Clan should live. Hurry up and be born. Mom has undergone tests at the hospital. You're naturally a double-headed Scum Clan, a natural strong one. Heh. The scene changed once again. A group of children around 10 years old were attending classes. Classmates, Blue Star is the inherent territory of our Scum Clan, snatched away by those damned Blue Star people. Over 300 years ago in that war, we fought to save the Blue Star people, to save our rightful territory. We defended the Blue Star people from other races, from the Fairy Clan, but they ended up betraying us, killing our ancestors. You must remember these. Grow up to avenge our great Sun Clan. Reclaim our Blue Star. Understood. Understood. The young and uplifting voices echo in the classroom. A scum child, with a horn on its forehead, 3 eyes, 4 giant garlic noses, 2 mouths, 2 heads, and a neck growth, lively shouted, "Down with Blue Star. Return to Blue Star." Great Sun flourished together. The scene shifted again. A scum mother hen with 3 snowflakes on its head was moving on top of a male scum. After a round of work, the male scum left contentedly. The scum mother hen with 3 snowflakes indeed gave the hard-earned money to the tax officer. "Sir, this is the war tax for this month. Please take it." "Sir, can we really return to Blue Star?" "Rest assured. Sauce, everything you do is for our future. Your son, your daughter, your next generation will live under the beautiful blue sky." "Sir? Really?" "Yes. That's great, even if I'm tired. It's worth it." "Sauce, I'm a little tired. Can I rest here for a while?" "Sir, please. You've sacrificed so much for the holy war, running around every day. Let me take care of you. By the way, this is my daughter. Just turned 8 years old last week. Come. Let Uncle see." "Sir, my daughter and I came to serve you." "Come. Well done." "Sauce, don't worry. In a few days, I'll apply for honorary citizenship for you. This way, you can move into the city for the honor." "Really? Thank you, sir." Countless scenes flashed before Jun Cheng's eyes, washing over his mind. A chaotic mix of images, confused spiritual fluctuations, and disorderly memories of the Scum Clan. Among them were old people, adults, children, women, pregnant women, professionals, and more. Countless memories, under the effect of the phantom fire body burning technique, rushed into Jun Cheng's mind like a tide. "Oh no. After a series of scenes, Zhang Cheng suddenly cursed, his eyes gradually becoming disoriented. There are too many ordinary scum inside blood Guanyan. My spirit and consciousness are bound to be overwhelmed by the spirits and memories of so many scum. He struggled to turn his body, trying to escape from there. But the invisible phantom fire still burned there. A scum, like a moth to a flame, rushed towards Zhang Cheng. Their bodies burned into ashes from the phantom fire, but their spirits and memories continued to erode Zhang Cheng. Their centuries of grievances, difficulties, suppressed survival, as well as the boundless anger from being slaughtered by their own people, were all ignited by the phantom fire at this moment, wildly venting. The scenes before Zhang Cheng's eyes grew more and more chaotic, like a fleeting moment or revolving lantern. His consciousness, spirit, and memories were already crushed by the spirits, consciousness, and meanings of countless scum. Zhang Cheng is about to be overwhelmed by the memories of countless scum. Damn. Can't sleep. Can't close my eyes. Hold on. Phantom fire. Burn them quickly. In a daze, Zhang Cheng still clung on, gritting his teeth. His body began to tremble, his breath becoming erratic. The last vestige of clarity in his mind was about to be engulfed. Just then, Zhang Cheng felt a tap on his shoulder. Immediately, a Sichuan-accented voice sounded in his ear. Kid, you okay? Remember, have you seen the Vanguard Army? Hehe. Not afraid to laugh, I got separated from the main unit tilde. How? Jap. End of this chapter. Chapter 136, Return of the Soul. With a loud shout, Zhang Cheng was immediately awakened. Astonished, he looked in front of him to see a middle-aged man in a khaki military uniform, wearing a straw hat and lead bindings, standing with an old then worn-out rifle in hand. The bayonet was fixed and ready. Kid, don't worry. With old uncle here, no scoundrel will harm you. Uncle, you are? Zhang Cheng asked in surprise. Before he knew it, the old man had already rushed towards a scoundrel with the rifle and pierced through his chest with a shot. Ha ha. Little scoundrel, come man get some. You scum, die for me. Another shot, and the old man single-handedly took down more than a dozen scoundrels. But the number of scoundrels overwhelmed him, and he was eventually knocked down by one of them. One scoundrel bit into his arm, while others attacked. Uncle, Zhang Cheng shouted, wanting to rescue him, but for some reason, he couldn't move, as if numerous hands were grabbing him. Kid, don't come over. The man in the khaki military uniform shouted. Men was, kill the scoundrels, kill the scoundrels. Accompanied by a roar, Zhang Cheng suddenly saw bulky men appearing beside him. Some held rifles, others carried muskets, and some had bayonets. Attack! Charge! The shrill and rousing sound of bugles suddenly rang out, and Zhang Cheng struggled to turn around. Behind him, a group of burly men wielding large knives appear. Their ghost-head machetes flashed with a dazzling light as they struck down the scoundrels. The Blue Star will perish, and the Chu army will be annihilated. Another round of roars, and behind Zhang Cheng, another group of soldiers emerged. Their faces were calm, but their eyes were filled with a desire to kill. Facing the scoundrels advancing like a tie, they launched a fierce countercharge without hesitation. Kill. Forward. 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 When the scoundrels are eliminated, my son will return home. The scene flashed once again, and an old man with silver hair and black-framed glasses spoke solemnly to the young man in front of him. His eyes were filled with motivation and hope. Father, don't worry, I will drive the scoundrels out of our homeland. Kill. The young man abandoned his pen for a sword, prepared to fight to the death. Son, your older brother and second brother went out to fight the scoundrels. Why haven't they come back yet? The scene flashed again, showing two elderly people with white hair stooped over and supporting each other, standing in front of a child in patched clothes. The child gritted his teeth and said, Dad, Mom, I'll go find my older brother and second brother. You stay home and rest assured, I will bring back my older brother and second brother. Doom. The land knows no north or south, and the years do not distinguish between young and old. Everyone has a duty to defend the land and should be prepared to sacrifice everything. Kill. Kill. Another scene appeared, with numerous soldiers shouting loudly from a high platform. The spark can ignite a prairie fire. Group after group of soldiers charged past Zhang Cheng, including hot-blooded youths in their 20s, middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s, and even children aged 12 or 13. Everyone was full of anger and a desire to kill, swinging their weapons without hesitation towards the scoundrels. Behind them stood plain and even tattered civilians, old folks, children, men, women, pregnant women, youths, students, soldiers, workers, young men. Are you all right? Quick, hide behind Uncle. Uncle will protect you. You cowardly fool. Ha ha ha. Fellows, kill the scoundrels. Kill. Jun Chang's arm was suddenly pulled by someone, dragging him behind the crowd. There stood a slender middle-aged man in front of him. He chuckled and said, "Coward, you are young. It's not worth dying here. Hurry back. If someone has to die, let us old folks go first. Men, advance. Let the elderly, women, and children step back. Let us handle the killing. All 3 of my sons were killed by the scoundrels. Today, I will fight them with my life. My wife, and even the baby in her belly, are gone. 1 kill to repay, 2 kills for profit. Blood debts must be repaid in blood." Figures came forward towards Jun Chang. They shielded him with their bodies and faced the scoundrels' guns head-on. Kill. Thunk. Kill the scoundrels. Drive them out. Father, I offer my blood to Zhuan Yuan. Cries and screams resounded from the figures surrounding Jun Chang. They used their bodies to stop the scoundrels' advance and withstand the onslaught of cannon fire. Yet, they had no intention of retreating. Each figure courageously stepped forward, leading the way to protect Jun Chang. "Big brother, hurry here." Jun Chang's right hand was grabbed by a cold little hand. He looked down to see a little girl with pigtails, around 7 or 8 years old. She took Jun Chang's hand and ran for a long time until she gasped for breath and said, "Big brother, it's safe here. What's your name?" "You can call me Xiao Sao." "Xiao Sao." Jun Chang trembled. "I'm Jun Chang ... Big brother Jun Chang." Xiao Sao smiled sweetly. "Hurry and hide. Many scoundrels have come to the village. My mom hid me and went to find my little brother. She hasn't returned yet." Grr. Xiao Cao's stomach suddenly made a strange sound. She grinned embarrassedly and took out a darkened sorghum bun from behind, handing it to Jun Chang. "Big brother Jun Chang, are you hungry? Xiao Sao has a bun here. Please eat." "Xiao Sao, I'm not hungry." "Big brother, you eat it." Grr. Xiao Sao tried to cover her stomach, mouth still drooling. At this moment, Jun Chang finally came to his senses. Tears filled his eyes. The scenes before him were illusions. No, not just illusions. They were memories. The blood Guanyan was created from a mixture of human flesh and soul. Within this blood Guanyan resided the memories of 3 million souls from the Blue Star. "Everyone." Jun Chang's voice trembled. "We won. We won. You can rest now. Clap." Once again, a sturdy and warm hand patted Jun Chang's shoulder. He turned around in surprise to see a determined middle-aged man. Patting Jun Chang's shoulder again, he asked with a smile, "Young man, don't be nervous." "What did you just say?" I said ... Jun Chang took a deep breath. "We won. We won." "Really?" The middle-aged man laughed. "Ha ha, that's great. In that final battle, my brothers and I didn't leave. Never expected we would emerge victorious. Ha ha ha." Beside him, a group of young men covered in blood and soot echoed his sentiments. "Commander, did we really win? Can I go home now? My mother is waiting for me. And my wife, she wrote in her last letter that she gave birth to a chubby son. Hetty, my daughter must be getting married by now. Lao John, you promised me that your daughter would marry my son." "No problem. When we get back, let's have a good drink together." Ha ha ha. The group of men laughed heartily, clapping each other's shoulders continuously. The joyful laughter suddenly faded, leaving only the middle-aged man. He smiled kindly and said, "Young man, how is our country now?" Jun Chang trembled. "Peace and prosperity for the nation. Peace and prosperity." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Ha ha, excellent." Like a floating white cloud, the scene changed again, flames soaring into the sky, enveloping the battlefield in smoke. Countless soldiers charged into battle, spurred on by the sound of the bugle. Jun Chang gazed, dumbfounded, as the scoundrels who had emerged from the blood Guanyan were eventually overwhelmed by countless civilians and soldiers. Once again, the towering figure of the blood Guanyan appeared before him. But this time, the blood Guanyan's body had shed its previous appearance of flesh and blood decay. It had shrunk to around 4 meters tall, standing quietly in front of Jun Chang. Its benevolent face, calm eyes, and gentle demeanor lacked the previous frenzy and malevolence. Crack! Suddenly, to Jun Chang's astonishment, a visible crack appeared on the head of the blood Guanyan. Crack, crack, crack. The crack expanded gradually, spreading at a visible speed across the face, chest, abdomen, legs. It eventually shattered into pieces, collapsing on the ground. A pool of fresh blood formed a vast blood-red lake on the earth, covering several square kilometers. Jun Cheng unconsciously knelt down, reaching out to hold a chunk of the blooded soil, feeling its warmth. Uncle, mentor, Bo, young man, coward, dig brother. Jun Cheng's eyes blurred as several figures appeared once again. Behind them were numerous figures waving at him excitedly. Smiling faces, happy eyes, joyous waves filled the air. Bo, hurry back. Young man, thank you. Don't cry again. Shameful. Dig brother, next time I'll take you to my house for some delicious food. The figures gradually dissipated, leaving only the middle-aged man. He patted Jun Cheng on the shoulder once more, saying, Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, we old folks might still be trapped inside. Now, we can relax. We also have to return. Farewell. End of this chapter. Chapter 137. New Mutant Skills. I offer myself to Zhuanyuan with my blood. The figure of the middle-aged soldier gradually dissipates. On the vast land, only Jun Cheng, who is still half kneeling in the blood-soaked ground, remains. He. A deep chuckle emanates from Jun Cheng's mouth. He knows who those figures are, knows their identities, and knows what their appearance represents. Subconsciously, he applies force with his hands, squeezing the soul out from between his fingers, letting it flow onto the ground. In the distance, Qin Zheng, Bai Jingqi, Chen Zi, Zhu Chenyu, and others are still fighting a large number of rogue professionals. Many rogue professionals are also flanking from the side, launching attacks towards Yao Jixu, Song Chaoyu, and others. Yang Haoran, as a man, picks up his longbow and rushes forward. After cutting down several rogue professionals, he is successfully ambushed by a rogue hidden underground. A dagger deeply stabs into his chest. A teleportation symbol flashes with a bright white light, instantly swallowing him. Behind him, the blood-covered Hao Zhao strides forward. The only two ghostly wolves under his command crazily bite and tear at the rogue professionals. There is a clearly visible wound on his back, but he grits his teeth and refuses to retreat or consider using the teleportation symbol to leave. Holding a large knife in his hand, he continues to fight the rogue professionals. He cannot leave. Once he leaves, the girls behind him will be in danger. Yao Jixu, Song Chaoyu, Zhang Mian, Lia Miai, and the other four girls show no signs of retreat either. They wield all the weapons they can find, still resisting the rogue professionals. The earth does not divide into north and south, nor does time distinguish between old and young. This is war. Jun Cheng suddenly darts forward towards Yao Jixu and the others. Behind him, a series of bloody trails are left. I'm very angry right now. Before his words even landed, his figure already charged in front of a rogue professional. The young Shao sword in his hand flashed, slicing the person in half. A large amount of soul power surged out, all of which he absorbed. While the upper half still hung in the air, Jun Cheng had already dashed past. With a flash of the blade, the head soared into the sky again, another soul power absorbed by him. In this manner, Jun Cheng slashed his way into the midst of the rogue professionals, cutting down those who had broken through Qin Zheng, Bai Jingqi, and others. Jun Cheng, are you okay? Upon seeing Jun Cheng's safe and sound, Yao Jixu hurriedly ran over to ask. The others also followed suit. I'm fine. Jun Cheng took a deep breath, flicking off the thick blood from the young Shao sword, revealing its originally smooth and bright blade. Yao Jixu, still worried, said, I saw you surrounded by many rogue professionals and blood flames, and I thought. Jun Cheng smiled calmly. Someone saved me. Someone saved you. The others looked puzzled, and even Song Chaoyu instinctively asked, who saved you? Are there others here? Yes, Jun Cheng said solemnly. They have been here all along, guarding us. With the new mutant skill, blood-burning technique, Jun Cheng's eyes once again beheld a sea of corpses and bloodshed. Countless predecessors who disregarded life and only charged forward were laughing out loud. They poured out their last drops of blood to protect their homeland and loved ones. Are you watching me? Yes. You have been trapped here for over 300 years, your fervor already burning through the sky. In that case, let me help you, Jun Cheng whispered, gently touching the blood on the ground. Chapter 138. The Mysterious Soulbound Equipment. The smoke dispersed, the flames faded away. On the endless beach, Qin Zheng, Bai Jingqi and Zhu Chengyu faced each other, breathing heavily. In the depths of their eyes, there was a mixture of suspicion and shock. What just happened? They were in the middle of battling when suddenly a blazing blood-red flame swept in from a distance. It swept through the battlefield, incinerating all the hundreds of lesser people who surrounded them. Many lesser people were instantly burned into dry corpses by the blood-red flames. Some powerful lesser people professionals turned and ran, but still couldn't stop the flames from burning. The sounds of agony and wailing were incessant, and in just a few minutes, all the lesser people professionals were burned to death. Huff, huff. Bai Jingqi's adrenaline rush finally ended, and he collapsed onto the ground. Sweating profusely, he looked completely exhausted, but his eyes still held a sense of disbelief. What just happened to the lesser people? How did they all die? And what are these flames? What on earth are they? I have no idea. Qin Zheng walked over, planning to help Bai Jingqi up, but his own adrenaline rush just ended at the same time. He stumbled and landed right on top of Bai Jingqi, their heads colliding painfully. You two stop moving around. Zhu Chengyu also approached, gasping for air, with a young dragon lying on the ground behind him, sticking out its tongue and panting. So this is the weakened state after using adrenaline. My legs are weak. Honestly, what's the deal with these blood-red flames? Why do they only burn the lesser people and not us? And I seem to have seen many figures within these flames. Bai Jingqi grinned. What are you joking about? How could there be people inside the fire? Zhun Cheng is here. Ask him. Maybe he knows. Zhun Cheng walked over and nodded after hearing the inquiries from the others. It's my skill. I just completed the level 20 advancement mission and learned a new skill. So fast. The three of them were extremely surprised. Their levels were all around level 18. They had planned to rush to level 20 in one go, but unexpectedly, Zhun Chen, a mere 3-star priest, had reached level 20 first. Zhu Chengyu wondered, even if you just learned this new vocational skill at level 20, it shouldn't be this powerful. This is the flame that ignited so many blood flames, forming flames strong enough to burn hundreds of lesser people professionals to death. It's really powerful. Zhun Cheng shook his head. Maybe it's an accident. I think it's related to Blood Guanyan. Blood Guanyan. The three of them looked at each other, and Qin Zheng asked, what does this mean? Blood Guanyan isn't a tribute from the lesser people. Why? No. Zhun Cheng shook his head. Blood Guanyan is not a tribute from the lesser people, it's our compatriot of Xia country. Just now, I saw from Blood Guanyan. Zhun Cheng then told them everything he had seen or remembered from Blood Guanyan. Soldiers, farmers, workers, rifles, bayonets, big swords. Uncles, grandpas, little grass, generals. After a while, Yao Jixu and the others also rushed over. After a big battle, only Zhun Cheng, Yao Jixu, San Chaoyu, Keiji, Qin Zheng, Bai Jingqi, Zhu Chengyu, and a few others were left on the scene. Chen Zi, Yan Haoran, Hao Zhao, Zhang Mian, for various reasons, had activated the teleportation array and were sent out of the examination site. After hearing Zhun Cheng's account, they all looked astonished and puzzled. When you just use the new skill, I seem to see their figures too. Perhaps this skill has such great power. They were helping me behind the scenes. After that, none of my skills may have that effect. Although seriously injured, Keiji, who was still holding on, said strangely, Cheng, did you see the 3 million unjust souls on Blood Guanyan? With their help, you managed to block so many lesser people on Blood Guanyan. And this massive fire. Yad. Zhun Cheng nodded. I'm not quite sure about the specifics. All right. Yao Jixu suddenly interrupted Zhun Cheng, saying, regardless, we are alive, aren't we? Yeah. We're alive. Ha, the mission is completed. Blood Guanyan is destroyed by us. Doesn't that mean we can return to the examination site now? Blood Guanyan was destroyed by Zheng Chen. That world artifact belongs to him. It's a pity. So many lesser people were burned into dry corpses, we can't even cut off their ears. Envious. Zhun Cheng glanced at Yao Jixu and, if pursued further, he didn't know how to respond. The group started to discuss, looking unusually relaxed. After 10 days of fighting and chaos, they finally reached the conclusion. Although some were seriously injured, fortunately, nobody died. And they had completed this assessment task. People were already fantasizing about the rewards to come after the assessment was over. Let's not rush. Zhun Cheng shook his head. There are still the lesser people of Juhu City. I promised the general, we must wipe out all the lesser people here. We can't give up halfway. Besides, Li Zhen, Li Zhao, Chen Zixian, they're all still in Juhu City, right? Right? Li Zhen, Zhao Zhao, Qin Zheng and Bai Jinqi suddenly realized and hastened. Let's go support them. The strength of the lesser people there is no weaker than here. Let's go. Rest as we walk. AOW tilde. Suddenly, Chu Chengyu's young dragon walked over, holding something in its mouth and placed it in front of them. Chu Chengyu walked over curiously. Black Dragon, I've told you not to pick up random things. What did you grab this time? Let me see. Blood Guanyan. Chu Chengyu exclaimed, and the others looked surprised. What? Blood Guanyan? Wasn't Blood Guanyan destroyed? How is it still here? Chengyu, what's in your hand? It really is Blood Guanyan. Everyone was amazed to see what Chu Chengyu took out from the young dragon's mouth, a miniature version of Blood Guanyan, approximately 5 centimeters in size, like a jade pendant, very delicate. Chu Chengyu examined it carefully and said helplessly, it's a special equipment, but it's soul-bound. I can't check. As they looked at it, it indeed was soul-bound item, only viewable by its owner. Name: Blood Guanyan. Attribute: cannot be queried. Note: soul-bound item, only the owner can view. Yao Jixu suddenly looked up when she realized something. Looking at Jun Cheng, try checking. Maybe you are the owner of Blood Guanyan. The others also brightened in their eyes, particularly Keiji, who was excited. Chen, check it quickly. Yes. Jun Cheng destroyed that Blood Guanyan statue and met the souls inside. Maybe he got bound by it accidentally. Among us, besides Jun Cheng, I can't think of anyone else who could qualify. Quick! Encouraged by everyone, Jun Cheng took over the Blood Guanyan statue. As soon as he touched it, the statue emitted a faint blood glow. Its temperature even changed from cold to warm. Everyone's eyes lit up, including Jun Cheng, who looked very surprised. Is it really effective? Name: Blood Guanyan. Quality: can evolve equipment. Current quality: silver. Durability: 10,000 10,000s. Category: pendant, trinket. Equipment requirements: Leave 20, Constitution 100, Strength 100, Spirit 100, Agility 100, no job restrictions. Effect: Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Agility plus 10. Attached skill 1, Flesh Puppet active. Release Blood Guanyan. Blood Guanyan can absorb the flesh and blood of living beings for unlimited growth up to the highest quality of the current level, manipulating it for combat. Attached skill 2, Blood Flames active, can ignite blood, forming blood flames primarily burning. The more blood and higher quality, the faster and higher the flame burns. Attached skill 3, I offer my blood to Zhuanyuan passive. This equipment can promote its quality by absorbing high-quality blood. After the quality is improved, there is a chance to comprehend other skills. Explain: a special equipment born from the mixture of 3 million souls and soul, and nourished by over 300 years of worship and sacrifice by the lesser people tribe. It has very powerful potential for growth and can grow along with the owner's strength. Note: this equipment is a unique item. It luckily came into being and is soul-bound. Other than the bound souls, no one else can use it. Bound soul owner Jun Cheng, not restricted by equipment requirements. Current soul-bound target: Jun Cheng. Unique. Wow! This. Jun Cheng took a sharp breath as he read the detailed properties of Blood Guanyan, completely inheriting all the abilities of the Blood Guanyan they had just destroyed. Moreover, it even gained a passive skill called I offer my blood to Zhuanyuan. The potential growth was limitless. What's wrong? Seeing Jun Cheng's expression, the others quickly asked. Jun Cheng thought for a moment and decided to reveal the full properties of the pendant to everyone. Damn. It's an evolving equipment. Flesh puppet? Absorbing blood to grow. I offer my blood to Zhuanyuan. This attribute, have you noticed? Chu Chengyu suddenly said, attracting everyone's attention. Jun Cheng's equipment is quite similar to some equipment. Their eyes lit up, immediately concluding, innate armament. When a professional awakens, as long as they are a 7-star professional or above, they may receive a gift from the heavens, obtaining a heavenly armament from the heavens. These armaments complement the vocational skills and grow as the professional grows. For example, Yao Jixu's staff, Chu Chengyu's golden dragon spear, Bai Jinqi's goosewing knife, Song Chaoyu's soul-absorbing crystal, and so on. Now, Jun Cheng's Blood Guanyan in his hand undoubtedly possessed similar abilities. It's different. Immediately Qin Zheng shook his head. Our innate armaments can only grow along with the absorption of soul power and our growth. But Zheng Cheng's blood Guanyin can not only absorb soul power but also living beings' blood. Whether it's growth speed or power, it's much stronger than our innate armaments. That's right. Zhu Chengyu also said. Zheng Chen, the blood Guanyin chose you. It's your fortune. I hope you won't disappoint it. From behind it, I seem to see a predecessor. Rest assured. Zheng Cheng nodded. I won't let them down. In his mind, he seemed to see figures waving at him once again. Let's go. Let's ride Blood Guanyin to Juhu City. This time, we will wipe out all the lesser people of Edo Island. End of this chapter. Chapter 139. Reclaiming the Blood Guanyin. All members crushed. Doom. Hold on. Attack. Damn it. I can't hold on much longer. Why are there so many scum? They're all a bunch of lunatics. Inside Juhu City, the battle between the scum and the Blue Star professionals continued. After half a day of siege by over 100,000 scum and more than 2,000 scum clan professionals, they finally broke into Juhu City. Although the Blue Star professionals resisted stubbornly, they couldn't hold back the scum who were attacking like madmen. They used their flesh and blood to block the incoming attacks and skills, just to give the scum behind them a chance to launch their own attacks. One after another, one group after another, those in the front line died, but more followed up from behind. It seemed endless, as if there were always more scum coming. In some cases, when some ordinary elderly, children, and women from the scum clan rushed forward, many Blue Star professionals hesitated and slowed their actions out of kindness. Subsequently, the ruthless scum or scum professionals who followed up would seize the opportunity and kill on the spot. Only a very few, who were resolute and deeply loathed the scum, could strike mercilessly. Regardless of which scum rushed over, they were killed first before anything else. By relying on the relentless charges of the ordinary scum, the scum professionals finally broke into Juhu City. Most of the Blue Star professionals were evacuated from the examination site, but a few were unable to dodge, had their teleportation scrolls restricted, or were hit by special attacks and died on the spot. Damn it! Why are there so many scum? Many Blue Star professionals couldn't help but curse as they watched the scum flooding in like a tide. The territory they occupied and the alleys were gradually being compressed. They could only rely on some narrow alleys within Juhu City, or some sturdy buildings for their last line of defense. Banks, casinos, prisons, schools, government buildings, etc. In these buildings, there were a large number of Blue Star professionals stationed, which also attracted a large number of scum and scum professionals. Inside the bank, Li Zhen's face was pale, his head was a bit dizzy, and he was severely drained mentally. Beside him, Li Zhao, Chen Zixian, Yang Lai, and others were also in a similar state. After a long battle and struggle, the restorative potions they carried had long been exhausted. The frontline formation they built with close combat professionals had also suffered heavy losses. Only over 100 professionals remained reluctant to retreat. On the other hand, outside the bank, the scum left over 1,000 corpses, almost forming a wall of bodies, a fist shape. Another wave of scum charged in, the leader having a huge black tumor under his neck, resembling a durian. His eyes were still fierce, and he held a shard in his hand, sharp like a mirror. He coldly chuckled. This is the territory where the Blue Star professionals had the most resistance. Continue to send reinforcements to flatten this place for me. Master, one of his subordinates suddenly spoke up. We don't have many regular scum left. If all of them die here, so what? The scum master didn't hesitate. Don't forget Emperor Li Huang's plan to shatter 1 billion jade pieces. These regular scum are expendable. Even if they all die, it doesn't matter. Only we professionals are the true Lei Huang clan. Furthermore, we have already selected the highest physical, facial, and intellectual female scum from the regular ranks to stay behind for the aftermath. When we win this war, we can easily use them to create a new Lei Huang clan. Ha ha ha, the scum master roared. Kill. Along with his roar, the shard in his hand suddenly emitted a dim starlight. In the next second, the eyes of the surrounding scum professionals were filled with endless killing intent and fanaticism. Behind them, another group of regular scum rushed forward aggressively, engaging in a fight with the Blue Star close combat professionals guarding outside the bank. Hold on. Block them. Don't retreat. No one is allowed to retreat. Attack. In the close combat formation, A new student professional from the military school loudly shouted. Everyone stood ready, waiting for the scum's charge. Unexpectedly, Terry, who had just returned from the battlefield, yelled and rushed out, with a large gate blade in hand, slashing at the regular scum. Damn it! A burly military school student punched his mount, cursing quietly. These damn idiots don't follow orders. Otherwise, our losses wouldn't be so severe. Others. Do not charge. Defense. Dang. Finally, the front lines of the scum forces collided with the Blue Star professionals again, causing chaos. A full day of fighting had left the new student professionals exhausted, but they still held the line. After this charge, however, a hidden horde of scum professionals emerged. Several Blue Star new students couldn't dodge in time, and were successfully ambushed by these agile scum professionals. Oof, ah, damn scum, damn you scum. The defense line was on the verge of collapse, and the long-range professionals, behind could only cast sporadic spells and arrows. Some long-range professionals even picked up large swords and joined the defense line. Watching the chaotic battlefield, Weezhen stood on the rooftop, looking north. Qin Zheng, Qingqi, and Zheng Cheng. Did you succeed? Where is the Blood Guanyan? The Blood Guanyan must be destroyed. At the very least, they must return safely. Dig brother. Li Zhao suddenly ran up. The main gate has been breached. Haven't Zheng Cheng and the others come back yet? Li Zhen turned around and saw that the main gate had been breached by the scum forces again. Terry's tall figure was already surrounded by over a dozen scum professionals, continuously attacking him. He was like a clumsy gorilla, roaring and growling, finding it hard to hit these very fast scum professionals. Falk, Joseph, who had just yelled, walked up angrily to Li Zhen. Li Zhen, is this your idea? Sending Qin Zheng, Zhu Chengyu, and the strongest forces away, then attracting the main scum forces just so you could complete this mission. You deceived everyone. Li Zhen said coldly. I did this for everyone. Could letting Qin Zheng and the others return have stopped the alliance between the scum and the Blood Guanyan? Falk, fuck, Joseph yelled. You play your game. We're leaving. When we return to school, I will definitely report you. Goodbye. With that, he tore open a teleportation scroll, and with a bright white light, Joseph's figure immediately disappeared. Terry, who was surrounded by a large number of scum in the distance, also launched a charge. A bright white light emanated from him, and he disappeared as well. Seeing this, Li Zhao asked urgently, Big brother, what should we do? Should we leave? Watching the white light flickering outside the bank, Li Zhen shook his head. No, we won't leave. We still have strength for one more battle. We have to at least kill a few more scum before we consider retreating. A hint of a bitter smile appeared on his face. If I had known, I would have let Qin Zheng and the others stay. Maybe we could have killed a few more scum. What a pity. I believe in Zheng Cheng and the others. Li Zhao said seriously. Zheng Chen will come back. Zhao Jiao. You. Suddenly, Li Zhen's pupils dilated, staring fixedly behind Li Zhao, his mouth subconsciously opened wide. Big brother, what's wrong? Li Zhao waved her hand in front of Li Zhen's eyes, confused. Are you out of it? However, Li Zhen trembled. BL Blood. Blood Guanyan. Blood Guanyan? Li Zhao was puzzled. What Blood Guanyan? Subconsciously turning her head, she saw outside Juhu City, a large blood-red statue measuring about 4 meters high, slowly walking towards them. The scum outside the bank erupted in cheers. Blood Guanyan. It's Blood Guanyan. Our tribute has returned. Ha ha ha. Kill all these Blue Star people. Devour them all. Why has Blood Guanyan become so small? Inside the Juhu City Bank, prison, government building, etc., the remaining Blue Star professionals also noticed the presence of Blood Guanyan, and their faces changed. Despair, fear, and helplessness appeared. Blood Guanyan, is that really Blood Guanyan? It's over, we're finished. Alas, let's go. Staying here is pointless. Many people, upon seeing Blood Guanyan, were full of despair, and ultimately activated their teleportation scrolls. But there were still many who, even after seeing Blood Guanyan, continued to fight. Killing one is a profit, killing two is breaking even. Li Zhen and Li Zhao, inside the bank, also displayed despair and helplessness on their faces. Alas, Blood Guanyan has returned. It seems Qin Zheng and the others have failed this mission. Zhao Jiao. Let's go too. This time, you and I have killed over 50 scum, which is at least qualify. Zhao Jiao. Li Zhao's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Dig brother, it's Zheng Cheng and the others. They're back. Ha. Li Zhen subconsciously looked up, only to find that the blood Guanyin in the distance suddenly erupted into a fierce, blood-red glow. Its figure suddenly swelled to over 10 meters, and dozens of blood-red tentacles grew on its back, rushing fiercely into the scum group, crushing, devouring, smashing them to meat paste. Doom. Before they could react, the dozens of tentacles of blood Guanyin emitted a strong, bloody flame. Blood flames. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-red flames swept through, instantly incinerating hundreds of scum into dried corpses. Countless scum began to flee. Even the scum professionals, who were originally besieging the Blue Star new student professionals, were first shocked, then turned and ran away. Blood Guanyin, our Lei Huang clan's tribute. How is this possible? The scum leader looked at the approaching and devouring blood Guanyin, his originally fierce eyes now filled with disbelief. He clenched his right hand, cutting his palm with the sharp edge of the mirror, and dark red blood flowed out. Damn it! No running. No one is allowed to escape. Come back to me. Kill them all. Kill them all. Reclaim the blood Guanyin. With his roar, the shard of the cursed mirror in his hand suddenly emitted a strong wave, spreading throughout the battlefield. Then, countless regular scum and scum professionals who were originally fleeing suddenly turned around and charged towards blood Guanyin. Suicidal ... attack. All members crushed. End of this chapter. Chapter 140. Ma steps on Huanshan. Red flags fluttering everywhere. Cherry blossom souls extinguished. It's about to end. Huanshan, the highest peak of the radial island, is also considered the sacred mountain in the hearts of the inferior race. Countless inferior race individuals see Huanshan as a holy place, worshipping day and day out. The royal family of the Fiery Sun clan, important buildings like temples, are all stationed here. This place also gathers the remaining elite of the inferior race. Unfortunately, with the arrival of the three legendary strong figures Su Chanfeng, Din Ruhuo, and Quan Linfei, the entry of 200 little bows, the entire Huanshan has long since collapsed. Countless ordinary inferior race individuals, as well as inferior race professionals, dispersed in smoke. On top of Huanshan, the eternal fiery sun, praised as immortal, has long been extinguished. The entire Huanshan has melted snow, collapsed rocks, vanished plants, erupting lava, devoid of any vitality. Only deep inside Huanshan, where nearly the entire mountain has been dug out, a group of inferior race professionals are struggling to survive. They are the last remaining royal family and shamans of the inferior race, eking out survival in the unique terrain of Huanshan. However, no need to worry. Military professionals have already located their position. Led by a semi-inferior race professional, a direct assault on the Yellow Dragon. Su Chanfeng laughed. Lao Huo, it's been 10 days. All the inferior race individuals on the 4 major islands of the radial island have been eradicated. Isn't it time to go back? No rush. I still want to take a look at the so-called hero spirits that the inferior race has worshipped for over 300 years. Maybe we will encounter old friends. His tone carried a fierce killing intent. Is that so? I'm also looking forward to it. Quan Linfei frowned. Don't go too far. After all, this is not our territory. Over the past 300 years of development on the radial island, the inferior race has only occupied a small portion of the original land. They don't even have the qualification to explore the distant sea and deep sea areas. Be careful not to encounter things they shouldn't touch, Su Chanfeng said. Linfei, rest assured, we intend to stay on the radial island this time. In the distant sea and deep sea areas, we have indeed detected many powerful creatures that can survive for over 1,000 years in the nuclear radiation area. It's worth researching. You don't know how many times the Elder Council and the Research Institute have urged us. After eradicating the inferior race individuals on the 4 major islands, the 3 of us may stay here permanently. We will have enough time to interact with them. Quan Linfei frowned. It's fine for us to stay here. I'm worried about the newbies participating in the joint entrance examination for new professional trainees this year. I wonder how they are doing. Lao Huo, the Z-Stars formation has been under your monitoring. How is it going? Din Ruhuo's voice was deep. Out of the 34 examination islands, each corresponding to the provinces, only 14 are left. 14? That's so few. Su Chanfeng was surprised. Which one is the fastest? Binhai City. Binhai City. Sure enough, Binhai City has awakened 6 9-star professional trainees this year, And there are also 23 8-star professional trainees. With so many high-star new professional trainees working together, no contribution will be a match for them. Su Chanfeng smiled. The second must be the imperial capital, right? They have 5 9-star professional trainees this year, and more 8-star professional trainees, 36. That the first kill was taken by a newbie from Binhai City. The old Zhe Jia and the others will be irritated again. Ha ha ha. It's not the imperial capital. Not the imperial capital? Even Quan Linfei was surprised this time, and looked at Din Ruhuo. Which province is it? How can they surpass the imperial capital in speed? Qinzhou's high-ranking official Ancheng. Din Ruhuo's gaze was also peculiar. They are on Idu Island, offering the blood Guanyan, which ranks in the top 3 of all offerings. Qinzhou province? Quan Linfei's gaze shifted immediately, and she immediately remembered. Qinzhou province has awakened a total of 3 9-star professional trainees this year, originally only 5 8-star professional trainees. Later, due to the incident of the Dawn organization, they added a rare 8-star succubus professional trainee. What's more, the daughter of the Black Day Lady Zhang Man joined us again, adding another 8-star Shrine Maiden professional trainee, totaling 7. They were able to take second place. Din Ruhuo nodded. I didn't expect it either. The information provided by the Z-Stars formation only showed that they had formed an elite team, holding back the inferior race with a large force and then attacking the Blood Guanyan with the elite team. Even the Blood Guanyan was captured by them. Capture the Blood Guanyan. That offering. Both were surprised. Quan Linfei smiled. It seems that there are some excellent juniors in Qinzhou province this year. From the Qin family. Or the Bai family. Or the 2 who inherited the legacy of the Black Day Lord. None of them. Din Ruhuo smiled faintly. It seems that another talent has emerged in our Xia country. I wonder if he will grow up. Quan Linfei was surprised. There haven't been many newbies in over 300 years who have been called talented by you. Are you going to take him as a closed-door disciple? Din Ruhuo shook his head. No, he doesn't count yet. Let's see how he continues to grow. Premature high expectations can lead to trouble. Let him grow on his own. The 2 fell silent, as if recalling something. What about the Dawn organization? Su Chanfeng said. Your disciple is extraordinary, even. Chanfeng. Quan Linfei instinctively called out, but Din Ruhuo quietly said, Don't mention him to me. I will have to personally kill him sooner or later. The anger dissipated quickly, and the 3 of them remained composed. Din Ruhuo suddenly said, After the conclusion of the joint entrance examination for new professional trainees this time, I plan to add an additional cultural examination. Both were surprised. A cultural examination? What do you want to do? It's too late to prepare for this. Din Ruhuo shook his head. It's not a cultural examination for everyone. Just gathering those who performed better in this joint entrance examination for new professional trainees and conducting a simple examination on them. Quan Linfei's eyes brightened. What content are you planning to examine? Din Ruhuo said calmly. Regarding the treatment of those who join our semi-inferior race clan and their opinions on the future development direction of the Radial Island. Su Chanfeng was surprised. Regarding the treatment of those who join our semi-inferior race clan, don't you already have a plan? And the second question, what good suggestions can a group of people who haven't even been to a foreign battlefield provide? Din Ruhuo said. Look for one step at a time. They may surprise me. You are the overall commander. I'll follow your lead. Boom. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from the top of Huanshan in the distance. A large amount of lava accompanied by a storm swept up, and thick smoke almost covered half of the island. The 3 of them had a change in their expression, and Din Ruhuo even whispered, It's coming. He waved his hand, and immediately a round formation plate appeared in his hand. On it were mountains, forests, lakes, birds, animals, rivers, and mountains, with the black and white Tai Chi double fish as the base. At the same time, a hoarse sound mixed with screams, roars, and panicked shouts emanating from deep within Huanshan. Looking closely, there were over 100 inferior race yin-yang masters, wearing large black and white clothing and high hats, cutting their arteries, necks, and hearts with daggers, letting blood flow onto each statue. I sacrifice my life to command the gods. When, the next moment, dozens of statues on the ground immediately crumbled, and visible cracks gradually spread throughout their bodies. The vague, shadowy figures rose into the air one by one, turning into powerful inferior race evil spirits. Dry and skinny, holding a razor, the razor Asura, Dongyingxia, fat and disgusting, toxic everywhere, the radiant ghost warrior Sen Feiyuan 3, shoulder 3 heads, back with double wings, the 3-headed demon Muto Shiro, the head leaves the body, the tentacles dance wildly, the razor Asura Yan Sanhe. These shadowy figures are all powerful figures of the inferior race who invaded Blue Star over 300 years ago, but were driven out by the ancient trailblazers of Xia country. They have been worshipped by the inferior race for more than 300 years, already turned into puppet creatures, half spirits, half monsters. Now, they were awakened by the remaining inferior race with their last resort, serving as the final trump card of the inferior race. Roar! A low growl came from the mouths of these monsters. Zhu Qianfeng sneered. 300 years ago, you trash were driven out by us. 300 years later, we can still kill you. They are not the real them in front of us. Din Ruhuo also sneered. They are just evil spirits who have been worshipped for over 300 years. The more blood and souls they absorb, the further they are from their peak state. They are just evil spirits acting on instinct, easy to eliminate. Be cautious, Quan Linfei said. There are still too many, if they manage to escape. Before she could finish her words, those dozens of evil spirit puppets roared and pounced towards the 3 of them. Zhu Qianfeng took a step forward, thunder flashing around him, forming a brilliant thunder armor. He reached out, and a thunderous spear appeared in his hand. Heliru, a batch of thunderous war horses also rushed out from a distance, and Zhu Qianfeng leapt on the horseback. 1 man and 1 horse, like 1,000 troops, charged into the group of evil spirit puppets. Ma steps on Huanshan. Doom. Thunder fell from the sky, instantly pulverizing more than 10 evil spirit puppets. Din Ruhuo also took a step forward, and a shining starlight radiated from the formation plate in his hand. In an instant, the ground trembled, and lava gushed out. Another 10 or so evil spirit puppets were scattered, forming a mass of fiery blood clouds in the sky. Red flags fluttering. Quan Linfei sat cross-legged, and with a stroke of her hand, a delicate ancient zither appeared between her knees. Her hands moved on the zither, producing a crisp yet gentle sound. The sound of the zither was like a knife, piercing and poignant. At that moment, cherry blossoms descended from the sky. In the air, invisible pink mites formed, enveloping the remaining dozens of evil spirit puppets. Excruciating. Cherry blossom souls extinguished. End of this chapter. Chapter 141 to major characteristics. Divine skill. Kill. Outside Kyuho Castle, countless scoundrels launched a counterattack towards the direction of Blazing Guanyan. However, under the powerful strength of Blazing Guanyan, these ordinary scoundrels were easily crushed. Even the scoundrel professionals were effortlessly slain by Zheng Cheng, Qin Zheng, by Jingqi, Zhu Chengyu, and others on Blazing Guanyan. The new professionals of Qinzhen inside the castle also discovered the presence of Blazing Guanyan and rushed out shouting, "Ha ha! Reinforcements have arrived! Kill! Kill these bastards! Charge! Our reinforcements are here! Get them!" Professional after professional emerged from hiding and launched attacks on the fleeing scoundrels. Blazing Guanyan strode forward, with dozens of blood-colored veins dancing in the air, clearing a wide path for everyone. Soon, the crowd converged, and Li Zhen's eyes were filled with surprise. "You have indeed succeeded." Zheng Cheng looked down from a high vantage point and said, "Let's deal with these scoundrels first, we can talk about the rest later." Understood. Brothers, charge. Accompanied by the continuous angry shouts, the new professionals under Qin Zheng once again charged towards the scoundrels under the leadership of Blazing Guanyan. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng unabashedly displayed his skills on the scoundrels. Adrenaline excitement technique, internal fire burning technique, blood burning technique. One after another strange skills landed in the crowd of scoundrels, killing them one after another. The adrenaline excitement technique was used on their own group, turning the previously exhausted professionals into fierce fighters. Like tigers among sheep, they slaughtered the scoundrels one by one. In the central radar life monitoring techniques monitoring, a scoundrel professional hidden among ordinary scoundrels couldn't escape his skin and was easily found. Wherever Zheng Cheng's figure appeared, a few shots of adrenaline excitement technique would be administered to his comrades. This made them more fierce, forcefully suppressing the scoundrels' counterattack. The proficiency of several skills was rapidly increasing. Under Zheng Cheng, especially with the blessing of Blazing Guanyan, the balance of victory in this battle slowly tilted in their favor. Over 2 hours later, the battle was finally drawing to a close. After Zheng Cheng slew a scoundrel professional with a large black tumor on his neck, the scoundrels and professionals of the scoundrels' camp collapsed at a visible speed. It's over. Under the dim sky, billowing smoke rose. Inside the collapsed walls of Quho Castle, the surviving new professionals of Qin Province crawled out of the ruins. Before entering Yidu Island, there were over 20,000 of them. Now, after the battle with the scoundrels ended, only over 1,000 remained. Scoundrels' bodies litter everywhere, inside and outside the city walls, on the beaches, mountains, and wilderness. There were also many bodies of new professionals from Qin Province, unable to be sent out for various reasons and forever left behind. In the midst of the sea of bodies stood a 10-meter-tall, blood-red giant statue of Guanyan. The statue was as red as blood, resembling a blood jade Guanyan, under the gloomy sky, appearing almost demonic. However, in the eyes of all the new professionals inside and outside Quho Castle, Guanyan looked gentle, beautiful, and compassionate. We've won. Ha ha. We've won. It's our victory. The scoundrels are done for. Great. Thank you. Searching blood Guanyan. You saved us. We've avenged our predecessors. Ha ha. Stop shouting and start cutting ears. These are all points. Yes. Yes. Let's hurry. Suddenly, cheers erupted inside and outside the city. Over 1,000 surviving new professionals excitedly shouted, embraced each other, and laughed. But many immediately crouched down, cut off the well-preserved ears of the scoundrels, and treasured them. At the edge of Quho Castle, Yao Jixu came to Zheng Cheng's side. Zheng Cheng, what are you looking at? We've won. Zheng Cheng nodded silently, looking at the calm eyes of Blazing Guanyan. Suddenly, he asked, Jixu, do you think they can rest in peace? Yao Jixu was taken aback and said, of course, they can rest in peace. Look at Blazing Guanyan, it seems to be smiling. Indeed, a smile appeared in the eyes of Blazing Guanyan in the distance. It was as if someone was waving at him. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed on it, turning into dots of blood light. Without thinking, Zheng Cheng reached out, and a blood-colored Guanyan jade pendant slowly formed in front of him. Zheng Cheng put away Blazing Guanyan and said, what about the others? Yao Jixu smiled bitterly. After we brought Blazing Guanyan, the scoundrels were initially fleeing, but they later launched suicidal attacks on us as if they had gone mad. Except for the 2 of us, Qin Zheng, Zhu Chengyu, the others have been sent away. Has Bai Jingqi and Keiji been sent away as well? Yes. Yao Jixu nodded. Both of them were in a weakened state, under your adrenaline excitement technique, and rushed too fast, being surrounded and killed by a group of scoundrel professionals. Adrenaline excitement technique. Zheng Cheng muttered, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. It's a double-edged sword. When used correctly, it can be the key to victory in battle. If not used at the right time, it could lead to the wipeout of the team. Yao Jixu advised, don't worry, this competition is coming to a close anyway. With your performance and points, you're sure to win first place in Qin Province. Zheng Cheng shook his head. This is just one assessment. After it ends, there's still the ranking competition. I believe in you. Yao Jixu's eyes sparkled. I've already been admitted early to the Imperial Capital Advanced Vocational University. I hope you can come too. Without waiting for Zheng Cheng's response, she turned and left. Zheng Cheng scratched his head, in confusion. What's this all about? Weren't we supposed to avoid love? Shaking his head, he pushed this matter to the back of his mind. He opened his skill list. After 10 days of battle and fighting, some of his skills had already been upgraded. Because of continuous use, his blood-burning technique had reached Level 3, and his central radar life monitor technique had even reached Level 6, awakening corresponding characteristics. Blood-burning technique internal, Level 3. Mutated skill, you can boil the blood flowing out of the targets onto 3 people for a short period, causing significant damage depending on the target's magical defense. Simultaneously, you can ignite the blood, creating blood flames that cause significant damage to living flesh. You have activated blood-burning technique Characteristic 1. Characteristic 1. Targeted burning. Wounds exacerbate after the target's blood burns, making wound healing ineffective. Normal elixirs, healing techniques, sedative techniques, detoxification techniques, etc. cannot completely heal the wounds caused by blood burns and may even exacerbate them. Jun Cheng's eyes brightened slightly. Targeted burning. Wounds worsen after the blood burns. This characteristic is very useful indeed. Imagine if the opponent is hit by my attack, their blood starts burning, and teammates try to heal them using healing techniques only to find them ineffective. Jun Cheng was momentarily stunned. Damn, I'm a priest. Why do I keep leaning towards melee combat? But it's also true, in my past life, I recall the priests during the Crusades wearing chainmail and wielding hammers. Sturdy men. Jun Cheng scratched his head and chuckled. Next was, your skill's Central Radar Life Monitor has been upgraded to LV6. Central Radar Life Monitor Technique Internal. LV6. Mutated skill. Consumes mental energy. Centered on your body, you can monitor the presence of any life form within a certain distance. Current monitoring range. Centered on yourself. A radius of 3,000 meters. Monitoring methods include but are not limited to heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, pulse, body temperature, brainwaves, mental fluctuations, and breath fluctuations, and can form a simple life map in the mind. Can also monitor individual life targets to obtain their current physical quality, life status, basic attributes, etc. Characteristic 1. Auto-navigation. Set a target name, and Central Radar Life Monitor will arrange and guide you through the route with the least obstacles, shortest distance, and fewest enemies. The effect varies with the practitioner's location. When searching for a specific target, follow the auto-navigation for the best results. You have activated Central Radar Life Monitor Characteristic 2. Characteristic 2. Auto-treasure hunting. Automatically scan for any treasures based on the practitioner's current level, strength, urgent needs, providing coordinates, values, and detailed explanations of the treasures within the corresponding distance. This characteristic can set corresponding treasure names, attributes, and can be turned off at any time. Auto-treasure hunting. Jun Cheng blinked in surprise, not expecting the second characteristic of the Central Radar Life Monitor technique to be this. So, as long as I keep the Central Radar Life Monitor active, it can continually scan for treasures around me, focusing on what I need most at the moment. A divine skill. This characteristic reminded him of his favorite adventure movie, Pirates of the Caribbean, where the protagonist possessed a compass of desire. Just as the compass pointed him towards the destination he desired, both shared a mystical quality. Jun Cheng once again activated the Central Radar Life Monitor technique, and with its level raised to LV6, the scanning range had expanded to 3,000 meters. Every scene within a radius of 3,000 meters appeared in his mind. Activating characteristic 2, a golden ripple quickly appeared on his mental map, spreading across the entire area. Then, about 1,000 meters away on a hill, a sudden exclamation mark appeared. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. Is there treasure? He quickly ran over and soon found a scoundrel body with a huge black tumor on its neck. Upon searching, he indeed found a rhombus-shaped mirror shard. This is the mirror shard of guilt. End of chapter. Chapter 142. The Epic Treasure. Elite newcomers from Xia Kingdom. Name. Mirror of Bewitchment Fragment Grade. Legendary Broken. 134th Durability. 163 1 millions Category. Mirror. Accessory Equipment Requirement. 100 Spirit Points. No occupational restrictions effect. Spirit plus 10 additional skill 1. Bewitching Light active. Consumes own spirit. Can bewitch creatures weaker than oneself. Can command them to do anything. Additional skill 2. Energy Rebound passive. Can absorb any energy and replicate the same energy. Elemental attacks. For counterattack. Repay with the same way. Retaliation. Prohibited additional skill 3. Illusion of Fate active. Can consume spiritual power to illuminate the target, explore its memories, causing the target to be trapped in illusions constructed from its own memories. Prohibited additional skill 4. Prohibited explanation. Mirror of Bewitchment, one of the 3 great inherited legendary artifacts of the Sun Clan. The power is less than 1% of its original form. Jun Cheng weighed this prism-shaped fragment, frowned, and said, Sun Clan, despicable people, the Mirror of Bewitchment, one of the 3 great inherited legendary artifacts of the despicable people. It comes with 4 skills, only the first bewitching light can be used. The remaining 3 are all prohibited, even the 4th skill is a series of question marks. Jun Cheng shook his head with disdain and tossed it into his spatial ring. To his surprise, ripples passed, and the fragment of the Mirror of Bewitchment remained in his hand. Huh, he widened his eyes. Can't store it? Could it be because the Mirror of Bewitchment is a legendary grade equipment? Even if it's just a fragment of legendary grade equipment, the spatial ring's grade is too low to contain it. Jun Cheng reluctantly tucked it into his pocket. This thing only has the first skill that works. Should be the key to the despicable people initiating the 10 billion jade shards plan. Otherwise, how could so many despicable people rush into battle like madmen? After putting away the Mirror of Bewitchment, Jun Cheng picked up the cloud-soaring sword again and began patrolling the battlefield. He was looking for occupational members of the Despicable People clan, and after finding them, he first cut off their left ears, then used random dissection technique to dissect the most useful parts of their bodies. Soon, he had collected 30 tentacles, 20 brain cores, and 20 heart blood, and there were more than a dozen left. Looking at the pile of disgusting despicable people's body parts, Jun Cheng couldn't help feeling a bit nauseous. Could these things really be eaten? But looking at the dimensional properties and special resistances provided by despicable people ingredients, Jun Cheng still gritted his teeth. He withdrew his spirit from the spatial ring, realizing that he needed to figure out a way. When he got back home, Jun Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember that after dissecting a half-beast, I gained the special property of half-beast DNA structure. Omnivorous organism. With this DNA structure property, one can digest any substance. Should I incorporate the half-beast DNA into my body? 2. No. After thinking for a while, Jun Cheng shook his head. He was a pure-blooded Han. Integrating half-beast DNA into himself would make him a hybrid, right? With a sword slash, he also displayed the random dissection technique at the same time. Skill successfully activated. You have obtained special ingredient, Despicable Person's Brain Core. You have obtained Despicable Person's DNA molecule. You have obtained complete Despicable Person's DNA molecule structure. Your damage to Despicable People clan permanently increases by 10%. You have obtained the complete Despicable Person's DNA molecule structure. Its characteristics. Ninja Turtle. Ninja Turtle. Your character excels in patience, awaiting the enemy to expose vulnerabilities before delivering the final blow. At the same time, your body will slowly mutate bodily organs, blood, etc., suitable for survival in the current environment. You have obtained the complete Despicable Person's DNA molecule structure. You can consume spirit and physique at any time to reproduce it. Despicable Person's DNA molecule structure characteristics. Ninja Turtle. It really suits them. Just as he was speaking, dense starlight penetrated the thick clouds in the sky. The newcomers on the battlefield subconsciously looked up. Look at the sky. What's that? Starlock Formation. That's Lord Dinruhuo's Starlock Formation. Is it over? Is the assessment over? Are we going back? Great. This time, I want to get drunk for a few days. Me too. HAHAHA ... Accompanied by the laughter of the newcomers on the battlefield, a transmission symbol floated in front of each of them, suddenly igniting. The next moment, bright flames burned in front of them, engulfing all their figures, making them disappear. And at this moment, Jun Cheng's expression was somewhat strange. Although the transmission symbol in front of him was also burning, there was no bright white light appearing. Instead, a faint blue light shot out from the sky. What is this? He looked surprised and subconsciously glanced at the battlefield. Among the dense white light, there were 2 additional faint blue lights. Special transmission light. It seems I'm not the only one. After some time, the chaotic light in front of Jun Cheng finally dissipated. Soft white light filled his eyes, and he heard whispers around him. He opened his eyes and found himself on top of a high mountain. Beneath his feet were flat blue stones, with black and yellow clouds rolling around him. The wind howled, and heat enveloped him. Around the mountain peaks, dense and scorching magma flowed. Jun Cheng. A familiar voice called out, and Jun Cheng turned to see Li Zhen and Zhu Cheng. You're here too. Yeah. Jun Cheng nodded. Where are we? And who are these people? Around them were 40 to 50 people who looked just like them, like candidates for the joint admission exam for new occupational members this time. Li Zhen said, I just checked. It seems that all these people are from other provinces of the country. As for why they came here, he shrugged. I'm not sure either. Maybe it's something those 3 seniors arranged. Jun Cheng also nodded. I guess that the people who can come here must have performed excellently in their respective provincial assessments. Or maybe those 3 seniors saw something in them. Maybe. Li Zhen agreed. Oh. How did they come here? Do you know them? I've met a few of them before, and our families have collected information about them. Li Zhen gestured ahead, where 3 young men were standing, coldly observing their surroundings. Those 3 are from Binhai City, all 9-star occupational members, and those few from the Imperial Capital, 2 9-star and 1 7-star, and those from Crescent Moon Province, 1 9-star, 1 8-star, and the other I don't know. Zhu Chengyu added, I also know some of them, all high-star new students from the military attachment school. Zhang Cheng was surprised. So many 9-star individuals? Li Zhen shrugged. Every year, our country has at least 1 million awakened occupational individuals, with 2 or 3 dozen of them being 9-star. That the number of people who can complete 9-tier missions can be counted on one hand. Most of them may even perish. What's there to be surprised about? Li Zhen. At this moment, the 3 from Binhai City seemed to see Li Zhen, and one of them waved, leading the group towards Li Zhen. Li Zhen quickly whispered, the head of these 3 is Dongfang Yan, from the Dongfang family in Binhai City, awakened occupational, 9-star storm lord. The second is born of a commoner, Shai Feng, occupational, 9-star mountain god. The third one, I don't know. Only know his name is Tong Batao, occupational, 9-star sea beast shaman. As Dongfang Yan approached with Shai Feng and Tong Batao, Li Zhen quickly introduced Zhang Cheng and Zhu Chengyu. Zhang Cheng. Dongfang Yan inspected Zhang Cheng up and down, nodded, hello. After a moment, he couldn't remember Zhang Cheng, and he turned to Zhu Chengyu, extending his hand. Zhu Chengyu, 9-star Dragon Knight? Nice to meet you. Zhu Chengyu nodded and did not extend his hand. Dongfang Yan raised an eyebrow and quickly realized something. He withdrew his hand calmly, casually saying, you are still the same as before. Can't take a joke. By the way, since you completed the mission, I presume you have the fragment of the Mirror of Bewitchment, one of the 3 great artifacts of the Sun Clan. Let's make a deal. I want that piece of the Mirror of Bewitchment. End of this chapter. Chapter 143. 9 stars gather. News of old friends. Mirror fragment of Guhao. Li Zheng's eyes flickered, shaking his head, saying, that thing is not in my possession. Dongfang Yan said, I know it's not in your hands. Most likely it's in the hands of Qin Zheng or Bai Jinqi. Give them a message. I will offer them a reasonable price. Besides, their professions are not suitable for the Guhao mirror. Zhang Cheng suddenly interjected, can you explain why you want the Guhao mirror fragment? You. Dongfang Yan frowned, looking towards Li Zheng. In his view, among the 3 people in front of him, Zhu Chengyu was from the military, while Li Zheng came from a professional family background. In their past interactions, Li Zheng had always been the main speaker. How come now, someone who appeared out of nowhere was taking over the conversation? Li Zheng took a step back, clearly indicating that they were following Zhang Cheng's lead. Dongfang Yan's pupils slightly contracted as he spoke. After all, the Guhao mirror is a legendary equipment. Although it's already damaged, its power remains. Just by collecting all the Guhao mirror fragments, there's a possibility of repairing it. Unfortunately, we only have 17 pieces of Guhao mirror fragments now. The remaining ones should still be in the hands of the inferior clan on the surrounding islands. Zhang Cheng shook his head. You're lying. Although the Guhao mirror is precious, it's impossible to repair it. You had other purposes for wanting the Guhao mirror fragments. How do you know? Dongfang Yan exclaimed. Who exactly are you? Zhang Cheng shrugged and a bright, angular shard of mirror appeared in his hand. The surface of the mirror was dim, resembling starlight. Guhao mirror fragment. It's in your hands. Dongfang Yan said. Who are you? And how? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, laughter resounded, and 3 figures walked towards them. The leader was a big man weighing at least 200 caddies. He had a sturdy figure, a fat belly, and unusually large eyes. Li Zheng quickly whispered, this person is the 9-star professional from the Imperial Capital, Wei to Giant Zhou Shiyu. He's from the Zhou family in the Imperial Capital and is very powerful. The person behind him is the princess of the Imperial Capital's Yi family, Yi Shishui, a 9-star professional fish princess. Rumor has it that she has the bloodline of a mermaid from a different race. The third person is from the same lineage as Captain Yang Shao, a 7-star professional soul commander, Zhao Wufeng. Li Zheng spoke quickly, and right after his words, Zhou Shiyu came over and pushed his way past. He literally pushed. He squeezed Dongfang Yang and shifting aside, hugged Li Zheng, and patted him hard. Ha ha ha, Li Zheng my beau. It's been a while since you last came to the Imperial Capital to play with me. Let me tell you, There are several beautiful young ladies in heaven and earth. Zhou Shiyu. A sweet shout came from behind, and Yi Shishui, with blue hair, glared at him and kicked towards him. Ha ha ha, Shishui. Don't think too much. I'm just kidding, just kidding. As he spoke, his fat face kept winking and making faces behind Yi Shishui's back. You must be Zhu Chengyu, right? Good. Zhu Chengyu nodded. Nice to meet you. Li Zhong twitched his mouth, saying, Shiyu, Shishui, and Wu Fen. Long time no see. Long time no see. And that guy by Jinky. Last time he got a move on me. This time, I have to win it back. Li Zhong shrugged. He didn't come. Neither did Qin Zhong. I don't know how they chose the participants for this Lockstar array. Zhou Shiyu smirked. That was decided by Elder Din himself. Those who can come here either put great effort into hunting down the sacrifices, or they personally killed the sacrifices. And some people have shown extraordinary cunning and tactics during this mission. I think you are one of them. Unexpectedly. Only you came this time. Qin Zhong and Bai Jinky didn't show up. Zhou Shiyu looked at the three. I know Zhu Chengyu, the 9-star Dragon Knight. His family has been talking about him in my ears all the time. But this brother, Li Zhong explained. This is Zhong Cheng. During the siege of Zerwinyan, if it hadn't been for him, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Zhong Cheng, a 3-star priest. Zhou Xinyu's eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. Yi Shishui suddenly said, I remember, this year in Chang'an City, there is indeed a priest with a special skill that seems to cause people to have diarrhea. Could it be you? Zhong Cheng twitched his mouth. Yes, it's me. Ha ha, you're the one that Meng Meng mentioned. Thanks to her not being here this time, otherwise she would have really wanted to compare notes with you. Zhong Cheng was puzzled. Meng Meng, who's that? You've met her. Yi Shishui chuckled coolly. It seems you've forgotten her. If she knows, she'd be so heartbroken. Met her. Meng Meng, Zhong Cheng pondered, soon recalling. Lu Meng Meng, the little priest from the priest union? After awakening to his profession, to increase the proficiency of the sudden outbreak of acute gastroenteritis technique, he had set up a stall at the priest union in Chang'an City for a few days. At that time, he had met a little priest named Lu Meng Meng, who was right next door. She had mentioned that she would come and find him earlier, but ended up being taken in by the imperial capital's night watchman. He wondered what her situation was now. No. Yi Shishui shook her head. Meng Meng is not a small priest now. She is now the precious jewel of our imperial capital's night watchman headquarters. She also has several very special skills, comparable to yours. Zhong Cheng was puzzled. Captain Yang Xiao mentioned that the night watchman in the imperial capital had just recruited a priest with a special skill. Could it be her? The newly recruited priest with a special skill? That's her. But Lu Meng Meng isn't from Chang'an City. Why would she go to the imperial capital? Who said Meng Meng is from Chang'an City? Yi Shishui raised an eyebrow. She's from Ron City, just accompanying her parents on a business trip. After awakening to her profession, a senior in the priest union valued her and then invited her to join the imperial capital's night watchman. In terms of age, she's actually a year older than you, so you should call her sister. Sister? Zhong Cheng looked awkward, recalling Lu Meng Meng's busty mixed-blood lowly appearance he had seen before, causing him to shiver unconsciously. Buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. 3 figures slowly appeared on the high platform. They're here. Zhou Shiyu whispered. Keep quiet. End of this chapter. Chapter 140 for additional assessment. Shocking answers. As the light dispersed, figures of Din Ruohuo, Xiaoshan Peak, and Quan Lim Fai slowly appeared. In addition, a figure of a girl in white quickly walked up to the platform. She respectfully bowed to Din Ruohuo and the other 3 people, then addressed the many new professional students below, saying, all of you are the outstanding candidates in this joint assessment of new professional students. 3 people from each province will be selected for an additional cultural class assessment. After that, the girl waved her hand, and soon another group of people emerged from the side passages. Over 50 girls, all dressed in white skirts and veils, carried trays with file bags, pens, and other items. Behind them, over 50 men also appeared. They briskly walked over, carrying tables and chairs and placing them on the ground. The girl then placed the file bags, pens, and other items on the tables, respectfully retreated. Cultural class assessment? What's going on? Where did this cultural class come from in the annual assessment? Is this a new rule? Over 50 new students were discussing, while Zhou Shiyu and others were already prepared and seated at the front table. Zhun Cheng, let's go over there too. Li Zhen glanced around and said. Zhun Cheng suddenly spoke, these people are inferior. What? I mean, these young men and women preparing the examination rooms are all inferior. How is that possible? Li Zhen exclaimed, then carefully examined the girls standing on both sides. Soon, he discovered something odd. Some girls had smooth scales on their foreheads, resembling thin cicada wings. Some had slightly curled hair and red pupils. Some girls even had small fangs peeking out from the corners of their mouths. Li Zhen whispered, indeed they are inferior, just with minor variations. What are the three seniors planning to do? Why did they bring so many inferior people? You'll see soon. Zhun Cheng also walked towards the seats, with Li Zhen and Zhu Chengyu following. Please, new students, take your seats quickly. The girls' voice from the platform continued, and the remaining hesitant figures soon took their seats. The assessment content is simple. It's the 3 questions in the file bags. The exam time is 1 hour. No early submission allowed. Please answer the questions promptly. Just as the words fell, the figures at the forefront of the stage opened the file bags and started reviewing. Zhou Shiyu, Yexa Shui, Zhao Wufen, Don Fang Yan, etc. They all came from prominent families or pioneer families and had received information about the cultural class assessment beforehand. However, no one knew the specific content of the assessment. Zhun Cheng chose a C in the middle, and he did not open the file folder but instead observed the new students around him. Quickly, those who had opened the files were puzzled at first, then subconsciously looked towards the dozens of inferior girls standing on either side. A lively discussion ensued. The students were puzzled by the assessment content. Zhun Cheng quickly guessed the content of the assessment as he heard the discussion around him. On the platform, the girl's voice trembled slightly, but she urged, new students, please refrain from whispering among yourselves and answer the questions promptly. Zhun Cheng finally opened the file folder. It was light and thin, containing only 3 sheets of paper. Each sheet had only 1 question. The content was straightforward, and Zhun Cheng quickly understood. The first question, the intention of the semi-inferior people to surrender. Please write your opinion. If in favor, briefly describe the method of dealing with the semi-inferior people. If against, please state your reasons. The second question, how to deal with the remaining inferior people. The third question, briefly explain the development direction of Radiant Island. Looking at these 3 questions, Zhun Cheng's mind raced, focusing on the first question, though the third question seemed like the core question, allowing the new professionals to participate in the island's development with their opinions. But Zhun Cheng understood that the first question was the most crucial. After answering the other 2 questions, he focused on the first one. How to deal with the 5 million semi-inferior people. Since the semi-inferior people appeared here and seemed to have a connection with the 3 seniors, it indicated that Xia country had decided to accept this group of semi-inferior people as their vassal tribe. The area had already been divided into 3 new provinces. These semi-inferior people would most likely become part of the ruling power. Zhun Cheng pondered the information and observations about the semi-inferior people constantly crossing his mind. The semi-inferior people are descendants of the Blue Star women captured by the inferior people from the Fallen Islands over the past 300 years. There are variations in their descendants, but they are not obvious. Perhaps the 3 seniors are worried that this group of inferiors will affect the entire Xia country with their radiation mutations. If so, why not? His eyes suddenly lit up as he recalled the most outstanding answers he had seen in his past life as an online keyboard warrior. Confidently, he wrote down the answers on the paper. Minutes later, the 3 questions were all answered, and he put down the pen, closed his eyes to rest. Since early submission was not allowed, he could only take a break. Just as Zhun Cheng rested after throwing the pen, a light exclamation suddenly came from the platform. Din Ruohuo opened his eyes and looked towards Zhun Cheng. Xiaoshan peeked in surprise. Old fire, did you find something? A new student has completed the answers. So quickly? Quan Linfei also became interested. It's not even 10 minutes. Could it be random writing? No. Din Ruohuo shook his head. He seems confident. Ruer. Yang Ruer immediately responded, continuously watching the new professional students below. Master, I'm here. Go and take the test papers of the 4th row and the 5th seat. Yes, master. Yang Ru hurriedly walked down from the platform towards Zheng Cheng's direction. Many of the new professional students, who were initially deep in thought, subconsciously raised their heads as they noticed the young girl approaching. Despite her young age, she gave off a seductive and mature aura. With a light and graceful step, she radiated charisma. At the front, Dong Fangyan, who was pondering how to develop Radiant Island, took a quick glance at Yang Ru and shifted his attention back to his thoughts. Semi-inferior people? What is this race here for? Might as well consider them as a target for trial. His thoughts were entirely focused on how to develop Radiant Island, transforming it into a powerful fortress in his mind. He could already imagine the pride he would feel when, after several years, the entire Radiant Island would evolve into a war machine based on his proposals. Zhou Shiyu also noticed Yang Ru's presence, his eyes greedily lingering on her figure until Yexishui pulled him by the ear to divert his attention. Right? Reluctantly, he had to pick up a pen and start pondering the third question, recalling the image of the wise men back home guiding the formation of their answers. In his opinion, the third question was the most crucial among the three, developing Radiant Island. As for the first two questions, they were just a piece of cake, no need for elaborate answers. They were all about appeasement, territorial divisions, and factionalization, making his ears ache. Yang Ru's figure softly approached the seat and eventually reached Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng slightly raised his eyelids, looking surprised at the beautiful and alluring young girl in front of him. What's wrong? Yang Ru's emerald eyes flickered with surprise as she softly said, Master has commanded me to collect your test papers in advance. Zheng Cheng nodded. Please go ahead. Yang Ru promptly collected the test papers, resisting the urge to glance at the first question and neatly storing them in the file bag before returning to the platform. Many people also noticed Yang Ru's actions and their gaze immediately shifted. Collect the papers? Weren't we told not to submit early? It's only been 10 minutes. What's going on? Someone completed the exam so quickly. Who could finish so fast? In the front row, Zhou Shiyu, Dong Fangyan, and others also saw Yang Ru holding the test papers, filled with doubts. Soon, the test papers reached Din Ruhuo's hands, and he eagerly tore open the envelope. Taking out the three papers, he ended the second and third questions to Xiaoshan Peak and Quan Linfei, focusing on the first question. In an instant, his eyes widened as he stared at the test paper. This youngster is more ruthless than I am. What is it? Xiaoshan Peak hurried over. What did the new student write? Din Ruohuo handed the test paper, saying, If we follow this new student's proposal, Xia country will no longer worry about the semi-inferior people in 100 years. Is it that exaggerated? Quan Linfei also expressed her surprise. It was the first time she received such a confident compliment from Din Ruohuo. Xiaoshan Peak also gasped. This kid is indeed ruthless, but his approach to this issue is much better than yours, old fire. Quan Linfei quickly grabbed the test paper, wondering, I have to see what answer made you both react this way. Soon, she was also left dumbfounded. The test paper had a simple question, and the answer below was even simpler. Only 11 words. Answer: eunuchs, assign females military merit. This chapter has been reviewed and modified. I hope this summary clarifies the content. End of this chapter. Chapter 145 Male Eunuchs, Female Distribution. Good bow. Quan Linfei also exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes full of admiration and shock, and a hint of reluctance. Din Ruhuo put away the answer, and said, in a deep voice, Is this young man Zheng Cheng from the 12th Central School of Chang'an City? A 3-star pastor. A 3-star pastor. How is that possible? A 3-star professional. How could they still be alive now? I checked the information submitted from below, and among the professional personnel still able to stay on the battlefield in more than 30 provinces across the country, the lowest rank is 5 stars. Except him. Personal information. Zheng Cheng. Male, 18 years old, from Xinzhou Province, student of the 12th Central School, awakened at the 3rd level professional, a pastor, with a novice skill of acute gastrointestinal burst technique. What kind of skill is this? Quan Linfei's face looked strange, but she patiently continued reading Zheng Cheng's information. Currently identified as a member of the People rank in Chang'an City, he made great contributions in the Siege of the Lord of the Black Sun mission and subsequent exploration mission, possibly being promoted to the Yellow rank member of the Night Watchmen. In the mission against the Lord of the Black Sun, he completed the breakthrough mission and successfully upgraded to Level 10. Learned a new skill, Central Radar Vitality Monitoring Technique. Learned an attack skill through Skillbook, Virtual Fire Incineration Technique. He brought out over 1,000 special creatures from the secret realm during the exploration mission, one of which is a newly born intelligent being from which he obtained a large amount of special ingredients that can permanently increase all four attributes, and also brought out a handbook on ritual studies from the secret realm, leading him to comprehend a new auxiliary skill, Adrenaline Excitation Technique. Quan Lin Fai put down the information in her hand and said, "This is all the information we have on Zheng Cheng. Acute Gastrointestinal Burst Technique, Central Radar Vitality Monitoring Technique. What kind of skills are these? I've never heard of them before. This kid, why does he have such strange skills? Didn't the Night Watchman in the Imperial Capital also accept a girl with special skills, whose effects are even stronger than this bow's? No. This bow's skill effects are even more special, and cuter than hers." Quan Lin Fai reminded, the girl's special skills, the novice skill is a direct damage skill, and the first professional skill is a special healing ability. Compared to her, this bow definitely has secrets. That's right. Din Ruhuo also spoke up, but his background is very clean. Since he can join the Night Watchman, it means he passed the political review. Whatever secrets he has, it's part of our human race. Hehe. Xiao Xianfeng chuckled. Let's guess what secrets this boy has. The legacy of a hermit, successor's crystal, or world rules after the collapse of a small world. Din Ruhuo said, "It has nothing to do with us. No matter how powerful the secret in his hands is, it's just a trivial matter for us. What we need is how to break through the legendary level breakthrough missions and enter the realm of gods. After all, only the godly professionals can lead their own race into the top 100 races and prevent extermination in the war of the 10,000 races." Hearing this, Xiao Xianfeng and Quan Lin Fai were both silent. Yes, it has been over 300 years since the period of the Great Catastrophe. Their Xia country has more than 30 epic strongmen, and in the entire Blue Star, there are nearly 200 epic strongmen. However, there are no godly strongmen ... not a single one. Without godly strongmen, it means that in the war of the 10,000 races, even self-preservation is a problem for them. "Alright," Din Ruhuo said. "Ruer, bring Zheng Cheng up here, I have questions for him." Yang Ruer, who was waiting on the side, immediately said, "Yes, master." A few minutes later, Zheng Cheng followed behind Yang Ruer looking puzzled. Looking at Yang Ruer's graceful figure, amidst the gazes of envy, jealousy, doubt, he stepped onto the platform and saw the three legendary strongmen he had only heard about. The three of them sat in a trinity arrangement, with the one in the middle wearing a blue robe, with a 3-foot-long beard, looking like an immortal. On the left, a bald big man with a fierce face, and a spar on his face like a centipede, his body covered in tattoos, more like a butcher. On the right, a woman dressed in a pink talus dress, her face veiled. Zheng Cheng's expression changed slightly. Going respectfully, Junior Zheng Cheng pays respects to the three predecessors. Din Ruhuo waved his hand, and 3 test papers floated in front of Zheng Cheng. "Zheng Cheng, while other freshmen are answering, why do your answers consist of only a few sentences?" Zheng Cheng said, "Answers only need to hit the mark. Thousands of words flowing on and on are mere meaningless words." "Meaningless words?" Din Ruhuo's eyes turned, smiled. "You are quite good. Tell me, for the first question, why did you propose such a controversial suggestion?" Zheng Cheng twitched at the corner of his mouth, secretly thinking that this is what you need, but thinking of the identities of the 3 people in front of him, he immediately answered, "The inferior race, including the semi-humans, fearing danger without gratitude, knowing small etiquette but lacking great righteousness, double-dealing, cunning and shameless, should have been exterminated originally. However, the semi-humans indeed carry the bloodline of our Blue Star people. Heaven has the virtue of being kind, and they have already surrendered. The fate of those captured is uncertain. Moreover, they have already laid down their weapons and chosen to join us semi-humans." Zheng Cheng talked freely, but behind him, Yang Ruer's face was pale. Allowing others to discuss the rise and fall of her own race was something she did not want to endure. The bloodline of the semi-humans carries the blood of our Blue Star people, much like a mixed blood. If they are willing to integrate into our Blue Star Xia country, it would be a great advantage. The offspring of semi-humans and humans carry about a quarter of the semi-human bloodline. After several generations of dilution, it has long since disappeared. However, the semi-human bloodline is produced due to nuclear radiation, not natural evolution. So, this plan of blood exchange has natural barriers, and no one knows what will happen. Jun Cheng's tone changed, saying, ordinary people are definitely not suitable, not able to resist the nuclear radiation and bloodline changes within semi-humans, but professionals can. I heard that the awakening probability of professionals in our blue star among ordinary people is around 10%, but for professional family members, where one is a professional and the other is not, the awakening probability is about 15%. If both male and female are professionals, the probability of awakening will skyrocket to 30%. This probability is not only because of the powerful bloodline of professionals, but also the characteristics of professionals. Once professionals combine with semi-humans, I believe there is a high probability that the offspring will awaken as professionals. It can also dissolve the inferior bloodline within them, killing two birds with one stone. Jun Cheng continued, of course, the birth of offspring will mainly be male. I don't know how many male semi-humans there are, but according to our blue star situation, the number of male semi-humans is definitely not too many. Since we cannot kill them, we can only use a more humane method to prevent them from continuing their progeny. Then reward female semi-humans to our blue star professionals. With this approach, in just 2 or 3 generations, this group of semi-humans will be fully integrated into our Xia country. 100 or 200 years later, there will be no inferior race in this world. Male, female. Jun Cheng's words left Yang Ru looking very pale. She never expected that this seemingly harmless young man would speak such dirty words. It was as if their semi-human race was not a sentient being, but livestock like pigs, dogs, cows, chickens, ducks, fish, and geese. Jun Cheng glanced at her coldly. That's right. Male, female. The countless sins committed by the inferior race over 300 years ago, weren't they like animals? If we are to blame yourself for carrying the bloodline of the inferior race. I've already killed my father. Yang Ru suddenly gritted her teeth. I killed him with my own hands. To prove our beliefs, those semi-humans willing to. Chapter 146. Exchange perfect grade equipments by getting entangled. Jun Cheng's special reward. This cultural class assessment is about to end soon. Everyone looks strangely at Jun Cheng descending from the high platform, and Li Zhen and Zhu Chengyu greeted him. Behind them, Zhou Shiyu, Dong Fangyan, and others followed closely. Li Zhen asked, Jun Cheng, what's going on? Jun Cheng replied, they asked me about my answers and views on these 3 questions. Dong Fangyan hurriedly asked, why only ask you? What's your answer to the 3rd question? The 3rd question? Jun Cheng shook his head, saying, they didn't ask me about the 3rd question, they asked about the 1st question. The 1st question? The group quickly remember what the 1st question was. It was about 5 million semi-inferior people from a tribe who intended to join Xia country, and they were asked whether to support or oppose this. If in support, describe how they would handle the semi-inferior tribe. If opposing, provide reasons. Zhou Shiyu immediately asked, do you support or oppose it? Me? Jun Cheng asked back, how did you guys write it? Zhou Shiyu immediately said, in support. Our Xia country is a mighty nation. How can we allow a proactive tribe to join us and face extinction? Moreover, the inferior tribe is the original ethnic group of Radiant Island, even semi-inferior. They are not afraid of nuclear radiation, and we still need their help in developing Radiant Island. What about you? Li Zhen said. I also agree. After all, it is a population of 5 million. We have only explored the main islands of Radiant Island and around 100 smaller islands, but the deep sea and farther seas haven't been thoroughly explored. Who knows what's out there? In this situation, we need the indigenous people to assist us. Initially, I was thinking about capturing the inferior tribe, but unexpectedly, now we have the semi-inferior tribe joining us, 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhu Chengyu also spoke up. I also agree, but my handling method would be to use them as cannon fodder. From what I know, there are quite a few professionals among the semi-inferior tribe, at least in the millions. With so many cannon fodders, how many soldiers can be saved? I agree too. I also agree. I agree too. Haven't you guys noticed that the women from the semi-inferior tribe look particularly alluring? They could easily engage in that kind of profession. Hehe. Get lost. A stern shout and a direct kick from Ziyu Shui sent Shilei tumbling down, and the latter also glared back in anger. Don Fangyan furrowed his brows, saying, "You Shui, even though your Z family is strong, what right do you have to meddle in the affairs of my Dongfang family?" Ziyu Shui gave him a disdainful look and coldly said, "If Dongfang Zhaoji's sister was here, I might give her some face. What right do you have? You." Suyan. Zhou Shiyu furrowed his brows and said, "What? Want to have a go? Didn't you run away with your tail between your legs just now? Why are you back again?" Zhou Shiyu. Don Fangyan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll leave. I hope that in the future trials in the tower, we won't encounter each other." After saying this, he turned and left, with Shilei and Tan Batao quickly following him. Trials Tower. Zhun Cheng furrowed his brows, thinking about something. In the past entrance exam, all candidates would enter the trial tower for trials. The judgment would be based on points earned from killing monsters and advancing through the levels of the tower. This year, due to the existence of Radiant Island, the content of the exam changed, with all candidates entering Radiant Island for the exam. The matters of the trial tower were put on hold. In the future, when they enter the occupational university, the annual assessments would also focus on the trial tower. Zhun Cheng, Zhou Shiyu asked again, "What's your answer?" "I agree," Zhun Cheng replied casually. "I also agree, but the issue lies in the method of handling," he continued. "What do you propose in handling them? To keep them, or to kill them?" Zhun Cheng hesitated. "It's simple, castration for the males, and merit allocation for the females." As soon as these words fell, the 5 people present were stunned for a few seconds. Soon after, their faces and expressions all underwent slight changes. Huiyu. After a long while, Zhou Shiyu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. "Ruthless. You're really ruthless. Even more ruthless than Zhu Chengyu's method. You're a ruthless person." Zhu Chengyu also chimed in, "Your method is indeed too ruthless, but also very effective. In this way, even the semi-inferior people can assist us in exploring Radiant Island and serve as cannon fodder. With this method, within a couple of 100 years, the semi-inferior tribe will cease to exist, perfectly integrating into our Xia country." Li Zhen furrowed his brows, saying, "Physical castration? This method would definitely lead to a rebellion among the semi-inferior tribe. After all, they are not livestock." "Rebellion?" Zhou Shiyu said with determination. "Since we have given them a chance to live, we should cherish it. Any dare to rebel shall be exterminated." Zhun Cheng said, "I'm not very clear about the specific methods, but physical castration would bring to many problems. I think the 3 seniors should use medicines or special methods to control. My proposal is just laying the groundwork. Specific means should be decided by higher-ups." Hey, that's right," Zhou Shiyu smirked. "I'll need to have a talk with a few old folks at home." Zhao Wufeng also added, "This method is good. I can also discuss it with my elders at home. This is related to the 100-year plan of my Xia country." Ziyu Shui suddenly interjected, "Female merit allocation. Zhun Cheng, you haven't thought about the plight of these female semi-inferior people?" "Plight?" Zhun Cheng looked at Ziyu Shui, saying in a deep voice, "I only see the pitiful 3 million lost souls within the blood Guanyan. If anyone should be blamed, it should be that they were born into the semi-inferior tribe. As long as they wholeheartedly join us, they will eventually become a part of our Xia country. What's there to pity? At the very least, I didn't propose that they all become courtesans, you." Zhou Shiyu sternly said, "This matter concerns the 100-year plan of Xia country. Don't speak about things you don't understand." Ziyu Shui was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Shiyu speaking so seriously. For over a decade, she had never seen Zhou Shiyu being so serious. "Got it." Zhou Shiyu nodded. "As the assessment is almost over, the 3 seniors will definitely have something to say later. If you have the chance to come to the imperial capital in the future, I'll treat you all." The 3 of them left, leaving behind Zhun Cheng, Li Zhen, and Zhu Chenyu. Zhu Chenyu asked, "What are the identities of these people?" Li Zhen replied, "Zhou Shiyu comes from the firstborn family, the Zhou family, in the imperial capital. Ziyu Shui comes from the firstborn family, the Z family, in the imperial capital. Zhao Wufeng comes from the firstborn family, the Zhao family, in the imperial capital, the same family as the captain Zhao Yangshao. As for Don Fangyan, he is from the Dongfang family, a firstborn family in the coastal city. The others, Shilei, Tan Batao, were common occupationalists recruited by the Dongfang family." These families have been around for several hundred years, and their relations are quite extraordinary. For example, the Zhou family and the Zi family have already intermarried. Zhou Shiyu and Ziyu Shui. The two of them are engaged but have not yet wed. The wedding is about to take place. Zhun Cheng's eyes flashed, and he asked, I've been wondering, how did the coastal city give birth to so many high-level occupationalists? Li Zhen shrugged and said, It's simple. Let me ask you this. In my Xia country, where was the first spatial crack to appear? Very quickly, Zhu Chengyu responded, the first spatial crack in the Blue Star appeared in the Arctic ice field. As for the first spatial crack in my Xia country, it was in the Eastern Sea. Right on the money, Li Zhen said. That spatial crack is closest to the coastal city, to most affected. 300 years ago, almost the entire eastern coastal region fell, and it was ultimately reclaimed by the firstborn step by step. Especially the coastal city. To reclaim it, we left behind the bodies of millions of ordinary people and occupationalists from our Xia country. It wasn't until we drove the sea races back to the spatial crack, the passage to the Fallen Islands, the Star Sea, and the Ink Sea in the foreign battlefield must also pass through the coastal city. Add to that the abundance of marine resources, especially the sea monsters and beasts left behind by the sea races, attracting numerous occupationalists. Therefore, the number of occupationalists in the coastal city, in terms of both quality and quantity, is the highest in my Xia country. I see, Zhun Cheng suddenly asked, Li Zhen, tell me about the firstborn families. What kind of people are they? Li Zhen explained, this information isn't very confidential. You'll find it when you join the occupational university. But you asked now, so let me tell you briefly. The so-called firstborn families are actually families with authoritative figures within them, who have survived from the time of the Great Disaster to the present day. Moreover, these firstborns have made significant contributions to the survival of the human race, leading our people to recapture cities and save millions of commoners from disasters. Their power is at least at the epic level or higher, and their occupational star level must be 7 stars or above. These families are then referred to as firstborn families. Zhun Cheng's eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. Zhu Chengyu, on the other hand, was astonished, surviving all the way from the Great Disaster era to now. That should be at least 300 to 400 years old. Even for 100 years. Can occupationalists live that long? Why not? Zhu Chengyu shot him a look and said, once an occupationalist reaches the epic level, their lifespan can skyrocket to 500 years. Legendary level powerhouses have even longer lifespans. Moreover, there are special ingredients and elixirs in the foreign battlefield that can increase lifespans. Some powerful alchemists can create elixirs that prolong life. As long as one becomes an occupationalist, as long as they aren't killed, living to 200 to 300 years is a breeze. Zhun Cheng asked again, so how many firstborn families are there in our country? And which one is the strongest? Li Zhen thought for a moment and said, there are about 30 or so. The strongest of the firstborn families would be the Zheng family. Unfortunately, the Zheng family dispersed overseas 100 years ago due to some accidents, establishing one of the 7 sea emperors, the 9 Snake Island. The ancestral Zheng family continued to reside in the imperial capital. Otherwise, the Zheng family would have been the #1 firstborn family in my Xia country. The Zheng family. Zhun Cheng's expression was peculiar. Wouldn't that have anything to do with me? Li Zhen looked Zhun Cheng up and down and shook his head. To put it bluntly, no. Before you joined the Night Watch, they already investigated your background for 9 generations, up to your parents. None of them had any relation to the Zheng family, only sharing the same surname. Moreover, Li Zhen smirked, all descendants of occupationalist families awaken power similar to their firstborn ancestors, or even the same. For example, Captain Zhao Yangsha and Zhao Wufen, being uncle and nephew, have the same awakened powers. As for Dong Fangyan, he was just the second son born to a concubine of a branch family of the Dongfang family, who knew that once awakened, he would be the Windstorm Lord, inheriting the legacy occupation of the Dongfang family's firstborns and becoming the 5th heir of the Dongfang family. Your occupation is a priest, which is unrelated to the Zheng family being a firstborn family. Blood Soul Spirit? Zhun Cheng's eyes lit up. What is that? It's a special bloodline rule, Li Zhen explained. You'll understand once you reach the epic level. What occupation is the firstborn of the Zheng family? Li Zhen replied, a Beastmaster. Beastmaster? Jun Cheng and Ju Chengyu were surprised. Such an occupation was often seen in history textbooks. Li Zin chuckled, surprised, right? Didn't expect the existence of beastmasters in this world. Jun Cheng muttered, I never expected that the senior still exists in the world. No. The senior Jun sacrificed himself. Li Zin shook his head. Now the current head of the Jun family in the imperial capital is his eldest son. In addition, the Zhang family is one of the founding families of the Night Watch. The Zhang family, one of the 9 Snake Islands of the 7 Sea Emperors, is under his third son's lineage. What about the second son? Gone. Gone? What does that mean? Extinct by the Fallen One's treachery. The entire clan wiped out. Qiu. Jun Cheng was puzzled. Since that senior has already sacrificed himself, how can the Zhang family still be a firstborn family? Because of the contributions and strength of that senior. Li Zin smiled. The head of the Zhang family in the imperial capital and the Zhang family head of the 9 Snake Island are both at the epic level. And even among all epic grade powerhouses in Xia country, they can rank in the top 10. Jun Cheng suddenly realized a problem. Man asked, and what about Xin ... the 3 senior? Yes, they are also firstborns, but they have non-established firstborn families. Why? This. Li Zin looked around and whispered, rumor has it that the stronger the occupationalist, the lower the chance of having offspring. Once their strength reaches the epic level, the likelihood of having offspring becomes very slim, making it almost impossible. For over 300 years, many firstborn seniors have been focused on increasing their strength to push back foreign forces and reclaim lost territories. They had no time for families or children. Once they advanced to the epic level and repelled the invaders, they suddenly found the chances of having descendants were extremely low. So ... I see. Jun Cheng suddenly understood. And the Deep Sea 7 Emperors, what are they? Li Zin furrowed his brows. This question is classifying. Regular occupationalists won't be able to know. Forget it. After I tell you. Don't divulge it. Jun Cheng and Ju Chengyu nodded like chicks pecking at seeds. The so-called Deep Sea 7 Emperors are actually renegades from several superpowers on the Blue Star ... What? Renegades? Jun Cheng was curious. What does that mean? Li Zin shrugged. It's classified information. I'm not very clear on it, and the elders in the family avoid talking about it. Perhaps only after you've become an epic grade powerhouse will you be qualified to know. Just then, the figure of Yang Ru appeared on the high platform once again. Dear candidates, the exam has ended. Please stay here. The rest will be sent back to the provincial collection points. Dong Fangyan, Zhou Shiyu, Wan Hao, Jun Cheng. A list of 9 names was announced by Yang Ru. Dong Fangyan, Zhou Shiyu, and others had already prepared to come to the front of the high platform, with the rest following suit. Li Zin said, Jun Cheng, this may be related to the Mirror of Temptation. We will leave first. With those words, a dazzling white light enveloped Li Zin and Ju Chengyu, instantly disappearing. On the entire high platform, the remaining dozens of people also vanished instantly. Only Dong Fangyan, Zhou Shiyu, and Jun Cheng were left standing. Jun Cheng looked up, and the figure of Cheng Xinhuo appeared on the high platform once more. I'm keeping you all here to discuss something, he said, gesturing for a phantom mirror to appear. The Mirror of Temptation is one of the 3 ancestral artifacts of the inferior tribal chieftain, which was divided by the Flame Emperor into dozens of pieces, as part of the plan to gather 1 billion jade shards. I assume each of you 9 has a corresponding piece of the Mirror of Temptation. As the group of 9 showed off their mirror pieces, Jun Cheng took out his own. This piece, unable to be stored in a spatial ring, was in his hands, practically useless, and not as valuable as exchanging it for useful items. Most of the 9 simply took out their mirror pieces. However, there were 2 new faces who seemed hesitant and conflicted. At that moment, more than a dozen semi-inferior girls filed in with trays, large bags, and even a large box being carried by several girls, walking towards the 9 men. Yang Ru stepped forward, saying, the Storm Tree, a perfect grade artifact, born in the Storm Mountain of the foreign battlefield. Implanting it into the body can give birth to storm spirits nurtured by your own blood and spirit, which only you can control. This artifact can be exchanged for 1 Mirror of Temptation shard. The Ash Shadow Blade, a perfect grade equipment. Snatched from the fallen Ash Shelf tribe in the foreign battlefield, it allows the user to meld their body into the Ash Shadow with passive abilities, along with toxic, blinding, and stunning controlled equipment. This equipment can be exchanged for 1 mirror of temptation shard, to triple violet eye blood pill, a special elixir. After taking it, it can permanently increase 5 points of spirit, 4 points of constitution, and 2 points of agility. Limit to 10 pills. There are 5 here, and they can be exchanged for chapter 147 extra rewards for the Night Watchers. Am I forbidden to use the acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique? A flash of white light in front of my eyes, and Jun Cheng's figure appeared again on the huge square of Ed Island where he first entered. The place was bustling with people. Around the square, the hundreds of stone pillars still stood. On the stone pillars, there were still hundreds of shadows. Cheng Jie, you're back. Jun Cheng, Cheng Jie, Yao Jixu, Chen Zi, KG, and others ran over at the first moment. Cheng Jie, where did you go? We've been waiting here for almost half an hour. Song Chao Yu went to find the exam proctor. We thought there was an accident with the transport array. Are you okay? Cheng Jie, I'm fine. Jun Cheng shook his head and said, Senior Din Ruhuo sent us to another place. After briefly explaining the additional cultural class assessment, Jun Cheng looked around and asked, Why are there still so many people here? What's all the commotion? Chen Zi said, Cheng Jie, you don't know. Our exam proctor is missing. The proctor is missing. Captain Su Qingfeng. Yes, we've been waiting for over half an hour, and no one has come out to moderate. Many people are getting agitated. Jun Cheng's tone was also a bit strange. Captain Su Qingfeng, I heard he wanted to take this opportunity to complete the LV-79 breakthrough mission. Who knows? By the way, are you guys okay? We're fine. There's a healing teacher here, and the seriously injured have been taken away. But I heard that many new students have sacrificed. Don't know how they will be dealt with. There are sacrifices? Definitely. Our school heard that over 10 students sacrificed. By the way, Cheng Jie, quickly hand over the inferior ears you've collected to the other exam proctors. They are counting the points. How many have you collected? I have just over 100, but I have more than 10 years of inferior professional ears. Me too. By the way, Chen Jie, I divided some ears for Liu Xiu and Zhao Yaping. They should be able to pass this assessment. Explain to the exam proctors. Led by several people, Zheng Chen transferred all the inferior ears he collected in the spatial ring to the exam proctors. The proctor was first surprised, then looked at Zheng Chen in amazement, nodded, and began counting. Suddenly, KG asked, Hey Cheng Jie, how many inferior ears did you collect? Hehe, no matter how many inferior ears, Cheng Jie has subdued the blood Guanyan, guaranteeing at least 1,000 points in hand. Indeed, it seems like Cheng Jie is almost guaranteed the top spot in Qin province. Haha. After a while, a green light shot over from afar at a very fast speed. Here comes. Look over there. So fast. Is it the exam proctor? The crowd around also noticed the light, and they all looked over there. The green light shot over and quickly landed on the largest stone pillar. First of all, congratulations to all of you for completing this year's new student professional joint entrance examination. Each person's points can be checked through the star lock array. If the points are above 50, it means you have successfully passed this year's new student professional joint entrance examination. If the points are below 50, you'll have to take the makeup exam. This announcement sparked discussions among the crowd. 50 points. I just passed the line. 51 points. I can only choose the most basic vocational college. Haha. I got 125 points. Awesome. 50 points are just the passing line. 100 points can choose a city-level university. 300 points can choose a provincial university. Only those with 500 points and above can choose a national university or one of the 3 major military academies. I wonder who got the highest score. The one who destroyed Blood Guanyan can get 1,000 points. Amazing. Already secured a spot in the national university. It seems that the last statue of Blood Guanyan was subdued by one of our people, who massacred the inferior ones. Who knows who it was? No need to guess. It must be one of the 3 9-star professionals. I guess it's Zhu Chenyu. During the final battle, I saw him riding a giant dragon behind Blood Guanyan, slaughtering the group of inferior ones. Nonsense. Why don't you mention Qin Zheng who was on Blood Guanyan too? What about Yao Jixu? The storm that covered the entire battlefield. Countless voices of discussion arose, and Su Qingfeng did not intervene, his tone still cold. Now I announce the top 10 scorers in this year's new student professional joint entrance examination. These 10 individuals will automatically advance to the solo competition 3 days later. The rest of you can challenge these 10 if you want at your own schools after leaving Ed Island. The first place, Jung Cheng, student at Chang'an City No. 12 Middle School, score 3,572 points. Wow. Just as Su Qingfeng finished speaking, the entire square vibrated with excitement. Jun Cheng, a student from No. 12 Middle School in Chang'an City. Who is this kid? I know. A 3-star priest, DM Manhwaedit. Are you kidding me? A 3-star priest scores over 3,000 points. What a joke. He even outscored me. With 1,000 points from Blood Guanyan, that means he alone has 2,572 points, killing over 2,000 inferior beings. How is that possible? You fool. There are professional. The higher the level of the professional, the higher the score. Maybe he killed many professionals too, but that's too fake. A 3-star priest killing inferior beings with his head. Who knows? Amidst the animated discussions, more than 20,000 people participated, and the podium announcement continued. The second place, Yao Jixu, student at Chang'an City No. 12 Middle School, score 1,582 points. The third place, Zhu Chengye, student at Chang'an City Defense Forces Affiliated Military Academy, score 1,451 points. The fourth place, Qin Zhang, student at Chang'an City No. 1 Middle School, score 1,121 points. The fifth place, Terry C, student at Chang'an City International Middle School, score 1,035 points. Su Qingfeng's voice kept resonating, and every announcement caused discussions among the crowd. Soon, the top 10 rankings were completed. The 6th to 10th places had scores above 800 points, with scores over 1,000 points ranking them in the top 6. Wow, top 10 except for the first place Jung Cheng are all above 8-star professionals. This Jung Cheng, a 3-star priest, is in first place. What's going on? What's Jung Cheng's background? Whose illegitimate child is he? Who knows? The first place is Cheng Zhang, followed by his classmates Yao Jixu and Terry C. We're set. Director Shen probably won't be able to sleep for the next few days. Jun Cheng had no idea of all this, seeing Su Qingfeng's expression on the scene. Surely it's Jun Cheng. Just one Blood Guanyan already outscoring most people. I'm no match for him. Bai Jingqi also smiled. This kid is really something. I'm going to challenge him in the solo competition. Li Zhong said. Senior Din Ruhuo and the others have taken note of his answers in the cultural class test. His future is unlimited. Definitely. How can you guys compare to big brother Jung Cheng? Li Zhao laughed and said. Over 3,700 points. My goodness. There isn't anyone in the whole country with higher scores. Imperial Capital Advanced Vocational College, Binhai Advanced Vocational College, 3 major military academies, he can just choose. On the other side, Terry C and Joseph also widened their eyes, unable to believe their ears. Joseph took a deep breath. What's going on? Over 3,700 points. What did Jung Cheng do? Jun Cheng, that damn priest who can give people diarrhea. I want to kill him with my own hands. Terry C said through gritted teeth. He remembered the time Jung Cheng sprayed in the battle, attracting all eyes to him. This incident spread throughout the novice professional circle in Qin province, making Terry C famous. He even broke up with his girlfriend from Xia country. This incident directly made him furious, now even more determined to kill Jun Cheng. Joseph furrowed his brows. Shut up. How are you going to kill him? Killing is prohibited in the solo competition. With the presence of the protective array, don't mess around. Then let's just disable him first. I'll tear off his arms and legs. Joseph said. You can't even handle his debuff skill for more than 10 seconds. How can you disable him? Then what should we do? Just let him frolic around freely like this. Joseph's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning as he said. If we immediately contact the Qin Province Department of Education and the Professional Association after leaving Ed Island, we can have them ban Jun Cheng from using that skill in the solo competition 3 days later. As long as he doesn't have that skill, beating him will be simple, right? Terry C's eyes lit up. That's what we'll do. Once we propose a protest, this kid will immediately fight me. Ha ha ha. While the crowd was discussing, Su Qingfeng did not intervene. With a cold tone he announced, now I declare the top 10 scorers in this year's new student professional joint entrance examination. These 10 individuals can advance directly to the solo competition 3 days later. For the rest of you, if you wish to challenge these 10, you can register at your respective schools after leaving Ed Island. First place, Jun Cheng, student at Chang'an City No. 12 Middle School, score 3,572 points. Wow. As soon as Su Qingfeng finished speaking, the entire square erupted into a tremor. Jun Cheng, a student from Chang'an City No. 12 Middle School? Who is this kid? I know. A 3-star priest, manhwaedit. Are you kidding me? A 3-star priest breaks 3,000 points. What a joke. Roses. He is more than me by a fraction. With 1,000 points from Blood Guanyan, he alone has 2,572 points, killing over 2,000 inferior beings. Impossible. You're an idiot. Professionals. The higher the ranks of the professionals, the higher the points. Maybe he killed many professionals too, but that's too fake. A 3-star priest kills inferior beings with his head. Who knows? In the midst of numerous discussions, Su Qingfeng announced the top 10 scorers in the new student professional joint entrance examination, and the atmosphere was lively. Jun Cheng's group was also deep in conversation. Chen Zi said worriedly, "Cheng Jade, now that you've taken the top spot, many people are starting to eye you. Being in first place and only a 3-star professional, if someone challenges you." KG said, "What are you afraid of? I'd like to see who can withstand Cheng Ji's acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique. Forget about causing harm. The insult is even more potent." Hehe. Chen Ji's the champion of this year's new student professional examination. Jun Cheng at the top, Ya Jixu in second. Looks like it's payday for our night watchers. Ha ha ha. Jun Cheng explained, Jixu's skills are wide-range and destructive. Whether it's a snowstorm or an ice giant, they are much more effective in team battles compared to me. Ya Jixu said, the exam on Ed Island was a team assessment. The main one is the solo competition 3 days later. By then, the competition will focus on individual combat abilities. Whether it's Qin Zheng or Zhu Chenyu, they are far ahead of me. I don't know if I can win. Jun Cheng shook his head. The solo competition. The prize is that damaged world wonder. I wonder what it is. On the high platform, Su Qingfeng continued. This year's new student professional joint entrance examination concludes here. Farewell, new students. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole square lit up with bright white light, enveloping everyone within. When the light dissipated, Jun Cheng and his group appeared on the square outside the Professional Association in Chang'an City. The crowd was bustling with new student families, guild members, school teachers, reporters, and more. Jun Cheng and his group managed to make their way out of the crowd. He then headed to the Night Watchers gathering spot along with Ya Jixu, Song Chaoyu, and Sai Ji. Soon, they saw Zhao Yangshao. Congratulations to the 3 of you for successfully completing this year's new student professional joint entrance examination. Especially you, Jun Cheng, and also Jixu and Chaoyu. 1 first, 1 second, and 1 7th position. This time we Night Watchers are very proud. Director Shan will probably have trouble sleeping these days. Jun Cheng was surprised. Is it this exaggerating? We're just new student professionals. It's different, said Zhao Yangshao. In past Jin province entrance exams, most of the top scores were from professional families' new student professionals. It's very difficult for others to achieve good results. And this year's new student professional entrance exam saw us Night Watchers taking the 1st, 2nd, and 7th positions. He can't be happy? Most importantly, there's that world wonder. It's something that belongs to the Night Watchers, but we had no choice but to use it as a reward for some reasons. If you can win the top spot in the solo competition 3 days later, both you and Jixu, that world wonder will still belong to us Night Watchers. Understood? Got it. Jun Cheng and Ya Jixu nodded. Song Chaoyu sigh. I'm 7th place. I feel like I won't get too far in the solo competition. Zhao Yangshao raised an eyebrow. Why? Your spirit beasts, both close and long-range combat, are very threatening. Song Chaoyu shrugged. My beasts are gone. The giant python beast and that fishman boss beast were destroyed by Blood Guanyan. She continued with a mournful look. Now I only have 20 inferior professional beasts. Not sure if they can fight the weirdos of 8 and 9-star grades. At those words, several people couldn't help but twitch at the corner of their mouths, and Jun Cheng felt helpless. Are you showing off? I've seen your professional beasts that can use their skills from when they were alive. One person is equivalent to a small team of professionals. Aren't you satisfied? Song Chaoyu shook her head. No, after turning them into beasts, they only rely on instincts for combat. Sometimes I have to command them myself. It's troublesome. And also, I had to search through the battlefield to collect an 8-star inferior profession beast, and to 7-star beasts. The rest are all 6-star and below. If we really fight, it might be dangerous. Alright. Zhao Yongxiao clapped her hands. You, Chaoyu, will stay at the base these days. I'll arrange for someone to train with you, so you'll quickly familiarize yourself with the combat style of inferior professional beasts. Jun Cheng, you come with me to the base. Jun Cheng was puzzled. What's up? Anything happened? Zhao Yongxiao said. Your merits are finally tallied, and there are extra rewards. Finally, Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. It's almost been a month. Why so slow? Zhao Yongxiao shrugged. Who told you to rack up several major achievements in a row, plus they had to adjust the rewards for you. Let's go. Led by Zhao Yongxiao, the group boarded the car and headed towards the Night Watcher's base. In the car, Jun Cheng asked, by the way, Manager Zhao Yongxiao, what about Captain Su Qingfeng? He didn't seem happy on Ed Island. Zhao Yongxiao said, his breakthrough mission failed. Failed? How come? Zhao Yongxiao said, he had planned to sacrifice the inferior race on Ed Island as offerings for the heaven worship mission. Who knew that Senior Din Ruhuo and the others directly set up 200 little boys on Ed Island? Their vision is to grand ... In eliminating most of the subpar beings, they also disrupted Su Qingfeng's breakthrough mission. He could only blame it on bad luck. After all, once the inferior beings use 10 billion lives and blood to perform the blood sacrifice technique, that's not something a mere 30 offerings can compare with. Yao Zhixu suddenly asked, Manager Zhao Yongxiao, what was Captain Su Qingfeng's breakthrough mission? Zhao Yongxiao's tone suddenly became very serious. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but telling you now will affect your state of mind. I can only say that all professional class epic breakthrough missions are the same. Are they all the same? Jun Cheng and the others were dumbfounded, never expecting to hear such a secret. No more talking. The special car soon arrived at the Night Watcher's base. Led by Zhao Yongxiao, they arrived at another office. She took out a document from under the desk and handed it to each of them. From when you joined the Night Watchers until now, it's been about a month. The merits you've gained from the Black Sun cult operation, the Moria secret, and from bringing back the alien corpses, are all recorded in there. The group listened as they opened the documents to check their contents. Jun Cheng was surprised to find out what his document revealed. The so-called merits are a comprehensive evaluation of a member's performance in various tasks and the difficulty of the tasks. Jun Cheng's accomplishments included distracting the 5-star celestial mage of the Black Sun cult, and assisting in killing the celestial mage, revealing the true identity of the cult master, and killing the remnants of the cult master. Together, they earned him 4,500 points in merits. Another 2,000 points came from the Moria secret mission and bringing back a large number of alien corpses. All in all, he had 6,500 points. Previously, Zhao Yongxiao had found Jun Cheng a special skill book called Blood Pestilence, and this cost 1,000 points in merit. At that time, the Blood Pest Chapter 148, the mutation of Blood Kursku. Terrifying attributes. Teresa, Lady Freya has sent a message. The Night Watchman of Xia country has rejected our protest. Joseph quickly walked to the basement of a villa, facing Teresa, who was exercising. What? Teresa exclaimed. He didn't mention our protest from Little White Horse, yet he actually rejected our proposal. Joseph shook his head and said, Little White Horse, so what? This is Xia country, not Eagle country. Damn it. Teresa gritted his teeth, even leaving a handprint on the dumbbell in his hand that he squeezed. So what should we do now? Without banning that Dan Chang from using the acute gastrointestinal bursting technique, I am no match for him at all. Oh God, how could there be such an evil skill? Joseph shook his head. Every year there are awakened professionals who obtain strange skills. I have even heard of a professional who can absorb luck. Oh God, that skill is truly terrifying. Anyone who offends him will be inexplicably struck by disasters. And his friends, relatives, etc., as long as they stay by his side, will continuously gain benefits. You don't know, his existence even affects the change of world conditions. Absorb luck. Teresa stared with wide eyes. Who is it? Having such a powerful ability? Joseph shrugged. Still a professional in Zia country, but now he is stationed at the Abyss Canyon, one of the alien battlefields. Only he, relying on this miraculous ability, has resisted the attacks of the Abyss Demon clan. Teresa gritted his teeth. The alien battlefield is far from me. I want to know what we should do now. If I can't beat him, then the ownership of the world oddities. Joseph smiled confidently. Don't worry, Teresa. We certainly have a way. By the way, how long did you endure under his acute gastrointestinal bursting technique last time? Teresa's mouth twitched and said, probably about 10 seconds, but by the 9th second, I could barely hold on. It was difficult to even move. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, Joseph said. So you just need to defeat him within 9 seconds. Before the debuff effect of the acute gastrointestinal bursting technique is triggered, defeat him at the fastest speed, and we will win. Teresa's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of that? The two highest attributes in my quadruple attributes are strength and agility. Bolstered by special fu and elixirs, both attributes have already exceeded 100 points. 9 seconds should be enough for me to rush to that guy and tear off his limbs. Joseph nodded. Right, we still recognize your strength. In the whole province of Qinzhou, perhaps only Qinzhong, the so-called strongest 9-star Dragon Vein Master, is your match. The strongest 9 stars? Teresa sneered. Is that just the self-proclaimed title of Zia country people? From what I know, the Ghost Warrior of Sakala country, the Undead Monks of White Elephant country, and the Usura Fist Masters of Peacock country also claim that these professionals in their countries are the strongest 9 stars. He pinched his hand. Strong or not, it needs a personal comparison to know. Joseph said, of course, we still trust you. In order for you to succeed, we have specially secured a piece of yellow-grade armor for you. With it, even if we can't completely resist the acute gastrointestinal bursting technique, we can prolong its duration. Yellow-grade equipment? Teresa's eyes lit up. What is it? Joseph reached out and a black suit of armor appeared in his hand. Barbarian bull armor. Made from the golden bull hide of the magical beasts unique to the dark areas of the alien battlefield, it has strong defense capabilities. It also comes with the powerful protection skills of durability aura, barbarian physique, disease removal. Especially the disease removal, we've tried it, and it can remove all the viral skills of the 5-star professional Crimson Witch Doctor. The acute gastrointestinal bursting technique can also be removed. Even though the skill levels are different, I think it can also extend the duration of the acute gastrointestinal bursting technique. If you still can't deal with that guy within this long period of time, then the authorities will have to consider whether to continue cooperating with you. Teresa grabbed the barbarian bull armor and laughed loudly. Rest assured, Joseph, with this armor, watch me break that guy's limbs by myself and snatch the world oddities. Ha ha ha. After parting ways with a few people, Zhun Cheng returned to his room. First, he took a hot bath, turned off his phone, and then threw himself onto the big bed. After 10 days on the Radiant Island without proper sleep, rest was necessary. A quiet night passed, and on the second day, Zhun Cheng only woke up when the sun was high. After washing up, Zhun Cheng took out the space ring, ready to check the results of the joint assessment of new professionals and the harvest on Radiant Island. First, the special ingredients: 30 inferior man tentacles, 20 clumps of inferior man brain, 20 inferior man heart blood were all gathered by him. In addition, there were more. 18 more inferior man tentacles, 11 more clumps of inferior man brain, and 8 more inferior man heart blood. These special ingredients from the inferior man were impossible to dissect for common inferior men. Only professionals from the inferior man clan had the opportunity to dissect these special ingredients. Looking at the pile of white things on the table, Zhun Cheng felt a bit nauseous. Damn it, can I even need inferior men? Grimacing, he still opened his phone to search for how to cook these things. Regardless, the special ingredients from the inferior man clan could greatly improve his quadruple attributes. For the sake of enhanced strength, he must consume them. Inferior man tentacles. Can I turn them into squid shreds? Let me see. BBQ, right? Inferior man tentacles can be barbecued. Add more cumin, chili, and other seasonings, and marinate them for a bit. Then there's the inferior man brain. Eat it raw directly. Also, splatter, inferior man heart blood. turn it into duck blood or pig blood. After checking the information, he quickly listed out a detailed cooking menu. Besides these various inferior man ingredients, there was also a staff, a perfect grade weapon he exchanged with the fragments of Gu Posen Realm. Name: Staff of the Blossoming Power. Durability: 10,000 10,000s. Type: Staff. Weapon: Grade: Perfect. Equipment requirement: Leave 20. Spirit 100 points. Agility 20 points. For spirit-affiliated professionals such as magicians, shamans, priests, warlocks. Effects: Spirit plus 15. Agility plus 10. Spell Vampirism plus 20%. Attach Skill 1. Flying Flower Splash passive. When used, there's a 1% chance of replicating the current skill. The replicated skill's effect is reduced by 20%. Attach Skill 2. Glorious Blossom active. Can control any plant within the current casting range, infusing it with abilities such as Rapid Growth, Coaling, Tree Puppet, Flower Puppet, Grass Puppet, etc. Attach Skill 3. Honey Collection active. Consume spirit power to condense restorative honey using different categories of fresh flowers. The quality of the honey is determined by the grade and freshness of the target flowers. The higher the grade of the flowers, the stronger the effect of the honey. Explanation: Originating from the fairy forest flower elves, this special staff can only be wielded by high-ranking members of the flower elf tribe. Perfect grade staff. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. Not only does it come with spell vampirism, these 3 skills are quite useful too. To first Flying Flower Splash, isn't this just a double casting skill? Each time a skill is used, there's a 1% chance to replicate it. Even though the effect is reduced by 20%, it's still a divine skill, especially if the acute gastrointestinal bursting technique is hit 2 times in a row. TSK TSK TSK. Jun Cheng took in a sharp breath. Then there's the second skill, which can control plants within the casting range and turn them into plant puppets. It could be considered a weaker version of a plant controller. The third skill, Honey Collection. My goodness, as a priest, I finally have my own restorative skill. Jun Cheng was speechless. It had been so long, he finally had a restorative skill, even though it was just an attached skill from the equipment. Wait, I still have a restorative skill book. Jun Cheng reached out and grabbed a skill book that looked like a sheepskin scroll. Blood Curse Gu. Now he could learn it, and he wondered what it would mutate into. Let's not rush into it. After cooking and eating these special ingredients, then I'll learn this skill. Maybe with an increase in the quadruple attributes, learning the skill might mutate into a stronger one. Without hesitation, Jun Cheng decided to learn Blood Curse Gu directly. The Blood Curse Gu skill book in his hand immediately turned into a blood-colored light and flowed into Jun Cheng's forehead. In an instant, a blood-colored skill rune slowly took shape in his mind. As the Blood Curse Gu skill rune took shape, one of the skill trees suddenly emitted a faint light. The Inner Science skill tree. A branch spread out from the Inner Science skill tree, slowly entwining around the Blood Curse Gu skill rune. With the movement of the skill tree, the structure of the Blood Curse Gu skill rune underwent a strange change. A mechanical sound echoed in his mind. You have learned a new skill, Blood Curse Gu. ZZZ. Skill rune is in disorder. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned a new skill. 3 corpses 9 worms. 3 corpses 9 worms. The skill rune successfully condensed and Jun Cheng, opening his eyes, spoke in a strange tone. As I thought, it mutated again. Blood Curse Gu turned into 3 corpses 9 worms. Just unsure of its effect, with a thought, the skill rune representing 3 corpses 9 worms suddenly generated waves in his mind. 3 corpses 9 worms inner. Leave 1. Mutated skill, after casting, can summon the 3 corpses 9 worms within the target's body. The 3 corpses are Upper Corpse Pengru, likes treasures. Middle Corpse Pengzon, likes flavors. Lower Corpse Pengjiao, likes lust. The upper corpse resides in the brain palace, the middle corpse is in the bright hall, and the lower corpse resides in the stomach. The 3 corpses usually reside in the human body, being the root of desires and an illusory evil demon that poisons the body. When a current grade mage uses the skill, the target can be induced into a desired state. Amplify the appetites within the target, causing temporarily bouts of rage, greed, chaos, illusions. Under this state, the target often makes choices differing from their usual character. The 9 worms are the dormant worm, the returning worm, the white worm, the flesh worm, the lung worm, the stomach worm, the cauldron worm, the crimson worm, the bristle worm, different parasites residing in the human body. When a current grade mage uses the skill, the hidden worm within the target can be aroused, reducing the target's strength attribute, causing them to fall into a state of weakness. The more intense the mage's actions and the longer the duration, the more the strength attribute is reduced, and the state of weakness becomes more apparent. SSS. Looking at the myriad of explanations of the skill, Jun Cheng's mouth twitched. Moreover, the effects of this skill seemed too much. 3 corpses 9 worms seemed to be divided into 3 corpses and 9 worms. The first effect of the 3 corpses was to trigger the target's desires, causing them to momentarily fall into states of rage, delusion, and other conditions, making choices different from their normal state, reminiscent of a mixed buff effect of chaos and illusion. The second effect of the 9 worms, meanwhile, presented 9 kinds of parasites. The skill also had a simple effect, inducing the 9 different parasites to target to produce varying weaken effects. For LV1 of the 3 corpses 9 worms, it weakened the target's strength attribute and caused a state of weakness. Seeing the explanation of the skill effect, Jun Cheng pondered. 9 kinds of worms. Does it mean that with each level up, it will cause the summoning of one type of parasite effect? Overall, the mutation of the blood curse grew into 3 corpses 9 worms, which he had learned from the skill book, was satisfactory to Jun Cheng. After equipping the blood Guanyan, Hades' cloak, staff of the blossoming power, his quadruple attributes underwent another earth-shaking change. Name: Jun Cheng. Profession: priest. Stars: 3 stars. Level: LV20. Soul force: 120 100,000ths. Physical strength: 310. Strength: 170. Agility: 110. Spirit: 348. Resistance: full resistance 70%, toxic resistance 40%, flame resistance 17%. Physical attributes: levitation ability 1%, digestive ability +4%, male function +5%, underwater breathing +35%. Spell attributes: spell penetration 15%, spell vampirism 15%. Equipment: blood Guanyan, staff of the blossoming power, cloud soaring sword, Hades cloak, Gale Vol Fang necklace, spatial ring, backpack, scroll of return, inferior man tentacles *18, inferior man brain *11, inferior man heart blood *8. Skills: inner skills: acute gastrointestinal bursting technique leave 4, special trade 1, random anal fissure, crimson flame conflagration LV4, special trade 1, burn heart, incinerate soul, universal skill slot, blood ignition art LV3, special trade 1, burning remedy, central radar life monitoring art leave 6, special trade 1, auto navigation, special trade 2, auto treasure hunting, adrenaline rush art leave 2, universal skill slot, 3 corpses 9 worms LV1, universal skill slot, outer skills, random dissection art LV5, special trait 1, biological DNA collection, tetanus blade LV3, special trait 1, permanent destruction, penicillin binding protein shielding art LV1. The quadruple attributes, with physical strength and spirit exceeding 300 points, and strength and agility both over 100 points. If this kind of attribute was known by others, it would surely give them a heart attack. In addition to 6 professional skills, he also learned 3 universal skills. These 3 universal skills learned from the universal skill slots were all inner science skills. This meant he only had 1 universal skill slot left. Closing the attributes panel and feeling the surging power within, Jun Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. With such attributes, be it in the solo ranked games or right in the alien battlefield, he could survive, right? There's still an egg. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up, flipping his hand to take out a large egg, about the height of a person, with an overall black-red color, from the spatial ring. This large egg was an additional gift from Din Ryu, said to be discovered in the sacred mountain within the inferior man clan's holy mountain called Emperor Mountain on Radiant Island. He didn't know what was inside. The eggs on Radiant Island are surely not from normal creatures. If all else fails, I'll just dissect it directly. Jun Cheng took out the cloud-soaring sword, recalling he once dissected a flame serpent lizard's egg. Surely this egg could yield good stuff too. Just as he was about to take a swipe, the beast egg suddenly emitted a weak spiritual wave. It sounded like a bird call, yet also seemed like insect chirping. Jun Cheng paused, his expression somewhat eerie. A spiritual wave. The life within the egg is awakening. Does it have its own consciousness? What on earth is inside, right? Perhaps Yan Rui might know. I'll ask her when I contact her after the solo ranked games end. End of chapter 149. What happened with the snow at dawn and rain? I want them all. Solo ranking, one shot. Another day had passed, and Chen Zi and Saiji once again arrived at Jun Cheng's house. As soon as they entered, Saiji exclaimed, Cheng Zhe, are you ready? What do I need to prepare? Jun Cheng nonchalantly replied, tossing a bottle of beer to each of them. That's right, Cheng Zhe. If you have a sudden acute gastroenteritis explosion technique, anyone can't hold on. Haha tilde by the way, have you to sign up for the solo ranking tournament? Jun Cheng suddenly asked. This is an opportunity for training that should not be wasted. Saiji quickly shook his head. I'll pass. I have over 500 points from Radiation Island, enough to enroll in a top professional university. Participating in the solo ranking tournament would be embarrassing. Chen Zi also shook his head. Chen Zhe, I'm not participating either. I have been accepted early by the Northwestern Military Academy, and I will have to sign up for military training in a month. So soon? Both of them were surprised. They didn't expect Chen Zi to make the decision so quickly. Enrolling in the Northwestern Military Academy, the only professional military academy in the province of Qinzhou, and one of the 3 major military academies in the Xia Empire. Each year, they only admit a fixed number of new professional students, and only from 4-star and above combat professionals. Chen Zi being accepted by the Northwestern Military Academy was quite lucky. Chen Zi smiled and said, I was mentally prepared long ago. Didn't I tell you before? Thanks to Cheng Zhe this time, even though I only have over 480 points from the Radiation Island assessment, with the 6-star Earth Heart gemstone you gave me before, I still passed the interview and physical test for the Northwestern Military Academy. That day, I even saw Zhu Chengyu. That kid seems to have already become an officer. Damn. Jun Cheng didn't know what to say. He just picked up a beer and clinked it with Chen Zi. Take care, bro. After a gulp of beer, Chen Zi laughed heartily. Cheng Zhe, why so sentimental? I'm going to college, not saying goodbye forever. Jun Cheng smiled faintly. Cheers. The Northwestern Military Academy, one of the 3 major military academies in the Xia Empire, is located in the northwestern part of the province of Qinzhou. The number of students and teachers in the school is fixed at over 80,000 each year, mostly consisting of professionals with different star ranks. Unlike ordinary professional colleges, the military professionals of the 3 major military academies, after their first year, have to enter corresponding alien battlefields for performance and training exercises, fighting against aliens. Even at one of the alien battlefields, the Northwestern Military Academy has a branch school. Every year, all students have to go to the underground cave school for training, with a life and death battle. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of military professionals from the 3 major military academies is extremely strong. As for ordinary professional colleges, except for some special cases, they at least have to be in their 3rd year before they are eligible to go to alien battlefields. After finishing a bottle of beer, Jun Cheng suddenly said, Chen Zi, how about we go together? At least there will be someone to look after each other. Yes, I'll go too. Saiji quickly shouted, great fortune. We accompany each other. We are. No. Chen Zi immediately shook his head and refused, saying, Cheng Zhe, Saiji, I know you mean well, but entering the military academy is just my dream, and I don't want to hold you back, especially you, Cheng Zhe. With your points from Radiation Island, you can easily enter one of the top national universities, especially the Imperial Capital Advanced Professional University. Don't waste it. Staying with me at the military academy would be too much of a waste. Besides, Chen Zi grinned. The Northwestern Military Academy recruits combat professionals of 4-star or higher. Cheng Zhe, you are a 3-star priest, and Saiji, you are also a 3-star poultry druid. It's not certain if they would accept you. Support professions need to be at least 6-star or higher to enter the military academy. The 2 of you better take a break. Ha ha ha. Damn it, Cheng Zhe. This guy actually looks down on us. Let's beat him. I'll make you kneel down and call me daddy today, or you're my daddy. Ah, spare me. Who the hell poked my kite? After more than 10 minutes, The three of them finally stop and lay down on the sofa. Chen Zi, Zheng Cheng suddenly said, take care. I know, you can rest assured, Cheng Jie. I'm a tank, even the aliens would have to break through my defenses, right? Ha ha, indeed. With your thick skin, Cheng Jie, you also need to be careful. Careful about what? About the renegades and opponents in the solo ranking tournament, Chen Zi said. I heard that Terry targeted you in this assessment. Terry. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed. I understand. Sai Ji also said. Cheng Jie, I purposely checked the list of applicants for the solo ranking tournament. Besides the 10 of you, there are over 30 people choosing to challenge you. So few? Zheng Cheng was surprised. In previous years, during the solo ranking assessment, there would be at least 200 to 300 applicants, striving to be in the top 10 in the province's high school entrance examination. Unexpectedly, this year there were so few. Sai Ji shrugged. This year is different from previous years. There are only 3 9-star professionals, and the rest are all 8-star professionals, especially you, Cheng Jie. Your acute gastroenteritis explosion technique is something few can withstand. Your reputation precedes you. Who dares challenge you? It's only you who made the number of challengers sharply decrease this year. Zheng Cheng asked. Besides the 10 of us, who do you think has a chance? At that point, Sai Ji suddenly sat up, his eyes sparkling. Yes, there are. New students who dare to challenge you. Among you crazy people, all are extremely skilled 7-star professionals. Among them, 3 people are the strongest, with points from Radiation Island even less than the 10 of you. Chen Zi also sat up. Who are they? The first one is Zhao Wujin, a freshman from Chang'an City Defense Force affiliated school, a 7-star professional Asia Dragon Knight, with a violent dragon as a mount, very strong in melee combat. Zhao Wujin, Chen Zi suddenly said. I know him. He is Zhu Chengyu's classmate. I didn't expect him to participate in the challenge. But of course, Sai Ji said, after confirming that he will join the Northwestern Military Academy, who wouldn't want more rewards, even though they have already decided. Moreover, it is said that as long as they break into the top 10 in the solo ranking tournament assessment, the military will award different military ranks and rewards based on ranking and strength. Zheng Cheng nodded. Who else? Yan Chen, Sai Ji continued. Also from the Military Academy Middle School, a 7-star covert professional, a natural scout. I heard he can go invisible in any kind of map and deliver a one-hit kill to the target. A natural scout. Never heard of it. Also, is he Zhu Chengyu's classmate too? Zheng Cheng and Chen Zi were surprised. They didn't expect so many talented people in the military school middle school. Sai Ji shrugged. I don't know the specific situation, but from what I know, all the teammates who went to Radiation Island with Zhu Chengyu participated in this solo ranking tournament. There is one more person, Li Xu. He is a 7-star frost mage. Also from the military school? Not this one. Sai Ji shook his head, but he is very proficient in ice magic, especially in control-type ice magic. It is said that he soloed a normal difficulty Fire Rat's Nest. Fire Rat's Nest. Both of them were surprised. They were familiar with this dungeon. Oh, and one more person. I almost forgot. Who? John Mayan. Sai Ji said. When she was on Radiation Island with us, she was sent out early like us. Her points were lower than the top 10 of you. But her strength is also strong. Her goal this time is to be in the top 10. John Mayan. In Zheng Cheng's mind, there appeared a young girl wearing a white gauze dress, with a lotus flower hairpin on her forehead, a princess-cut hairstyle, and, what did Song Chaoyu said? An Oedipus complex. Is it true? Sai Ji suddenly said. By the way, Cheng Jie, which university do you want to apply to? The Imperial Capital one. Zheng Cheng casually said. I don't mind. Normally, I would be admitted to the Imperial Capital Advanced Professional University, but you also know my professional star rank is only 3 stars. It's uncertain if there will be any mishaps. Imperial Capital Advanced Professional University. The lowest admission professional star rank is also 6 stars or above. Chen Jie, I believe in you. You will definitely be accepted. So do I. Sai Ji hesitated. Zijie staying in Chang'an City. Chen Jie going to the Imperial Capital. Why don't I stay in Chang'an City too? No. Chen Zi immediately shook his head. You should go to the Imperial Capital with Cheng Jie. Your points are not low, and you are the only professional poultry druid. With that, you can get into a good university in the Imperial Capital. Saiji chuckled. I don't know whether you're mocking me or praising me. All right. Jun Cheng patted him on the back. Stop overthinking. No matter which university you go to, we are brothers, right? That's right. Cheng Jie is right. Gosh, soon. The day of the solo ranking tournament assessment arrived. Jun Cheng, Yao Jixu, and Song Chaoyu, led by Gao Yang, arrived at the Professional Guild Plaza early in the morning. You three must not be nervous. This is a rare opportunity, so cherish it. You must take it seriously, show your normal skills, and strive to maintain the top 10. Teachers, principals, and classmates are all waiting for your good news. Gao Yang chattered all the way, and the three of them were almost deaf from listening. Jun Cheng reluctantly said, Can you take a break, old Gao? You've been talking for ages, aren't you tired? What? I'm not tired. Gao Yang shook his head. The number of challengers this year is low. It may end in a day, so you three must not be nervous. Song Chaoyu sighed. Finally got rid of old Gao. He's too talkative. Yao Jixu coldly said, Old Gao is also doing it for her own good. Aren't you afraid of hurting his feelings? Hurt feelings? Song Chaoyu grinned. He's more than happy. How could his feelings be hurt? She then glared at Yao Jixu. HMPH. Lucky you. Big Ice Cube. Yao Jixu clenched the small hand hidden in his sleeve, resisting the urge to throw a punch. Jun Cheng quickly said, It's about to start. Let's go. Taking one each by the hand, they walked towards the podium. Yao Jixu's body first trembled, but she obediently followed. Song Chaoyu even stuck close, completely unconcerned about the onlookers' stares. Wow. To goddesses, who is that guy? Damn, lucky guy. Jun Cheng. To Jun Cheng from No. 12 Middle School. Damn, I really want to challenge him. If you can withstand his acute gastroenteritis explosion technique, go ahead and challenge him. Damn. In the square, the crowd was bustling as usual. In the middle were 10 huge podiums. Each podium was 200 meters long and wide, covering a vast area. This was a rule to accommodate ranged professionals with adequate casting distances. Otherwise, in a match between a ranged and melee professional, the melee could easily reach the ranged without fairness. Therefore, each assessment required a podium area of over 4,000 square meters to provide sufficient casting distance for ranged professionals. In the center of the square, there were 10 massive podiums surrounded by people. Students, audience friends, it's time for the annual new Professional Joint High School Assessment Solo Ranking Tournament to begin. The host's voice resounded loudly. First, let me explain the rules of the new Professional Joint High School Assessment Solo Ranking Tournament. The 10 professionals with the highest scores will become defenders of the podiums. Other new professional challengers who signed up will be paired according to their registration time and whom they want to challenge. The winner stays, the loser steps down. Each challenger can only select one defender to challenge, and once a defender loses, they can challenge another defender, but only 2 opportunities. The victorious challenger automatically becomes a defender and no longer accepts new challengers. After each match, there will be a 10-minute break. Now, please bring all challengers onto the stage. As the host declared, over 30 challengers entered one by one and stood beneath their chosen defender's podium. Here it comes. The solo ranking tournament, new professional PK live. Ha ha ha. Damn. Why are there so few participants in the solo ranking tournament this year? Over 30 people. This year, our high-star professionals in the province are a bit too many. Those in the top 10 are all 8-star professionals, and there's one monster everyone knows they can't beat, so fewer challengers. A monster? Which one? The guy who can give you diarrhea. I know. It said that Ju Chenyu, a 9-star professional, and Terry, an 8-star professional, couldn't even last for 10 seconds, and the most powerful 9-star Qin Zheng lasted only 12 seconds. Damn. What a real monster. Damn. Look at the podiums. 30 challengers, not a single one chose Jun Cheng's podium. Damn. That's true. On the podium, Jun Cheng's expression was also quite peculiar. Just as the crowd discussed, among the 30-plus challengers, there wasn't a single one below his podium. A chilly breeze rolled in, raising a cloud of dust. Jun Cheng subconsciously looked back, and indeed, the other 9 podiums were crowded with challengers queuing up. The nearest one to him, Yao Jixu on the second podium, had 3 people. On the third podium, Ju Chengyu had 3 challengers. On the fourth podium, Qin Zheng had 2 challengers. On the fifth podium, Terry had a total of 7 challengers, the most among all defenders. Infuriated, he cursed aloud on the podium. The remaining 6th to 10th podiums had Li Jingqi, Song Chaoyu, Hao Zhao, Li Mi, and Yan Haoren, each with 3 to 5 challengers. Will all judges please come up to the stage? With a snicker, the referee on the 2nd podium raised his hand and announced, the victor of the 2nd podium, Yao Jixu, *****, end of chapter, ****, chapter 150 Summoner Showdown, defeat you in your best way, ha ha ha. Just as the official match of the first round began, on a high platform inside the professional union, more than 10 figures were either sitting or standing, looking into the distance at the people competing on the arena. The figure sitting at the highest position, if Zhun Cheng were here, he would definitely recognize Shen Nanfeng, head of the Night Watchman Bureau in Chang'an City. As the head of the Night Watchman Bureau, Shen Nanfeng's identity and status were very special. Apart from being the bureau head, he also held the position of Deputy City Guard of Chang'an City. He even had a high-level status within the military. Standing behind him was Zhao Yangshao, staring intently at the arena. Beside the two figures was a middle-aged man in military uniform. The loud laughter just now came from him. Lao Shen, your night watchmen are remarkable this year, actually winning 3 of the top 10 seats in one go. And there's a 9-star level Yao Jixu, who can defeat a 7-star professional in such a short time. Impressive, impressive indeed. Shen Nanfeng chuckled. What are you saying? Lin Dashui, it's all for resisting the human professionals of the alien races. Why do we need to distinguish between you and me? Lin Dashui gave a thumbs up. You're right, Shen Nanfeng, you speak with great skill. I'll just say it directly, Yao Jixu's abilities are very suitable for large-scale warfare. Director Shen, why not let her join our military? This type of profession is being underutilized in your night watchmen. Zhao Yangshao said, Uncle Lin, Yao Jixu was recruited by me. It's not appropriate for you to poach her so directly. Ha ha ha. Lin Dashui laughed. Niece Zhao, why are you turning against us? Our families have a long-standing relationship. A promising newcomer like Yao Jixu should belong to our military. You know very well that the underground Great Wall has been getting restless in recent years. Those demon races have been causing chaos. In case the underground Great Wall falls, Uncle Lin, the underground Great Wall has thousands of military professionals guarding it. How could anything go wrong? Zhao Yangshao said. Besides, Yao Jixu is a good kid. If you need her assistance, we can bring her to support you immediately. What's the difference between the night watchmen and the military? Of course, there's a difference. Zhao Yangshao was getting impatient. Uncle Lin, why don't we swap Yao Jixu and Zhu Chengyu? Let Yao Jixu go to you, and Zhu Chengyu join our night watchmen. This. He, Shen Nanfeng chuckled. Old Lin, don't have any ideas about our night watchmen. For hundreds of years, when have we night watchmen ever abandoned our teammates? If you have the time, why not think of a way to deal with the unrest in the underground Great Wall? Zhao Yangshao asked curiously. What's going on in the underground Great Wall? What's happening? Lin Dashui looked around at the crowd, opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. In Zhao Yangshao's ears, however, a voice was heard. It's nothing, just a new demon king born from the underground Great Wall, looking to seize some territory. A demon king. Zhao Yun's eyes flashed, muttering, another epic-level demon king, strengthening the tower of the demon races. Damn it, niece Zhao. Don't worry. Our underground Great Wall is not easy to deal with. Lin Dashui shook his head. No matter how strong the new demon king is, it's impossible for him to break through the underground Great Wall on his own. It's just about plundering territory and resources. They won't reach our blue star. That's good. While the three were having a quiet conversation, the other shadows around them were excitedly discussing. The first match on Arena 2 is over so quickly. It's Yao Jixu from the Night Watchman organization, a 9-star professional. Director Shen, it looks like your night watchmen are the big winners this year. What about that world-renowned treasure? All the people here are representatives of the major powers in Chang'an City. Several major professional families, the military, professional guilds, large companies, etc. Shen Nanfeng smiled. Thank you all. The solo qualifiers have just begun, and no one can predict the results. But I personally think the one I look forward to the most is Qin Zheng from the Qin family. He awakened as the #1 Dragon Vein Master, and as far as I know, there are only 3 Dragon Vein Masters in the world currently. Once he reaches the epic level, he's known as the strongest of the same rank. The Qin family is truly the pillar of my Xia kingdom, especially in my Qin prefecture. The elder of the Qin family on the left side smiled so much that his face turned into a chrysanthemum. Where the night watchmen Xiao Jixu and Zhu Chengyu under Lin Dashui are also very promising. Who wins and loses is still uncertain. I also think another newcomer from the night watchman is even stronger. An 8-star hidden profession soul-sucking succubus. No, it's that 3-star priest. I heard my son mention him. He saved many people during the last expedition to the mysterious realm. And that special skill that can give people diarrhea. Nobody can withstand it in the solo qualifiers. I heard that this kid's skills are unusual, and his combat skills should not be underestimated. During the Radiant Island assessment, he even earned the top spot and destroyed an offering. I heard that there was a protest from an international school teacher wanting to ban competitor Zhang Cheng from using that skill. I also heard about it. This time, the solo qualifiers are for showcasing all the competitors' abilities, and his skill really isn't suitable for this occasion. The conversation around the area was filled with discussions about Zhang Cheng's sudden onset to cue gastroenteritis technique. Many were even suggesting secretly that Zhang Cheng's skill should be banned. Everyone. Shen Nanfang's voice suddenly ran out, and everyone subconsciously stopped their discussions. Why should we, Xia Kingdom people, listen to foreigners' suggestions and protests during our assessment? Furthermore, the solo qualifiers simulate real battlefield competition. In a real battlefield, enemies will do anything to win. Just a debuff skill like causing diarrhea. What's there to fear? Could it be that our new professional trainees from Xia Kingdom can't handle even this little crisis? Shen Nanfang's words silenced the crowd, and no one dared to say anything more. Suddenly, a commotion broke out on the arena not far away, and the discussion voices grew louder. The figures in the area were attracted, subconsciously looking towards that direction. Lin Dashui asked curiously, "What's happening? Is there something going on?" Soon, a guard ran in, respectful. "General, there's been an unexpected development on Arena 7. Unexpected? What happened?" Arena 7? Zhao Yongxiao's expression changed. Arena 7 was where Song Qiaoyu was fighting. Could it be that her identity as a professional was in question? The Lord of the Dark Days. The guard explained. 2 powerful summoners have appeared on Arena 7, attracting the attention of many professionals. Summoners? Lin Dashui's eyes lit up. For the military, head professionals were vital. But they highly preferred professions like beastmasters and summoners, especially for the defense of the underground world in Qin province. In the underground world, the demon race could recruit and raise endless demon beasts. In such situations, beastmasters and summoners were needed to cultivate a large number of expendable demon beasts and monsters to counter the demon beasts of the demon race. Lin Dashui immediately stood up and walked towards the door. "I'll go take a look." Meanwhile, on Arena 7, Song Qiaoyu stood facing another professional, a male summoner. The professional looked bulky, standing like a walking bear. Song Qiaoyu looked at him suspiciously, as the night watchman had provided her with information. This big guy seemed to be called Wang Hao. He was a new professional from the 2nd middle school in Chang'an City, a 7-star wilderness beastmaster, able to tame a large number of demon beasts and monsters for his use. His strength was unknown. The referee stepped forward and asked, "Are you both ready?" "Ready. I'm ready too." Well, the first match on Arena 7 begins. As the referee's declaration fell, Wang Hao quickly patted the spirit beast pouch on his waist. The pouch opened swiftly, and out flew more than 10 blood-red creatures, each the size of a sparrow and with blood-red stingers at the rear, charging towards Song Qiaoyu, the wilderness beastmaster. In this world, this was an extremely powerful and influential profession. Due to the wide variety of demon beasts and monsters in the wild, common beastmasters could only tame ordinary animals like tigers, lions, or leopards. But as a professional, beastmasters could use their talents and skills to tame various demon beasts and monsters. They would turn them into pets and command them in battle. It was said that some powerful beastmasters could even control quasi-dragons, dragon beasts, or even giant dragons, employing them as pets to fight, making them very powerful. In the Qin military district, there was a Beastmaster squadron composed of Beastmasters, all able to summon a tide of demon beasts. This was why the Qin Military District had always been recruiting Beastmasters, summoners, and other professionals. So when hearing that two summoners were present on Arena 7, he immediately took notice. Those are ... poison sting bees. Oh my. Wang Hao actually raised these spirit beasts. Poison sting bees are high-level iron tier spirit beasts, and they're also group creatures adept at paralyzing venom. Even professionals above level 30 would die from their stings if there were more than 100 of them. Luckily, there are just over 10 of them. We should be able to handle them ... As everyone was focused on the meandering poison sting bees, Wang Hao clapped his hands again, and another spirit pouch flashed as a massive figure appeared in front of him, with fur limbs on the ground, swollen muscles all over, what seemed like iron armor covering his back, and a sharp horn about a meter long growing out of his head. Holy cow! It's an ironclad rhinoceros, another high-level iron tier spirit beast. The ironclad rhinoceros is both offensive and defensive. Its horn is strong enough to punch a hole through a tank. To high-level iron tier spirit beasts, to freaky, the ironclad rhinoceros has strong defensive capabilities. Its skin is almost like iron, and ordinary professionals wouldn't be able to handle it. He had kicked the young dragon on which Zhao Wujin was riding, crippling it directly with a forceful blow from his fighting aura. Rest for a while, young dragon. I'll definitely avenge you. Zhao Wujin covered the young dragon's chest, a flash of malice in his eyes. He held his dual blades and rushed towards Terry. Bring it on. I've been waiting for you. Terry also roared, his massive figure charging towards Zhao Wujin again. Clang, clang, clang. The two collided, their dual blades and sword constantly clashing, sparking a lot of fires. Unfortunately, this time Terry had the upper hand, pressing Zhao Wujin to retreat continuously. His arms were constantly vibrating with intense force, and his muscles immediately began to ache. Ha ha ha. Die. Die yourself. Terry shouted frantically as he continued striking with his large sword, almost like a madman. Clang. Terry's large sword struck Zhao Wujin's dual blades again, but this time the dual blades suddenly dropped downwards. Terry's large sword also hit the ground hard. Terry's figure subconsciously lunged forward, while Zhao Wujin twisted his body, stepping directly on the large sword as Terry's large sword hit the ground. Zhao Wujin's body leaned forward, giving up his dual blades, and a triangular military dagger appeared in his hand. With a simple straight thrust, the triangular military dagger turned into a flash of lightning, penetrating directly into Terry's chest. Normally, on the battlefield, this triangular military dagger would have pierced a vital organ, such as the head. However, since this was only a match, not a fight to the death, Zhao Wujin changed his mind, trying to seriously injure Terry. For Zhao Wujin, from a military family, dual blades were not his forte. His expertise lay in military combat and military daggers. Crimson and thick blood, trickling down the triangular dagger, flowed onto Zhao Wujin's hand. Zhao Wujin frowned and subconsciously twitched the triangular dagger, only to find it stuck. Muscles in Terry's chest twitched, gripping the triangular dagger in Zhao Wujin's hand tightly. Oh no! Zhao Wujin's eyes flashed, and he instinctively let go of the triangular dagger, kicking Terry's chest with his right foot, his body quickly retreating. Roar! However, it was too late. Anchored by the intense pain, Terry roared furiously, extending his arms forcefully, grabbing Zhao Wujin's arms tightly. I'll tear you apart. I'll tear you to pieces. The two arms exerted force, and Zhao Wujin immediately felt a tremendous force, his whole body in intense pain. Damn it! Zhao Wujin's expression turned pale. Both his legs wrapped around Terry's neck, restricting his movements. Trying to get loose, he found that his strength simply couldn't compete with Terry's. I'll tear you apart. Terry roared again, his hands expanding with muscular power, overpowering even Zhao Wujin's thighs. Snap! The sound of bones grinding harshly echoed through the air, causing Zhao Wujin's face to twist in agony. Stop! No fighting on the arena. Damn it! Several angry shouts rang out, but Terry paid no attention, trying to tear Zhao Wujin in half once again. Just as the tension escalated, protection spells flashed over the arena, blocking Terry's immense strength. The referee at Ring 5 quickly shouted, Terry, stop. Let go of Zhao Wujin. In this match, the winner is you. Terry, stop. The roar of the referee echoed as Terry panted heavily, glaring fiercely at the two. Ha! This is so thrilling. This is the real deal, a real fight to the death. Terry is so strong. He almost tore Zhao Wujin in half. Ridiculous. If that dagger had struck Terry's neck or head with a critical hit, Zhao Wujin would have surely won. Too bad there are no ifs. Amidst these discussions, Zhao Wujin hobbled over to a few people. Are you okay, Wujin? Just a minor injury with the protective spell. Chen Wan. Be careful. Defeat Terry, if you can. His close combat skills make him enter a frenzy and provoke him to enter a wild state. When he's in a frenzy, his attacks are chaos, and he won't care about getting hurt. That's your chance. Of the challenges participating in the single-player tournament, Zhao Wujin and Cheng Wan were challenging the same opponent, Terry. On Ring 1, Zheng Cheng also found it peculiar. Two military challengers, Zhao Wujin and Cheng Wan, both challenging Terry. Could it be the military's intention? His gaze shifted to Zhu Chengyu, who greeted him back with a smile. Soon, the first round of matches ended. Among the 10 defenders, one had been defeated. Li Mei. This hot-tempered girl, with the strongest attacking abilities as a thunder and fire mage, had indeed failed. She lost her title as a defender, and the one who defeated her was John Mayan, the divine witch, John Mayan. Many were surprised at John Muan's victory. Li Mei was not only an 8-star professional, but also known for her powerful lightning and fire magic, capable of turning people into ashes. Zheng Cheng had once aspired to awaken as a professional like her. Unexpectedly, she was defeated. Li Mei lost. What a shame. I just saw it. John Muan's abilities are quite extraordinary. The downpour she summoned could extinguish flames, even blocking Li Mei's lightning spells. Two beautiful women fighting is so exciting. The second round is about to begin. I wonder who among these 10 will lose next. Amidst the discussions, Zheng Cheng admired the experienced eye of the professionals' guild elders. As mentioned, the second round of matches quickly commenced. None of the 10 defenders had lost their spots until now. Ring 1, Zheng Cheng. Ring 2, Yao Shixu. Ring 3, Zhu Chengyu. Ring 4, Qin Zheng. Ring 5, Terry. Ring 6, Bai Jingqi. Ring 7, San Xiaoyu. Ring 8, Hao Zhao. Ring 9, John Mayan. Ring 10, Yan Haoren. These 10 individuals once again received cheers from the crowd. The championship is ending. The real rankings are starting. Who will clinch the first place this year? I think it will be Zhu Chengyu, a Dragon Knight. I think it will be Qin Zheng, the self-proclaimed #1 9-star professional. I believe Zheng Cheng will be the first. Oh my. I also think that. Haha no. Before, no one dared to challenge him because no one could withstand his skills. But now with the rankings starting and these professionals being 8 or 9 stars, supported by powerful factions, they could find gear to counter his spells. Those willing to make an investment will surely find equipment or items that can counter his skills. I also think it won't be him. His sudden acute gastrointestinal burst skill erupts within 10 seconds. As long as someone can defeat him within that time, they will win, right? The betting lines are open. Curry, place your baits. Zhu Chengyu for first place, 1 to 1.03. Qin Zheng for first place, 1 to 1.02. Yao Shixu for first place, 1 minute 1 second and 45 milliseconds. What's Zheng Cheng's line? 1 minute 45 seconds and 5 milliseconds. Oh, such a high line. Isn't this a fortune overnight? Quick, place your baits. I'm in for 1,000. I'm in for 10,000. Amid the cheers of the crowd, millions, if not billions, of assets flowed into the underground black market. In the crowd, Chen Zi and KG also approached the official lottery station. Zheng Cheng for first place, 1 minute 22 seconds and for milliseconds. Chen Zi shrug, only 22 times the odds. After all, this is an official lottery station with a reputable reputation. Brother, why not bet on the black market? They're offering 45 odds, KG wondered. Chen Zi gave him a look. What if they run off? Zheng Cheng's odds are high. Many speculators will bet on him. The black market boss can't handle such a payout if everyone wins, and they run off. Let's bet it all. Oh, KG hesitated, pulling out another bank card and putting it on the counter. My savings for over 10 years. Over 2,000. What about gold coins? Only around 500, half of which my mom rewarded me. I bet it all. Sighing, KG pulled out another card, placing it on the table. Zheng Cheng has bet how much? 200,000 and another 100,000 in gold coins. What? Jun Cheng is also a big spender. The two discussed quietly as they watched the matches unfold. Translator's note: the chapter features intense combat scenes and strategic discussions among the characters as they navigate the challenges in the arena. Chapter 152. The Showdown. Ya Jixu vs. Son Qiaoyu. I want to challenge. Ya Jixu. As soon as Son Qiaoyu's voice fell, a wave of exclamations erupted on the entire square. Wow, finally a challenge. Son Qiaoyu challenging Yao Jixu. So cool. To beautiful ladies. Aren't they from the same school? Are they going to compete? You know nothing. This is a case of two tigresses not sharing the same mountain. Unless they have the same parent. Two fierce women, definitely going to. Hehe, I heard that they got into it over a guy. How is that possible? What guy can make two girls fall for him? It can't be Jun Cheng, can it? Huh, how do you know? Wow, gossip. Amidst the buzzing chatter, Yao Jixu's cold face appeared on the big screen at that moment. At this moment, Yao Jixu remained calm, her eyes calm as if she had already anticipated Son Qiaoyu's challenge. The host's face also lit up and quickly said, "Good. The 7th rank student, Son Qiaoyu, is challenging the 2nd rank student, Yao Jixu. According to the rules of the individual ranking competition, Yao Jixu must not refuse this challenge. Otherwise, Son Qiaoyu will automatically receive the 2nd position. Yao Jixu, are you ready?" Thousands of eyes in the audience and hundreds of thousands of viewers in front of the TV were all fixed on Yao Jixu. In a cold tone, Yao Jixu replying, "I accept." Good. Wow, she accepted. Let the match begin. I love watching girls battle it out in real life. Ha ha ha. Too bad, they are both long-range attackers without physical contact. It would be more fun if it were close combat. Are you suggesting they are both wrestlers and it would be better if they wore bikinis? Wow. You think just like me. In the lively crowd, Yao Jixu glanced back at Jun Cheng. Jun Cheng's mouth twitched, whispering, "Good luck." Yao Jixu retorted, "Won't you go cheer for her?" I'll go later." Yao Jixu gave him a disdainful look, then turned and stepped onto the only platform in the center of the square. Son Qiaoyu, not far away, also walked over, glaring at Jun Cheng. "What did you tell her?" "Good luck." "All right, I'll do my best." Huh. Son Qiaoyu smiled sweetly and stepped onto the other side of the platform. "Hey, buddy, are you not playing both sides?" Zhu Chengyu whispered as he approached. "Who said that?" Before Jun Cheng could retort, Qin Jun interjected seriously, "To be precise, playing 3 sides." Zhu Chengyu's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Who else?" Qin Jun nodded towards a tall, elegant fashion beauty with a slim face glancing ferociously at the 2 women on the stage. "Who is she?" "Li Zhen's sister, Li Zhao." "Oh, from the Li family in Chang'an City. How impressive. Indeed. Zhao Zhao is fierce and willful. I didn't expect Jun Cheng to be able to control her. I really admire." Bai Jingqi also came over, grinning. Jun Cheng and Zhao Zhao, real hero, saves damsel in distress, offering himself. "Get lost." Jun Cheng pushed them away, gritting his teeth. "Dare to set them up like this and want to spread rumors." The 3 paled and quickly backed off a couple of steps. "Damn it, Jun Cheng, if you dare to use this thing on the platform, I will fight you." "Me too. My family's old folks are almost going crazy because of this skill of yours." "Cut it out, Jun Cheng. I won't challenge you." The bickering continued as the match between Yao Jixu and Son Qiaoyu on the platform began. With the referee's call of begin, the 2 stood there without making a move. For over 10 seconds, they just stared at each other, showing no intention of attacking. The surrounding crowd was baffled. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? What are they thinking? Is something wrong with their faces? Who do you think will win? Definitely Yao Jixu, a 9-star professional. I think Son Qiaoyu will win. She has a team of inferior professional players under her. The discussions from the spectators below had no effect on the 2 on the platform. As time passed, Son Qiaoyu couldn't control herself any longer. "Why aren't you making a move? I'm waiting for you. What is your relationship with him?" "Who?" "Stop pretending not to know him." "Me and her." Yao Jixu tilted her head. "Friends, colleagues, classmates. Is that all?" "There's more." "What else?" "Ask me again after a battlefield encounter." "Why? It's none of your business." "Jun Cheng is mine." "Sure. I said he is mine." "Why? Aren't you guys not involved?" "Who said that?" "I guessed. He used to pursue me. I've heard about it. But didn't you reject him? Who rejected him? I was testing him. That's rejecting. You are so annoying. You too. Song Qiaoyu was irritated. In this match, whoever loses will stay away from Zhang Cheng a bit. No way. Why not? It's for your own good. In case I'm not around, you will still be able to be with him. What are you talking about? So out of the blue. Either way, I will win this match, and you don't have to leave him. So annoying. Let's fight first. Song Qiaoyu scratched her head, chanted a complex spell, and summoned a black figure that rushed toward Yao Jixu. With a flick of her hand, a sharp bone spike protruded from her palm, shimmering with a cold light. This was Song Qiaoyu's second 7-star inferior professional player, the Bone Blade Assassin. Yao Jixu summoned a massive ice giant, a skill that impressed the spectators. The ice giant was small in size, but had the same appearance and control over ice as snow. The ice giant advanced and trampled several of Song Qiaoyu's summoned creatures in its path. In response, Song Qiaoyu smiled cunningly and summoned another creature, the Bone Blade Assassin, who launched an attack at Yao Jixu. The tension between the two competitors escalated as the battle unfolded, with each trying to gain the upper hand in the fierce confrontation. The match between Yao Jixu and Song Qiaoyu was intense, with various summoned creatures battling it out in a clash of skills and strategies. The spectators watched in amazement as the two highly skilled opponents displayed their abilities on the platform, creating a spectacle that kept them on the edge of their seats. As the battle raged on, the Ice Giant and Bone Blade Assassin clashed with ferocity, each trying to outmaneuver the other in a test of strength and skill. The spectators were captivated by the intense showdown between the two formidable opponents, unable to tear their eyes away from the unfolding battle. Ice Giant. Amazing. Yao Jixu summoned an Ice Giant? How is that possible? She's a winner for sure. As the battle between the Ice Giant and Bone Blade Assassin unfolded, the spectators were treated to a display of incredible summoning skills and strategic combat maneuvers. The clash between the two summoned creatures created a spectacle that left the audience in awe of the competitors' abilities and tactics. The fierce battle between Yao Jixu and Song Qiaoyu continued, with each summoning powerful creatures to aid them in their fight. The spectators watched with bated breath as the two competitors unleashed their skills and strategies in a bid to emerge victorious in the intense showdown. As the battle raged on between the Ice Giant and the Bone Blade Assassin, the spectators were on the edge of their seats, eagerly awaiting the outcome of the fierce confrontation. The clash between the two summoned creatures created a spectacle that captivated the audience and showcased the competitors' impressive skills and abilities. The spectators cheered on their respective competitors, enthralled by the intense showdown unfolding before them. As the battle between Yao Jixu and Song Qiaoyu continued to escalate, the summoning of powerful creatures and the strategic maneuvers employed by the competitors kept the spectators on the edge of their seats. The intense showdown between the Ice Giant and Bone Blade Assassin unfolded with each competitor showcasing their incredible skills and summoning abilities in a bid to emerge victorious in the fierce battle. The spectators were enthralled by the fierce clash between the two summoned creatures, which created a spectacle that showcased the competitors' impressive summoning skills and strategic acumen. The battle between Yao Jixu and Song Qiaoyu continued to intensify as the competitors summoned more powerful creatures and employed strategic maneuvers to gain the upper hand in the fierce confrontation. The spectators were spellbound by the intense showdown between the Ice Giant and Bone Blade Assassin, marveling at the competitors' summoning skills and tactical prowess. The battle between Yao Jixu and Song Qiaoyu reached its climax as the Ice Giant and Bone Blade Assassin clashed in a final showdown, with the competitors giving their all to emerge victorious in the fierce confrontation. The spectators watched in awe as the two summoned creatures engaged in an epic clash, showcasing the incredible summoning skills and strategic acumen of the competitors. Finally, as the battle between the Ice Giant and the Bone Blade Assassin reached its peak, the victor emerged from the intense showdown, leaving the spectators in awe of the competitors' summoning skills and strategic ingenuity. Chapter 153 Goat. 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 You're not small. You're not small. Song Qiaoyu used other inferior spirit beasts as bait to lure out most of Yao Jixu's abilities, especially the first professional skill she learned, summoning the Ice and Snow Giant. After the Ice and Snow Giant was no longer blocking, she controlled the second condensed inferior 7-star professional spirit beast, giving Yao Jixu a fatal blow. Lure the tiger down the mountain. Tough. Amid countless eager eyes, the ghostly figure of the Bone Blade Assassin appeared in front of Yao Jixu, aiming a bone spike at her. Tough. The sharp bone spike immediately struck Yao Jixu. Unfortunately, it only hit the air in front of her. Waves of snowy white ripples rippled in the air like waves on a lake, firmly blocking the attack of this inferior assassin spirit beast. Tee-hee. Accompanied by a crisp and delicate laughter, a winged, staff-wielding miniature figure slowly floated out. The staff in hand lightly tapped the inferior assassin spirit beast. Crackle, crackle. A clear ice path appeared in the air, spreading at a very fast speed onto the spirit beast, freezing its entire shadow. The speed at which the ice and snow elf acted was very fast. Coupled with the smoke filling the entire arena, the audience in the distance did not even notice the ice and snow elf's figure. They only saw the inferior assassin spirit beast frozen into an ice sculpture as it hit Yao Jixu, carelessly turning into a statue of ice. It crashed to the ground, producing a crashing sound. Wow. This immediately excited the surrounding audience. What happened? How did that spirit beast turn into an ice sculpture? Yao Jixu's abilities? Song Chaoyu is going to lose. Odd. Still not enough. Yao Jixu's ice abilities are versatile in offense and defense. Even if melee professionals approach her, their speed will be slowed down by the ice effects and then easily controlled. I wonder who is stronger between Yao Jixu, Zhu Chengyu, and Qin Zheng. I would like to see Yao Jixu against Zheng Chen. For sure he would be frozen solid. Ha ha. Me too. I'll bet 100,000, all on Yao Jixu winning. Me too. With the discussions of the surrounding crowd, the two women on the stage finally reached the end of their battle. After the inferior assassin spirit beast was frozen into an ice sculpture, the remaining dozen or so spirit beasts were smashed by the ice and snow giant in succession. When Song Chaoyu was left with only the 8-star inferior enchantress spirit beast, she had no choice but to admit defeat. The host immediately announced, "The winner of this match is Yao Jixu. Song Chaoyu's challenge has failed." Yao Jixu maintained her second-place position. Congratulations! Amidst a burst of cheers, Song Chaoyu glared fiercely at Yao Jixu and said, "Don't get too cocky. Wait until I level up and learn a few more powerful skills before challenging you again." Yao Jixu nodded. "I'll be waiting for you." HMPH. Song Chaoyu snorted and then walked off the stage straight to Zheng Cheng, glaring at him angrily. Zheng Cheng also couldn't understand. What's wrong? Song Chaoyu looked at Zheng Cheng carefully and said, "What's so good about you? How come that girl Yao Jixu is always hanging around you?" Zheng Cheng rolled his eyes. "Where is she hanging around me? How come I feel like you're the one chasing me all the time?" "Really?" Song Chaoyu's tone was menacing, scaring everyone around not to approach. HMPH. "Then why don't you obediently become my man?" Zheng Cheng rolled his eyes. "Forget it. You're too young. Not my type." Song Chaoyu was furious. "Where am I young? Where am I young? Good, good, good. You're not small. You're not small. You're not small." The two argued, while Qin Zheng and Zhu Chenyu almost had to bring a small bench to sit back and enjoy the show. At this moment, the host on the stage announced once again, "Audience, the tense and exciting first round of qualifying matches has ended. We will immediately start the next round of qualifying matches. Classmate by Jinky rank 6, may I know who you want to challenge, or ... The host instinctively shut up. Allowing someone to give up a challenge might get torn apart by those behind him. Remember, no matter the rank in the qualifying matches, there is a lot of capital support behind it. Even the black market betting, gambling, and lottery games have tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of money flowing. If someone gives up, all that money will be lost." Jinky stepped onto the stage, holding a goosewing knife and wearing bright armor, looking very happy. "Ha ha ha, finally it's my turn. None of you ahead can escape." Holding the goosewing knife aloft, he aimed at Terry. Wow. Jinky is challenging Terry. Too intense. This is a real male showdown. Two tough guys battling it out. Exciting. Quick fight. Quick fight. Under the stage, Terry's face turned red again. Damn it. From the start of the challenges, he had defeated several strong opponents along the way. Two of them even managed to seriously injure him. What a joke. The strength of these two is enough to compete for the last few places in the top 10. Why do they want to cross swords with him? He glared fiercely at Jinky on the stage, gritting his teeth. Damn it, I'll crush you to pieces later. Before he could finish his words, he saw Baijinki's goosewing knife slowly turning towards the 4th-ranked player, Qin Zheng. Oh my god, is he challenging Qin Zheng? The first in the 9-star rankings. Can he handle it? They are friends. I remember they used to compete together often. There's no need to challenge Qin Zheng. Quick, quick, start the match. The betting markets are ready. Qin Zheng's mouth also twitched. This guy. Did he forget what those old men said? Is he really going to challenge me in this situation? Under numerous expectant eyes, Baijinki's goosewing knife turned once again, this time to the 3rd-ranked player, Zhu Chengyu. Zhu Chengyu? Is he challenging Zhu Chengyu? I go. The Blade Emperor versus Dragon Knight. This is a match of titans. Exciting. He really is the man I admire. Go Baijinki. Zhu Chengyu frowned. Is he going to challenge me? Baijinki is indeed a respectable opponent, so he geared up as well, but saw Baijinki's goosewing knife drawing a big circle, skipping over Yao Jixu in the 2nd place, and pointing to the 1st place. Damn. What are you playing at? The people below all had the same thought, eager to beat him to a pulp. Zhun Cheng shook his head helplessly. Is he challenging himself? Could it be that the Bai family found some powerful resistance equipment or items for him? Oh damn. Baijinki is challenging Zhun Cheng. Ha ha. Exciting. I love this. Showdown. Start the battle. Start the battle. Zhun Cheng. On the stage, Baijinki spoke. I really want to challenge you, but today's not the day. I'm really annoyed by those old guys. To keep my peace in the future, I have to change opponents. With that, his goosewing knife turned back to its original position. Hey. You there. Come up and die. The position indicated by his goosewing knife was none other than Terry. End of this chapter. Chapter 154. Real Men's Battle. Baijinki versus Terry. Terry felt a strong sense of malice. Really. Before, he was just a small figure in the Moorish country, and his mother was just a dancer next to the Eagle Country garrison base. After serving a client once, he came into existence. His mother used to mutter in his ear, saying that her father was a tall, handsome white man in the Eagle Country. She also said that his father would come back and take their family to the Eagle Country. Because of this, he was very proud from a young age and looked down on his black and carbon-like compatriots. As a result, he often fought with the children around him, fighting until he was in his teens. That year, his mother passed away. Before she died, she kept muttering about her white husband. Looking at his mother's body, Terry secretly swore to go to the Eagle Country to find his father. Finally, he smuggled his way to the Eagle Country. To dream of a luxurious life, making a few $100 an hour, was shattered. Arriving in the Eagle Country, he had no money, no status, and no one wanted to hire him. But fortunately, he had a pair of fists that had been trained from a young age, and he joined the underground black boxing scene in the Eagle Country. With his fearless fighting style and fists, he managed to survive, and he even made quite a bit of money. One day, he was noticed by an organization in the Eagle Country and lured to Xia Country. According to them, Xia Country valued foreigners, especially someone like him, a little white horse. Study casually, play with women casually. Even if you kill someone, you'll just be deported back to your country. And so, he boarded a flight to Xia Country and was assigned to a city called Chang'an City, becoming a high school student in an international school. 2 years later, he actually awakened as an 8-star professional, the Sword Saint of the Beastmen. His status suddenly rose, and the Eagle Country rewarded him handsomely and promised to help him find his missing father. For this reason, he vowed to be forever loyal to the Eagle Country and give everything to the Eagle Country. This time, the Eagle Country sent an order for him to seize a thing called World's Strange Object at any cost. He went through all sorts of trials and tribulations, but was stopped by a group of new students from Chang'an City. The crucial item, Blood Guanyan, he didn't even see it and was defeated by those damn new students of Chang'an City. But it didn't matter, he still had the chance to participate in the solo rank match. However, who could have expected that during the rank match, 7 or 8 challengers chose to challenge him all of a sudden? Although these 7 or 8 challengers were not strong, the 2 strongest only managed to slightly injure him, unable to win against him. Nevertheless, the feeling of being challenged continuously was truly disgusting. And now, another person wanted to challenge him. Looking at Baijinki on the stage pointing at him with a long knife, the pupils of Terry's copper bell-like eyes were filled with burning flames. Challenge me, challenge me. Why is it me again? Damn it. This time, I'll tear you all apart. He roared, leapt into the air, and smashed directly onto the stage. He reached out and a giant one-handed sword the size of a door panel appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the referee quickly announced, "Let the match begin." Before the referee finished, he sprang off the stage like a rabbit. Without waiting for Baijinki to say anything, Terry grabbed the giant sword and slashed towards him. A violent storm erupted, with Terry appearing like a raging rhinoceros, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that fiercely smashed towards Baijinki. Damn. Baijinki cursed to himself. According to the rules, there shouldn't be any tough talk before a challenge. Why was he like this? Clang. He quickly raised the long knife and blocked Terry's sword. The raging wind blades swirled around them, making the ends of their clothes rustle. Damn it. Baijinki cursed. What the heck are you doing? Haha. Before he could finish, Terry suddenly exerted force, pressing him down. Baijinki cursed again, twisted his waist, and deflected Terry's sword. The giant sword smashed forcefully into the ground, creating a huge pit. Baijinki had retreated more than 10 meters during this time. He flexed his arms, his eyes becoming serious. In that case, come on. Roar. Night battle 8 directions, hidden blade style. With his right hand holding the knife, the blade hidden behind his armpit, he rushed towards Terry at an extremely fast speed. Midway, the blade suddenly turned, slashing diagonally downward towards Terry. Damn Zia people, always bullying me. I'll tear you apart. Terry also shouted, taking big strides, his giant sword slashing towards Baijinki without any technique or strategy. Damn it, Baijinki cursed, wondering if this Terry knew any swordsmanship. If he slashed his waist, at least he should defend with a weapon. Instead, he aimed the sword directly at his head. Although this would heavily injure Terry, his sword strike could easily cut him in half. Not a good trade-off. Helpless, he had to change his stance halfway to meet Terry's descending sword. Clang. Another loud noise rang out as Terry came fiercely, and Baijinki met him halfway. Baijinki's long knife quivered, sending numbness through his arms and palm. Damn. What strength! Baijinki cursed, angered by being suppressed twice in a row by Terry. As a result, he grabbed the long knife and slashed towards Terry. The two big men then engaged in mutual swordplay, their blades flashing as their figures tumbled amidst the dangerous exchange. This fighting style truly aroused the testosterone of most males in the audience. Wow, it's heating up. This is the kind of contest real men should watch. So intense. Chop him. Chop him. Wow. That slash nearly took the white horse's arm off. Damn. Terry is too tough, completely fighting without regard for his life. A little white horse knowing swordsmanship. I bet he's just wielding his knife and slashing around, exchanging injuries for more injuries. Doesn't this mean Baijinki's going to lose? Not necessarily. The 100 battle knife emperor only gets stronger with each battle. The longer the fight, the stronger Baijinki becomes. You're mistaken. I've studied the 100 battle knife emperor profession. Yes, he gets stronger with each battle, but his strength comes from being in group battles on the battlefield. The more teammates around him, the longer the fighting time, the stronger he becomes. He can't fully utilize his strength in solo combat like this. So in my opinion, Baijinki will definitely lose. Damn. You're spouting nonsense. Why aren't you mentioning that Terry was heavily injured in the previous matches as well? Even with priests and healers, complete recovery wouldn't be possible. Out. That's also a variable. Amidst the clamorous arguments of the crowd, in the resting room for competitors, Jun Cheng asked in confusion, "What are you all doing? Why are you all targeting Terry?" Chu Chengyu shrugged, "Don't ask me. It's an order from above." "I know," Qin Zheng chuckled. "No matter who gets it, the world's strange object belongs to our Xia country, our Qin province. It wouldn't matter if it's me or you. But if Terry gets it, it wouldn't be good. That's why the old folks at home, the military, the night keepers, and the professional guild heads all made an agreement. First kick Terry out, then let the rest fight for it. By then, we'll just snatch it with our true skills." I see. Jun Cheng suddenly understood the importance of the world's strange object here without needing to be explicitly stated. I wonder, what's the use of this thing? Anyway, doom. At that moment, another change occurred in the battle on the stage. Terry's sword smashed a huge hole in the ground, kicking up dust and flying stones, forcing Baijinki to retreat. He then roared, his body swelling, and dense hair growing all over again. With his fierce face, large pupils, he turned into a giant black gorilla. He roared, picking up his giant sword like a big club, and madly smashed it towards Bai Jinky. Watching Terry's actions, Qin couldn't help but comment, "This is the Beastman Sword Saint? Looks more like a big monkey." Terry awakening as the Beastman Sword Saint is truly a waste of talent. Yad. Chu Chengyu forced a smile. In the underground Great Wall of the Underworld, there's also a leader whose profession is the Beastman Sword Saint. When he fights the Earth's demons, he uses exquisite swordsmanship, gaining tenfold power with just 30% effort. And this Terry, Jun Cheng also remarked, looks like Bai Jinky is going to lose. What? Tu asked. Looking towards the stage, Qin continued, "It's impossible. Bai Jinky's strength is not inferior to mine. If it weren't for my profession's blessing." Jun shook his head. Bai Jinky's strength lies in gaining power and morale from teammates in group battles, as well as absorbing enemies' blood and malice to strengthen himself. But he's now facing only Terry, with no teammates by his side, and the traits of the 100 Battle Knife Emperor profession cannot be fully utilized. Boom. Just then, Terry's body suddenly erupted with a golden light, surrounding him entirely. Dense winged blades began condensing on the giant sword in his hand. Blade storm, defying and sharp sword energy transformed into wind blades, engulfing Bai Jinky in their attack range. "Oh no!" Chu Chengyu exclaimed, "I've seen this move on that leader, where sword energy condenses into wind blades, encompassing an area for tens of thousands of meters, capable of shredding even the armor of the Demon Emperor." That the leader's move seemed to be called Blade Storm. Amidst the countless gasps of onlookers, Bai Jinky abruptly retreated, trying to escape the realm of the Blade Storm. Unfortunately, Terry had already locked onto him, and the Blade Storm's speed was extremely fast, almost instantly enveloping Bai Jinky within the attack range. Doom. Vines whipped up, rocks and debris scattered, soaring into the sky, enveloped in a destructive storm. Is he defeated? Bai Jinky is going to lose. What about him? As the dust scattered, in the eyes of countless spectators filled with anticipation, a figure covered in blood rushed out of the vines. Bai Jinky. His body was covered in fresh blood, yet his eyes burned with endless flames and battle intent. Ha ha. What a thrill. This is true life and death combat. Terry, the true battle is only beginning now. Blood demon bone fragmenting blade. I'll cut you down. Doom. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Bai Jinky, will never admit defeat. Accompanied by Bai Jinky's roar, a blood-red blade several jawn long poured out fiercely, slashing harshly onto Terry's body. However, Terry's golden battle robe suddenly flashed, blocking Bai Jinky's move as it shattered. The remaining momentum of the blood-red blade then slashed onto Terry's chest, tearing a deep wound visible to the bone. The crimson blood immediately sprayed out. Bai Jinky suddenly took a deep breath, like a giant whale sucking in water, as the blood and fierce energy around him were sucked into his abdomen, then transformed into his own battle chat. Unfortunately, with only him and Terry on stage, the amount of blood was very limited. In less than 5 seconds, he had sucked all the and blood on the stage. Bai Jinky frowned. Is that all? Roar. In contrast, Terry's anger was ignited by the blood on his chest. His chest muscles squirmed, blocking the still spewing blood. With a huge leap, the giant sword in his hand slashed towards Bai Jinky again. Doom. The two collided again like barbarians, with blades and sword shadows constantly striking each other. Damn it, they're so fierce. Damn it, how can these two be so strong? Not even at level 20. If they grow stronger, it's unimaginable. Sounds of shock echoed from the surroundings. Inside the professional guild, the eyes of more than 10 high-ranking members were fixed on the stage. Are these the newcomers of this year in Qinzhou province? They're really strong, truly deserving of the title Northwest Vault of Qinzhou professionals. They even tear a chunk of flesh from their enemies even in death. I wonder who will win, the Bai families or this Terry? A man in the crowd, bearing a slight resemblance to Bai Jinky with a full face, said, "Jinky is the most outstanding descendant of our Bai family. I believe he will definitely win." However, Zhao Yongxiao said, if this were in battle, Bai Jinky would become stronger as he fought on. But this is in the arena. Lin Dashui's gaze was also sharp. Where is the Bai family planning to send him to university? Of course, it would be the Northwestern Military Academy. The man from the Bai family said, in a deep voice, my Bai family has been guarding the northwestern border of Xia Kingdom for generations. It was the same 1,000 years ago, and it is the same now. Ha ha. Lin Dashui laughed. truly the pillar of the country, the Bai family. With you, the Northwestern Army is truly fortunate. Truly the descendants of the old Bai. That guy is always bragging to me about how great his grandson is, and now I see it's true. Ancestors? The man from the Bai family hurriedly asked. Where is the ancestor now? He, military secret. Lin Dashue immediately said. I'm not too sure about old Bai's whereabouts either. You'd better not ask. Once he returns from the underground, you'll understand. I see. Dashue. Doom. As they were talking, a violent rumbling sound erupted from the stage in the distance. In the midst of sword chat, the two figures crossed each other again, causing a burst of fresh blood. Terry laughed madly, gripping the giant sword on Baijinki and then abruptly tossing it away. Clang! Baijinki's goose wing blade was sent flying dozens of meters, embedding itself fiercely into the ground, trembling violently. He lost his blade. Baijinki lost his blade. It's over. Amidst exclamations, Baijinki, whose blade had been disarmed, was anything but flustered. Seizing the opportunity, when Terry's guard was down, he swiftly closed in on him. Although Baijinki was a 2-meter tall man, compared to Terry's 3 meters, he seemed like a child. However, this gave him an opportunity. He quickly grabbed Terry's right arm, and with the momentum of their collision, he swiftly aimed a blow towards Terry's heart. Thump! A dull collision resounded as the blow landed directly on Terry's heart, sending his massive body flying backward. Simultaneously, Baijinki's hand slid down Terry's right arm, snatching the hilt of the giant sword from his grasp. With a twist of his waist, leveraging his body's strength and inertia, Baijinki forcibly wrested the sword away from Terry. Clang! The sword made a sharp sound as it soared through the air, landing dozens of meters away. A blade grabbed from the air with bare hands. Huff, huff. Baijinki gasped heavily, gazing at Terry lying motionless on the ground, a smile creeping onto his face. I won. Wow, Baijinki won. Ha ha. I knew it. Baijinki didn't disappoint me. I won. I won. 100,000 yuan. Ha ha ha. Cheers erupted from the crowd around the stage. Everyone was thrilled when someone defeated White Horse. In the athletes' rest area, Qinzhang also breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Cheng, this time you guessed wrong. Baijinki won. Ha ha. Congratulations. Zhu Chengyu also congratulated. Next will be the competition for that world marvel. The winner is still uncertain. However, Zheng Cheng stared fixedly in Terry's direction and shook his head. The competition isn't over. Ha, what do you mean? The group turned to look at the stage in surprise, seeing the referee, who was about to declare Baijinki's victory, now stunned. Terry, who was previously lying on the ground, suddenly sat up, his eyes full of viciousness and killing intent as he looked at Baijinki. Although there was a depression in his chest, blood continued to seep out. However, he still stood up. Cough, cough. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. He bit down fiercely on the concoction hidden in his left canine, instantly releasing a pungent bloody smell from his mouth that permeated his entire body. His blood boiled, breathing quickened, and his eyes filled with bloodlust. Terry leapt up, hands and feet planted on the ground, charging at Baijinki like a wild beast. Damn it, useless. Below the stage, Joseph scolded Terry in a rage. That concoction is the country's newly developed Beast Berserk potion specifically reserved for the final battle to compete for the world marvel. How come you're using it now? If it's found out that you took a banned substance, you'll be disqualified, and your results void. Damn it. Joseph's scolding came too late, as Terry, under the influence of the forbidden potion, reached Baijinki's side in mere seconds. Having discarded his sword, Terry was like a raging gorilla, attacking Baijinki with his hands, arms, and legs, unleashing a storm of ferocious assaults. Damn it. Baijinki cursed inwardly, barely able to defend against Terry's attacks. But he had never fought against such an opponent before. A slight misstep, and Terry kicked him away. As Terry landed forcefully on the ground and then lunged forward again, tearing a large chunk of flesh from Baijinki's body. Damn it! In the athlete rest area, Qin Zheng's face turned pale, and he quickly shouted, Baijinki, acknowledge defeat quickly. Quickly admit defeat. Baijinki, this white horse is crazy. Damn it, what is going on? On the stage, the discussions of the surrounding crowd, particularly Qin Zheng's cries, reached Baijinki's ears. But he paid no attention, determined to persevere. Relying on the blood and intense pain on his body, he continued to stimulate his Chand fighting spirit. He could not admit defeat. He would never admit defeat. Tough. Another charge. Terry's figure now resembled a giant locust. Leaping into the air, he collided with Jinky again, tearing off another chunk of flesh from his body. A kick sent Jinky crashing into the protective barrier. The huge barrier immediately emitted a dazzling light. Admit defeat. The Bai family acknowledges defeat. At this moment, a middle-aged man from the Bai family ran over from a distance and shouted loudly to the referee on the stage. The referee was taken aback, instinctively looking at Jinky. With a loud thud, Jinky fell on the ground in distress, covered in blood. He struggled to get up. "I won't admit defeat. I will never admit defeat. He roared angrily, and the Chand blood on his body suddenly surged back into his body. His wounds were once again suppressed, and his spirit was shaken. Jinky roared, rushing towards Terry once again. However, Terry, still full of killing intent, with a cruel smile on his lips and blood-stained teeth, approached Jinky like a frenzied wild beast. At that moment, a radiant light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the two figures securely. Dang! Clang! Clang! Jinky and Terry thrashed and tore at each other wildly in midair, but under the protection of the barrier, their efforts were futile. The referee wiped away non-existent sweat and announced, "The victor of this match is Terry." Wow! Around the arena, a wave of intense discussions erupted. Terry won? How is that possible? Well, if it weren't for Jinky's senior admitting defeat, they could have continued for a while longer. Terry is really fierce. His swordsmanship is ferocious. Even in close combat, he's like a wild beast. He can attack with both hands and feet. I bet he even grew a tail behind his bout. Damn, this is too fierce. Countless debates erupted, and Jinky, shrouded in the protective barrier, slowly descended outside the stage. Although his face was pale, his eyes still held urgency and determination. "Uncle 3, why did you admit defeat? I can still fight. I can still fight." A middle-aged man whom Jinky called Uncle 3 patted his shoulder, saying, "You've done well. Leave the rest to Qin and the others. You should rest for a while." But watching the crowd cheering around him and the approaching Qin Cheng, and others, Jinky sighed deeply. At the same time, in the other resting room on the stage, Terry panted heavily, sprawled on the ground while two priests tended to him. Joseph walked over and slapped Terry abruptly. Snap. "Useless. That potion is," roar. Before he could finish, Terry, who was still in a frenzy, grabbed his neck, lifting him high in the air. His crimson eyes oozed fierce killing intent. End of this chapter. Chapter 156. Finding Dad's Little Black Horse. Tears vs. Cheng. Click. Joseph's throat suddenly transmitted a sound of bones breaking. His eyes rolled back, and his hands instinctively grabbed Tears' right hand, struggling frantically. Cough. Cough. Let go. Damn it. The two priests beside them were startled, one pulling Tears and the other hurriedly casting a protective spell for Joseph. Tears. Let go. Tears. Release Mr. Joseph. Several companions behind Joseph also rushed over, to grabbing Tears and to grabbing Joseph, trying to pull them apart. Roar. Tears suddenly roared again, his tall figure shaking violently, directly sending the three flying. At the same time, he also swung his right hand fiercely, throwing Joseph out like a torn sack. Joseph, I warn you. Tears, do not obey anyone's orders or threats. Cough, cough. Joseph coughed violently, his body flashing with the light of healing magic. After a full 3 minutes, he finally calmed down. Getting up from the ground, he wiped the saliva and blood from the corner of his mouth. Very good. Tears. You are the first one to dare to defy the organization. Don't forget, the organization nurtured you. If not for our great eagle country, you would have died long ago in the Black Fist Arena. And your father. That damn drunkard. Should die too. Let's go. Joseph roared and turned to leave with his subordinates. What did you say? Tears shouted. You found my father. Hey. Joseph sneered. Just a drunken officer with a broken leg. We think it's as simple as breathing to find him. Tears hurriedly asked, where is he? Wanna see him? Joseph sneered, then challenged that Dan Cheng, who is currently ranked first. If you defeat him, I'll tell you about your father. Damn it, if you had gotten the blood Guanyan, we wouldn't be in this mess. Now you have to fight one by one. If you fail, you'll never see your father again." With that, he turned and walked away. Outside the rest area, a subordinate asked softly, "Joseph, did we really find Tears' father?" "Dead," Joseph said coldly. "Died in a rift in space and time." "Then, just a brainless gorilla," Joseph said disdainfully. "Just find a third-rate actor from Hollywood to deal with him. Hey. Just a little black horse looking for his family from a small place, as long as we can control him. That damn Tears, he actually wanted to kill me." Joseph touched his neck, where Tears had squeezed. If his men weren't around, he might have. What's needed above is an obedient tool, not a time bomb with its own thoughts and actions. After this is over, send Tears back home. He needs to listen to the call of the Lord. Yes. On the other side, Jun Cheng and Qin Jun also found by Jinky. He looked pale, but his eyes were still bright. Qin Jung asked worriedly, "Jinky, are you okay? What can happen to me?" By Jinky replying indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't die." "That's good." By Jinky rolled his eyes and said to Jun Cheng, "Jun Cheng, be careful later. That guy's goal is the world's wonder. He'll be challenging you in the next match. There's a good chance he'll challenge you." "Challenge me?" Jun Cheng shrugged. "Bring it on. Do you have confidence? What do you think?" Sigh. By Jinky shook his head. "You're really mysterious. No one can figure you out. A 3-star priest. Why is your strength so strong? Is it because of the level?" Qin Jung shook his head. "Before we awakened, we were all martial artists. The strength of martial artists has a significant impact on the enhancements of professionals, but that's only at the low level. Once a professional's level breaks through to Li 30, the overall strength will be far superior to ordinary martial artists. I even suspect you might have obtained some powerful job-changing book that can both heal and fight." Jun Cheng's mouth twitched. "Get lost." "Oh, Jun Cheng, be careful later." By Jinky suddenly said, "That Tears is a bit strange." "Strange?" Jun Cheng puzzled. "What's strange about him?" "Can't say." By Jinky shrugged. "Although his strength was strong at first, I was confident I could handle it. But after he abandoned the greatsword, whether it was his attack style, momentum, or even his fighting spirit, it seemed to have changed. Before, he was like a wild beast with self-awareness, fierce but predictable, but afterward, he completely turned into a crazy wild boar, just blindly attacking with strength and speed, without any self-awareness. Could it be his professional characteristic? The beast rider swordsman can transform into a beast. Not the same. "I see," Jun Cheng said. "I'll be careful later. And, Qin Jung, he might challenge you too." "How is that possible?" As the three were talking, the host appeared again on the ring. "Dear audience, the next qualifying match is about to begin. The first to be invited is the challenger from the last match, Tears. Here he comes again. Tears, the little black horse." Challenges with Tears are real challenges. Amidst a series of clamors, the tall figure of Tears walked up once again. At this moment, his eyes still held a suppressed madness, and his hands were trembling involuntarily. The host asked, "Player Tears, do you want to continue challenging, or do you want to give up?" "Challenge." Tears interrupted the host directly, pointing a hand towards Jun Cheng. "Jun Cheng, come up and meet your demise." "Huh, why is Tears challenging Jun Cheng? What does Jun Cheng have to do with it?" "No. It's Tears. What does he have to gain?" "Jun Cheng is in first place with Blood Guanyan, TSK. I doubt a 3-star priest can deal with the Blood Guanyan. I suspect it was Yao Jixu, Qin Jung, and them who took down Blood Guanyan, and Jun Cheng picked up the leftovers. Do you believe that, or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huan? Do you think Jun Cheng found some amazing job-changing book on Radiator Island ... The audience around the ring discussed, and Jun Cheng shrugged, casually walking up to the ring. He was prepared for Tears' challenge, so there were no surprises. Jun Cheng, immediately upon stepping onto the stage, Tears shouted furiously, "It's all your fault. I couldn't see my father right away because you beat Blood Guanyan first. Today, I will personally defeat you." "What?" Jun Cheng was still confused. "What does finding your dad have to do with me? I'm not your father. It's you." Tears roared, "All because you defeated Blood Guanyan first on Radiator Island. I'd only got 5th place. If I had destroyed Blood Guanyan, I would definitely be first. I could have secured the world's wonder being sought by those above, and I could have seen my father sooner. So, today, to see my father, I absolutely must defeat you. Jun Cheng was still puzzled. What was this little black horse talking about? Are the two of you ready? The referee glanced at them and asked. We're ready. My greatsword has been eagerly awaiting. Then, let the match begin. Roar. As soon as the referee finished speaking, tears roar. Muscles all over his body bulge, his body covered in black fur, transforming into a gorilla, wielding a huge sword charging towards Jun Cheng. Sword Blade Gale. Tears unleashed his ultimate move as soon as he entered the stage. Doom. The dense sword energy exploded from the huge sword in Tears' hand, forming a visible gale, engulfing a range of several meters around Jun Cheng. In the Sword Blade Gale, Tears became even faster. At a distance of 100 meters, with my speed, I only need 5 seconds to reach him. And the remaining time the prohibited drug is effective has increased my resistance as well. The time the skill that causes diarrhea is effective has also been extended by 2 seconds. During the sprint, Tears calculated frantically in his mind. 5 seconds, rush to Jun Cheng, knock him down with 1 slash. At worst, I have to deal with Jun Cheng in 12 seconds. Roar. 3 seconds passed. Tears roared again as his body grew even larger. His tall figure was now less than 30 meters away from Jun Cheng. Stepping out, he lunged another 17 to 18 meters forward. For seconds, die. Terry's momentum grew even stronger, nearing Jun Cheng. Scared stiff? Haven't used a skill yet? This is my chance. Die. Taking another step, Tears viciously swung the huge sword towards Jun Cheng. 5 seconds passed. Doom. The sky was filled with sword energy exploding from Tears' giant sword, forming a visible gust of wind that engulfed Jun Cheng within 10 meters. Boom 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 boom. Continuous explosions and shockwaves suddenly emanated from the arena. Tears' figure was also completely submerged by this shockwave, the storm sweeping, shaking the ground. However, Terry's face suddenly lit up with joy. The reason was simple. He clearly felt his sword struck flesh, and it firmly lodged in it, making it difficult for him to pull the sword out even when he wanted to. Ha ha. Tears laughed triumphantly. I won. Damn brat, I'm going to cut you in half now. He roared, trying to force the sword out with all his might. But strangely, his sword seemed stuck as if in a quagmire, no matter how hard he tried to pull it out. Huh, what's going on? My sword. The surrounding sword energy gradually dissipated, the violent winds coming, blowing away the dust. Tears suddenly realized with horror that the person standing in front of him was not Jun Cheng. It was a creature with a gentle expression and drooping eyes, but its entire body was a deep crimson. Blood Guanyan. End of the chapter. Chapter 157. Heavenly excrement from above. Cancel my grades. In the perspective of the surrounding audience, as soon as Terry appeared on the stage, he unleashed a powerful move. Surrounded by a flurry of sword blades, he charged towards Jun Cheng as if he had gone insane. In just 5 seconds, he had already covered a distance of 100 meters. Die. With hands like door panels, his giant sword flashed a dazzling light and ruthlessly struck down. Pu. Such a fast speed. Jun Cheng didn't even have time to react. Did he win? With this move, even a steel puppet could be cut in half. Wow. Terry is so powerful. I wonder if Jun Cheng is a match for him. If not, we can only rely on Qin Zhang or Zhu Chenyu. Intense discussions continued to echo from the surrounding crowd, with almost everyone's eyes fixed on the two figures on the stage. After a moment, the sword blades dissipated, revealing the figures of the two men on the stage. No, it should be said. 3 people. Standing between Jun Cheng and Terry was another figure. A blood-red figure. What is that? A third person? It looks like a statue of Guanyan. Amidst numerous gasps, the blood Guanyan statue standing between the two figures slowly grew, forcing the two figures to retreat. Terry's face changed drastically as he grabbed the giant sword with all his might and pulled it out from within the blood Guanyan. As the sword was pulled out, a large amount of blood gushed out. Damn. What is this? Behind the blood Guanyan, Jun Cheng's indifferent voice rang out. Didn't you want to destroy the blood Guanyan? Now that it's here, I'll leave it to you. At that moment, Jun Cheng wielded his scepter swiftly, unleashing a mysterious psychic wave that struck Terry. Instant bowel eruption technique. Feeling the sudden strange disturbance in his body, Terry's face turned pale. It was that skill. 12 seconds. He only had a maximum of 12 seconds. Roar. He roared again, without hesitation, using the strongest move he currently mastered. A strong aura surged from within him, his jet black hair suddenly turning golden. He looked like a giant gorilla with a golden head, wielding his giant sword and charging towards Jun Cheng. Gale step. Flash. Doom. His figure flashed and he instantly covered a distance of 10 meters. But as his figure paused, the growing body of the Blood Guanyan turned and blocked Terry's path. Damn. Cursing, he leapt high, landing on the Blood Guanyan's knee and then springing up again. He wanted to leap over the Blood Guanyan and kill Jun Cheng. 3 seconds, Pu. Just as his figure aligned with the head of the Blood Guanyan, a blood vessel suddenly shot out from the chest of the Blood Guanyan. In midair, Terry was unable to dodge it and could only swing his sword fiercely at the blood vessel. The blade shot out and immediately cut off the blood vessel of the Blood Guanyan. Is this the strength of the Blood Guanyan? It's not that impressive. Pu. Tupapu. Before the words had even finished, dozens of thick blood vessels violently shot out from the chest, neck, abdomen, and waist of the Blood Guanyan. Like a group of giant pythons, they rushed towards Terry. 6 seconds, Terry's face changed once again. Tam. Pu. Cursing, he cut off another blood vessel with his giant sword. His large figure twisted and turned among the flying blood vessels, continuously dodging and occasionally cutting the attacking blood vessels. Thus, Terry, amidst the myriad of blood vessels, could only helplessly flee and defend against them. What is this thing? A Guanyan statue. It has such a strange aura. Is this Jun Cheng's summoned creature? Or is it his special item? Excited discussions continued from the onlookers surrounding the stage. Joseph's face in one corner also became extremely unsightly. Blood Guanyan? A sacrifice from Radium Island. How could it be in Jun Cheng's hands? With Terry's current strength, he was no match for this Blood Guanyan. Wait. His eyes suddenly lit up. In the solo rank competition, all participants can only use their own equipment and innate weapons, without any items allowed. If this Blood Guanyan is so powerful, it must be a type of disposable consumable item, which is prohibited in the competition. Jun Cheng is cheating. Quick! He quickly called his companions and ran towards the direction of the professional guild. Hurry to the referees and file a complaint. Jun Cheng is cheating. His result should be invalidated. Go. The group quickly pushed through the crowd and headed towards the organizing committee of the solo ranking competition. However, on the stage, Terry, who was fighting alone, began to slow down his movements. As he dodged the blood vessels, he also continually bent his waist, as if enduring something. Damn, my stomach hurts so much. He cried out in pain as he awkwardly retreated, one hand holding his giant sword and the other struggling. One misstep, and he was tumbled by a Blood Guanyan blood vessel. Another blood vessel, like a snake, climbed up his ankle. Damn. Terry cursed, swinging his sword towards the blood vessel on his foot. But his hand quickly ended up in midair. Another blood vessel entwined around his giant sword. This is bad. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 blood vessels had bound his limbs, waist, and head, pulling him violently upwards. It's over. Terry has been caught. Damn. Jun Cheng is being unfair. Isn't the Blood Guanyan supposed to be a summoned creature? Whatever it is, being able to catch Terry is good. Will Jun Cheng win? Definitely, he's been caught. If the Blood Guanyan is not a normal weapon, nor his skill, but rather a disposable item, then Jun Cheng is cheating and his result should be invalidated. It seems that Jun Cheng is resorting to any means to win. Countless excited discussions echoed around the stage, but they couldn't stop Terry from being entangled by the numerous blood vessels. At that moment, the body of the Blood Guanyan finally stopped growing, standing at a towering 10 meters on the stage. Numerous eyes were fixed on it. As for Terry, he was firmly bound by over a dozen blood vessels. His whole body was suspended in midair in a shape. No matter how much he struggled, he could not break free. And by that time, the 12 seconds he was holding on for had passed. His face turned red, enduring severe pain while still struggling. I will never admit defeat. I will kill you. Kill you. Gout. Pu. With a piercing scream, a large amount of pink liquid mixed with crimson blood fell from midair. His body began to tremble violently, especially his legs and thighs, as if an engine was starting up. His whole body twitched, before he fainted again, and the pink liquid that flew in the air was carried away by the wind and scattered far away. The group closest to the stage immediately screamed and retreated endlessly. Damn. The sky is raining shit. Run quickly. Gag. Damn. It's that move again. Oh my god. It's so brutal. Jun Cheng. This is Jun Cheng's ability. Too cruel. I've seen this move before. In Nyla's city on Radium Island, Zheng Cheng used this move to defeat Terry. Compared to the blood Guanyan, this skill that causes diarrhea is even more ruthless. How should this be counted? Terry is unconscious, but Zheng Cheng seems to be cheating again. Countless voices of excitement could be heard from the surroundings of the arena. They tiptoed towards the front, while the group closest to the stage covered their noses and stepped back. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng, Zhu Chengyu, Yao Jixu, and others looked at each other with shock and horror in their eyes. Zhu Chengyu swallowed and said, This. Can this still go on? Is he going to use this move on me too? Qin Zheng also smiled wryly. With the blood Guanyan and the instant bowel eruption technique, I can't hold on either. Forget it. With this move, I hope the old men of the family will understand. Meanwhile, inside the professional guild, a dozen high-ranking officials from Chang'an City stared at the towering blood-red giant, their eyes filled with shock. What is this thing? Zheng Cheng from middle school 12, can cause diarrhea with his skills. Terry lost. How do we continue? I was planning to have Qin Zheng rush to Zheng Cheng at the beginning of the match at the fastest speed to defeat him before his skill took effect. It looks like that's not possible now. Among the crowd, Lin Dashui stared at the blood-red giant, murmuring, Blood Guanyan. Is that the name of that blood Guanyan? Zhao Yongsha asked, Uncle Lin, what are you thinking? That blood Guanyan. It's that young man named Zheng Cheng who brought it out from Radium Island, isn't it? Right? After a moment of thought, Zhao Yongsha added, He's also one of our night watchers. I see. Lin Dashui sighed. He deserves this. It seems that Zheng Cheng has won this match. The remaining 3 people. No one will challenge him. Suddenly, noise could be heard from a distance, and Lin Dashui frowned. What's going on? Soon, one of his subordinates ran in and reported. Report to Dashui. Several teachers from the international school are currently arguing with the referees, claiming that Zheng Cheng used a powerful disposable item to win this match. So they appeal to cancel Zheng Cheng's result in this match and declare Terry the winner. Oh. Lin Dashui's eyes flashed. A powerful disposable item. Blood Guanyan? At the edge of the stage, the referee of the match, holding his nose to endure the stench, shouted, Terry is unconscious. He has lost consciousness. The winner of this match is. Before he could finish his sentence, the referee suddenly froze, as if he was listening to something. He paused for a moment and then announced, The teachers from the international school have filed a complaint, alleging that Zheng Cheng used a powerful disposable item in this match. The results of this match are suspended. After the monitoring by the referee team is completed, a final decision will be made. End of this chapter. Chapter 158. There are no rubbish professions, only rubbish people. What? Zheng Cheng cheated? Impossible. He's ranked first in points. Isn't a huge blood Guanyan puppet considered cheating? Are the referees blind? If it were me, I would appeal to. This thing could even be considered a strategic weapon in foreign battlefields. Around the arena, numerous spectators were discussing animatedly. Their gazes were fixed on the blood Guanyan statue on the stage that was gradually shrinking. Almost half of the people believed that Zheng Cheng had cheated by using a powerful disposable item. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Terry so easily? Especially that blood Guanyan statue. It was truly terrifying. On the stage, the blood Guanyan statue gradually shrank, eventually turning into a blood-colored Guanyan jade pendant in Zheng Cheng's hand. The unconscious Terry was thrown to the edge of the stage like a torn sack. The referee carefully approached. Zheng Cheng, please come with me to the referee team for verification. As long as it can be proven that this blood Guanyan is not a high-power disposable item, you will still be the winner of this match. A high-power disposable item. Zheng Cheng smiled faintly. All right, I'll go with you. Led by the referee, the two walked towards the professional association where the referees were located. In the rest area, under the stage, Song Chaoyu worried. Zheng Cheng went to the referee team. Nothing will happen, right? Yao Jixu responded coldly. Nothing will happen. Song Chaoyu asked, how do you know? You're not Zheng Cheng. The blood Guanyan was a gift he obtained from Radiant Island. Just like our natural weapons, how could anything happen? Yao Jixu said, if you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Humph, I'll go. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, Zheng Cheng entered the professional association where the referees were located. Inside a spacious room, more than 10 referees and a few figures were all looking at Zheng Cheng who entered from outside. Zheng Cheng was also surprised. Among the figures, He actually saw Captain Zhao Yongxia and Chief Shen Nanfan. There were also a few foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Zhun Cheng. Zhao Yongxia spoke first. No need to be nervous. You were called here just to verify the situation concerning the blood Guanyan you summoned earlier. I see. Zhun Cheng nodded. I know. A foreigner suddenly said. Respected referees, we, the Chang'an City International School, solemnly appeal to the referee team. How could a mere 3-star priest defeat an 8-star beastman sword saint? No normal person would believe such an absurd thing. So we have reason to believe that this player named Zhun Cheng used unfair means to defeat our brave warrior. A powerful disposable item, a tool that disrupts the balance of the match, is strictly prohibited in all competitions. So we hope that the referee team can cancel his ranking and announce that our school's player, Terry, is the winner of this ranking match. The logical argument was convincing, making people agree. A senior referee stood up. Rest assured, Mr. Lawton, we won't wrong a cheater, nor will we wrong students in the same way. If he really cheated, we will certainly give him the appropriate punishment. After speaking, the senior referee turned to Zhun Cheng and smiled warmly. Zhun Cheng, don't be nervous. Your presence here is just routine. Please answer my questions truthfully. Zhun Cheng nodded. Okay. In your match against Terry, did you summon a giant blood Guanyan statue around 10 meters tall? Yes. Did you use this blood Guanyan statue to easily defeat Terry? Yes. Your profession is just a 3-star priest, right? Yes. Can you explain how 3-star priest defeated an 8-star beastman sword saint? Zhun Cheng smiled faintly. I remember learning from books that the star level of a profession does not prove the strength of the practitioner. As long as one has a strong heart, any practitioner can become strong. And what I mean is, in this world, there are no rubbish professions, only rubbish people. No rubbish professions, only rubbish people? Many people present carefully pondered this statement, and many of them subconsciously lit up with newfound understanding. Ha ha. The senior referee laughed. It's been a long time since I've seen a student as confident as you. All right, can you explain how you summoned that blood Guanyan statue? A disposable item? Or something else? Zhun Cheng didn't answer, but looked at the few foreigners standing beside him. Can they be evaded? Lawton's expression changed immediately. No, as the representative of the interested party, I have the right to know the origin of that blood Guanyan. The senior referee was contemplating. And behind him, Lin Dashue suddenly spoke. Agree to it. Good. Lin Dashue said. Lawton, please step aside. What? If you don't step aside, then it will only prove that the blood Guanyan summoned by Zhun Cheng belongs to him, declaring him the winner. Damn it. Lawton cursed under his breath and could only leave, saying, I trust the reputation of Zia country. I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation and outcome. After several foreigners left, the senior referee said, Are we ready now? Yes. Zhun Cheng nodded without hesitation, and showed the specific attributes of the blood Guanyan to everyone. Name. Blood Guanyan. Grade. Growing equipment current grade. Silver. Durability. 10,000 10,000ths. Category. Jade pendant. Accessory. Equipment requirements. Leave 20. Constitution 100. Strength 100. Spirit 100. Agility 100. No job restrictions. Effects. Plus 10 Constitution. Plus 10 Strength. Plus 10 Spirit. Plus 10 Agility. Attach Skill 1. Blood Flesh Puppet active. Release blood Guanyan, which can grow indefinitely by absorbing living flesh and control it for battle. Attach Skill 2. Blood Flame active. Can ignite blood to form a blood flame primarily burning flesh and blood. The more blood and higher the quality, the faster and greater the burn of the blood flame. Attach Skill 3. I recommend Zhuan Yuan with my blood passive. This equipment can enhance its tire by absorbing high-quality blood. After tier enhancement, there is a chance to comprehend other skills. Explanation. A special equipment born from the fusion of 3 million soul fragments and soul, nurtured by billions of offerings, prayers, and sacrifices from the Yao tribe for more than 300 years. Possessing great potential and growth, it grows with the strength of its master. Note. Unique equipment, born fortuitously and bound by the soul. Except for the bound soul, no one else can use it. Bound soul. Zhun Chen, not limited by equipment requirements. Current bound soul target. Zhun Chen. Unique. Blood Guanyan, an accessory. And it's even a growing accessory. Currently at a silver grade, with 3 attached skills. it can grow by consuming flesh. This attribute, the more I look, the more it looks like a natural weapon for high-ranking professionals. Blood flesh puppet. I presume that Blood Guanyan was summoned using this skill. I recommend Zhuanyuan with my blood. I recommend Zhuanyuan with my blood. The crowd excitedly discussed this rare equipment they were seeing for the first time. Everyone, the senior referee suddenly said, having seen the specific attributes of this special accessory, can you confirm that Zheng Cheng's Blood Guanyan summoned in this match meets the requirements? It does. Definitely matches. The winner is Zheng Cheng. Several people raised their hands to show agreement, prompting the senior referee to announce, in that case, we declare the winner of this match to be Zheng Cheng. The referees quickly ran out to announce the winner to the crowd. Lin Dashui came to Zheng Cheng's side and said, "Young man, I have high hopes for you. If you have the chance, come to the underground citadels." With that, he left without paying attention to Zheng Cheng's curious gaze. Zhao Yongxiao also approached. "You did well. It looks like that world wonder has already fallen into your hands." Zheng Cheng, however, watched after Lin Dashui, hesitating. "Yongxiao, who is that old man?" "Old man." Zhao Yongxiao's mouth twitched, not minding the phrasing, and said, "Lin Shanyu is the great general of the Northwest Defense Army and the highest commander stationed in the underground Great Wall beneath the foreign battlefield." Lin Shanyu. Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up as if he remembered something. He had heard this name mentioned by Chen Zi before. Rumor had it that General Lin Shanyu's awakened profession was a 5-star strategist. His skills leaned towards support professions, like formation masters. Even so, he climbed the military ranks through his wisdom and strategies. From a regular soldier to squad leader, company commander, battalion commander, staff officer, commander, to grand general. His most famous battle was using underground volcanoes in the underground citadels to incinerate hundreds of thousands of monsters, stalling the Million Beast Tide siege on the underground Great Wall. Individually, he wasn't the strongest professional in the Northwest Army, but with his wisdom and strategies, he withstood the countless beast tide inside the underground citadels, earning admiration from many, especially in the Qinzhou province. He had always appeared in books as a formidable figure. Zheng Cheng never expected to encounter him here. Zhao Yongxiao chuckled. "Don't look so surprised. General Lin happened to be in Chang'an City for something and took the opportunity to see the new professional players. If you have the chance to go to the underground citadels in the future, you'll meet him again. Off you go. You still have the upcoming matches." Zhao Yongxiao said. "Whether you or Jixu win against each other, the world wonder belongs to both of you." In the professional association square, the referee once again approached the stage and declared loudly, "The winner of this match is Zheng Cheng." Wow, Zheng Cheng won? He didn't cheat. Definitely, if he cheated, the winner should have been Terry now. Great. One saved my 2,000 coins. Ha ha ha. Zheng Cheng is the winner. Isn't that to say that the Blood Guanyan belongs to Zheng Cheng, who summoned it? Unbelievable. Amidst numerous discussions, the referee continued, "The next match will begin in 10 minutes, and the next challenger is Qin Zheng." End of chapter. Chapter 159. The similarly mysterious professional as Zheng Cheng, Qin Zheng. This time, countless pairs of eyes turned towards Qin Zheng. His mouth twitched slightly. Was he really going to take action? Fortunately, there was a 10-minute break. He quickly said, "You guys stay here. I have something to discuss." With that, he turned and ran. Zhu Chengyu's expression also changed. "I have something to attend to." The two hurriedly left, leaving only Yao Jixu, Song Chaoyu, and others in the rest area. Song Chaoyu asked curiously, "Where did they go?" "Guess? Do you think I can't guess?" Yao Jixu rolled her eyes and said, "They probably went to consult with their family elders about the upcoming ranking challenge." At that moment, Zheng Cheng also returned to the rest area and asked, looking at the few remaining people, "Where are Qin Zheng and Zhu Chenyu?" "They left." Yao Jixu nodded and said, "Zheng Cheng, I'll be leaving too." "Not competing. Not competing." She continued, "The first place will definitely be yours. I don't have much to do here, so I'll go complete the level 19 breakthrough mission during this time. When the acceptance letter from the Imperial Capital Advanced Vocational University arrives, we can go to the Imperial Capital together." "Okay." Yao Jixu drifted away, and Song Chaoyu's tone was somewhat jealous. "What's so great about going to the Imperial Capital? HMPH. Zheng Cheng said, "We'll only be apart for a month. Can't you get along for that long?" HMPH. Son Chao Yuhan then said. Who said I want to get along with her? By the way, are you really going to the imperial capital? Why not stay in Chang'an City? Me, Bai Jingqi, Chen Zi, and many others are staying in Chang'an City. Zhun Cheng sighed. I have reasons to go to the imperial capital. Let's talk about that matter once it's clear. Besides, apart from the imperial capital and a few limited special battlefields like the underground dungeon and dark territories, you have to go to the imperial capital to advance to other special battlefields. We will meet again then. Alright then. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Qin Zhang walked over looking relaxed. Behind him, Zhu Chengyu looked helpless, wondering what he was thinking. The referee quickly arrived and announced loudly, next up for the individual ranking challenge is the 4th rank student, Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang, whose awakened profession is known as the number 1 among the 9 stars, the Dragon Vein Master. It's believed that he will bring an unparalleled match to everyone. Now, let's welcome Qin Zhang. I give up the challenge. Before the referee could finish, Qin Zhang interrupted him loudly. The referee was stunned. You said you're giving up the challenge? Yes. Qin Zhang nodded. You didn't hear wrong. I'm giving up the challenge. What? The referee's voice was somewhat stuttering. What a situation. Why did another person give up the challenge? This year's ranking challenge is so difficult. What's going on? Qin Zhang also gave up. What a plight. I was looking forward to seeing the strength of the Dragon Vein Master. Terrace is so miserable. Who dares to compete with him? It's over. Zhun Cheng is really the first place. The audience around the arena started to discuss vigorously. In the rest area, Zhun Cheng asked in surprise, why did you forfeit? I'm sure you wouldn't use that against me. I know, Qin Zhang said without hesitation, but I don't want to compete with you in front of so many people. We can have a private match when we have the time. I agree. Zhu Chengyu also said. I explained it to the leader, and he had no choice but to agree to my forfeit. Don't think too much. You are the champion of this individual ranking match without a doubt. Zhun Cheng sighed internally and said, Alright, after the competition, I'll treat you guys. Ha ha. We were waiting for you to say that. I have to return to the military camp before 10 p.m., but I'll be there. Both agreed, and at that moment, the referee on the stage announced, Audience friends, it's such a pity that Qin Zhang gave up the challenge. Next, it's the 3rd rank student, Zhu Chengyu's turn to challenge because he is in the 3rd place. So according to the rules, he can only challenge Yao Jixu, who is in 2nd place, and Zhang Cheng, who is in the 1st place. I give up too. Zhu Chengyu only stepped onto the stage briefly and then said those words before nodding and walking off the stage. No way. Ha ha. Zhu Chengyu also gave up the challenge. Exactly what I thought. It's over. Zhang Cheng has been handed the 1st place by default. We wonder what Yao Jixu, in the 2nd place, will do. The referee's face turned as red as a pig's liver. What a situation. Just then, he received some information through his earpiece. His expression remained calm, as he had given up the struggle. He then announced, Audience friends, I've just received news that the 2nd-ranked student, Yao Jixu, has also forfeited. Therefore, I announce that the champion of this individual ranking match is Zhun Cheng. Wow. Yao Jixu in 2nd place really forfeited. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranked players all forfeited. Oh my goodness. Zhun Cheng. What a guy. He's been effortlessly promoted to champion. Quick gastrointestinal explosion technique. It's really terrifying. No one dares to have a stomachache in front of hundreds of thousands of eyes. Also, the blood of Guanyan technique. If caught by the blood of Guanyan's bloodline, it's like a public execution. What were the initial odds for Zhun Cheng? Wasn't it 45? Oh my goodness. Overnight riches. On the professional guild plaza, countless spectators are discussing excitedly. Inside the guild, Shen Nanfeng was also surprised. Why did Yao Jixu forfeit? She could have challenged Zhun Cheng. Zhao Yangshao's voice was devoid of emotion as he said, An enemy's enemy is a friend, at least in our keeper's affairs. Shen Nanfeng smiled as he stood up and said, In any case, with the 3 of them forfeiting, it's a result heard by 100,000 people present. The champion belongs to Zhun Cheng, and that world oddity also belongs to Zhun Cheng. Zhao Yangsha hesitated and asked, Chief, aren't you worried about other families and the group from the Hawk Empire? Worried? Why should I be worried? Shen Nanfeng chuckled. Even under public scrutiny, can they still be dishonest? Whether it's the Qin family, Zhu Chengyu, or the international school group, their defeat against Zhang Cheng's strength, what can they say? Let's go. Let's present the award to Zhang Cheng. Yes, Chief. In another room, Joseph stood respectfully behind an elderly man with white hair, who was none other than Mr. Lawton, the head of the Hawk Empire at the international school in Chang'an City. At the same time, they had a special mission. Sir, how did everyone give up? This. Lawton clenched his hand, crushing the wine glass in his hand, gritted his teeth. A bunch of useless people. Such incompetence. Useless. Joseph's face changed color, and he quickly lowered his head. I am sorry. It's our fault. We didn't expect such a strange person to appear. Originally, according to Terry's strength, combined with the prohibited drugs we gave him in secret, there was a high probability of defeating Qin Zheng and Zhu Chengyu. But Lawton's tone was filled with anger as he said, "It's not your fault. That newcomer Zhang Cheng is indeed strange." Quick gastrointestinal explosion technique, a special skill that ignores the resistance of professionals. This skill reminds me of a special profession that appeared during the Great Cataclysm over 300 years ago. Joseph subconsciously asked, "Sir, what profession is that?" Lawton looked at him and said, "It's all right to tell you," he said with a faint smile, "that kind of profession, perhaps only a few superpowers or long-established pioneer families are qualified to know such secrets." Divine profession? Divine profession? Joseph was puzzled. Aren't priests divine professions? They don't have anything special. No. 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 Lawton shook his head. Professions like priests are just shepherds of the gods, servants to serve the gods, just a broad concept that everyone recognizes as divine professions. The divine profession I'm talking about is the true incarnation of a god, with the abilities of a god. His eyes and tone became fanatical. During the period of the Great Cataclysm, because of the appearance of those divine professions, the present superpowers were shaped. Any skills they had could ignore the resistance and physique of professionals, taking effect directly. Even when facing powerful monsters and bosses, they could ignore their physical strength and resistance. When they surrounded and killed monsters and bosses, it was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Joseph took a sharp breath. There really are such powerful professionals? Lawton gave him a cold glance. Of course there are. Nowadays, in our Hawk Empire, there's Lady Malody in the shadow domain of the Pleasure City. Angel. Joseph's eyes also lit up suddenly, shocked. Lady Malody is a divine profession. She. Resurrection technique. Lawton's voice was filled with zeal. Ignoring the race, occupation, or bloodline of any creature, she can resurrect them and then transform them into her own divine servants. This, isn't it the ability of a god? Joseph hesitated. Then, other countries. Lawton shook his head. Those few divine professions in the Great Cataclysm have all gone missing after infiltrating the alien world to break through the god realm. Missing. That's right. Lawton said, indifferently, it's been over 300 years, with no news. Everyone thinks they're all dead. Nowadays, in the entire world, only Lady Malody of our Hawk Empire is recognized as a divine profession. And the so-called divine professions of the Ice Bear Empire, the United Empire of the Setting Sun, the Zia Empire, the United Elephant Empire, and several major empires are just their own beliefs, not recognized by international organizations. Joseph muttered, divine profession. How could Zhang Cheng possibly be a divine profession? How is that even possible? Lawton said, indifferently, that's impossible. A true divine profession can only be Lady Malodia of our Hawk Empire. An angel is the true embodiment of a god, he said. When the world oddity falls into Zhang Cheng's hands, it's actually a good thing. If it's really obtained by the Qin family or the Northwestern military, it would be difficult for us to acquire it again. Joseph subconsciously asked, Sir, are you? He. Suddenly, a strange and cold smirk echoed in the empty room. Then, a twisted and eerie figure slowly appeared in front of the two. Sir Lawton, have you made a decision? Yes. Lawton said coldly, I have a special status, and with few people on hand, some things can only be left to you. He. The dark figure chuckled eerily. Rest assured, Sir Lawton, the reputation of our Dawn organization has always been good. He. Dawn. Joseph exclaimed, the Fallen. As soon as he spoke, he remembered something and quickly lowered his head, apologizing, I'm sorry, Sir Lawton. Lawton gave him a cold look. You are a citizen of the Hawk Empire. not of the Zia Empire. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The dark figure continued. Sir Lawden, what do you want us, Dawn, to do? It's simple, Lawden said. The world oddity. Our Dom will complete this task, and your Hawk Empire will get it. He's lying to you, the ghostly figure said. Indifferently, no country nowadays openly supports any fallen organization. At least, not openly. What should we do then? The Black Shadow's face changed. How should we handle it? Agree to him. The ghostly figure said coldly. It's just mutual use. Who doesn't use each other? With their information. Bring back that John Chang and the world oddity. Yes, Sir Ghost. Chapter 160 Champion. World Wonder. What is it? Congratulations to student John Chang, winner of this year's high school exam single-player challenge championship. Wow, champion. John Chang is the champion. Am I hearing it right? Ha. Cheng Jay's awesome. 12th High School is the champion. 12th High School is literally on fire. It's been over 300 years. This is the first time 12th High School has won the championship, right? Hehe. This championship won by Jung Chang may be the least competitive in the past few hundred years, with the 2nd to 4th places all conceding. Anyway, Jun Chang is the champion. Absolute dark horse. Haha, I've made a fortune. Champion. The audience erupted in cheers, some joyous and some envious. And on the stage, changes quickly took place. Several figures came from the back, saying a bunch of nonsense. All congratulations to Jung Chang. And finally, the highlight came. Shen Nanfeng walked to Zhang Cheng with a smile. Student Zhang Cheng, congratulations on winning the championship of this single-player challenge. Adding the Radiant Island exam 3 days ago, you are undoubtedly the top scorer of this year's high school exam. Director Liao praised you. Zhang Cheng blinked and looked towards Zhao Yongxiao beside Shen Nanfeng. Zhao Yongxiao just nodded at him. Looking straight ahead, Heroes emerged from the young. Shen Nanfeng smiled and waved his hand as a Qipao-clad beauty quickly followed. Your actions are worthy of the title of champion. This reward is also well-deserved by you. Zhang Cheng looked strangely at the wooden box held by the maid, knowing that it contained the prize for winning this year's high school exam. The world wonder coveted by Qin Zheng, Zhu Chengyu, Terry, and others, even though it was just a damaged world wonder. Thank you, Director. Zhang Cheng took the wooden box handed to him by Shen Nanfeng with both hands, slightly surprised. Inside this box, was it alive? A world wonder that is actually alive. Shen Nanfeng smiled and shook hands with Zhang Cheng, then turned to deal with the reporter's photos. Zhang Cheng hesitated for a moment and asked softly, Director, Yongxiao sister, what on earth is this world wonder? Shen Nanfeng continued smiling and dealt with the reporter's photos and interviews. Zhao Yongxiao whispered, come to the night watchman base tomorrow. As you have acquired it, you should know some of its secrets. All right. The afternoon press conference ended quickly, and Zhang Cheng received numerous congratulations. Classmates, friends, teachers, seniors. Especially 12th High School, they even hung his portrait in every classroom to inspire future students. He even heard that the school was planning to sculpt a statue of him and place it at the school gate, which frightened him into refusing quickly. Sculpt a statue? Only dead people have statues. Besides, Zhang Cheng had Chen Zi place a bet on himself at the national lottery for the final championship victory. With a super high odds of 22.4 times, he bet 200,000 Huaxia coins and 100,000 gold coins, making a fortune directly. Over 4 million Huaxia coins, 2 million gold coins. This much money, especially the gold coins, directly placed Zhang Cheng into the middle class. In the late night, with his brothers Chen Zi, Sai Ji, Qin Zheng, and Bai Jingqi, he went to the largest hotel in Chang'an City, Chang'an Restaurant, for a good meal. At 9:30, Zhu Chengyu, Zhao Wuzhen, and He Chengwang bid farewell. They were students of the Northwest Military Academy affiliated high school and already had military responsibilities. Now they needed to continue learning and training at the Northwest Military Academy and couldn't stay overnight. Chen Zi had just been accepted and had not yet registered, so he was not a soldier. In the dark night, Zhu Chengyu and others bid farewell to Zhang Cheng, saying, all right, you guys have fun, we have to go. Can't we play a little longer? Zhu Chengyu shook his head with a smile. There are regulations in the army. And Chen Zi, in 3 days, is the enrollment time. I hope you can keep yourself under control as much as possible. Chen Zi nodded. I understand. Jun Cheng was surprised. 3 days. How come it's so soon? Isn't there still a month of summer vacation? Ju Chengyu shrugged. There's been a disturbance in the underground palace. Intel shows that a new demon king has emerged from the demons. He wants to establish his own territory and will surely cause a beast hide in the underground Great Wall. Although we are just students, we must also contribute our strength to defend the territory of the human race. Chen Zi added, right. This has always been my wish. He clenched his fist tightly and said, I must defend the underground Great Wall, even exterminate the demon race. Ha ha. Ju Chengyu laughed. When the leader hears what you just said, he will be very happy. Let's go. The three waved their hands and left without delay. Watching them leave, Jun Cheng patted Chen Zi on the shoulder and said, Brother, take care. Chen Zi laughed heartily. Chen Jie, when did you become so sentimental? Don't worry, I'm the Earth Knight. With thick skin and high defense, I can't die. Sai Ji also smirked. CG's defense is incomparable, truly unbreakable. By the way, Cheng Jie, Bai Jinky said he wants to take us to the Sunshine Parliament nightclub. Sunshine Parliament? Jun Cheng asked, puzzled. What is that place? He. Sai Ji chuckled. It's said to be the most famous money-draining place in Chang'an City, where the girls are unbelievably beautiful, and I heard there are professionals and exotic reincarnates. Professionals? Chen Zi frowned. Professionals go to a place like that? Sai Ji hesitated. I heard about it too. Mostly 1- or 2-star life professionals, like dancers, attendants, and so on. I heard they even have professional skills. Isn't that inappropriate? In the distance, Bai Jinky drove up in a large jeep and shouted at the group, Jun Cheng, get in the car quickly. I tricked Zhao Jiao back. Tonight is our night of revelry. Ha ha. They caroused all night until the sun was high. Oh no. I promised to go to the night watchman base today to learn about the night watchman. He hurriedly got up, washed up, and rushed towards the night watchman base. Luckily, there were rows of taxis at the entrance to the Sunshine Parliament, and when they saw Jun Cheng come out, a valet quickly flagged down a car for him. Be careful. Sir, welcome for your next visit. In the car, he took out the wooden box containing the world wonder. What on earth is a world wonder? Is it a living thing? He took a deep breath and opened the wooden box. A soft, somewhat translucent thing, pale white, the size of a palm, and almost pure transparent, resembling jelly, caught his eye. Is this definitely a world wonder, not jelly, or a slime? This world wonder in front of his eyes was remarkably similar to a type of creature in this world, the slime. With a glance, the properties of this slime appeared before his eyes. Name: world wonder. Race: conceptual being. Attribute: mixture of world rules. Status: severe injury. Explanation: this creature is born when 2 or more worlds collide and merge, resulting in a bizarre creature. It contains one world and can grow freely, or grow through consuming spatial rifts. World wonder, conceptual being, mixture of rules. What kind of creature is this? Jun Cheng was baffled. And spatial rifts? What are they? All the way filled with doubts, he checked the internal network of professionals, found no information. There is no information online. It seems that only high-level professionals, professional families, and national-level entities can have access to this information. But thankfully, Director Shen Nanfeng and Captain Yang Xiao should explain it to me. The taxi soon stopped in front of the night watchman base, and after passing through the guards monitoring, Jun Cheng arrived at Zhao Yangxiao's office. Knock, 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 come in. Zhao Yangxiao was writing and drawing on documents, suddenly raised her head and sniffed twice, frowned. Where have you been? Why do you have a scent on you? Jun Cheng's heart jumped, but he quickly reacted and said, I went to Li Zhen's house. Zhao Jiao kept me there for a long time. Li's house. Zhao Yangxiao knocked on the desk. It seems the Li family is very savvy, betting on you so quickly. Even Li Zhao is willing to use you. Jun Cheng quickly changed the subject. Yangxiao sister, what exactly is this world wonder? Why is everyone trying to grab it? He didn't dare to let her ask more. Too many words would lead to mistakes. Zhao Yangxiao said, I will take you to the director's office. Sit here and wait. Okay. Jun Cheng sat on the couch, but his gaze was fixed on Zhao Yangxiao. Today's Zhao Yangxiao had no external tasks, wearing a white cloud-like lawn dress, exuding the noble charm only ancient princesses had. Her hairstyle was simple, with a single ponytail, and her eyes were serious and steady. As the saying goes, a man who works seriously is the most handsome. But in Zhang Cheng's eyes, a woman who works seriously is even more appealing. There was no doubt that Zhao Yongxiao was among the best. After a few minutes, Zhao Yongxiao gave him a fierce look, gritted her teeth and said, "If you keep staring, I'll dig your eyes out." He. Zhang Cheng chuckled. "Yongxiao sister, I'm just admiring you. Don't get it wrong." Zhao Yongxiao sneered, got up and said, "Let's go. The director has been waiting for you." With Zhao Yongxiao leading the way, Zhang Cheng quickly met director Shen Nanfan. He was sitting cross-legged in front of a peculiar large tree, about 3 meters high, twisted like several giant pythons entwined together, not knowing what he was contemplating. "Director," Zhao Yongxiao said, "that kid is here. Sit." Shen Nanfang nodded and gestured for the two to sit down. He then personally demonstrated the tea art for the two, with a seamless operation, leaving only 2 cups of light black tea in front of them in the end. "Drink it. This is the black mist tea I brought back from the underground palace. It has a unique flavor." Underground palace? Zhang Cheng asked, puzzled. What is the underground palace? It's the guard city of the human race in the underground palace, known as the underground Great Wall. Zhao Yongxiao scolded him. "How did we learn in our culture class? Don't you know this?" Zhang Cheng shrugged. "I forgot." "All right." Shen Nanfang smiled. "These are small matters." "Zhang Cheng, you wanted to know what the world wonder is, right? I'll tell you now. The world wonder is actually a small world. Ow. End of chapter. Chapter 161. The Secret of World Wonders. "These foods are all prepared for you." Zhang Cheng said. "I also know that it is a small world, but how to use it, and what other functions it has. You have also looked at the attributes of world wonders, knowing that it is an item that arises when the worlds merge, a wonder produced after the collision and fusion of the rules of the 2 worlds, containing different world rules inside, which also form a world of its own. Its actual function is to serve as an important treasure for epic realm professionals to advance into legendary realm professionals. There are even rumors that world wonders are also related to the advancement of mythical realm experts. Unfortunately, until now, there are still no mythical realm experts in my blue star, so this rumor is just a rumor. The necessary item for advancing into the legendary realm, related to mythical realm experts." Zhang Cheng took in a sharp breath, realizing that the world wonders had a significant impact, but he never expected it to be related to mythical realm professionals. Mythical realm professionals, they are the powerful figures standing at the top of the entire world, the entire human race. They are also the leaders of human resistance against alien races and invasions from other realms. If we were to make a comparison, they are almost equivalent to what the aliens and other races refer to as gods. Unfortunately, until now, we haven't had a single mythical realm expert in my blue star. "True," Shen Nanfeng said. "You are still far from reaching the legendary realm, but you also need to know some common knowledge that is only circulated among high-level professionals. In order for professionals to advance to the epic realm, they must have a basic understanding of rule power. And in order to advance to the legendary realm, they must open up their own internal universe within their bodies." Internal universe, Shen Nanfeng continued. The so-called internal universe is actually the manifestation of the rule power that epic realm professionals master. It contains a small world created by the power of rules. Using this power, they can manipulate external rules to form various powerful forces. For ordinary epic realm professionals to open up their internal universe is extremely difficult. And these world wonders are extremely rare treasures that can help epic realm professionals open up their internal universe. Therefore, once a world wonder appears, it will attract a large number of epic realm professionals to compete for it. This world wonder is a treasure brought out by the Lord of the Dawn from the Succubus clan and was presented as a gift to the Night Watchers by her daughter, Zhang Mayan. It has long been damaged, and if you want to repair it, it will require a great deal of precious materials. For epic-level strongmen, it may be considered insignificant, but many people still want it, which is why the rules of the single-player qualification match for the high school entrance exam were set up. Whichever new student can win this year's high school entrance exam competition will be able to obtain this world wonder. Unfortunately, no one expected that in the end. It was you, kid, who won the championship and acquired this world wonder. You have greatly honored us Night Watchers, and we were originally counting on Zizu. Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed. So that's how it is. I never thought that World Wonders had such secrets. Advanced Legendary Realm Experts, Internal Universe. And, Shen Nanfeng continued, World Wonders are physical manifestations of the world's rules. The internal universe formed by them is completely different from the internal universe that ordinary Legendary Realm Experts condense on their own. The internal universe of ordinary Legendary Realm Experts is formed by the power of rules they have comprehended. Their world is a virtual world of rules that cannot give birth to living beings. In contrast, the internal universe condensed by World Wonders is a real world. It can accommodate living beings. Unfortunately, even now, the internal universes created by those in our Xia kingdom are in extremely harsh living environments, only able to accommodate some special creatures, unable to accommodate humans. Shen Nanfeng shook his head. And this type of internal universe is also considered the final resting place of a race. Once their home planet is defeated, all remaining tribe members can enter this internal universe to survive. And the Legendary Realm Expert who possesses this internal universe will become the ultimate guardian of the corresponding race. Numerous Legendary Realm Experts from various races are trying to condense an internal universe suitable for the survival of their own race, including our Blue Star and Xia kingdom. Unfortunately, even now, no one has succeeded. Zhun Cheng's eyes lit up. Similar to the inferior tribes of Radiant Island, Shen Nanfeng was taken aback. Exactly. If the Legendary Realm Experts of the inferior tribe back then had an internal world that could accommodate their entire tribe, they could have transferred the remaining tribe members into it. Start anew, who knows what might happen. Zhun Cheng added, this world wonder is damaged, and from what I can see, it is still in a heavily injured state. Is there a way to repair it? Of course, Shen Nanfeng said. As mentioned in the description of the World Wonder, it clearly states that this damaged World Wonder can be repaired using the gaps in spacetime. As long as there is a sufficient quantity and quality of spacetime gaps, the World Wonder can be restored. Spacetime gaps, Zhun Cheng wondered. What is that? Hehe. Shen Nanfeng smiled faintly. Spacetime gaps, telling you now might not be a good thing for you. Once you reach the battlefield of the alien races, you will know what spacetime gaps are. Alright, the explanations have been made. Shen Nanfeng finished his tea and said, the next steps will be explained to you by Yang Xiao. Zhun Cheng nodded. Alright, Director. I will take my leave now. The two got up and left, and Shen Nanfeng let out a long sigh. Spacetime gaps. They are the fundamental things for a tribe on the battlefield of alien races. Only by seizing the spacetime gaps can one maintain the initiative in the battlefield of alien races. I hope this kid won't be frightened when he reaches the alien race battlefield. Outside the door, Zhun Cheng and Zhao Yangshao walked towards the office one after the other. Zhun Cheng asked, Yangshao, is there anything else you want to say? Of course. Zhao Yangshao opened the door and walked in, saying, regarding your trip to the Imperial Capital. Imperial Capital? What about it? Every year, the top scorer in the entrance exam from each state and province will be admitted to the Imperial Capital Advanced Vocational University. Whether you go or not is up to you. Besides going to the Imperial Capital Advanced Vocational University this time, you will also need to transfer your Night Watcher data to the Imperial Capital. Transfer to the Imperial Capital? Zhun Cheng was puzzled. But isn't my data in Chang'an City? Zhao Yangshao shook her head. Not the same. Chang'an City is just a branch, while the Imperial Capital is the headquarters. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers, you can receive better training and opportunities for the future. Oh, alright. A month from now, you will head to the Imperial Capital. Zhao Yangshao added. Do you have any plans for this month? Not really. Why? Well then, come with me on a mission. Zhao Yangshao clapped her hands on the desk. Before you head to the Imperial Capital, I will nurture you into an outstanding Night Watcher. Alright. Following the next 2 days, Zhun Chen remained at the Night Watcher base, training and waiting for Zhao Yangshao's instructions. After work on the second day, he even visited a slaughterhouse specifically to use his random dissection ability to dissect some special ingredients. Half a day later, he emerged from the slaughterhouse. The harvest this time was quite good, with a bunch of special ingredients added to his spatial ring. Could it be that the success rate of dissecting ordinary animals skyrocketed because my random dissection ability leveled up? In just a few hours, I dissected so many special ingredients. With so many special ingredients adding attributes, I wonder how far Chen Zhao's 4-dimensional attributes can be boosted. On the third night, Jun Cheng alone invited Chen Zi to his room. Chen Zi was surprised. Chen, why did you invite me at this time? Where's KG? He didn't come. I only invited you. Huh, just me? Chen Zi raised an eyebrow. Chen, my sexual orientation is normal, damn it. I'm normal too. Jun Cheng kicked him away. I invited you for a barbecue. Do you want to eat? Sure. Of course, I'll eat. Jun Cheng placed charcoal in the barbecue stove, lit it, and started grilling while squatting on the ground. Chen Zi fetched a chilled bottle of beer from the fridge and walked over. Hey, Cheng, where did you get squid from? Looks fresh. Squid. Jun Cheng said, rest for a bit. It will be ready soon. All right, Chen Zi said, as he rolled up his sleeves and approached. By the way, Cheng, where did you get pig kidneys from? Cow eyeballs? Your ingredients are quite fierce. Where did you get them? Jun Cheng casually replied, I bought them, but it cost me quite a bit. 10 minutes later, a large pile of grilled pig kidneys, cow eyeballs, and chicken hearts was laid out in front of Chen Zi. Dig in. Chen, why aren't you eating? There's also grilled squid and tofu brain. I'll have mine after finishing these. Tofu brain? Chen Zi frowned. So you're roasting chicken hearts and tofu brains together. Strange. The taste is good. Huh, what's this? Chen Zi pointed to a pile of blood-red, oval-shaped meatballs. Jun Cheng casually said, chicken hearts. The hearts of chickens? Hey. This kid isn't conventional. Chen Zi grinned. Cheng, this grilled pig kidney has a kick. Kun man, try it. I won't eat. I prepared all of these for you. Jun Cheng brought him a bowl of tofu brain. Here. Drink it. Looks alright. Chen Zi downed the bowl of tofu brain. It tastes a bit strange, but tender. And chicken hearts. Go ahead and eat. Thanks, Cheng. Chen Zi tossed two chicken hearts into his mouth overflowing with oil. Chen, you should eat too. Don't let me eat it all. You eat. They're all for you, Chapter 162. Chen Zi has mutated. The trace of daybreak. Jun Cheng said swiftly, I found these special ingredients from low-ranking practitioners on Radiation Island. Each portion of these ingredients has a 1 in 10,000 chance of causing a mutation in your body. I originally raised your physique and spirit to over 100 points, which should have made you immune to this kind of mutation. But special ingredients that can increase spirit attributes are just too rare. What the hell? Chen Zi blurted out. Am I this unlucky? Jun Cheng sighed and said, sorry, brother. I wanted to enhance your strength, but I didn't expect you to still be affected by that 1 in 10,000 chance. Chen Zi shrugged it off and asked, Cheng Jie, what kind of mutation will my body undergo? I don't know. Jun Cheng shook his head with a wry smile. Maybe grow two heads. What the hell? Grow a tail behind your butt. What the heck? Wings on your waist. Oh my. Chen Zi panicked. What else? What else? As long as it enhances my strength, I can still accept some minor mutations. For example, if my little brother grows a few more centimeters longer. But if I end up with 2 heads or 3 walnuts, I might as well commit suicide. Jun Cheng hesitated. Don't worry, your physique is at 132 points. Even if you mutate, you won't grow 2 heads. Among the low-ranking practitioners, those with 2 heads are considered nobles. How could it be that easy for you? By the way, I have a way to temporarily boost your spirit and resistance. As long as your spirit and resistance are raised, you can resist this kind of mutation. With that, he took out the group of flower staff and tapped on Chen Zi. Adrenaline excitement technique. Does. Accompanied by 2 strange buzzing sounds, 2 consecutive adrenaline excitement techniques landed on Chen Zi. Great. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. With a 1% chance of dual casting effect, it actually took effect at this moment. In other words, 2 consecutive adrenaline excitement techniques appeared on Chen Zi. At this moment, his whole body was flushed, emitting heat. His eyes were fierce, pupils dilated, breathing accelerated, as if there was an endless strength in his body. Cheng Jie. Chen Zi gritted his teeth. I feel like my body is about to explode. I want to demolish your room. Jun Cheng could only laugh wryly. Please don't. This is my only property that I worked hard to buy. Please don't. Phew. Chen Zi took a deep breath and exhaled a visible steam. Okay, you come out, Jun Cheng quickly said. There aren't many people outside the community at this time. Go all out against me. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might explode. All right. The two of them went to the open space outside the community. As soon as Chen Zi stood still, he rushed towards Zheng Cheng with a punch. Cheng Jie, be careful. Their figures collided fiercely, fists and feet flying. A fierce competition began. However, both of them were in a state of clarity and held back, only directing their attacks at each other's backs, arms, and legs. The sound of their fists colliding continued in the serene night sky, echoing clearly. As time passed, Chen Zhao's momentum grew stronger, his roars intensify, and his punches were faster. Cheng Jie, be careful. Facing Chen Zhao's storm-like attacks, Zheng Cheng effortlessly responded to each one. But by the end, Zheng Cheng's expression changed. Chen Zhao's fists were getting heavier. Even more, he could feel a strange counterforce from his fists, as if hitting steel with bare fists. 10 minutes later, the effects of adrenaline excitement technique came to an end. Chen Zi collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Nearby flower beds and the apartment building were full of onlookers, some pointing and filming with their phones. Some were even cheering and egging them on. Well done. Let's have another match. Isn't that Zheng Cheng over there? You're quite amazing. Zheng Cheng, I'll post your video online. If it makes money, I'll give you half. Hehe. The surroundings were full of neighbors from the community, many of whom were familiar with Zheng Cheng and were teasing him. Zheng Cheng responded with a few words before helping Chen Zi back to the room. It seems they need to find a new place. Living among practitioners and ordinary people was indeed inconvenient. However, they were both heading to the imperial capital. They would surely stay in the school, which would be much more convenient. After leaving Chen Zi on the sofa, Zheng Cheng asked, Chen Zi, how are you feeling? I feel like my body has been drained. Chen Zi, lying on the sofa like a dead pig, mumbled, Cheng Jie, did I grow a second head? No. What about 3 walnuts? None. Tail behind my butt. Wanna drop your pants so I can check? Damn it. Chen Zi struggled to get up, hesitated, and said, then why do I feel my body still burning, especially my hands? Oh my. Suddenly, Chen Zi cursed under his breath. His hands, which were originally a normal flesh color, now appeared completely black. Upon closer inspection, there was even a layer of scale-like patterns on them. What's wrong with my hands? Cheng Jie, Zheng Cheng quickly tore off his shirt, revealing Chen Zhao's arms that had also turned black. The color gradually faded as it went up, almost imperceptible at the shoulders. Layers of faint, scale-like patterns appeared before them. This. Chen Zi widened his eyes. Could this be dragon scale arm? He tried clenching his fists and felt an incredibly strong power. Zheng Cheng asked, what do you feel? Strength. Chen Zi hesitated. I feel like my fists contain a lot of power, and my defense has also improved significantly. Quick, check your personal attribute panel. Okay. Chen Zi immediately focused his spirit and checked. After a few moments, his eyes lit up suddenly. Wow, Cheng Jie, my 4-dimensional attributes have increased a lot, all thanks to those special ingredients from low-ranking practitioners. And I gained a mutation ability called Flesh Scale Armor. With each level increase, not only can it add 2 points of strength, but it can also enhance my defense comprehensively. Once the Flesh Scale Armor covers my whole body, my defense will become even more amazing. Chen Zi exclaimed, I hit the jackpot. Thank you, Cheng Jie. Zheng Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's a useful mutation ability. If it were something else, well, I'd truly feel sorry for you. And adding 2 points of strength with each level increase. So, does that mean you can increase a total of 7 points of attributes for each level now, just like a 7-star professional? We're brothers, there's nothing to fear. Chen Zi nonchalantly said. As he opened his hands, the black scales on his arms quickly dissipated, returning to normal arms. At a glance, it was hard to tell the difference. Yes, passively increasing 2 points of strength is really great. Now, I'm like an invincible cockroach. What about flesh scale armor? Zheng Cheng remembered the low-ranking practitioners on Radiation Island who were killed by a sword blow from himself, those with scales all over their bodies, and nodded to himself. It was a good thing that the mutation was flesh scale armor. If it were something else. He shuddered at the thought of Chen Zi running towards him with 2 heads. Chen Zi suddenly stood up and headed towards the kitchen. Oh, Cheng Jie. What about the remaining special ingredients? What are you going to do with them? Of course, eat them all. No wastage. Are you sure you want to eat them? What's there to fear? I've already mutated. A few more lice won't itch. Chen Zi quickly finished the remaining roasted tendrils of low-ranking practitioners, their heart blood, and other special foods. His four-dimensional attributes skyrocketed again. While eating and drinking, the two chatted about their future at the university and military academies, as well as their enjoyment on the battlefield of the foreign races. As night fell, Chen Zi decided to sleep over at Zhang Cheng's place that night. The next morning, Zhang Cheng and KG went to the station to send Chen Zi off to the Northwest Military Academy by train. Watching the train gradually leave the station, both of them looked somewhat melancholy. With one member of their trio gone, they were left with just the two of them. All right, Chen Zi is just going to school. He's not gone forever. Zhang Cheng patted Kaiji's shoulder. Let's go. We still have to report to the night watchman. KG also put on a new face and asked, Cheng Jie, why do you think Captain Yang Xiao is taking us somewhere? How would I know? Zhang Cheng said. Let's find out when we get there. No matter what, it's an opportunity to gain experience and knowledge. The two of them headed to the night watchman base under the leadership of Zhao Yangxiao, where they began to tackle various tasks at the base. 7 days later, Zhang Cheng and KG received acceptance letters from the Imperial Capital Advanced Vocational University. What the hell? When KG received the acceptance letter, he widened his eyes. I even got accepted. What's going on? Zhao Yangxiao smiled and explained. It's simple. You were specially recruited as the unique practitioner. Every year, the Imperial Capital Advanced Vocational University specially recruits some first-time appearing practitioners, regardless of their star level. KG deflated. Specially recruited? I thought. All right. Let's continue our mission. Zhang Cheng patted him. No matter what, we'll be in the same school again. By the way, where's Jixu? She got accepted to and will be back soon. Did she finish her promotion mission? Yes. Where did she go? The Arctic ice plain. That far? Yes. Her promotion missions are mostly related to that area. Shall we? Zhang Cheng quickly got up, heading towards the kitchen. Cheng Jie, what about the remaining special ingredients? What are you going to do? Of course, finish them. Don't waste them. Are you sure you want to eat them? What's to be afraid of? I've already mutated. A few more lice won't itch. Chen Zi quickly cleared out the remaining roasted tendrils of low-ranking practitioners and other special foods. His four-dimensional attributes skyrocketed once again. While eating and drinking, the two chatted about their future at the university and military academies, as well as their enjoyment on the battlefield of the foreign races. As night fell, Chen Zi decided to sleep over at Zhang Cheng's place that night. The next morning, Zhang Cheng and Kajin went to the station to send Chen Zi off to the Northwest Military Academy by train. As they watched the train depart from the station, both of them looked somewhat melancholy. With one member of their trio gone, they were left with just the two of them. Chapter 163. Space Fisher Riot. They are all professionals. 2 weeks later, Yao Jixu returned from the Arctic ice field, and her whole demeanor became even colder. Her pupils transitioned from distinct black and white to a faint jade green, looking divine. Another week later, as summer vacation came to an end, the three of them prepared to head to the imperial capital together. Amidst the bustling train station, under Zhao Yangxiao's guidance, the three arrived at the platform one after another. A month of night watch mission had brought about significant changes in their demeanor, making them more composed, serious, and confident. With the addition of Zhang Cheng, Yao Jixu, and Sai Ji, the public security in the Chang'an City Steely Forest area guarded by Zhao Yangxiao had greatly improved. Especially with Zhang Cheng utilizing the central radar life monitoring technique, many spies of the fallen were exposed. For some reason, after losing more than 10 people, the members of the Dawn quickly disappeared, never to be found again. As for Song Chaoyu and others, they had already gone to Northwestern Professional University a step ahead. On that night, Chaoyu tearfully embraced Zhang Cheng, insisting that she must go to the imperial capital. In the end, it was Zhao Yangxiao who pacified her. Parting ways after 1,000 miles, Zhao Yangxiao said, after stopping, I'll leave you here. The next journey is for you to walk on your own. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng asked, Yangxiao, I remember your family is also in the imperial capital, right? Zhao Yangxiao gently touched her hair and asked, why? Are you investigating my background? No, of course not. Zhang Cheng shook his head. If you're heading back to the capital, send a letter in advance so we can meet up there. No problem, Yangxiao. Yao Jixu also felt sentimental. I can't bear to leave you. Silly child. Zhao Yongxiao smiled, then patted her head. This is not a farewell before death. I will be transferred back to the Night Watch headquarters in just half a year at most. We can see each other every day then, right? Really? Even Zhang Cheng was now excited. Zhao Yongxiao rolled her eyes. What would I gain from lying to you? Let's go. The train is about to depart. All right. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yongxiao. The three boarded the train, each with different emotions. In just half a year, we'll see Yongxiao again. That's great. I wonder what the imperial capital is like. I have never been there my whole life. Chen, Shixu, our seats are in the VIP section. It seems to be reserved for professionals. Let's go. The three followed the crowd and arrived at the VIP section. The number of people here significantly decreased, but there were still above 40 to 50 people, forming a sharp contrast with the regular seats before. All three of them had spatial equipment, with even Saiji redeeming a space ring of approximately 50 cubic meters in size using merit points. Their luggage and belongings were all stored in the space ring, allowing them to sit back comfortably and chat. Chen, why don't we just use the teleportation array to go directly to the imperial capital instead of taking the ordinary train? Saiji asked as she sat down. Aren't there high-speed rails too? Teleportation arrays consume a lot of energy at once. It's not necessary, Zhang Cheng explained. And by taking the train, we get to see the scenery along the way. We haven't ventured far from Chang'an City yet, so why rush it? As for the high-speed rail, I heard that it's too fast and accidents frequently happen in the wilderness, so it's been discontinued. Nowadays, the outskirts are full of monsters and beasts, making it impossible for ordinary people to venture far from the cities. The reason why trains can still operate is that there are specialized formation masters appointed by the country engraving specific expulsion formations on the railway tracks and trains to ensure their safety. Even with these formations, every 500 kilometers along the route, special railway towns have been established to maintain the safety of the railway. Oh, I see. How? Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over. Young man, why do you look familiar? Zhang Cheng also found him familiar and hesitated. Aren't you? The middle-aged man glanced at Yao Jixu beside him, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Ah, I remember. You were attacked by the Fallen near the Professional Guild's hotel, right? I was there at that time. Zhang Cheng's eyes also lit up. I remember now. You're Big Yellow Wine, right? Ha ha ha. What a coincidence to meet here. I didn't expect to run into you guys here. Yellowwine took a seat next to them. Laughing, you guys are going to the imperial capital for university, right? I'm familiar with the capital. Let me be your guy. Thank you, Big Yellowwine. Ya Jixu blushed beside them. The hotel near the professional guild. She remembered that day's experience and that feeling, giving Zhang Cheng and Yellowwine a fierce glare before changing seats. Yellowwine was puzzled, but Zhang Cheng's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't pay much attention, the group began chatting right away. Although Yellowwine was a professional, he was also a businessman primarily dealing with building materials such as stone and rocks. His trip to the imperial capital was for business purposes. Yellowwine, Zhang Cheng, and Saiji had a lively conversation throughout the journey. With over a decade of traveling experiences, Yellowwine had broad knowledge and rich experiences. Just by mentioning some fun places in the capital, he sparked excitement in the two. Hehe, brothers Zhang Cheng and Saiji. After reporting to the school, Big Brother will take you guys out to explore. Hehe. Saiji also eagerly asked, Big Yellowwine, is it true that there are enclaves of different races in the imperial capital? And is there a different race auction house? Of course there are. Yellowwine solemnly replied. Although my Blue Star People's clan has only joined the different race battlefield for over 300 years, we have already taken over several enclaves of different races. We may be at the bottom in the myriad races, but we have improved a lot compared to others. When we reach the imperial capital, Big Brother will show you around properly. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated through the train car. Water cups and dishes on the train tumbled onto the floor. Saiji, who was standing near her seat, lost her balance and fell. In the ordinary compartments at the back of the train, common folk began crying out. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Look outside. Countless exclamations resounded, but the professionals in the VIP compartment quickly stabilized. Zhang Cheng looked out the window and saw dense black clouds swirling in the sky in front of the train. Illusory. distorted light beams slowly extended and landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble as large amounts of soul were upturned in the distance. Witnessing the scene, Yellowwine's expression changed, exclaiming, "This is bad. It's a space fissure. How could there be a space fissure here in the hinterland of Qingzhou province?" At the same time, the tense voice of the train conductor suddenly came through the train's intercom. "Dear passengers of K546, a small-scale space fissure has appeared ahead of the train, causing the vehicle to stop. It is currently unknown if there are monsters inside the space fissure. Please remain calm and do not act rashly." Just then, a commotion erupted on the intercom, as if someone was quarreling for the microphone. Soon, another voice was heard. "I am the Night Watch team leader of Chang'an City, Captain Zhuangjisu Qingfeng. All professional passengers on K546, please gather in VIP compartment 1. Yellowwine stood up, his face grim. "This is bad. How is the Night Watch team leader here? Quick, let's go to the VIP compartment 1. The three stood up as well. Their compartment was VIP compartment 3. Not far from there, before they could take action, they saw 7 or 8 figures hurriedly walking towards the back of the train from their compartment. Seeing this, Yellowwine's expression suddenly darkened, and he cursed, "What are you all doing? Why are you going to ordinary compartments? Know that you're all professionals. Your mission is to protect the common people behind you. Why are you trying to hide among them?" After Yellowwine's reprimand, some professionals stopped, but 3 individuals didn't care and walked into the ordinary compartments. One of them chuckled, "Big brother, I'm just a 2-star support professional. Have mercy on me. I am a life professional. According to regulations, when encountering crises such as beast waves or space fissure riots or monster attacks on the city in the wilderness, I do not have to engage in combat. I just got injured recently, so I'll pass this time." Several professionals and stepped into the ordinary compartments. "Damn it!" Yellowwine cursed. "Damn, the country raised you all for what? Yet you're fleeing in the face of danger. Hey, brother, stop yelling at them." A professional in front laughed. "They're just a bunch of cowardly cowards who fear death. Let's go." With that, the professionals in VIP compartment 3 split into 2 groups. A small group retreated to the ordinary compartments, while the remaining half headed towards VIP compartment 1. Saiji exclaimed, "What are they doing?" Zhun Cheng pulled her back and shook his head. "Everyone has their choice. According to the country's laws and the regulations of the professional guild, any professional encountering a beast type, space fissure riot, or monster attack on the city in the wilderness must step forward to protect ordinary people. Most professionals abide by this rule, but there are a few who are cowardly, fearful, or for other reasons, choose to stay idle or even flee. They are these people." "What?" Saiji was furious. "How could they do this? If we all retreat, who will protect the common people? Who will protect our families and loved ones?" She ran to the door of VIP compartment 3 and shouted, "You guys." But she suddenly froze, seeing the door pushed open by a big hand, and a frail figure walked out. "Young man, you're a professional. Why are you blocking the door? Go gather in compartment 1. Standing in front of Saiji and Zhun Cheng were a white-haired, wrinkled old man and a few others. One was wearing a hard hat like a construction worker, another carrying a basket like a housewife returning from the market, and a young woman cradling a baby, soothing the crying child. They were all professionals. End of this chapter. Chapter 164. Awakening outside the country, each harboring ghosts. Gentle young woman. On the other side of the spatial crack, more than 10 figures in black robes were standing quietly there. The leader held a pitch-black crystal ball in his hand, which was constantly shattering and collapsing. As the crystal ball shattered, the spatial crack nearby grew larger and was stabilizing. A tall figure with short golden hair and a mask on his head spoke in a deep voice. "Mr. Raven, why did you only act now, and in the hinterland of Qingzhou province?" His tone was awkward, as if he had just learned the Xia country language. The Raven leader sneered, "Do I need to explain my actions to you, Mr. Black Hair?" The man with golden hair immediately said angrily, "Mr. Raven, don't forget that this time it was our intelligence that we provided to you, and we are also the employers of this mission." "He, employers, huh?" Raven smirked. "How did you employers handle this? Incomplete intelligence caused us to lose more than 10 brothers, and many were captured. If we hadn't developed an inside line at the Nightkeeper base ourselves, How could we have known that there was a professional who could automatically identify enemy targets in a Nightkeeper base in Chang'an City? If not for this, how could we have come to this ghostly place to ambush this person and seize what you wanted? The man with golden hair said, "We only found out recently." "Is that all?" Raven said, indifferently. "No matter how we complete the mission, all you need to do is get what you want." The man with golden hair hesitated. "Then what do you suggest?" "This train has thousands of people. We can't just..." "People?" Raven coldly chuckled. "What people?" "They are about to become our kind." Laughter echoed as the black crystal ball in Raven's hand finally shattered completely. In the next moment, the swirling black clouds in the distance suddenly paused, slowly dissipating. And under the black clouds, the illusionary rainbow light became stable. "Spatial crack, for this mission of yours, our master has bestowed upon us a fragment of the time-space rift to connect to our master's evil domain. Once this area and all the people on this train are transformed into spirits, everything will be foolproof. The things you need, won't you also obtain them effortlessly?" "Good." The man with golden hair nodded quietly. What did the deaths of thousands of people have to do with them? They were not their own people, he said. "Since that's the case, we will also join this mission." "You," Raven said coldly. "Mr. Axe, are you sure you want to join?" "Yes." "Heh. It seems you still don't trust us." "Not at all. It's just that the master wants to make sure everything is foolproof." "Is that so?" "In that case, it's fine." Raven looked at the 10 or so figures behind Axe and with a flick of his hand, more than 10 black orbs appeared in his hand. These are the ghost chebeats. After ingesting them, one's physical body will temporarily transform into a ghostly form. This way, you won't be attacked by the ghosts under our master's command. Axe received the 10 or so ghost chebeats and said, "Thank you." Watching Axe leave, Raven's eyes were indifferent. "Let's deal with you first, and then find that world treasure." "Hehe. Sir, should we act now?" Behind Raven, a figure in black approached and asked. "Not yet. Follow behind the skeleton demon. Let the men from the Eagle Country make the first move. Once they find the world treasure, kill everyone." "Yes, sir." Axe also approached his subordinates, 10 or more people wearing masks to conceal their identities. Joseph, a tall young man, stepped forward. "Sir, distribute the ghost chebeats. You don't need to participate in this mission." "Huh." Joseph was surprised. "Sir, why me?" Axe waved his hand. "You have just completed a breakthrough mission. Your strength is too low, and you are prone to accidents in such chaos. This mission will be taken care of by others." "All right then, sir." "Sir Axe." Another hoarse voice sounded, and a figure with a small black horse, 2 meters tall, and exaggerated gorilla mask on his head walked out. "I request to participate in this mission. I must personally tear apart the person who insulted me." "Terrace." Axe narrowed his eyes. "If you don't come forward, I will let you participate in this battle." He reached out and a syringe containing a black liquid appeared in his hand. "This is a strengthening potion researched recently at the Alchemy Academy of our country using the blood of a 9-star professional. Injecting it will enhance your strength comprehensively. The stronger and more potential the professional, the stronger they will become after being injected. This was specially prepared for you." With Joe, Terrace said, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely complete this mission and personally tear apart that damn guy." "Good." Woohoo. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, strange sounds came from afar. Everyone turned to see the sky filled with black figures rushing towards the distant train. Under these black figures were bone-white skeletons pouring out of the spatial crack. They swarmed out and headed towards the train in the distance. Seeing this scene, Axe frowned and muttered, "Why would the dawn ghosts cultivate these undead creatures? Specters and skeletons, these are all low level. Wait, something's not right." His eyes suddenly lit up, hesitating. "Specters are indeed specters, but these skeletons seem different, sir." Terrace eagerly asked, "Should we act now?" Axe thought for a moment and said, "Go, but be cautious. Find the newcomer as quickly as possible, kill him, snatch the world treasure, and leave immediately. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Terrace was excited and immediately inserted the syringe into his arm, injecting all the black liquid into his body. Heh. This is the feeling of power. He let out a series of deep roar, his blood vessels bulging, as if earthworms were crawling inside his body. With a roar, he strode towards the train in the distance. "You guys go too," Axe said quietly. Once you find the world treasure, leave here as quickly as possible. I will use the treasure bestowed by the master to wipe out everyone in this area. Yes, sir. The remaining figures nodded, following closely behind Terrace. Watching the departing group, Axe suddenly said, Joseph, how do you view this mission? Joseph was taken aback and quickly said, Sir, the importance of the world treasure is self-evident. As long as we can seize it, even if we offend the Zia Empire, it's worth it. No. 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 Axe shook his head. I'm thinking. Why is the Dawn cooperating with us like this? What do you mean? Joseph hesitated. Didn't we promise then and grant them an island, acknowledge their identity? That's impossible. Axe sneer. The Fallen are great enemies of humanity. Although we can cooperate with them within certain limits of the rules, we can never acknowledge their identity. So ... Axe looked coldly in the direction of Raven and the others, saying, they are also eyeing our intentions. Once we find the world treasure, I will immediately use the thing to take everyone away. Then, I will turn this area into a sea of fire. Yes, sir. On the train, the young conductor looked in surprise at the old man entering through the door and said, Sir, are you going to the number 1 VIP car? Are you also a professional? Of course. The old man adjusted his collar and said, I've been a professional for 65 years. Although only a 4-star professional, I've spent over 20 years on the battlefield against other races. He didn't expect that this time, while going to my son's house to enjoy a peaceful time, I would encounter a spatial rift disturbance. This old bone of mine needs to move well. Following them were a middle-aged woman carrying a vegetable basket, looking at the young man with worrying as she said, Young man, don't block the way. Didn't you hear the Night Keepers are gathering people? In this sudden appearance of spatial rifts, there are definitely ferocious monsters and beasts inside. In at most 10 minutes, they will come out. We also need to set up defenses within these 10 minutes, or those thousands of ordinary people behind us will be in trouble. With that, she pushed past the young man, almost pushing him under the seats. Jun Cheng quickly grabbed the young man, watching as the old man and the middle-aged woman walked towards the number 1 VIP car. Behind them, a burly man wearing a safety helmet followed closely, staring worriedly at the spatial rift outside the window. Whoa, baby, don't cry. Mommy will go deal with the bad guys and be back soon. The young woman with a baby in her arms continued to soothe the crying baby. Following the group, Jun Cheng couldn't help but say, Ma'am, you have a child. According to regulations, you don't have to go to the front line. What are you saying? The young woman, wearing a white floral dress, with a voluptuous figure and a very gentle appearance, turned out to be quite fierce. Her eyebrows were raised. We are all professionals, and no matter the situation, we must protect ordinary people. If we all flee like those cowards during battle, who will protect my daughter if she doesn't successfully awaken in the future? Besides, I am a support professional, and don't have to fight personally. Even if I stand behind you and cheer you on, I feel at ease. Wah. Perhaps the young woman's tone was too harsh. Her baby in her arms began to cry again, prompting her to quickly comfort the child. Little girl, Yao Jixu suddenly came over and with a flick of her delicate fingers, snowflakes appeared. The snowflakes spun around her slender hand, looking very beautiful. The baby in her arms was attracted, waving its little hands and making giggling sounds. Sister, my name is Jun Cheng. Jun Cheng said. This is Yao Jixu, and this is the young man. We are all new students heading to the imperial capital. We are going with you to the number 1 VIP car. Today is the last day, asking for the final votes. Just 200 remaining. End of this chapter. Chapter 165. Su Qingfeng. Special Monster Skeleton Fiend. Inside the first car, hundreds of people have already gathered at this moment. There are men, women, and children, except for the old man who just walked from a regular car to the VIP car. There are also 7 or 8 elderly people with white hair. There are also many women. They are all ordinary professionals, but when they heard that the train was in trouble and there was a sudden space crack eruption, they still joined in without hesitation. In front of everyone stood 3 figures. The leader is Su Qingfeng, the captain of the Chang'an City Night Guards. Behind him are 2 other figures, Jia Peidong and Zhu Lianghao. Everyone, I won't waste time with unnecessary words, Su Qingfeng began to speak as more people arrived. The sudden outbreak of a space crack ahead means that there is a high probability of numerous frenzied monsters and beasts appearing in the crack. I have notified Chang'an City and the nearest railway town. The town will arrive within 2 hours, while the support from Chang'an City will arrive within 4 hours. In other words, we need to block the beast tied in the space crack for 4 hours to protect the ordinary passengers on the train. All of you are professionals, and I believe since you are here, you are prepared for this. Now, any objections? No. We have a responsibility to protect the ordinary people. As night guards, it's fortunate for us to have someone like us leading the way. Night Guard Su Qingfeng, I've heard about you. You are just a step away from becoming an epic-level powerhouse. Amidst the discussions among the crowd, at the entrance to VIP car number 1, Zhun Cheng and the others had already entered with a woman named Yang Liuqing. Sister Liuqing, your health is weak. Please have a seat. Yao Jixu was playing with a baby in her arms, making him laugh. Yang Liuqing is the woman's name. According to her, she was on her way to the imperial capital to reunite with her husband. Unexpectedly, she encountered the space crack eruption on the way. After receiving the call from the night guards, she stepped forward immediately. Yang Liuqing said, "No need to baby me, my health is not weak." Quickly, listen to what the night guards leader Su Qingfeng is saying. Zhun Cheng listened for a moment and said, "He is assigning tasks to all professionals." Su Qingfeng continued, "Those who are level 69 professionals, raise your hands. I am a level 69 5-star flame mage. Me too. I am a level 69 impact warrior. Count me in. I am a level 69 holy knight. And me, a level 69 magic archer. And me ... Zhun Cheng looked surprised as Yang Liuqing also raised her hand. I am a level 69 support class, or a priest. Sister Liuqing. You. Yang Liuqing blinked and said, "Don't underestimate me. I am not weak like those delicate girls. Haha." The 7 level 69 professionals quickly gathered, and Zhun Cheng and the others escorted Yang Liuqing to the front. Huanju followed behind, looking at Yang Liuqing in front of the 3 of them, wondering, "Brother, who is she?" Zhun Cheng whispered, "Sister Liuqing is a level 69 support class." Huanju took a sharp breath, as he was only at level 39. The level disparity among professionals was very severe. For most mid to low-level professionals, reaching level 69 was a challenge. Level 69 was a turning point for all professionals. The strong became stronger, and the weak ... remained weak. They never thought that the seemingly fragile Yang Liuqing was also a level 69 expert. Su Qingfeng continued, "Everyone will be divided into 7 teams, with the 7 level 69 professionals as team leaders. Any objections? No objections. This is how it should be. The level 69 Holy Knight is Mr. Chen Shan, a 6-star Holy Knight, with very strong defensive capabilities. Oh, that magic archer seems to be Sun Changfeng, the regional manager of the Shunfeng group. I've seen him before. I also recognize that level 69 impact warrior." The crowd was in a commotion again, and Su Qingfeng promptly said, "All melee professionals, under the leadership of the Holy Knight Chen Shan and the deputy captain impact warrior Chu Long, form the first line of defense on the hill outside the train." Su Qingfeng pointed outside the window. Their train was currently in the vicinity of Qinbai, the most famous lowest plateau in Qinzhou province. The terrain varied in height, and there were hills everywhere, some with deep gullies, ideal for a defensive battle. All attack class professionals, under the leadership of Flame Mage Wang Yan, positioned themselves in the open space behind the hills. Su Qingfeng continued, "Then allocate 10 melee professionals to protect the team of the attack class professionals." There were 11 mages in total, with 2 of them at level 69, and the rest around level 30 to 40. The remaining support class professionals will be led by Ms. Yang Liuqing, amplifying all professionals freely. After Su Qingfeng made the arrangements, the many professionals present quickly formed into several teams, gathering around their respective leaders. In the chaos, Yao Jixu voluntarily joined the team of the magic professionals. Zhun Cheng stayed with Yang Liuqing. After all, his original profession was a priest. As for Huanju, he volunteered to join the team of melee professionals. "Wait," Su Qingfeng suddenly said, "are there any assassins or thieves among you? I need detailed information and the situation of the monsters in the space crack ahead." After asking, everyone looked at each other, and no one stepped forward. Perhaps there were some, perhaps not. Those who knew chose not to come forward. After all, it was very dangerous to go alone to investigate the space crack. I do. As the dark clouds outside grew heavier, Zheng Cheng raised his hand. Zheng Cheng, Su Qingfeng, at the front of the crowd, also noticed Zheng Cheng. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to the school with Shixu and KG? Yes. Leader Su. Zheng Cheng nodded. During the month he spent on missions with Zhou Yongxiao, they had crossed paths with Su Qingfeng twice. They were not very familiar, but they were not strangers either. He didn't expect Su Qingfeng to be on this train. You are right on time. Yongxiao told me that you have a detection ability. He stopped mid-sentence and waved to Zheng Cheng, signaling him to come over. Can you investigate the situation in front of the space crack? Zheng Cheng nodded. Yes, as long as there are creatures in the space crack. Then try. Okay. Zheng Cheng immediately activated the central radar life monitoring technique and extended it towards the space crack in the distance. His central radar life monitoring technique was at level 6, with a monitoring range of up to 3,000 meters. Soon, in Zheng Cheng's monitoring, the direction of the space crack immediately displayed numerous bright red dots. There were at least a few hundred, swiftly running towards them. There are monsters, Zheng Cheng immediately said. And there are quite a few. At least 400 to 500 of them. Oh. Su Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Can you determine what kind of monsters they are? Yes. Zheng Cheng nodded. There are two types of monsters. One is the common phantom, with levels mostly ranging from level 30 to 60. And there is another type of monster called skeleton fiend. What kind of monster is that? Skeleton fiend? Su Qingfeng's face changed slightly. Not good. They are fallen ones. Vote for the monthly ticket. Last 50 tickets. Last 50 tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 166. Night Watchers are all fools. Dragon turning over. Behind the spatial crack, Akos and Joseph were still waiting. Joseph looked at the distant train and suddenly asked, Sir, why did we choose to attack the train Cheng Cheng is on? This is the wilderness, open terrain. Although it is very suitable for an attack, if the other party wants to escape, it will be difficult for us to catch up, Akos sneered. Because of his identity. His identity? A student? Joseph asked in confusion. What do you mean? No, Akos shook his head. Not a student, but the identity of a professional and a night watcher. In Xia country, there is an unwritten rule that all professionals, when they encounter villages or towns where ordinary people gather in the wilderness, will try to protect the ordinary people as much as possible. In case of disasters like spatial crack riots or monster attacks on the town, these professionals should stay behind to protect the ordinary people. Akos coldly laughed. It is precisely for this reason that the losses of Xia country's professionals have always been very heavy, especially the night watchers. More of them die. Joseph was also surprised. There's such a rule. Professionals are treasures of a country, a concrete manifestation of a country's strength and weakness. How can they be wasted on ordinary people? So, that's why I say, night watchers and professionals in Xia country are all fools. Akos continued, in such an open place, as long as they abandon all the ordinary people on this train and choose to leave here with the strength of professionals, our plan will be half-failed. It will be even harder to chase and kill a professional on the vast wasteland. Members of the Dawn organization also clearly know this, which is why they actively chose to use fragments of temporal seam to create a small spatial crack riot, threatening all the ordinary people on the train. In this way, Cheng Cheng and the others traveling with this group of ordinary people will definitely stay behind. Akos continued, our target Mr. Cheng Cheng is an excellent member of the Night Watchers, just graduated from high school and about to embark on a new career as a college student. Such young people are full of passion. In Xia country's words, they take it upon themselves to protect the world. How can people like them escape when ordinary people are facing life and death crises? So, in this mission, as long as we keep them here, we've already won half the battle. On the train, Cheng Cheng asked in surprise, Fallen ones? Why fallen ones? Su Qingfeng replied, because the skeleton monsters are not naturally occurring creatures, they are creations of an epic-level strongman, who, one of the 9 days of dawn, Ghost Day. At the same time, a terrifying howling sound suddenly came from the distance. Many professionals leaned against the windows and looked outside. They saw a large group of shadowy figures emerging from the dark clouds in the distance, swiftly flying towards them. Specters. They are ghostly creatures. Damn it, how did we encounter such troublesome monsters? Don't worry, we have 11 mages here. We can definitely eliminate these specters. Everyone, get off the train. Following Su Qingfeng's order, more than 100 professionals quickly ran down from the train. Standing on the open ground, the specters in the distance became clearer, and below, there appeared white figures moving at a fast pace. Skeletons? No, not skeletons, but skeleton monsters. Monsters cultivated by Ghost Day, one of the Dawn's 9 days. Extremely bloodthirsty. Cheng asked, Captain Su, everyone seems to be very familiar with skeleton monsters. What are they exactly? Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth. The Ghost Day constantly tortures specters, transforming them into more powerful ghosts, then combines them with skeletons to create stronger skeleton monsters. Skeleton monsters are very bloodthirsty. Although the freshly born skeleton monsters are around level 20, their strength is not strong, but they have an extremely terrifying talent. They can continuously grow by devouring souls. 10 years ago, to test the strength of skeleton monsters, Ghost Day actually released skeleton monsters in a small city. When we Night Watchers arrived, there were no living creatures left in that small city. Not even a dog. All were devoured by the skeleton monsters. He smirked. In the last battle we destroyed all the skeleton monsters under his command. But unexpectedly we encountered them again so soon. It seems they have been recultivated. They want to continue to cultivate skeleton monsters using this opportunity. At that moment, there was a commotion coming from the ordinary carriages behind them. Skeletons, so many ghosts, monsters. Everyone, run. Stupid. If you want to run, where can you go in this remote place? It's better to stay here, with professionals protecting us. Run. Screams rang out, and many ordinary people broke the windows and jumped out, running towards the rear. But many chose to stay, causing a noisy commotion. Su Qingfeng frowned. Yan Liuqin, send 5 auxiliary professionals to appease them. If the number is not enough, organize the train staff, conductors, police officers, and government personnel to stabilize them. Don't run around. Yes. Yan Liuqing agreed, and immediately assigned 5 female professionals to return to the carriages. Meanwhile, the specters and skeleton monsters in the distance had already appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the skeleton monsters on the hillside, Su Qingfeng immediately ordered, Lian Hao, take action. Understood. Aiming, Su Qingfeng roared furiously, and the ground under his feet began to roll, transforming into more than 10 huge earth dragons rolling. The originally small hill was raised, forming a large platform extending outward. The dozens of skeleton monsters rushing over were immediately engulfed by the shaking earth dragons, and the heads of the dozen or so earth dragons formed small peaks that protruded outward. In other words, they were now overlooking the skeleton monsters below from above. If the skeleton monsters wanted to attack them, they would have to climb up from below. Excellent. With an earth magic user who can change the terrain, we've already won half the battle in advance. Look, they're coming. Damn it. Wishing everyone a happy holiday season. End of this chapter. Chapter 167. Su Qingfeng, still can't stand this kind of garbage. In the midst of the skeleton demon group, the ghost crow looked ahead at the changing terrain, his face suddenly changing. This ability is the skill of the night watchman Julian Hao. How is he also here? If only he's here. Just hope that Su Qingfeng is not here. Otherwise, this mission will be difficult. Even Lord Ghost Day is helpless against Su Qingfeng. As for me, in the sky, countless ghosts had already rushed down. Changing the terrain can temporarily resist the skeleton demons. But for the flying ghosts, it is as useless as having no effect. Woo! Dozens of ghosts had already pounced first. Doom! Suddenly, more than 10 scorching fire snakes emerged from the ground, rushing into the ghost group. The flame mage Wang Yan controlled these fire snakes, darting left and right among the ghost group, immediately burning several ghosts to death, forcing the rest to dodge. More than 10 ice blades, wind blades, thunderbolts continuously rose from the ground, rushing into the ghost group. Among them, the most powerful one was a large group of constantly spinning blizzards, engulfing dozens of ghosts, frenziedly crushing them. Ghosts, as undead creatures, are naturally immune to physical damage, but at the same time, they also have negative resistance to elemental powers such as fire and lightning. For them, flames, lightning, and other elemental powers, as well as the hot blood and evil aura of warriors, are their natural nemesis. Vampiric aura. On the ground, Yang Liuqing raised her wand, and a blood-colored aura appeared under the feet of the dozen or so melee professionals at the front, enveloping their entire bodies. Under the vampiric aura, when melee professionals attacked enemies, they could absorb vitality from the enemies to restore their own body. Light of courage. Strength of endurance. Bull's might. Holy light shield. Immediately, one after another supportive skills flashed on the melee professionals. Some enhanced strength, some enhanced defense, some dispelled fear, and some cast protected shields. More than 50 melee professionals were then shining with various supportive skill lights. Overall, their strength had increased by at least half. They're coming. Sigh. Amidst the cries, the first skeleton demon leapt towards the sky from the hillside. Swish. Before he could land, an arrow shot violently and pierced his head, brutally smashing into the ground. Sigh. Surprisingly, it screamed again, flipped over from the ground, and quickly rushed towards the crowd. Once again, the crowd turned their attention to this particular skeleton demon, carefully observing. Indeed, it was different from the skeletons described in books and online. Normal skeletons are humanoid, pale bone structures, wielding bone knives, bone swords, and other weapons, with flickering soul fires in their pupils. However, this skeleton demon, though humanoid, moves on all fours, with extremely fast speed. Its eyes were pitch black voids, devoid of soul fire. Knowing that all undead creatures have a soul fire, the most critical energy hub and source of life for them, only by destroying their soul fire can they be completely eradicated. These skeleton demons, why don't they have soul fire? Jun Cheng immediately asked, Captain Su, why don't these skeleton demons have soul fire? Su Qingfeng replied without hesitation, because they are not naturally occurring beings. They are monsters created by the fusion of grudges and skeletons. They do have soul fires, unlike ordinary and dead creatures. Their soul fires spread throughout their bodies, blending into their insides. Destroying their heads won't kill them completely. It's only by destroying at least 80% of their bodies that we have a chance to take them out. Su Qingfeng continued, that's why skeleton demons are such formidable opponents. Realizing this, Zheng Cheng exclaimed, I see, this will indeed be a great battle. Su Qingfeng added, you can freely attack, but always be wary of the enemy's movements and try to identify the fallen hidden among the skeleton demon group. They will surely be concealed among the skeleton demons, waiting for an opportunity to ambush us. I'll personally take care of these fallen ones. Zheng Cheng said, Captain Su, what if Giri is among them? Impossible. Su Qingfeng sneered. Giri fears death, so how could he personally come to a place like this? At most, he would only send his subordinates to their doom. Even if he is an epic-level powerhouse, he wouldn't dare. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed, saying, I understand. At that moment, more skeleton demons rushed up from the mountain below, engaging with the frontline melee professionals. Chaos ensued, with cries and roars filling the air. With a gesture, a virtual fire descended on a charging skeleton demon, instantly setting its entire body ablaze. The illusory figure shrouded it entirely, with its physical body visibly disintegrating at a rapid pace. The once pure white skeleton turned pitch black, with cracks appearing on its surface, resembling dry bones. The effect is so good. Zheng Cheng's eyes also flashed with realization. Skeleton demons have vengeful spirits within them, created from the dead spirits who were wronged and tormented in their past lives, possessing strong negative energy. Once hit by the virtual fire, these vengeful spirits ignited like dry tinder in a blaze. Continuously using the virtual fire to attack the skeleton demons, he took the opportunity to activate the central radar life monitoring arc to locate the fallen hidden among the skeleton demon group. Unfortunately, all he saw were densely packed skeleton demons, making it impossible to detect any hidden professionals among them. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed again, focusing on a particular massive skeleton demon in the distance. Name: Skeleton Demon. Race: Undead Creature. Skeleton. Template: Elite Boss. Level: LV69. Height: 480 centimeters. Weight: 1,450 kilograms. Constitution: 342. Strength: 212. Agility: 124. Spirit: 89. Skills: Dark Energy Absorption, Dark Fireball, Dark Bone Armor. Description: a special puppet creature cultivated by an epic-level powerhouse by merging different undead creatures, possessing strong resistance to negative energy, but vulnerable to positive energy attributes such as fire, light, and lightning. An elite boss. Jun Cheng frowned, and Su Qingfeng, who had been silent nearby, asked, "What did you find?" "A level 69 elite boss over there." Among the skeleton group, the large skeleton demon towering over 5 meters tall silently roared and advanced towards them. With a swing of its bone sword, it knocked down 4 to 5 melee professionals. "Boss, the boss is coming. Restrain him quickly." "Hold on. Mages, come quickly." As exclamations filled the air, Su Qingfeng made a decision. "Tai Dong, you go deal with that boss." "No problem." Jia Pei Dong, with a slender figure, reached out, and a gleaming curved blade appeared in his hand. His figure flickered, creating several phantoms in place, which then disappeared before Jun Cheng's eyes. An assassin. This night watchman, who had been silent in the team, turned out to be a high-level assassin capable of masking his own presence and form. Su Qingfeng then asked, "Did you find the fallen?" "Not yet." Jun Cheng shook his head, then suddenly asked, "Captain Su, do you know the name of Giri's subordinates?" "Their names? Well, their nicknames will do," Su Qingfeng said solemnly. "Giri has 5 strong subordinates at level 69, known as the Yinshan 5 Ghosts. They are Zhang Guiliang, Chen Yuxin, Jin Peng, with the remaining 2, Yushin Gui and Union Gu, having no specific information." "Zhang Guiliang, Chen Yuxin, and Jin Peng, right? Then let's try them one by one." Jun Cheng promptly entered the names of these 3 individuals into the search box of the central radar life monitoring art. The roots of the first 2 individuals exceeded the maximum monitoring range, but the third person, Jin Peng, had a blood-red dot that appeared over 2,000 meters away, gradually approaching the battlefield. In other words, Jin Peng was here. "Captain Su, I found him!" Jun Cheng exclaimed. "Giri Jin Peng is in the 3 o'clock direction from our current position. There must still be many hidden fallen among the skeleton demon group here." "I understand." Su Qingfeng nodded. "Keep an eye on Jin Peng's movements at all times. Once he appears, I will personally take him down." "Yes." Jun Cheng responded, continuing to monitor with the central radar life monitoring art. This spatial rift eruption was not a simple accident, Su Qingfeng suddenly said. "I don't know why the fallen would attack this train, but I think you can't escape the connection." "Me?" Jun Cheng's eyes lit up, saying, "World artifacts." "Exactly." Su Qingfeng nodded. "There is a defensive array in Chang'an City, making it difficult for them to act. But once outside the city, it's their territory. Plus, your travel time should be kept confidential." But they were able to precisely locate the train you were on. "What do you think?" Jun Cheng suggested. "Traitors? Among our night watchmen, is there a fallen one? At the least, it's someone influenced by the fallen." "Yes," Su Qingfeng agreed. "For normal professionals, world artifacts are indeed treasures. But for professionals with strong minds and a warrior's heart, world artifacts are just special items with unique powers. If you truly want to become powerful, you must not be misled by external objects." Jun Cheng, feeling enlightened, said, "Yes, Captain Su, I have learned from you." He once again opened the central radar life monitoring art, and suddenly another idea came to his mind. An ambush targeting world artifacts. Besides the fallen, there should also be. Jun Cheng thought, and another person's name immediately appeared in the search box. In an instant, a crimson dot appeared on the 3D map. The distance from his location was less than 500 meters. End of this chapter. Chapter 168. The Dual-Winged Skeleton Sorcerer. The Death of an Old Friend. Terrence. Jun Cheng's name for this round is indeed Terrence. During this new student examination for the advanced professionals, those from the international school group, especially Terrence, were particularly focused on the world's rare items. They had been competing fiercely for this world's rare item, using all means necessary. However, after the examination ended, there was no news from them for a month, which was abnormal. Little did they know that they were even more ruthless, spending a month to deceive everyone's thoughts. Then, as Jun Cheng was leaving the city to head to the imperial capital for school, he was ambushed by a group of fallen together with the students from the international school, aiming for him, aiming for the world's rare item in his possession. The thousands of ordinary passengers on the entire train were completely ignored by them. Jun Cheng took a deep breath and shared all his speculations with Su Qingfeng. "What?" Su Qingfeng's face changed drastically. "You mean, this group, in addition to the fallen, also includes the students from the international school, right?" "Captain Su," Zhang Cheng nodded. I just monitored the student from the international school, Terrence, who is very close to me, hidden among this group of skeleton sorcerers. Su Qingfeng immediately said, catch him first, and catch all the fallen and students from the international school on the scene. Catch the thieves red-handed. Only then can we bring them to an international court. No need for that trouble, Zhang Cheng said. Just take him out directly. Let Song Chao Yu absorb all their souls and memories. Isn't that enough? That is also a good solution. Su Qingfeng hesitated. Capturing this group of people alive won't be easy. It might be better to just kill them. Zhang Cheng, I'll leave this Terrence to you later. Since you two are opponents in the individual ranking match, it's more appropriate for you to handle it. Su Qingfeng continued. I'll take care of the fallen. Yes. Kill. Asterisk click. Asterisk. In the crowd, another group of skeleton sorcerers charged forward. Huanju swung his huge sword and struck the sorcerer at the neck. As he tried to pull out his sword, the sorcerer's neck turned abruptly, locking the sword in place. Ga ga ga. It let out a weird laugh and swiftly aimed a bone knife at Huanju. Watch out. Huanju's face changed. Even though he was a professional, he had been focused on business and contributing to the city's defense since returning from serving on the battlefield of another race, causing his level to stagnate and his combat experience to be limited. Upon encountering such a situation, a seasoned professional would have let go of the weapon and dodged first. Instead, he stubbornly held on to his weapon, bringing the sorcerer even closer to him. Asterisk. Swoosh. Asterisk. The blade came down, directly cutting into Huanju's left arm, blood gushing out. The sorcerer let out another strange laugh as it opened its mouth and sucked the gushing blood in an arc through the air. Ah! Huanju screamed in pain. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from above, landed on the sorcerer, and with sharp claws, ripped off its head. The massive figure then pounced on the sorcerer, claws and wings ruthlessly attacking its body, crushing it into pieces. Chicken call. Protect Huanju. He landed and immediately guarded Huanju, asking, Huan Lao, are you alright? Huanju, clutching his arm, grimaced, I'm fine, thanks to Chicken called brother. Huanju urged, go find a priest to heal, I'll take care of this. Good. Huanju knew he couldn't be of much help here and subconsciously stepped back. Just then, a large pale flame descended from the sky, engulfing at least over a dozen melee professionals and causing intense burning. Ah, it's the dark fire. The boss is here. In shock, the elite boss, towering at 5 meters, charged towards them. Swinging its bone staff, a large pale flame surged out, heading towards the crowd. The dark fire, generated by and dead creatures through dark energy, could burn the spirit and soul of living beings, making it difficult to deal with. Stop it. Mages, attack quickly. Only mages can totally eliminate this creature. Amidst the shouts, several sharp ice blades shot towards the boss's leg joints, freezing it in place. The boss growled, swinging its bone staff, causing flames to erupt and disperse the magical attacks from behind. As the boss was about to charge into the crowd, Yao Jixu behind suddenly started chanting a spell, accompanied by a clear and melodious incantation. The image of an ice giant slowly appeared. Giant? An ice giant? How could there be an ice giant here? Wait. That's Yao Jixu's skill. Yao Jixu is here. Stop it quickly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Accompanied by a loud sound, the ice giant brought a blizzard, sealing the boss in a hit, causing it to fall awkwardly. At the same time, Zhu Lianghao raised his staff, fiercely slamming it into the ground. Earthbind. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The soul around the boss rolled up, forming several earth tentacles made entirely of mud, firmly restraining the sorcerer on the ground. The sorcerer struggled, breaking several mud tentacles, but more mud tentacles continued to wrap around it relentlessly. Simultaneously, the ice giant advanced, stepping on the sorcerer's body. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The sorcerer's left arm was directly broken under the foot. Asterisk ga 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 ga. Asterisk. It shrieked in agony as a cold, eerie aura burst from its body, forming a large pale flame, surging wildly in all directions, as dark fire engulfed them, forcing everyone to retreat. Even the illusion of the ice giant began to crumble under the raging flames. Attack. Among the group of skeleton sorcerers, a hidden raven assassin suddenly burst out. Instantly, over 10 figures shot out from the group, assassins specializing in speed and strength, targeting wounded professionals and swiftly killing them. Huanju uncle, Chicken Call roared. While dodging the dark fire, a shadow suddenly darted from beside him, stabbing and retreating after hitting his uncle Huanju. Disappearing into darkness, Huanju lay on the ground, clutching his neck, unable to stop the blood flowing and falling weakly. Huanju uncle, are you okay? Hold on. Chicken Call quickly supported him, shouting, Priest! Someone, get the priest! Priest, please come and save him. Unfortunately, with at least a dozen people being attacked by the fallen, the formation was in chaos, and many were killed, yet not a single priest rushed to help. Asterisk cough, cough. Asterisk Huanju grabbed Chicken Call's clothes tightly, coughing and spitting blood. Useless, damn it, these damn fallen, hiding here. Chicken Call. Thank you. Damn. I refuse to accept. Huanju uncle, don't speak. I'll take you to find Changzhe. He must have a way. Chicken Call quickly helped Huanju up, but Huanju suddenly pulled himself back towards the darkness. End of this chapter. Chapter 169. Angry Chicken. Soul Boss. In a moment of carelessness, the chicken was tripped up by the aggressive action, almost falling to the ground. Yellow Wine Master. The chicken turned around abruptly, only to find a slender skeleton with diminutive wings growing on its ribs standing in front of the yellow wine, with delicate arms plunging straight into the yellow wine's chest. If it wasn't for the yellow wine's pull just now, he would have been the one dead. Cough, cough. Chicken. Kill him, kill him. The chicken finally noticed that the heavily injured yellow wine was tightly grasping the eerie skeleton's hands, not letting it go. Uncle Yellow Wine. The chicken roared and immediately pounced, with a swift flash of its wings. The edges of the feathers emitted a sharp light, resembling to giant sawtooth swords, swiftly cutting the skeleton into halves. In a sudden leap and landing, the chicken's claws stomped and tore at the skeleton's body on the ground, instantly turning it into a pile of bone debris. When he turned around, he found the yellow wine had collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. Uncle Yellow Wine, I. Cough, it's useless. Yellow Wine grimaced. I didn't expect. I wanted to go to the Imperial City to find my daughter. You. Go find her. I have something left with her. Take it. Uncle Yellow Wine. The chicken quickly crouched down, but Yellow Wine's head tilted, already devoid of breath. However, his hand still held a business card and a badge. Glancing at them, the badge had Yellow Wine's professional emblem. As for the business card, it belonged to a woman named Huan Yao. It had an address and a phone number, with meticulous craftsmanship, black background, silver lettering, intricate patterns and designs engraved on it. Imperial City Yuyao Ancient Culture Research Studio. The chicken felt a tinge of sadness as he picked up these two items. Even though he had only met Yellow Wine once, his warmth and generosity had left a good impression on the chicken. They had talked about going to sightsee the Imperial City. But now, boom. In the distance, the heavily injured skeleton boss rose again, attacking the ice and snow giant. Behind it, more skeletons with wings on their ribs glided down from above, infiltrating the crowd. Additionally, many black-clothed individuals took advantage of the chaos to launch attacks, causing the defense line to fall into disarray. Damn it! It's the fallen ones. Everyone be careful. There are fallen ones hiding in there. The disturbance in the spatial rift this time is caused by the fallen ones. Hold on. Hold on. Damn it. The chicken gritted his teeth inwardly and fixed his gaze on the closest black-clothed figure. His wings spread, and he dashed towards him, while charging forward, with a swift flap of his right wing. More than 10 sharp steel feathers shot out from it, piercing the nearby fallen one. Steel feathers. This was a skill granted by the druid set worn by the chicken. It could shoot sharp steel feathers attached to the equipment, attacking swiftly and fiercely, making it hard to defend against. The fallen one screamed in agony. Before he could react, the chicken's figure lunged towards him, striking him down with a claw. The steel feathers and claws madly attacked him. Caw. Doom. Suddenly, a scream came from the skeleton boss in the distance, as a figure appeared above its head. With a sharp dagger in hand, accompanied by a dazzling blue light, it directly decapitated the skeleton boss. Jia Paidon. One of the night watchers, Jia Paidon, took advantage of the skeleton boss's injuries to kill it. Ha ha. The boss is dead. Kill all these damned fallen ones. Brothers, hold on. Morale rose again, And within the crowd, Julian Hao once again acted, transforming the ground beneath the skeletons into quicksand, trapping dozens of them. The formation stabilized once more, with only the fallen ones and the winged skeletons still in combat. After dealing with the skeleton boss, Jia Peidong charged into the winged skeletons group. His sword flashed continuously, briefly halting the group of winged skeletons. Among the skeletons, the ghastly eyes gaze flickered. Jia Peidong, Zhuan rank captains of the Night Watch have appeared here, which is already a significant threat to an ordinary train. However, for safety reasons, we still need to make a final attempt. He gestured with one hand, and a series of low, eerie howls emanated from his mouth. With this sound, the spectral figures dancing in the sky suddenly became restless. Hundreds of them quickened their attack frequency, fearlessly charging towards the people on the ground, letting the professional spells tear them apart without backing down. After a moment, deep within the spectral figures, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly emanated. A ghostly figure, over 10 meters tall, resembling a phantom bat, suddenly appeared. Filled with strong negative energy, it descended like a giant bat from the sky. A bunch of flames surged towards it, but was effortlessly extinguished. On the ground, Wang Yan's face suddenly changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Soul Boss, get out of the way!" Doom. Although her warning was urgent, it was too late. The Soul Boss charged into the crowd, accompanied by eerie wails, and more than half of the professionals subconsciously covered their heads, screaming in agony. The Soul Boss cackled, its massive figure soaring into the sky once again. Alongside its movements, over 10 twisted figures were forcibly pulled out from the professionals' bodies. Souls. The souls of these professionals were being pulled out by the Soul Boss. Subsequently, the camp of professionals on the ground became even more chaotic. Among the crowd, Zhang Cheng's expression turned grim. "Captain Su, aren't you going to act? This Soul Boss is a Lord rank boss, much more powerful than the Skeleton Boss." In case... Su Qingfeng coldly shook his head. "No, this is just a pullout by the Fallen Ones. Once I take action to kill this Soul Boss, the leader of the Fallen Ones hiding behind will definitely escape. So, to root out the issue permanently, you need to quickly find the Fallen Ones behind the scenes." Understood. Zhang Cheng took a deep breath, nodding to himself. Woo woo. Suddenly, another eerie wail echoed in the sky. The Soul Boss descended once more. Damn it. Seeing it about to land and head toward the camp of magic professionals, especially after he saw a large blizzard rise from the ground, he could no longer remain stable. His figure shook and streaked towards the area of the magic professionals. At the same time, he raised his hand, sending a surge of fictitious fire to engulf the Soul Boss. Su Qingfeng furrowed his brows. Regardless of the situation, as long as we can eliminate the Fallen Ones behind. End of chapter. Chapter 170. Zhang Cheng's death. Furious Yao Jixu. Direction at 2 o'clock, 1,500 meters away. Su Qingfeng's eyes flashed. Delayed to continue educating Zhang Cheng, his figure flickered, and he rushed towards the direction of the Ghost Crow. Woo. In midair, the figure of the Soul Boss began to distort. One after another illusory flames surged from his body, burning madly. Along with the burning of this flame, his whole body actually began to tremble madly. The souls of the dozens of professionals he had entangled also screamed at the right time, shaking violently. Zhang Cheng's virtual fire body technique directly touched his soul. "Jixu, are you okay?" Zhang Cheng shouted loudly to Yao Jixu not far away. At this time a snow-white snowflake-shaped shield appeared in front of her, constantly blocking the dark fire falling from the sky. Snow also floated beside her, the petite magic wand constantly pointing. Large violent snowstorms raging in the sky, blowing the shadows of the souls in all directions. Yao Jixu nodded and said, "I'm fine. Let's deal with this boss first." "Okay." Woo. Suddenly, another wave of wailing came from the sky, and the huge body of the Soul Boss suddenly tore open in the middle. The body burning with illusory flames was abandoned, floating in the air still burning. The remaining intact half of the body fluctuated violently, and large groups of eerie cold dark fire surged towards Zhang Cheng and Yao Jixu on the ground. Not good. Zhang Cheng's face changed drastically. The range covered by this half-body abandoned Soul Boss's dark fire bombardment was at least a kilometer. Almost half of the battlefield was covered. Zhang Cheng had no time to dodge. His eyes flashed, and suddenly a navy blue cloak appeared behind him, enveloping half of his body. Nether cloak. It was the perfect equipment rewarded to himself by the Night Watchman after coming out of Radiant Island. The navy blue light flashed again, and 3 consecutive nether shields immediately appeared in front of him, blocking the dark fire falling from the sky. Doom. Suddenly, at this moment, Julian Hao suddenly appeared beside Yao Jixu. He thrust the magic wand in his hand towards the ground, and the whole earth suddenly trembled. Earth guard. Doom. Accompanied by his roar, the mud under everyone's feet suddenly rose into the air, forming a thick wall in front of everyone, blocking all the dark fires falling from the sky. At the same time, he moved his hands again. The sand and stones on the ground also suddenly floated up, swirling and condensing around him, forming long spikes about 10 centimeters long that were still spinning. Julian Hao shouted, "Jun Cheng, Yao Jixu, you hold the boss back, I'll take it down." "Yes, Captain Ju." The two immediately agreed, and Yao Jixu took the lead. She lifted her hands, and Snowy, dancing around her, appeared above her head at the right time. The blizzard, which had gradually calmed down, swept towards the soul boss again. The dark fire that was falling all over the sky also rolled back under the blizzard's influence, completely engulfing the appearance of the soul boss. Jun Cheng took the opportunity to cast another virtual fire burning technique at the soul boss, causing another group of illusory flames to burn from his body in the blizzard's coverage. Woo woo woo. The soul boss shrieked strangely again, as if it was very afraid of this flame. Another part of its body was peeled off from the rest, getting rid of this virtual fire. At the same time, the remaining half of its body turned back fiercely, staring evilly at Jun Cheng on the ground. Woo 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 woo. Sharp and piercing screams suddenly came from the sky. The body of the soul boss twisted violently. Intense mental fluctuations radiated from its body, rushing crazily in all directions. Succubus's howl. Ah. Ah. It hurts. My head. Ah. Almost in an instant, more than half of the professionals on the ground were covering their heads, screaming loudly. Many even lay on the ground, twisting their bodies into a ball, trying to endure the howl. Almost all of them were melee professionals. There were also several weaker magic attackers. Succubus's howl, a psychic spell, could directly attack the target's soul with its mysterious skill. Jun Cheng's head also seemed to be hit by a huge hammer in that instant, feeling dazed. But soon he reacted. In just that brief moment, the soul boss in midair had already descended, its mouth open and fiercely lunging towards Jun Cheng. It wanted to kill this damn human who could directly burn its soul, tear his soul to shreds. Woo woo woo. The shrill wailing came again from the soul boss. Its huge body had crashed into Jun Cheng. Jun Cheng, Yao Jixu, who had just awakened from the sharp cries of the succubus's howl not far away, watched helplessly as the soul boss swept past Jun Cheng's body. In her mind, scenes of what she had just seen appeared. The soul boss passed through the battlefield, tearing out the souls of at least a dozen professionals, all dead. And now, it was Jun Cheng's turn. Her eyes turned dark green in an instant. The snowflakes above her head were also furious, snowflakes falling madly. The two almost simultaneously raised their hands and fiercely grabbed towards the soul boss that had already soared into the air in the distance. Freezing ray. Buzz. Almost instantly, a deep blue light shot out from the space between Yao Jixu and Snowy, steadily hitting the soul boss. Crack, crackle 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 ... The harsh friction suddenly sounded, and in the distance, the soul boss that was rising into the air was suddenly frozen into an ice sculpture, and at a visible speed, it spread wildly towards the soul boss's body. Freezing ray. This was a professional skill Yao Jixu learned after completing the LV-19 breakthrough mission, launching a freezing ray that completely freezes the target in a very short time. The power of the skill depends on Yao Jixu's current mental strength, equipment amplification, natural environment, as well as the target's freezing resistance, spiritual resistance, racial bloodline. The greater the difference between both sides, the stronger the freezing effect of the freezing ray. Besides the body, it can even freeze the target's skills, even the soul. And this freezing ray was released by Yao Jixu in her anger. Combined with the soul boss's weak resistance to ice property skills, half of its body was frozen by Yao Jixu in an instant. Its speed, which was soaring, suddenly slowed down, and at this moment, Julian Hao's skill was also ready. The dozens of thorns floating in front of him were flashing with an inexplicable yellow light. Under Julian Hao's spiritual guidance, they shot towards the soul boss. Dust destruction spike. End of this chapter. Chapter 171. New features. 6-star ingredients. The densely packed dust annihilation thorns immediately pierced through the nearby spectral boss. One after another, like rain hitting banana leaves, in just a few seconds, the body of this spectral boss was pierced through as if it were a torn sack. Previously, it could have easily evaded this attack by relying on its speed or clones. However, after being continuously struck by Jun Cheng's virtual fire incineration technique and frozen by Yao Jixu's extreme cold light beam, its movement speed plummeted. It was immediately struck by Julian Hao's dust annihilation thorns. Especially the wounds pierced by the thorns, signs of collapse and annihilation appeared. No matter how it tried to channel its dark energy, it could not heal the wounds caused by the thorns. Dust annihilation thorns. A powerful force capable of completely annihilating its target once again severely wounded this spectral boss. Woo, woo, woo. A low, mournful sound came from the spectral boss as its body began to crumble at a visible speed. Half of it was frozen by Yao Jixu's extreme cold light beam, gradually turning into ice. The other half was struck by Julian Hao's dust annihilation thorns, gradually transforming into mud, continuously crumbling. Despite its struggles and attempts to summon dark fire, it couldn't resist the invasion of these two drastically different energies. Jun Cheng. Yao Jixu ran towards Jun Cheng. In her sight, Jun Cheng had been standing still after being attacked by the spectral boss. She had thought that Jun Cheng's soul had been sucked away by the spectral boss. Tears filled her jade green eyes. Jun Cheng. She approached Jun Cheng, trembling, reaching out her hands to touch his face. A faint blue light flashed on Jun Cheng's body, his gaze staring strangely at Yao Jixu, who was rushing towards him. Jixu, why are you crying? Yao Jixu paused, then exclaimed in Zhou, You're all right? What could possibly happen to me? Jun Cheng shook his head and said, Don't cry. Others might think I'm dead. I. Yao Jixu chuckled through her tears. Who would actually think you're dead? Woo. 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 In the air, the spectral boss let out another mournful cry. Its massive body was covered in mud and ice. However, a small remaining part of its body emitted an increasingly concentrated black light, gathering all its dark energy in that part to resist the attacks of the extreme cold light beam and dust annihilation thorns. At the same time, a bright light appeared at the intersection of the three sides, indicating its intention to abandon most of its body and flee with its essence and soul. Jun Cheng immediately noticed the spectral boss's plan and swiftly drew his group flower's staff, aiming a strike at the fleeing spectral boss. Virtual fire incineration technique. When facing undead creatures, especially specters, grudges, and evil spirits, the virtual fire incineration technique was tailor-made to be their nemesis. With a strange wave spreading over the spectral boss, the once intact part of its body was engulfed in flames, burning madly. Woo, woo, woo. A soulful cry seemed to come from the depths of its being as it struggled and writhed in the air, trying to escape the fire but failing. Seizing this opportunity, the energies of the extreme cold light beam and dust annihilation thorn surge, swiftly annihilating its body, sending it to its demise in 3 parts. Almost instantly, 3 rich soul forces descended from the sky, entering Jun Cheng, Yao Jixu, and Julian Hao's bodies. Seizing the moment of the spectral boss's fall, Jun Cheng's hand moved again, and the eerie wave formed by random dissection technique landed on the spectral boss. Skill successfully cast. You have obtained special ingredient, spectral essence. You have obtained spectral DNA molecules. You have activated the spectral DNA blueprint. In his hand, a cold breath appeared instantly, continuously twisting. With a glance, he discerned the specific property of this special ingredient. Special ingredient, spectral essence. Quality, 6-star. Effect, permanently increases spirit by 10 points and dark resistance by 10. Limited to 10 servings. Explanation. A special energy condensed only after the death of the Lord Boss of the spectral race, providing significant benefits to the spirit of living beings. 6-star ingredient. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. This was the highest grade ingredient he had ever dissected. With a slight inhalation, he absorbed the spectral essence. A cool sensation washed over his mind as his spirit attribute increased by 10 points. Phew. Julian Hao let out a long breath, saying, You to stay here and don't run around. I'll go support Jia paid on. With that, a quicksand path appeared under his feet, dragging his figure rapidly towards the direction of the skeleton demon. At that moment, The ordinary specters above, who had fallen into a frenzy due to the spectral boss's death, began to attack wildly. Taking advantage of the lingering dark fire, the specters once again surged down from the sky, attacking everyone. Carrying the unextinguishable dark fire, some even emitted ghostly screams as they fiercely attacked the professionals one after another. The spectral boss is dead. These ordinary specters are not a concern. Crush them. Jun Cheng's voice was heavy, and Yao Jixu nodded silently by his side. The two acted together, enveloping the multitude of specters in dancing illusory flames and blizzards, burning fiercely. Suddenly, Yao Jixu asked, Jun Cheng, a green light appeared on you just now. Is that a new skill you learned? Looking at the serious Yao Jixu, Jun Cheng nodded and said, Indeed, it's a protective skill. I was unharmed under the attack of the spectral boss all thanks to this skill. I see, you try it. Jun Cheng raised his group flower staff, and a green light immediately appeared on Yao Jixu. Is this penicillium mycotoxin body shield? Yao Jixu pronounced the name of this skill slowly, finding its name quite odd. The skill effect is also peculiar. Jun Cheng sighed. I have no idea. During the attack from the spectral boss, he had relied on the penicillium mycotoxin body shield to withstand the assault. The single-sided ghostly shield had defeated the spectral boss in an instant. If not for the penicillium mycotoxin body shield, he would have been seriously injured at the very least. Moreover, in that moment of attack, the level of his penicillium mycotoxin body shield had risen to level 3. Activating its first characteristic, penicillium mycotoxin body shield external, Leave 3. Mutation skill, your physique undergoes permanent changes, passively devours any elemental power approaching your physique in any state, enhances yourself, automatically generates corresponding resistances to any adverse environment, and condenses into a permanent body shield to guard yourself. Characteristic 1. Group attachment. Your penicillium mycotoxin body shield can form a special shield to resist any attacks, which can be attached to multiple targets. The more spirit power consumed, the more targets can be attached. His penicillium mycotoxin body shield was a permanently existing body shield that would automatically increase in proficiency with time. From learning it until now, a month had passed, and it had finally risen to level 3. It shone brightly in this grand battle. Roar! At that moment, a gorilla with a mask suddenly rushed out from the chaotic crowd, charging towards Jun Cheng. Jun Cheng, die! With a roar, the sword in its hand, the size of a door panel, shimmered with a golden light and mercilessly slashed towards Jun Cheng. Doom. End of this chapter. Chapter 170. To your acute gastroenteritis, instant burst technique is of no use to me. Terrence. Jun Cheng was well prepared for the visitor, effortlessly dodging the attack with a sway of his body. Terrence, I've been waiting for you for a long time. There are people protecting you inside Chang'an City. I didn't expect you to actually track me outside the city, Jun Cheng said lightly, already well aware of Terrence's whereabouts using the central radar life monitoring technique. What Terrence thought was a surprise attack appeared like child's play in Jun Cheng's eyes, with no secrets at all. Who? Terrence's breath began to intensify, sticky drool flowing from the corners of his mouth under the mask. The muscles of his upper body swelled explosively like an explosion, with blue veins constantly undulating beneath the skin. His teeth clenched tightly, emitting a grinding sound. Die! I will kill you! Roar! Terrence roared, suddenly kicking forward with force, kicking up a cloud of dust at his feet. His entire figure charged towards Jun Cheng like a cheetah. Such fast speed! Jun Cheng's pupils slightly contracted, feeling that there was something off about Terrence at this moment. While he had been fierce before, he still had some semblance of humanity. But now, he seemed more like a thoughtless beast. Dang! He crossed his arms, easily catching Terrence's blow. Looking at the crazed eyes hidden beneath the opponent's mask, a flash of killing intent suddenly appeared in Jun Cheng's eyes. How is this possible? Terrence widened his eyes. You actually managed to block this blow of mine. Ha! Jun Cheng whispered, raising his foot and kicking Terrence in the abdomen, sending him flying. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Yao Jixu shot out an ice blade, ruthlessly stabbing Terrence in the abdomen. Ah! Blood splattered in the air as Terrence cried out in pain, his muscles wriggling once again, breaking the ice blade in an instant. Swish! Amid Jun Cheng and Yao Jixu's shocked expressions, the muscles on his back suddenly burst open, and two sets of fleshy wings filled with fierce blood vessels abruptly sprouted out. The fleshy wings were black and red, thin as cicada wings, but with sharp thorns growing along the edges. The thorns were extremely sharp, shimmering with an unknown light under the sunlight. Fine hairs grew at the base of the thorns. The entire fleshy wing appeared transparent, with every blood vessel clearly visible. Ha ha, ha ha ha. This is true power. The power born from the perfect fusion of a professional and technology. Terrence laughed maniacally. Damn Zia Nation, Chun Cheng, die. He roared, once again kicking the ground, turning into a black shadow and charging toward Jun Cheng. What the heck? Jun Cheng widened his eyes. Wasn't Terrence a beastman sword saint profession? What's with the wings on his back? Could it be that in just 1 month, Terrence had completed the reincarnation task? How is that possible? Quick! Terrence's speed, in Jun Cheng's eyes, was just one word. Fast. His figure left several illusions almost in the same place. The next second, Terrence's figure appeared in Jun Cheng's original position. His hands and wings struck at Jun Cheng more than 10 times in an instant. With a wave of his fists, Jun Cheng blocked with his arm, and their figures crossed each other, instantly attacking each other. Jun Cheng stepped back rapidly, his clothes torn, a green light flashing, blocking all of Terrence's attacks. Such speed! Terrence's figure also spurted blood where he originally stood. At that moment when Terrence attacked Jun Cheng, wasn't Jun Cheng also attacking Terrence? His favorite acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique had already landed on Terrence. Boom! A fierce blizzard swept in from afar, completely engulfing Terrence's figure. Yet, Terrence's figure turned into a phantom, shimmering in the blizzard. Zizu! Jun Cheng shouted, and Yao Jixu's voice came from the blizzard. Don't worry, I'm fine. Although Terrence's speed is fast, his strength has weakened. Boom! Before the words fell, Terrence's figure burst out of the blizzard, stirring up a lot of snow and wind. But Jun Cheng's face turned very grim. How come the acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique hasn't taken effect yet? It's been at least 20 seconds. Doom! In midair, Terrence's figure flashed again, rushing towards Jun Cheng. Jun Cheng, your acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique is no longer effective against me. Terrence laughed maniacally. In order to kill you, I have endured pain that ordinary people cannot bear. And your blood, Guan Yan. Ha ha ha, you dare not release it, right? As expected by the boss, in the midst of the melee, you dare not summon the blood, Guan Yan, afraid of hurting your companions. You guys, the Night Watchers, are really a bunch of naive fools. So, die. As he spoke, Terrence's figure flickered back to his side. The two grabbed each other tightly, continuously attacking. Almost at the same time, the fleshy wings behind Terrence turned into sharp sword blades slicing towards Jun Cheng. Puff, puff, puff. The ear-splitting sound of friction continued, the green light on Jun Cheng's body flashing, the penicillin bacteria guarding shield constantly blocking Terrence's attacks. His face was very grim. Although Terrence couldn't break through the penicillin bacteria guarding shield in a short time, his mental energy was visibly depleting. Once his mental energy was depleted, the effect of the penicillin bacteria guarding shield would disappear. And how could the acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique fail? In that case, there's only one option. Jun Cheng secretly shouted in his heart, enduring a blow from Terrence, blocking Terrence's fleshy wing attack with the left-hand wand of flowers. His right hand clenched into a fist, heavily striking Terrence's chest, launching him into the air. At the same time, the left-hand wand of flowers pointed towards Terrence's direction, releasing a strange wave that struck Terrence, who was retreating. Corpse forms. Current level can stimulate his desires, make him fall into a state of rage, and initiate a brief hallucination. At the same time, it can provoke the dormant forms within him, reducing his strength attribute, causing him to become weakened. The more intense and longer Terrence acted, the more his strength attribute decreased, the more pronounced his weakness. However, when the blow hit, Terrence had no reaction. Flapping his wings, his body mysteriously halted in midair. Flapping again, a violent shockwave appeared in midair, charging towards Jun Cheng once more. Ha ha! Jun Cheng, your ability has no effect on me. Terrence laughed. So, please die. Seeing Terrence turn into a black shadow again, Jun Cheng made a prompt decision, pointing the left-hand wand of flowers at himself. Adrenaline rush technique. Another strange wave surged from within him, making him instantly alert. A strange power surge from both sides of his waist, filling his entire body. He felt mentally invigorated, his eyes clear, and his strength skyrocketing. Stomping the ground fiercely, a large tit erupted where he stood, rebounding towards Terence. His left hand wand of flowers smashed towards Terence's head. Doom. End of this chapter. Chapter 173. Tears mutated. Dissect. The shadows of the two collided in the air once again, creating a violent wave of energy. The two fleshy wings behind Tears rushed forward again, piercing through Zheng Cheng and emitting a blue light. Damn protective shield. Are you really a priest? Tears gritted his teeth, his mask shattered from intense fighting, revealing a ferocious and savage face. Muscles bulged on his face, anger filled his eyes, blood vessels visible, and most disturbingly, two sharp fangs protruded from his mouth like a demon. Thick veins spread from his neck to his face, making him look even more ferocious. The two engaged in a fierce fist fight, with Zheng Cheng trying to break free from Tears' grasp. Tears let out a cry of pain, holding on to Zheng Cheng despite the intense agony in his arms. Suddenly, the two fleshy wings behind him lunged towards Zheng Cheng's eyes. Faft. However, the blue light shimmered once again. Tears' wing attack seemed ineffective against the protective shield barrier. Zheng Cheng had the Cloud Sky Sword in hand in a flash. Tears tried to separate, but it was too late. Clang. Empowered by Zheng Cheng's strength, the Cloud Sky Sword slashed through Tears' left arm along with his left wing. Tears cried out in pain, staggering back. Zheng Cheng's figure charged towards him again. Tears, in disbelief, couldn't comprehend how Zheng Cheng matched his speed and strength. You're a priest, why are you using a sword? His pupils constricted as Zheng Cheng appeared to charge at him again. In a daze, he even saw another Zheng Cheng beside him. On the other side, Yao Jixu also made her move towards the ground. A white light immediately enveloped Tears, freezing him in place. How is this possible? Tears shook his head, trying to shake off the illusion in front of him, but Zheng Cheng was already closing in on him. Damn it, he roared, summoning a huge sword into his hand, but Zheng Cheng was already upon him. The Cloud Sky Sword pierced through his heart. Faft. Tears spat out blood, his gaze fierce. With only his right wing remaining, wielding the giant sword, he launched a frenzied attack against Zheng Cheng. Ow. His crazed cries filled the battlefield, fueled by hatred and excruciating pain. Under the influence of rage and pain, Tears unleashed his final attack against Zheng Cheng, using every weapon at his disposal in a whirlwind of violence and fury. Several minutes later, Zheng Cheng heaved a sigh of relief, stretching his body. Across from him, Tears had collapsed to the ground, his arms and right wing severed, his body covered in wounds exposing bones. Dark blood flowed from his heart and neck, soaking his entire body. Damn it, Tears was still alive. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't move a muscle as a sense of finality loomed over him. I'll kill you even if I become undead. I will never forgive you. Meanwhile, the wounds where his wings were severed started to squirm. Disgusting flesh protrusions emerged, spreading across his body in a grotesque display. Hetty, power, derived from the terrifying power of the 9-star lord from our country. Tears' body transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh, almost becoming a giant flesh ball. What the mutation? Zheng Cheng exclaimed, reaching out towards Tears, preparing to unleash his dissection technique. I wanted to dissect you and see what secrets you held, but now you can just die. Blood ignition. As the eerie words resounded, a strange wave of energy came crashing down on Tears, setting his body ablaze. His entire being was engulfed in a crimson fire, burning fiercely. Tears screamed and ran madly. With each step, flesh protrusions emerged from his body only to be engulfed by the flames. In less than 20 seconds, the squirming flesh masses finally fell still. Tears collapsed to the ground, his body charred. The crimson flames danced a few more times before dissipating. Approaching him, Zheng Cheng inspected the charred remains of Tears. The area within 100 meters was scorched. It's all burnt to a crisp. Can I still dissect it? Zheng Cheng joked. Are you okay, Zheng Cheng? Yao Jixu ran over, concerned. I'm fine. Just a bit weak from using the adrenaline excitation technique earlier, Zheng Cheng reassured her. As they conversed, a loud screech emanated from the distance among me and Ned's skeletal army. A massive black crow ascended into the sky and soared away from the battlefield. Yao Jixu widened her eyes, asking, what was that? Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Cheng unsheathed his Cloud Sky Sword and dissected Tears using his random dissection technique. The fleshy growth on Tears' body was so powerful, perhaps A worn man peculiar item appeared in Zheng Cheng's hand. Eyes gleaming, Zheng Cheng declared, "This must be the leader behind this attack. Go and help. Let's see if I can uncover any secrets from him." End of chapter. Chapter 174. Su Qingfeng's profession and strength. Okay. Yao Jixu agreed, saying, "You are still in a weakened state from the adrenaline excitement art. Rest for a while first." With that, she rushed towards the direction of the giant ghost crow. And behind that giant ghost crow, there was a figure following closely like a maggot, and it was Su Qingfeng. After Yao Jixu left, Zheng Cheng finally looked at what he had just dissected in his hand. A piece of flesh lump still wriggling. Skill successfully activated. You have obtained a special ingredient. Blood demon shredded meat. You have obtained a vampire DNA molecule. You have activated the vampire DNA chart. Vampire. Zheng Cheng's heart moved. Terry's profession is an orc sword saint. How could he dissect a vampire's DNA molecule? Could it be that the reason he could produce such strange changes is related to vampires? That is, behind him, those flesh wings. Special ingredient. Blood demon shredded meat. Quality. 8-star pseudo. Effect. After consumption, can permanently increase 20 points of spirit, 15 points of agility. Dark resistance plus 10. There is an extremely low probability of transforming your lineage into a vampire, and will be noticed by the progenitor of blood. Limit of 5 pieces. Explanation. A piece of special flesh formed by the fusion of a piece of flesh formed by the fusion of an 8-star newborn professional with a 9-star powerful transmigrator's flesh, containing the combined power of both. At the same time, because the bloodlines of the two are not compatible, there may be conflicts in some aspects, so its quality cannot reach true 8-star quality. Looking at the explanation of this special stone, Zheng Cheng suddenly realized. In other words, Terry accepted the power of a powerful 9-star transmigrator for this attack in order to enhance his strength. And this 9-star transmigrator is a powerful vampire. As far as Zheng Cheng knew, the vampires in this world were not much different from the vampires in the movies and TV shows he knew from his previous life, but they were even more powerful. Because they are not afraid of garlic or holy water like the vampires in the past, some vampires can even rely on other powers, not afraid of sunlight. They can also use equipment, props, and even the power of technology, their overall strength far surpassing those vampires in the myths and legends of previous lives. However, although the attributes increased by this special food are many, the probability of lineage transformation and being noticed by the other party is also there. The gains do not outweigh the losses. A 9-star transmigrator, a vampire. Let's keep it for now. Zheng Cheng shook his head. This powerful professional could not be allowed to enter Xia country. At most, his blood could be brought in to cultivate something similar to Terry's flesh puppet. Terry, are you not afraid of my acute gastroenteritis bursting out because of vampires? Zheng Cheng frowned. It can't be. After all, vampires are still flesh and blood creatures. They still need to feed on blood, and they also excrete waste. Unless, he grabbed the sword of the skies and slashed it at Terry's charred corpse in front of him. Soon, he dissected Terry's body, especially the abdomen. Zheng Cheng's face became strange, giving a thumbs up to Terry's corpse. Terry, you are really ruthless. To resist my abilities, you actually had yourself cut. It seems that you were prepared for this attack long ago. Zheng Cheng suddenly remembered what Su Qingfeng had told him before. There is a traitor among the night watchmen. Doom. In the distance, the giant black crow had been caught up by Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng's body was shining with dazzling sky blue light, rushing madly towards the black giant crow. Thunder of the fallen skies. Doom. A huge thunderous roar came from the sky, and more than 10 thunderbolts as thick as a water bucket kept plummeting down, smashing fiercely on the ghost crow. Ah! The ghost crow immediately screamed. Su Qingfeng, I surrender. Stop hitting me. Ah, boom. Before the ghost crow finished speaking, what greeted him were even more thunderous strikes. One of the thunderbolts even smashed towards Su Qingfeng, enveloping him, forming a sky blue thunderous armor. He took a step, his figure appearing like lightning in front of the ghost crow. With a grab of his hand, a brilliant spear made entirely of thunder condensation appeared in his hand, fiercely shooting towards the ghost crow. Croak. The ghost crow also made a strange cry. A strange bird entirely made of black mist suddenly appeared on its body, rushing towards the thunderous spear falling from the sky. Doom. The two collided, immediately creating an extremely violent explosion that almost engulfed half of the battlefield. Ghostly energy permeated, thunder flickered, spreading even to the skeletal monster group on the ground, shattering dozens of skeletal monsters. This also made many professionals fighting against the skeletal monsters on the ground suffer. While fighting the skeletal monsters, they also had to dodge the thunder and lightning coming down from the sky. Watching Su Qingfeng displaying his might in the sky, Zheng Cheng's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Thunder. As Yang Xiao said, Captain Su Qingfeng's profession is a 7-star flame walker, naturally able to control infinite flames. And his elder brother Su Qingfeng's profession is a 7-star thunder walker, naturally able to control thunder. Whether it is in attack power or elemental power, he is above Su Qingfeng. Zheng Cheng's mind flashed, immediately thinking of something. No wonder all the captains of the Night Watchmen mentioned before that Su Qingfeng launched a surprise attack on the Black Sun Lord's base, and had a skirmish with the members led by Guidao. After that battle, it was the legendary strongman Guidao who retreated, and Su Qingfeng's Night Watchmen's team won the victory. The power of thunder happens to be the nemesis of the ghost Dao Strong. Under the adverse elemental relationship, a level 79 Su Qingfeng was able to defeat a level 80 and above legendary strength Guidao. It must be said, Captain Su Qingfeng's strength is indeed terrifying. Once he completes the level 79 breakthrough mission Sacrifice to Heaven and steps into the legendary level, how much stronger will he become? Doom. In the distance, thunder descended again, covering the fleeing ghost crow. No matter how it struggled and resisted, it could not escape from the thunderstorm of Su Qingfeng. It seems that I don't need to take action anymore, Zheng Cheng murmured. His eyes suddenly moved. In the central radar life monitoring technique, the red dots were moving rapidly in the opposite direction of the battlefield. It was only then that he noticed that the battle he had with Terry had penetrated deep into the side of the battlefield. Is this Joseph and another person? Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed, immediately rushing towards these two. Damn it! A bunch of trash. Behind the battlefield, Ayaka's looked at the subdued ghost crow in midair with a flash of anger in his eyes. Why is Su Qingfeng here? It wasn't mentioned in the intelligence. Could it be? Ayaka's eyes narrowed. He has other missions and just happened to run into. Let's go. He made a swift decision and turned to leave. Joseph subconsciously asked, Lord, what about us? The minions of Guidao are gone. This mission has failed. But fortunately, we did something to our subordinates before the mission, and no information unfavorable to us will be left behind. The two quickly left, fleeing the battlefield. At that moment, Zheng Cheng's figure came quickly. Before he arrived, a crimson jade pendant was thrown with all his strength. Whoosh! With the force of up to 170 points of strength, the jade pendant passed like a meteor, landing in front of the two. Doom. End of this chapter. Chapter 175. Eikos, I protest. What is this? Damn it! Eikos' face changed drastically, because in front of him, there appeared a crimson, constantly growing, eerie statue. And when Joseph saw this statue of Blood Guanyan, his face immediately changed. Sir? Not good. It's Zheng Cheng's Blood Guanyan. What? Eikos subconsciously turned around and saw Zheng Cheng's figure sprinting towards them at high speed. With a wave of his hand, an instantaneous outbreak of acute gastroenteritis fell towards the two. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, dozens of blood vessels rushing out from the Blood Guanyan's body at an extremely fast speed towards the two of them. It's over. Sir Eikos, we. Joseph's eyes were full of despair, subconsciously turning to look at Eikos. Faft! A burst of breaking sound came. Joseph's originally despairing eyes became shocked and incredulous. He dumbfoundedly looked down at his abdomen, where a dagger had just stabbed in. And at the other end of the dagger's handle was Eikos, whom he had always trusted. Looking at Joseph's shocked expression, Eikos coldly said, Joseph, we represent the nation. We absolutely cannot betray the nation. You are young, unable to withstand torture, so I will let you leave first. And I will never confess. As soon as the words fell, a severe pain came from his abdomen, and the three fastest Blood Guanyan blood vessels had already rushed to him. Come. Let me personally experience it. Faft. By the time Zheng Cheng arrived, a figure was being tied up by Blood Guanyan, suspended in the air, constantly screaming in agony. A large amount of black and yellow liquid kept gushing out from his backside, and under the feet of Blood Guanyan lay another body, doused with a lot of excrement. Joseph, Jun Cheng immediately recognized the true identity of this corpse, but unfortunately, he was already dead, and killed by his companion, who was now overhead spraying excrement. The person who can kill his own companion. What is his true identity? Minutes later, accompanied by a blazing thunderous explosion, the ghost crow shrouded in a large amount of thunder immediately fell. The huge ghostly body disappeared, and instead a half-human, half-bird corpse fell from the sky. At the same time, a black shadow suddenly condensed from the corpse of the ghost crow and shot towards a distance. ZLA Su Qingfeng, who was prepared early, shot out a thunderbolt, immediately shattering the black shadow. He explained, "This is a secret technique controlled by Giri. After his subordinates die, their souls will be drawn out by Giri's ability, and gathered into his banner of 10,000 ghosts." Su Qingfeng looked at the figure caught by Blood Guanyan in amazement. "Is this the Blood Guanyan you obtained from the Radiation Island?" "That's right." Zheng Cheng nodded. "By the way, Captain Su, about your level 79 breakthrough mission." "Failed," Su Qingfeng bluntly said. "Those three gentlemen are just too ruthless. They eliminate anyone they say to eliminate. That they are also thinking for the greater good of the nation. I can only wait for the next opportunity." Zheng Cheng asked in confusion, "Captain Su, what exactly is your level 79 breakthrough mission, and why?" Su Qingfeng shook his head. "It's not that I won't tell you. It's just that this matter involves many people and many things. Knowing in advance about stepping into an epic-level breakthrough mission is not a good thing for lower-tier professionals like you." "All right, let him down," Su Qingfeng said, in a deep voice. "Although we did not catch the person at dawn, being able to catch those colluding with them is also a good thing." "Good," Zheng Cheng thought. The huge Blood Guanyan immediately shrank. Ekos, who was tied up, fell down immediately. Just as Ekos landed, before Zheng Cheng and Su Qingfeng could speak, Eko suddenly jumped up, pointing at Su Qingfeng and angrily shouted, "Are you the Night Watchman? I am from the Falcon Nation. I was just out for fun when suddenly attacked by the Fallen. Even my attendants were killed. Not only did you not rescue me, but you launched an attack on me directly. I protest. I will report this matter to." Zheng Cheng and Yao Jixu, who had followed, looked at each other, while Su Qingfeng coldly smiled. "Mr. Ekos, of course, I know your identity. I advise you to put away these clownish antics, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." Captain Su Qingfeng, as an ordinary citizen of the Falcon Nation, can't I enjoy human rights in the Xia Nation? Ekos chuckled, disregarding the filthy excrement all over him, still speaking righteously. "I protest. I protest against you Night Watchmen for launching unfounded attacks on me. I protest. I protest against you for allowing the Fallen to attack the staff of an allied country. I protest. I protest against the rudeness of you Night Watchmen towards me, especially for using virus-like skills on me. Su Qingfeng twitched his mouth, waved his hand, and a thunderous chain immediately shot out, binding Ekos. At the same time, a flash of lightning passed by his mouth, completely stunning him, rendering him speechless. Zheng Cheng hesitated. "Is Captain Su, are all people from the Falcon Nation this shameless?" Su Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. After all, the global situation is currently in a state of mutual cooperation. Without concrete evidence, we cannot convict them of their crimes. The most severe punishment would be expulsion from the country." "Evidence?" Zheng Cheng murmured to himself. Su Qingfeng's eyes also lit up, and they both said, in unison, "Song Qiaoyu." Ekos, who heard the name Song Qiaoyu in front of them, also changed his expression and struggled fiercely. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Su Qingfeng's thunder chains. On the contrary, he ended up electrifying himself, causing his whole body to go numb, with constant convulsions. Then, Su Qingfeng and Zheng Cheng teamed up to counterattack the remaining skeleton monsters and ghosts. With the addition of the two of them, the professional camp quickly stabilized and gradually surrounded and killed the uncontrolled skeleton monsters, especially Su Qingfeng's thunder ability, which held a significant advantage in dealing with these and Ned creatures. In contrast, Zheng Cheng's Blood Guanyan, facing enemies such as skeleton monsters and ghosts, couldn't absorb blood during battles and ended up acting more like a giant meat shield. The vast majority of ghosts and skeletons were killed by Su Qingfeng. Over an hour later, the skeletons and ghosts on the battlefield were finally wiped out, turning into a pile of bone fragments and dispersing black clouds. We won. Ha ha. We are safe. Thanks to the professionals. Thanks to these professionals. In the rear of the train, more than 1,000 surviving ordinary passengers cheered. At the beginning of the attack, they were frightened and scattered in panic, but thanks to the reassurance and protection of the professionals, they were able to survive. Otherwise, encountering so many monsters in the wilderness, they would all have become monster dung. While everyone was cleaning up the battlefield, more than 10 cars and military vehicles suddenly rushed towards Chang'an City at high speed. Reinforcements from Chang'an City had arrived. End of this chapter. Chapter 176 arrives at the reinforcements. The identity of the traitor. Soon, with the arrival of a large number of night watchmen, the situation on the battlefield and inside the train stabilized. To support the night watchmen, there were 2 captains, Jia Yongxiao, Tu Jia. Ha ha ha, you brat, always causing trouble wherever you go. Burly Pu Jia laughed heartily, walking quickly and delivering a punch to Jun Cheng's chest. Jun Cheng grinned, as he had often been on missions with Pu Jia in the past month, and their relationship was quite good. Behind the two of them was the increasingly gloomy Song Qiaoyu. Yongxiao, you're here. Su Qingfeng stepped out, arriving first to Zhao Yongxiao. Seeing this scene, Jun Cheng's eyes flicker. It seemed another rival had appeared. Zhao Yongxiao didn't even look directly at him, but came to Jun Cheng and Yao Jixu's side, asking, "Are you both okay?" Su Qingfeng leaned over again, saying, "Rest assured, with me here, how could they come to harm?" Jun Cheng rolled his eyes, saying, "I say, Captain Su, don't stand so close to me." All right, Zhao Yongxiao said seriously. "Enough with the banter. Let's talk about what happened here." Su Qingfeng also composed himself and said, "Before that, let Song Qiaoyu help absorb someone's soul. We need evidence. At the very least, we need clues as evidence." "No problem." Song Qiaoyu smiled sweetly, tilting her head towards Jun Cheng. "Hey Jun Cheng, we meet again so quickly. Looks like we have quite a fate." Jun Cheng's mouth twitched, enduring the sharp pain in his lower back, and forced a smile. "Why yes, what a coincidence. Qiaoyu, go absorb the soul." The group came to Joseph's body, and due to the need to absorb the soul, Jun Cheng had asked a water mage to clean Joseph's body. Otherwise, the smell alone could make people faint. Song Qiaoyu nodded, took a step forward, gently breathed in. After a few moments, a visible dark shadow emerged from Joseph's body and was sucked in by Song Qiaoyu. Her eyes immediately became unfocused as she probed Joseph's memories. Zhao Yongxiao moved forward to support Song Qiaoyu to prevent her from fainting. Su Qingfeng shook his head. "It's a pity that the souls under Ghost Day's command have been restricted, otherwise, searching his soul would be faster." Zhao Yongxiao said, "Now you can explain what exactly happened here." "All right." Su Qingfeng nodded. Ghost Day's alliance with the Eagle Nation set up an ambush here to seize Jun Cheng's world relic. I initially thought they wanted to steal that thing. Minutes later, Zhao Yongxiao and Pu Jia learned the details of the situation. Zhao Yongxiao breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing you're on this train. Without relying on Jun Cheng and Yao Jixu's strength alone, things would have been precarious." "Thank you." Su Qingfeng waved his hand. "No need to thank me, we are all family here. And besides, being with Jun Cheng and them is also fate. The fact that I was the only one in the agency who knew about escorting that thing, and unexpectedly encountered them together." Zhao Yongxiao asked, "Is the thing still safe?" "Rest assured, unless I die, no one can take it." "That's good. After all, it involves the battlefield of the Uplanders." Just then, Song Qiaoyu regained consciousness, her eyes shining. "I found it. Evidence of the Eagle Nation's collusion with Ghost Day. They have a secret contact point at Chang'an Hotel on East Chang'an Street, where there is a complete video of their contact with the Ghost Day people, along with audio recordings. In addition to that, at No. 139 Juk Street, No. 67 Ziwu Row, are their safe houses, with plenty of evidence." Upon hearing Song Qiaoyu's words, Yagros, who was tied up nearby, immediately lost his color and collapsed. Colluding with the fallen ones, just this charge alone could make him beyond redemption. At this moment, despair filled his eyes. "By the way, Yongxiao, I suspect there is a spy for the fallen ones in the agency." Jun Cheng suddenly whispered, and Su Qingfeng also nodded, saying softly, "Jun Cheng's departure route and defenses were completely known to the fallen ones. They even set an ambush on Zhang Cheng on his way to the Imperial City, so we have reason to believe that there is a spy for the fallen ones in the agency. At worst, they are enemies. The three of us, Julian Hao, Jia Peidong, and I, were the only ones who knew about escorting that thing. The traitor couldn't have known. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the fallen ones ambush this train halfway. Zhao Yongxiao's eyes flashed. Do you have any suspects? Su Qingfeng shook his head. We are all familiar in the agency, and this year's new recruits are only Zhang Cheng, Yao Jixu, and Keiji. They are unlikely to be traitors. Zhao Yongxiao then looked at Zhang Cheng and said, Zhang Cheng, please. Okay. Zhang Cheng nodded and activated the central radar life monitoring technique. I'm not sure if the traitor is here. If all else fails, we'll return to the agency first and wait. Huh. Zhang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. They really are here. At the edge of the crowd, a figure looked shocked and panicked at the bodies and blood on the ground, especially since most of them were professionals' bodies. How did so many people die? They promised me they would only deal with Zhang Cheng. As long as they killed Zhang Cheng, that's all that mattered. The middle-aged man raved madly. That's right. Zhang Cheng, where is Zhang Cheng? Is he dead? Is he dead? As long as he dies. Then, suddenly, he saw Zhao Yongxiao walking towards him. He hurriedly changed his expression to one of sorrow, squatting down to arrange the bodies of the professionals on the ground. Uncle Leon, you've worked hard. Zhao Yongxiao came to the middle-aged man and after a few silent seconds, suddenly said, have the losses been tallied? This figure was none other than Leon Pfeifen's father. The middle-aged man trembled as he said, the losses have been tallied. A total of 112 professionals participated in this battle. 31 dead, 37 injured. Uncle Leon, do you regret it? What? Zhao Yongxiao's tone suddenly turned extremely cold. You leaked information about Zhang Cheng and his group, lured the fallen ones to attack, and now so many people have died. Do you regret it? Aye. The middle-aged man trembled all over, subconsciously recoiling, and beside him, several figures had already surrounded him. Zhang Cheng, Su Qingfeng, Pu Jia, Yao Jixu, San Chaoyu. He slowly fell to the ground, crying out loudly, Woo, I regret it. My son. My only hope. How did he die in the secret realm? It's you. It's definitely you. The middle-aged man suddenly glared at Zhang Cheng and San Chaoyu. My son told me on the day he awakened, his favorite person was you. You rejected him, and were insulted by Zhang Cheng. My son had an accident. It's definitely something to do with you two adulterers. I'll kill you. Avenge my son. End of this chapter. Chapter 177 concluded the incident of Akos conspiring with the fallen and exposing the traitors. Akos was detained by the night watchman, awaiting the gathering of evidence to be presented to the Elder Council. Liang Pfeifen's father was also imprisoned, awaiting the harshest punishment from the night watchman. The night watchman had never been lenient towards traitors, especially those who actively sided with the fallen, no matter what the reason was. Moreover, Liang Pfeifen's father's betrayal had led to the deaths of more than 30 professionals. Such losses were enough for him to die 1,000 deaths. Zhang Cheng, Yao Jixu, and San Chaoyu gathered again, with a strange atmosphere. In the end, Zhang Cheng spoke up. I think I hear little chicken calling me. Excuse me. In such a situation, fleeing was the best choice. Watching Zhang Cheng's retreating figure, San Chaoyu chuckled. Men, indeed lacking courage, want to enjoy blessings, but dare not say it directly. He did say it. Oh. I agreed. Oh. But I haven't told him yet. Oh. Let's talk about everything after I make a trip to the alien battlefield first. Oh. San Chaoyu quickly regained composure and frowned. What do you mean by saying that? Going to the alien battlefield? We have plenty of opportunities to go to the alien battlefield after we graduate from college. The annual live combat exercises, final assessments all have a chance to go to the alien battlefield. So why does it feel like a life and death separation when it's your turn? Yao Jixu shook his head. You don't understand. I have my own purpose, just like you have your mission to go to the alien battlefield. San Chaoyu frowned. Your purpose? Related to your profession? Yao Jixu did not say anything but turned and left. See you next time. I hope there will be a next time. Watching Yao Jixu's departing figure, San Chaoyu was puzzled. What's going on? Being all mysterious. Oh, where's Zhang Cheng? Just as San Chaoyu was looking for Zhang Cheng, Little Chicken found him first. Chen Jie, Huan Jie sacrificed himself. What? Led by Little Chicken, Zhang Cheng arrived at the place where the bodies were collected. Each body was covered with white cloth, counted and managed by professionals to be sent back to Chang'an City for burial. They died to protect ordinary people, heroes in everyone's eyes. Beside the bodies, many professionals and ordinary people were mourning. Some looked sorrowful, some were even shedding tears. It was clear that some of them had their own relatives and friends. Zhang Cheng knelt down, uncovered the white cloth, and indeed saw the body of Huan Jie. His face was pale, with a quiet expression. There was a bowl-sized wound on his chest. The dry blood had accumulated into a large stain on the clothes. Huan Jie. Zhang Cheng trembled as he spoke. Little Chicken's voice also tinged with weeping. Huan Jie died saving me from the claws of the skeleton monster. If not for me, woo-woo. Zhang Cheng looked at Huan Jie's body, and memories from 2 months ago replayed in his mind. That day, if Huan Jie hadn't been at the tavern, both Yang Yao Jixu would not have survived under the hands of the fallen Dark Lord until the night watchman arrived. From that perspective, Huan Jie was even his savior. He knelt on one knee, solemnly declaring, Huan Jie, rest in peace. Once again, the scene of Huan Jie scolding the professionals hiding in the ordinary people's carriage inside the train appeared before him. What are you all doing? Why go to the ordinary carriage? You are all professionals. Your task is to protect the ordinary people behind you. Why do you want to hide among them? The country raised you for what? And you actually fled when faced with battle. Woo-woo. Little Chicken also started crying and took a long time to calm down. By the way, Cheng Jie, Huan Jie asked us before he died to go to the Imperial City to find his daughter and return his professional badge to her. Zhang Cheng wiped away the last bit of fresh blood from Huan Jie's face, stood up and said, keep that stuff safe. Call me when you're ready to go, and we'll go together. All right, Zhang Cheng. At that moment, a clear voice sounded. Turning around, it was surprising to see the young woman Yang Liuqing that he had met on the train. She was also stained with blood, her hair disheveled, eyes slightly red, clearly having cried recently. Tear-streaked, she radiated a special charm. Zhang Cheng asked in surprise, Sister Liuqing, what's happened to you? Yang Liuqing touched her hair and said, Zhang Lao sacrificed himself. The elder they mentioned was the 4-star old man who had served on the alien battlefield for more than 20 years. Unexpectedly, even he had sacrificed himself. Yang Liuqing continued, I only met him by chance, but Zhang Lao was very talkative, and he loved children. We had a great time talking. Led by Yang Liuqing, Zhang Cheng saw Zhang Lao's body again. He had white hair, looking peaceful as if asleep. He originally wanted to enjoy retirement in the Imperial City with his son. Zhang Lao was injured on the alien battlefield, greatly weakened, and his life expectancy was also damaged. It's all my fault. Zhang Cheng stood up slowly, feeling heartbroken. The fallen came for him. If not for him, they might all have survived. Zhang Cheng. Jia Yongxiao walked over and woke everyone who was immersed in grief with one sentence. It's not your fault. The fallen did a good thing. As professionals, we have long been prepared to sacrifice, whether it's to the fallen or on the alien battlefield. Think about what they said and did before they passed away. I don't want you to have too many thoughts because of this incident. The fallen, the alien battlefield, protecting, family. Zhang Cheng's eyes brightened even more. Sister Yongxiao, I understand. Our existence as professionals is to protect ordinary people, protect the country, and our families. Very good. Jia Yongxiao smiled. I'm pleased you've come to this realization so quickly. The spatial rift ahead has dispersed, fortunately not harming the railway tracks. The bodies on the tracks can be cleaned up in 2 hours at most. Will you continue to the Imperial City or return to Chang'an City? The Imperial City. Zhang Cheng's eyes shone brighter. I will continue to the Imperial City. No matter what dangers lie ahead, I will not shrink back. Go forward bravely. The brave win. Going forward bravely. The brave win, right? Jia Yongxiao repeated. Indeed, you are the man I thought you were. I'll be waiting for your good news. I've already asked a tribesman to come and meet you. He will guide you. Familiarize yourself with the Imperial City. You go to the Imperial City with no relatives. Who said that? Yang Liuqing suddenly said, I'm a native of the Imperial City. I'll take care of all your expenses in the Imperial City. Zhang Chen, little brother. Oh. End of this chapter. Chapter 178. The Shock of Ghost Day. The rules of the Imperial Capital University. Inside the sinister and dim palace, Ghost Day sat cross-legged, surrounded by dozens of swirling black mists. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. The ghost banners behind him fluttered without wine, and one of the black smoke suddenly collapsed and dissipated. His pupils slightly contracted, hesitantly asking, "Was Ghost Crow killed?" Not even his soul escaped. Who did this? According to the insider information provided, Ghost Crow and the group from Zhongying country joined forces to snatch that world wonder, but they died there. Could it be? There are other night watchmen on that train. Ghost Day clasped his hands together, and ghostly figures surrounded him. The ghost banners behind him suddenly turned around in front of him and unfurled abruptly. Countless black shadows rushed towards all directions, and with a swift movement of his hands, the shadows rushed forward. In an instant, the ghost banners began to flicker with dim lights. Within the light, scenes appeared before his eyes. It was a figure, with lightning flickering all over its body. Su Qingfeng. Ghost Day gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Qingfeng with triangular eyes. So, the one holding down that train is Su Qingfeng. No wonder. He subconsciously covered his chest, where there was still a wound shaped like lightning, proof left by Su Qingfeng a month ago. Damn it. He clasped his hands together again, then suddenly spat out a stream of fresh blood onto the ghost banners. Spirits, seek souls, so spirits will appear. In an instant, Ghost Day's eyes were enveloped in a haze of gray mists, and another scene appeared before him. Bodies on the ground, cheering crowds, a stagnant train, and several familiar figures not far away. It's really you, Su Qingfeng, and the heirs of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. The scene before his eyes was precisely the gathering of Zheng Cheng, Su Qingfen, Zhao Yangshao, and others next to Ghost Crow's body. The aura on that girl is my 9 ghost soul smoke. So it turns out that the 9 ghost soul smoke taken by the Black Day from me was absorbed by this girl. Hehe, indeed, it's as the saying goes, finding something valuable effortlessly. Ghost Day's tone became exciting, his gaze fixed on Song Qiuyu. Originally, I thought I wouldn't even recover my investment from Black Day, but I didn't expect to be surprised by this girl. As long as I can retrieve this strand of 9 ghost soul smoke, there might be hope. Ha ha ha. Ghost Day laughed heartily, then suddenly noticed a figure walking towards Ghost Crow. Zheng Cheng, the boy who obtained the world wonder. What is he doing here? In his line of sight, Zheng Cheng approached Ghost Crow's body, secretly drew out the Yangshao sword, and slashed at Ghost Crow's body. Whoosh! A strange fluctuation suddenly flashed on Ghost Crow's body, and it also reached Ghost Day. The scene before his eyes disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, a shiver ran through the depths of Ghost Day's soul, an uncontrollable fear welling up. What? What is that? That damn bull. What did he do to me? A low and piercing whistle sounded, and after a day and night of sailing, the K546 train slowly entered a small city near the imperial capital, Shihua City. This was a satellite city on the outskirts of the imperial capital, serving as a defense outpost for the imperial capital and diverting residents. After the Great Disaster, more than half of the main cities in the country were destroyed, with some smaller cities completely leveled to ruins. Among the more than 30 main cities, many were newly built. The population of the imperial capital was the highest among them. This led to a large number of professional workers in the imperial capital, skyrocketing housing prices as everyone wanted to live in a safe place. For ordinary people trying to enter the imperial capital through the teleportation array, it was nearly impossible. They could only be sent to one of the 10 satellite cities guarding the imperial capital, register their information there, verify their identity, and then enter the imperial capital through specific channels. Hey, are you coming to the imperial capital to attend university? Follow me quickly. Friendly reminder, all new students heading to the imperial capital, do not listen to the black taxis outside the train station. Little handsome guy, need a place to stay. Only 1 gold coin for a night. There are also little girls Zheng Cheng, Yao Jixu, and Keiji had just left the train station and were shocked by the scene before them. Everywhere outside the station was filled with bustling crowds, with stalls lining the streets, taxi drivers soliciting customers, and people jostling around. Yao Jixu subconsciously asked, "Why are there so many people?" Yang Liuqing explained, "This is just Shihua City, a satellite city of the imperial capital, gathering a large number of ordinary people, totaling over 1 million. Its geographical location is situated on the edge of the Shishan, Fayan Mountain, Julong Mountain, and other mountains, where there are also many spatial rifts, occasionally leading to the emergence of many monsters and beasts. Therefore, the management here is chaotic. You are this year's new students. According to the regulations, you can directly enter the Hating District of the Imperial Capital. But, Jun Cheng interrupted, we also want to see the situation outside, in the wild, which is why we chose to travel by train. At that moment, Su Qingfeng and others approached. Jun Cheng, we have other tasks to attend to, so we bid farewell for now. After you have settled in at school, remember to report to the Night Watchman base in the Imperial Capital and transfer your information to the Imperial Capital. All right, Captain Su, we bid you farewell. Jun Cheng nodded. Have a safe journey. Farewell. They bid their goodbyes, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Jun Cheng turned to Yang Liuqing. By the way, Sister Liuqing, is someone coming to pick you up? We can accompany you there. Why? Are you going to rush me to leave already? Yang Liuqing raised an eyebrow, saying, I've just become your new sister. How can I leave you three stranded at the train station? She looked at her watch and continued, the person coming to pick me up is almost here. Stay at my place for a few days. I will personally cook for you all. After that, I will personally accompany you. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, her phone rang, and Yang Liuqing smiled at the three. See, just when we mentioned it, he arrived. Excuse me for a moment. Hello, Xiaoyu. I'm at exit 3. What? My father. You hurry up and come pick me up. Soon, a red flag H119 stopped in front of them, and a sleek young man came out from the driver's seat trotting over. Miss, you're back, Yang Liuqing nodded, then turned to Jun Cheng and the others, saying, Jun Cheng, Shixu, sorry to impose on you. I really had urgent matters to attend to. You all have my contact information, so once you're settled, remember to call me. Ya Shixu smiled. Don't worry. Liuqing's sister, your daughter, is so cute. I want to play with her a bit more. Jun Cheng also said, Liuqing's sister, do you really not need help? Yang Liuqing hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. I need to check the situation first. If there's anything I need help with, we'll be in touch. Okay, all right, then I will take my leave. This is the reception point for your school. Inside, someone will arrange everything for you. Okay, goodbye. Liuqing's sister, goodbye. The three individuals bid farewell to Yang Liuqing, and Keiji, who had been silent all the way, quickly asked, Cheng Zhe, Zizu, Liuqing's sister, what is her background? Did you notice that red flag H119? That's not something ordinary professionals can afford. A tri-transportation vehicle for land, sea, and air. The car body is constructed with a 5-star defense formation star shield formation, and it can also use magic crystals as the driving force, costing at least 300,000 gold coins. Jun Cheng shook his head. Who knows? How can someone with so much money choose to ride the green train with us? What a strange taste for a wealthy person. Yao Shixu suddenly said, the Zhang family's people. What? Yao Shixu said seriously, I mean, Yang Liuqing's sister is from the Zhang family of the Imperial Capital. How do you know? Jun Cheng asked in amazement, are you close with the Zhang family of the Imperial Capital? Yao Shixu shook her head. No, Yang Xiao's sister told me. Let's go. No matter what her background is, we can't be of much help right now. After all, the Zhang family of the Imperial Capital is a pioneering family. Jun Cheng and Keiji nodded and turned to walk towards the reception shop. As soon as they arrived at the reception point, they were stopped by a tall, beautiful woman with deep black hair. You must be Jun Cheng, right? Yao Shixu frowned, and her hand twisted around Jun Cheng's waist. The beautiful woman smiled. Hello, Jun Chen, I'm Zhao Zumaid, specially arranged by the Imperial Capital University to accompany you. If you need anything during your time at the school, you can find me. By the way, my name is Zhao Zumei, but you can call me Xiaomei. Accompany me? Jun Cheng's expression was somewhat peculiar, as he thought about something. The hand around his waist tightened even more. Zhao Zumei smiled. Jun Cheng, don't jump to conclusions. Every year, every high school assessment winner in each province and state, the school will provide corresponding accompaniment. Our mission is to help you understand the entire school as quickly as possible, so you can integrate into the campus quickly. We will also be your contact persons with the school. Jun Cheng was puzzled. So, every high school assessment winner has an accompaniment? Who else besides us gets this? Zhao Zumei smiled. accompaniment 'tis not something anyone can have. In addition to the high school assessment winners chosen by the Imperial Capital University each year, there are students from other external forces or exchange students from foreign higher professional schools. In addition, all students with a 9-star professional evaluation will have an accompaniment arranged by the school. She then smiled at Yao Jixu. You must be Yao Jixu, right? You also have an accompaniment, but every year, the accompaniment for female students must first apply to the school before being arranged by the Academic Affairs Office. Yao Jixu asked coldly, How did you recognize us? Jia Zumei sweetly smiled. As an accompaniment to outstanding students, we naturally need to remember the appearance of those we serve. Because you and Jun Cheng arrived together, it was easy for me to recognize you. All right, Jun Cheng. Let's go now. The school has arranged a school bus for you. It was a minibus that could accommodate more than 10 people. Besides Jun Cheng, Yao Jixu, KG, and Zhao Zumei, there was a driver. Once they were seated, the driver quickly started the vehicle. Kaiji's eyes were full of envy. I heard about the accompaniment in the new student group chat at school. Seems like every accompaniment is a senior beauty with both intelligence and strength, at least at the sophomore or junior level. Their professional rating must be at least 6-star, and their level must be at least Leaf 3-9. Miss Zhao Zumei, you are so beautiful. Zhao Zumei smiled. Thank you, KG, for your praise. Jun Cheng, Jixu, and Yao Jixu, your villa has already been prepared. Just wait a couple of days for the formal start of the school. Villa, Chengzhe. I know about this too. KG hurriedly said. Every high school assessment winner from each province, once they choose the Imperial Capital University, the school will arrange a villa covering an area of more than 200 square meters. It's a villa in the Imperial Capital, a precious piece of land. Apart from the high school assessment winners from each province, every new student with a 9-star professional evaluation will have a villa too. For example, Yao Jixu. Unlike me, I checked mine and found out I have to squeeze with 3 stinky men. Wan. Enough. Stop crying and come live with us. Chengzhe. Hooray. Ha ha ha. Jun Cheng suddenly said, the school treats every high school assessment winner and 9-star professional student so well, it can't be that simple. Zhao Zumei nodded. Of course, the school providing such high-level treatment to each high school assessment winner from every province and state, and 9-star professionals, there must be conditions. Every semester, academic grades must reach at least S level. There are also practical assessments, dungeon rankings, venture challenges, and other missions. To participate in each ranking, you must be in the top 10 at minimum, otherwise, all benefits will be revoked. Of course, the school also considers personal matters of the students, so each student gets 3 chances per semester to refuse participation in assessments. If you refuse for the 4th time, all benefits will still be revoked. So, Jun Cheng, you need to work hard from now on. Yao Jixu suddenly asked, the school treats us so well. Won't other students have objections? Of course they do. Zhao Zumei continued to explain. That's why at the beginning of each semester, all students are given a challenge opportunity. All new students can challenge the students with S-level treatment, limited to 10 days. If they win the challenge, they can obtain S-level treatment. Every student with S-level treatment must accept the challenge, at least 3 times a day. KG gasped, hesitating. Doesn't the school fear conflicts among students? Conflicts? Zhao Zumei tilted her head. Real conflicts are resolved through the arena set up all over the school. Just go up and have a fight, and it's resolved. Since the Great Disaster, all professional colleges have trained warriors, not just useless talkers. Jun Cheng, you must be careful. As far as I know, there are at least a dozen 8-star new students who have eyes on your S-level treatment till the end of this chapter. Chapter 179. S-Class Treatment. The Battle of the Top 10 Hidden Dragons. September is the day when all higher vocational colleges in the country start their new academic year. Apart from the military academies in various provinces starting earlier, the higher vocational colleges in other provinces will all begin their learning and training within this month. Over 100,000 new vocational professionals nationwide will rush to higher vocational colleges to pursue further studies, such as the Imperial Capital National Higher Vocational College. As the most prestigious and strongest vocational college in the country, Every year at least tens of thousands of new students choose to come here. The selection process for vocational professionals at the Imperial Capital Vocational College is very strict. Every new student who can enter the Imperial Capital Vocational College must have a vocational star rating of at least 6 stars or above. Moreover, it has to be a high-quality 6-star rating. An ordinary 6-star vocational professional does not even qualify to apply to the Imperial Capital Vocational College. In addition to this, special vocational professions, first-time appearing professions, unique professions with special abilities are also their targets for recruitment. For example, a newbie, just relying on the first-time appearance of a 3-star professional poultry druid, he received an admission letter from the Imperial Capital National Higher Vocational College. At this time, the Imperial Capital Vocational College was almost overcrowded, with queues of people reporting to the registration office. These people looked excited, their eyes full of excitement, all new students reporting for duty. There were also many seniors from the sophomore and junior years squatting on the side, pointing and whispering to each other about these new students. This year, the junior school girls have good looks, all my type, TSK. What type do you like? Lowly? Mature woman? Or that chubby one? What kind of look is that? Oh my gosh, why is that girl so fat, even fatter than the one from the Joe family? Shh, keep your voice down. I know that woman, she comes from a professional family of blood and flesh giants from Roncheng. She can enhance her size and strength by devouring blood and flesh. You kidding me? I'm more interested in how many new students this year will receive S-class treatment. They are qualified to compete for the position of the top 10 hidden dragons at our Imperial Capital National University. A group of junior and senior students gather together, crouched on the stairs, pointing and gesturing at the new students entering the school continuously. I wonder who will win the title of the top 10 hidden dragons this year. I heard that this year there are a total of 25 new students who have received S-class treatment, qualifying to participate in the battle of the top 10 hidden dragons. 25 people? So many? Last year there were only 16. Don't forget that this year is the time for those vassals to send their offspring. Several heirs from those submissive vassals, our country, have met the admission criteria to come to our school for further studies. Oh my gosh, how did I forget about this? Who are they? John, the young master of Snake Island, one of the Deep Sea 7 emperors, is said to have inherited the ancestral profession of his clan, and his strength is extraordinary. Who else? The young master of the Southern John Lai Swamp. I heard the purple poppies have also come. She's a beauty, Tilda. Definitely a strong contender for school flower this year. I know one more, Lang Fanti, the son of the Volf King of a Blue Volf Mountain. Lang Fanti? What kind of name is that? I heard that when Lang Fanti was born, the clouds over the Blue Volf Mountain formed into the shape of a Volf. When he awakened his profession, he also awakened a profession called Hull Sky Volf. That's why he's called Lang Fanti. Awesome. I heard that the level of Zhengyi, the young master of Snake Island, has already reached Leaf 30. LV30, how is that possible? Zhengyi, one of the Deep Sea 7 emperors. Oh my gosh, I heard people say that this guy is quite lustful. He has slept with all the girls on Snake Island. Nonsense. Whether in terms of area or population, Snake Island is equivalent to a city-state, with a population of at least several million. There's no way he can handle that many people. They say their levels have already reached Leaf 30. Even some have reached Leaf 39. Oh my gosh, it's a competition among people. I'm already a sophomore and still struggling in the LV29 breakthrough tasks. How come these offspring of vassals are so strong? Of course, they're like leeches sucking blood from everyone in their territory. Tens of thousands, even millions, supporting a single family. Isn't that impressive? Indeed. Damn these tycoons. Look, that's Zhengyi. What a grand entrance he's making. Outside the school gate, a commotion suddenly broke out. A handsome young man in floral shorts and a floral short-sleeved shirt, wearing sunglasses, walked into the school, surrounded by a dozen girls, all of them screaming loudly. Behind him, several black-clothed men followed suit, including Zhengyi, the young master of Snake Island, one of the Deep Sea 7 emperors. At the same time, he was also a force that emerged from the split of the Zheng family in the imperial capital. At the edge of the crowd, reporters from the Imperial Capital Vocational University, Lin Bingbing, and her classmates were constantly filming and recording on their notebooks. Today is the first day of reporting, but the number of people coming to report is not small. Based on the information and investigations we gathered this summer, we have identified several data on new students with S-class treatment. Lin Bingbing wrote quickly. As a member of the Imperial Capital Vocational University's reporter team, they were always working hard. They not only gather information and records from different departments and majors of the school, but also register and document every outstanding student's information. They have to cover and report on major school news events, and also compile and publish the statistics on new student data every year, which is their busiest time. The first new student, Jun Yi, the young master of Snake Island, one of the Deep Sea 7 emperors, with a 9-star profession rating, and a 9-star branch occupation, Deep Sea Dominator. The second person is Yao Jixu, the first S-class hidden profession to appear in Chang'an City in over 300 years. Her specific occupation name is still confidential, but it is known that she is very skilled in ice elemental powers. She also has exquisite looks, considered one of the contenders for the title of the top 10 school flowers at the Imperial Capital Vocational University. Most importantly, she comes from a commoner background and is adored by numerous people. The third person, a nobleman's daughter, Jiang Sule from the southern Zhonglai Swamp. Her profession is suspected to be a plant controller. She can manipulate the growth of all living things and also control potent toxins, very terrifying. She also has a high level of beauty, with photos circulating online. This woman can be classified as a giant girl, and is a strong contender for the top 10 school flowers. The fourth person, the son of the Grey Wolf Mountain Wolf King, Lang Fanti. His profession is a derivative occupation of the Wolfman series, Howl Sky Wolf. He is a fierce fighter, always challenging opponents stronger than himself. The fifth person, Zhang Meiyu from Zhang family in Black Dragon City. Her occupation is of the dragon lineage. She's imperious, ruthless, brave, and frequently resorts to violence, causing injury or death. A mythical ballad from Black Dragon City sings, 100 years later, Black Dragon City remains the Black Dragon City of our Zhang family. Rumors have it that she has a deep connection with Windstorm Island, one of the Deep Sea 7 emperors in the Ice Bear Kingdom. She was the top-scoring new student from Black Dragon City this year. With her arrival at the Imperial Capital Vocational University, the school will surely experience a storm of bloodshed. The sixth person, Dongfang Yang from Binhai City. Coming from the Dongfang family in Binhai City, his occupation is the 9-star Windstorm Lord. For unknown reasons, he rejected his acceptance at the Binhai City Higher Vocational University and opted to join the Imperial Capital National Higher Vocational University. He's also the top scorer of this year's Binhai City New Student Occupation Joint Exam. The seventh person, Zhou Shiyu, a member of the Zhou family in the Imperial Capital, this year's top scorer in the Imperial Capital Entrance Exam. The eighth person, Zhun Cheng. This person's profession is only a 3-star priest, but he holds a peculiar skill called the Q gastrointestinal eruption technique, causing even 8-star professionals to suffer from diarrhea in less than 10 seconds. He was able to snatch this year's top scorer position in Chang'an City Entrance Exam relying on this skill. Lin Bingbing quickly wrote down a lot of information. These 10 people are the most qualified new students to compete for the top 10 hidden dragons this year. In addition, there are several reserve candidates, all of whom have been granted S-class new student treatment. Zhang Jinghui, hailing from the Zhang family in Jingling, a 9-star puppeteer rating profession. Yi Shishui, from the Yi family in the Imperial Capital, a 9-star profession mermaid princess. And Chongbai, from Rong City, of commoner birth, his profession is presumed to be a beast tamer or summoner, capable of controlling powerful magical beasts. These individuals also have S-class new student treatment and are strong contenders for the top 10 hidden dragons. It must be very lively at the school this year. Several senior students from the sophomore and junior years also gathered around, looking at what Lin Bingbing was jotting down, expressing their amazement. Oh my gosh, there are so many formidable people at the Imperial Capital Vocational University this year. Vassal offsprings, heirs of prominent families, and even wild commoner professionals. They're either 8-star or 9-star, truly powerful. Hehe, among these 25 new students with S-class treatment, who do you think will be challenged first? Isn't it obvious? It must be Zhun Cheng from Chang'an City, a 3-star priest who managed to win the top scorer in Chang'an City entrance exam with just one peculiar skill, even a person would feel indignant. Has Chang'an City run out of talents? Who is that Yao Jixu? I heard they are a couple. Oh my gosh, what a waste. Beep 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 ... Lin Bingbing's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering it, her tone changed immediately. What? Someone is already planning to challenge Zhun Cheng. Imperial Capital, National Higher Vocational University. Inside a villa, Dong Fangyang sat on the sofa with a calm and gentle expression. Beside him sat the mountain god with a 9-star profession, Stone Peak. However, Tong Batao, the 9-star profession Sea Beast Shaman, was not present here. Apart from these two, there were several new student professionals from Binhai City who had chosen to enter the National Higher Vocational School of the Imperial Capital this year, with a significant majority following Dong Fangyang and Stone Peak. He's here, someone below said. Yes, young Master Dong Fang. Our people have witnessed him entering the school, accompanied by the 9-star professional from Chang'an City, Yao Jixu. Yao Jixu. Dong Fangyang's mind flickered with images of the ice-cold, uniquely charming, iceberg-like young woman from the information. A hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Only a woman like her is worthy of me. Shihao, are you ready? All eyes turned to a young man at the bottom. This youth, 17 or 18 years old, was also a new student professional who came from Binhai City. His professional star rating was as high as 7 stars. Shihao was not tall, and the most eye-catching feature about him was his pale bluish-white skin, akin to a long-dead corpse. His pupils were hazy and pale white, like those of a dead fish. For some inexplicable reason, he exuded a faint stench of corpse. This made people stay away from him within 10 meters. No one dared to approach him. Shihao spoke with a hoarse and icy voice. He's just a 3-star priest. I can slap him to death with one hand. Dong Fangyang shook his head and said, he is not a simple 3-star priest. His acute gastrointestinal eruption technique can make even 8-star professionals unable to withstand for more than 10 seconds. The information I received from a friend in Chang'an City. We know that even the stalwart 8-star beastman Sword Saint Terry, an extraordinarily strong physique, can only last 10 seconds against his acute gastrointestinal eruption technique. Acute gastrointestinal eruption technique. Ha ha. What a trash skill. Not worth mentioning. Shihao sneered. No matter how strong his skill is, it won't affect me. What's the use? You see, I've been dead for a long time. Why would I be afraid of diarrhea? Hey he he. A cold laughter ensued, and the faces of everyone around subtly changed, feeling an inexplicable chill emanating from him. Shihao, a new student professional from Binhai City, with a 7-star professional rating, and his profession is ... zombie warlord. At the moment of awakening his profession, his physical characteristics have already transformed into those of a zombie, gaining the talents and racial skills of the zombie race. For example, feeding on fresh blood, strong physique, immunity to toxins, and ... everlasting life. He had personally conducted experiments, and almost all physical attacks had little effect on him. Only skills of fire, lightning, light attributes, coupled with special talismans or wooden swords could cause him harm. Of course, there's also glutinous rice. This powerful physique and bloodline strength propelled him rapidly during the new student assessment in Binhai City, even defeating 2 8-star professionals and securing a place in the top 10, earning him a special reward from Binhai City. Subsequently, he chose to enroll in the National Higher Vocational University of the Imperial Capital to enhance his overall strength. By joining Dong Fangyang's camp, Shihao had been informed through Dong Fangyang to face a 3-star priest who held the highest treatment for new students at the school, S-class treatment. While other new students were waiting due to the peculiar skill, he chose to proactively challenge him. The reason was simple. After becoming a zombie, he no longer ate food, so how could he have diarrhea? As long as he could defeat that 3-star priest, the school's S-class treatment and future support would all be his. Dong Fangyang smiled lightly and said, we'll wait for your good news. After all, the S-class new student treatment at the National Higher Vocational University of the Imperial Capital is worth at least 1 million gold coins. Shihao indifferently said, rest assured, I'll go challenge him. End of this chapter. Chapter 180. Zhun Chen is definitely a 9-star professional warrior priest. Zhun Chen, this is your villa, said Zhao Zimei as they walked into a standalone villa at the back of the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University. spanning over 200 square meters and surrounded by a small garden. Wow, Chengji, your villa is huge. As soon as they entered, KG couldn't help but look around in envy. The villa had 2 floors, with standard furniture and appliances, exquisitely furnished and complete, enough to accommodate over 10 people. Zhao Zimei continued, Yao Jixu's villa is right next door, specially prepared by the school for you 9-star professionals. Thank you, senior sister. Yao Jixu nodded and asked, what did you mean by what you just said? Which part? There are many people challenging Zhun Cheng, besides the S-class treatment from the school. What other reasons are there? The 10 Great Dragons dispute. Zhao Zimei continued, in each grade at our Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University, there will be challenges to determine the 10 strongest professionals, known as the 10 Great Dragons. Once you become one of the 10 Great Dragons, you will receive comprehensive support from the school, funding, resources, manpower, almost everything that every student strives for. Why compete for this? What are the benefits? Yao Jixu frowned. The simplest benefit, once you become one of the 10 Great Dragons, the school will designate an area as your department base. Zhao Zimei explained. You can recruit new members within your base, recruit other students to join your faction, preparing for future adventures and entering foreign battlefields. In other words, each of the 10 Great Dragons is eligible to form a professional team, even a legion. The seniors from the previous university's 10 Great Dragons have teams of over 100 people. They are pillars in foreign battlefields, admired by many. Zhun Cheng pondered and said, isn't this like a club? You can understand it that way, but this is much larger than the clubs before the cataclysm. Zhao Zimei laughed. And this club is supported by the school, and even gets funding from the country. This is the school's preparation for outstanding new students to better serve their role in foreign battlefields in the future. Zhun Cheng, what do you think? Zhao Zimei asked. Zhun Cheng tapped the table and said, interesting, an officially supported club, huh? Exactly. Zhao Zimei nodded. Team coordination and composition cultivated from the university period is always better than going alone or hastily forming a team near foreign battlefields. Suddenly, Zhun Cheng asked, have 2 or more 10 Great Dragons formed a team together? Well, Zhao Zimei thought for a moment. It has happened, but very rarely. After all, being a 10 Great Dragon means being at least a 7-star professional, and everyone is very proud. It's hard to make them submit to their peers. The 10 Great Dragons, HUH. Zhun Cheng glanced at Yao Jixu and said, Jixu, are you interested? Yao Jixu shook her head and said, not interested. If you want to compete, I'll support you. KG on the side also excitedly said, boss, compete. What are you afraid of? It's supported by the school and the country. Just the thought of me having dozens or even hundreds of little brothers, you. Zhun Cheng glanced at him and suddenly had a thought. KG, when you came, you encountered a fallen and I got something really great from him. Perfect for you. After I clean it up. Zhun Cheng. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door, catching everyone's attention. I'm the new student Shaihe who has come to challenge you. Come out and accept the challenge if you dare. He's here. Zhao Zimei's eyes lit up. Just as I estimated, someone is already challenging you right after you entered the school. Zhun Cheng, you must not refuse the first challenge. It's a big threat to your reputation. Even if you participate in the 10 Great Dragons dispute later, many will look down on you if you refuse the challenge. Understood. Zhun Cheng walked towards the door. By the way, senior sister, are you familiar with this Shaihe? Shaihe. Zhao Zimei thought for a moment and shook her head. No memory. Probably not a strong one. But it's possible he's sent by a new student with S-class treatment to test you. As the 4 walked out of the villa, they saw a young man with a dark complexion standing in front of the villa, staring at the door. Surrounding him were many students, some even taking pictures, creating a bustling atmosphere. That's Zhun Cheng. Who's the person behind him? That feels so cold. Yao Jixu, another 9-star professional from another province. Zhen Cheng indeed has the courage, a 3-star priest daring to accept Shaihe's challenge. Haha, Shaihe has people from Beihai City behind him. What are their intentions? That's right. Among the crowd, Dong Fangyang was staring at Zhun Cheng, full of coldness. It's really you. I will avenge the humiliation on Radiant Island 100-fold. And that woman. He fixed his gaze on Yajixu, eyes full of greed. Let's start with snatching your S-class treatment. What qualifications does a mere 3-star priest have to enjoy S-class treatment for learning? Jun Cheng saw Shaihi as soon as he entered, furrowing his brows slightly. Shaihi, his skin is actually dark blue. Does he have foreign bloodlines? Or a special profession? And ... His gaze shifted to a person in the crowd. Don Fangyan. He's also here, not hiding his presence. So, Shaihi's backing is Dong Fangyang. Is this because of rejecting his offer to buy the Gu Hex Realm fragment that he's held a grudge until now? Isn't that being petty? Jun Cheng. Shaihi spoke again. I've already informed the school's teacher before coming here, and he will act as a witness for our challenge to ensure fairness. Beside Shaihi, there was a middle-aged man who also spoke. Are you too sure you want to proceed with the challenge today? Although the school supports mutual challenges, but at least... Shaihi interrupted him. Mr. Bide, I'm ready. It depends on Jun Cheng. Jun Cheng sighed. All right, I accept the challenge. Mr. Bai shrugged helplessly. If that's the case, then I'll be the witness for your challenge. As he spoke, he flicked his hand, producing a simple array plate that he threw into the sky. Accompanied by a strange light, a simple array immediately formed in front of the two, enveloping them. Jun Cheng, you have accepted Shaihi's challenge. If you fail, you will lose the right to enjoy S-class treatment. At the same time, you can continue to challenge Shaihi within 10 days to regain your S-class status. Do you understand? I understand. In that case, let's begin. Just as the words fell, Shaihi raised his hands parallel to his chest and suddenly kicked the ground behind, creating a large pit. Utilizing this impact, he charged towards Jun Cheng like a cannonball. What the hell? A zombie! KG yelled outside the array. The surrounding students were also in chatter. A zombie. I remember now. Shaihi's profession seems to be a 7-star zombie general, invulnerable to blades and guns, impervious to fire and water, incredibly powerful, and once awakening the zombie bloodline, their body remains undecayed for centuries, eternally immortal. Garbage. They are just a type of undead species profession. They may be immortal, but their whole body is like a corpse, with no feelings, cannot drink wine, eat good food, or even have offspring, surviving only on blood. Oh damn. In that case, Shaihi must be really miserable. The discussions around didn't disturb the two within the array. At the moment Shaihi rushed at him, Jun Cheng immediately cast a spell of acute gastritis explosion at Shaihi. Seeing Shaihi's appearance, Jun Cheng was also surprised. A zombie? He suddenly realized. No wonder he came to challenge first. He wants to rely on his unique constitution to deal with the spell of acute gastritis explosion. In that case, let me suppress you with absolute strength. With a thought, he took a step forward, raising his hands high in front. At this moment, Shaihi had already transformed drastically. His entire skin turned dark blue. To long fangs about 7 to 8 centimeters grew out of his mouth. Even 10 sharp black nails emerged on each finger, viciously heading towards Jun Cheng. Doom. Their figures clashed, and Jun Cheng astonishingly managed to catch Shaihi's claws with his bare palms, stopping Shaihi's rapid charge. What? Shaihi widened his eyes subconsciously. He knew how strong his power was, especially after transforming into a zombie form. His strength multiplied. A single blow from him carried a force of 1,000 kilograms, able to knock down even a heavy truck. Yet now, Jun Cheng, whose figure seemed slender, managed to hold back his charge with just his palms. Shaihi subconsciously tried to tug his arms to break free from Jun Cheng's control, but felt his hands being firmly held like in a vice grip, unable to break free. Trying to escape. Jun Cheng smiled. Let me help you. As he spoke, he kicked him directly. Dang. Amidst the gazes of disbelief, Shaihi was kicked by Jun Cheng and flew over 10 meters, smashing harshly into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Am I seeing things? Was it Shaihi who was kicked away just now? How is that possible? Shaihi is a zombie form. His claws can easily tear through steel. Oh damn. Is Jun Cheng really a 3-star priest? Damn. Did he find the job change book for a 9-star professional battle priest by any chance? I think it's possible. He must be the rumored battle priest who wears divine armor, wields a divine hammer, single-handedly forms an army, and can claim the heads of generals in the midst of thousands of enemy troops. Roar. Among the numerous discussions, Shaihi suddenly got up, opened his mouth wide, and the sharp fangs started to grow rapidly in his mouth. With a flicker, his figure mysteriously disappeared. At the same time, a very dark aura burst from the ground beneath Jun Cheng's feet. End of this chapter. Chapter 181. True Identity. Modern Warfare Military Theory. Jun Cheng lowered his head and saw that the figure of Shai He in the central radar life monitoring technique was not far away, but right beside him. More precisely, under his feet. This zombie general Shai He, a professional, could actually use the Earth escape technique. Dang. With a loud noise, the ground beneath Jun Cheng suddenly exploded, and a dark green half-figure immediately rushed out. The claws glittered with a mysterious cold light, carrying a tremendous force towards Jun Cheng. The attack was very cunning, aiming for his lower abdomen. Unfortunately, although Shai He was very fast, he was no match for Jun Cheng. He just raised his foot and stomped fiercely in the direction of Shai He rushing towards him. Dang. This foot directly stomped on Shai He's shoulder, forcing his sprinting figure back to the ground. Shai He's body was then stomped down at an even faster speed by Jun Cheng. With a single stomp, Shai He immediately let out a tragic scream. He was a zombie, but he could still clearly feel the immense force and pain coming from his shoulder. Before he could react, Jun Cheng's other foot stomped down again. With both feet on his shoulders, Shai He was firmly locked to the ground. Ah! He screamed in pain once again, his arms almost disabled by Jun Cheng. He immediately unleashed his energy and swiftly sank into the ground. He could, indeed, use the Earth escape technique, but with a low level, only being able to burrow 1 or 2 meters underground. However, for sneak attacks against other professionals, this was enough. Damn it! Such great strength. Who exactly is this Jun Cheng? Shai He, 1 meter beneath the ground, was cursing Jun Cheng, relieved that he was not a mage or a sorcerer who could turn the ground into steel with magic. However, unknown to Shai He, Jun Cheng was not a mage, but as he was sinking into the ground, Jun Cheng lifted his right foot and stomped heavily towards the ground above him. Doom. Within a radius of 100 meters around the villa, it seemed as though an earthquake had occurred. The house shook, unprepared students nearby stumbled, with some falling to the ground. With Jun Cheng at the center, visible cracks appeared in a radius of several tens of meters. In the middle, there was a large pit. Shai He's distressed figure was lying in the center of the pit, covered in blood, with his upper body twisted in an awkward posture. Despite this, he was not dead, nor unconscious. He was just staring in horror and shock at Jun Cheng towering above him, subconsciously exclaiming, How is this possible? What kind of profession are you? Wow. The students around were also shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Shai He, a 7-star professional, and a zombie general with skills that countered Jun Cheng, had been defeated so quickly. True, Jun Cheng had topped the provincial entrance exam, so he obviously had skills, but they never imagined that Jun Cheng would so easily defeat Shai He, without even breaking a sweat. Defeated. Shai He was defeated so quickly. Can't be. Jun Cheng is just a 3-star priest. How could he defeat a 7-star zombie general so quickly? Unless he's a 9-star battle priest. I also think it's possible. It's rumored that the battle priest is a dual attribute professional in mind and strength, drawing strength from each battle, growing stronger with each fight. Even in large-scale wars with tens of thousands, they can absorb the combat intentions of all and condense it into their own strength. Damn, battle priest, I've read about it in the library. It's a 9-star profession that only appeared once since the Great Disaster period. Too terrifying. In a corner of the crowd, Dong Fangyang was staring intently at Jun Cheng, frowning. 9-star, battle priest. Perhaps only for this reason can explain why Jun Cheng's strength is so strong. Just a 3-star priest couldn't possibly achieve this. Listening to the discussions around them, Jun Cheng's gaze flickered subtly. This profession seemed to have been mentioned by Zhejiang Shao. Unfortunately, he wasn't clear on the specifics. However, there were more important matters at hand that needed to be resolved. Looking down at the collapsed Shai He in the pit, Jun Cheng calmly said, Shai He, do you surrender? Surrender? Shai He retorted, glancing back at Dong Fangyang in the crowd, gritting his teeth. Surrender? Impossible. I'm an immortal zombie. These injuries to me are like scratching an itch. Roar. He suddenly roared, clapping his hands on the ground, and his figure suddenly rose. At the same time, he reached out and 2 bottles of crimson blood appeared in his hands. High-quality blood of beasts. As a member of the zombie race, he could gain strength by drinking blood. The higher the quality of the blood, the greater the strength he would gain. And these 2 bottles of blood in his hands were from the deep-sea monster's blood octopus. Once consumed, they would instantly give him immense power. Jun Cheng, I will never lose, he shouted, and with a simple force from his hands, the 2 glass tubes shattered immediately. The crimson blood surged from the air, and with a single inhalation, the 2 blood masses turned into 2 blood dragons, rushing towards his mouth. Ha! He ecstatically howled, feeling an inexplicable pleasure each time he absorbed a different kind of blood. After becoming a zombie and losing any sensation, especially the pleasure of being a man, his whole life was dark. Only when he drank blood could he feel something. In a daze, he saw Jun Cheng reaching out his scepter towards him, and he sneered inwardly. Heh, still struggling? Too late. As soon as I absorb this blood, I will personally deal with you. Doom. Suddenly, immersed in the pleasure of drinking blood, Shaggy heard a muffled sound in his ears, followed by screams from the students not far away. The next moment, his entire vision was engulfed in a raging flame. These flames appeared abruptly, catching him completely off guard. What's more, these flames were actually ignited from the blood he was drinking, leaving him no time to react. Furthermore, these flames spread along the blood he was drinking, reaching his mouth, throat, esophagus, and stomach. His entire body was set ablaze. He screamed in pain once again, his head falling directly to the ground, writhing in agony. The students around were even more excited at this point. Damn! Fire! How did Jun Cheng gain control over fire abilities? This is the Flames of Divine Punishment, another ability of the Battle Priest, summoning the wrath of the gods from the void to burn enemies. Jun Cheng must be a 9-star Battle Priest. He's been pretending to be a common 3-star priest. It's too cunning. Battle Priest. Now Jun Cheng truly has a shot at claiming the top spot in the first-year ranks. Watching Shaihe writhing on the ground, engulfed in flames, struggling in pain, Dong Fangyang cursed him as a waste and turned to leave. Yan Jie, are we leaving now? One of his subordinates asked in amazement, as they couldn't believe Dong Fangyang was just walking away like that. Dong Fangyang frowned. One waste. He paused, grinding his teeth. I have other matters to attend to. Bring Shaihe back when you're done. Fine. Okay. The few subordinates watched helplessly as Dong Fangyang left, full of bewilderment and contemplation. Is Dong Fangyang worth following? If he could abandon Shaihe now, then in the future. On the arena, Mr. Bai announced, the winner of this bout is Jun Cheng. He retains his S-level treatment. Quickly extinguish the fire on Shaihe. Several mages with water-based skills volunteered to put out the fire, but Jun Cheng simply reached out and grabbed towards Shaihe. The raging flames immediately dissipated, leaving only a wave of heat. Shaihe's figure was helped up by several of his companions, who left without saying a word. Looking dejected, Jun Cheng, you're quite something. Mr. Bai walked over, introducing himself. I'm Bai Bin, a teacher at the Auxiliary Academy. I'm also the substitute teacher for the elective course Modern World Warfare Military Theory. Jun Cheng, your profession is a priest, right? Since you have our elective course, Modern World Warfare Military Theory, hope to see you in the next class. Modern World Warfare Military Theory. Jun Cheng was puzzled. There's a course like that. Of course, Mr. Bai smiled. This elective course, especially for auxiliary professionals, is almost a compulsory course. It covers how post-Great Disaster period professionals integrate into mechanized warfare, particularly focusing on military strategy, battlefield staff training, and the like. After all, auxiliary professionals have always been on the front lines of warfare, with no time to understand the trends and command of the war. At that point, the importance of auxiliary professionals is highlighted. Bai Bin continued to explain, as an auxiliary, you can take advantage of the gaps in assistance to quickly discern the war situation, devise strategies that best suit the current situation for your teammates and team, and lead your team to victory over enemies. Have I made myself clear? Jun Cheng nodded. Thank you, Mr. Bai. I understand the elective course Modern World Warfare Military Theory now. Good. Then I'll see you there, Mr. Bai said. Looking at Yao Jixu, Vegetarian Chicken, and others approaching, nodding slightly, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Bai. Watching Mr. Bai leave, Jun Cheng nodded inwardly. So Modern World Warfare Military Theory is just an elective course. I wonder what the main courses are for the auxiliary academy that I've chosen. As a priest, Jun Cheng's first choice was the auxiliary academy. Of course, he could modify his choices during the learning process, based on his abilities and academic performance. Cheng Jie, vegetarian chicken, ran over excitedly, exclaiming, "I knew you would win. Ha ha ha." Jun Cheng then turned to Zhao Ziemei, who had just arrived, and asked, "Senior sister, do you know what a battle priest is as a profession? Would you like a link to the next chapter?" Chapter 182, God War Pastor. Epic War. God War Pastor. Zhao Ziemei pondered for a moment and said, "It seems to be a 9-star profession, but I'm not too clear on the specifics. But if you want to know, you can go to the library and check it out. With your S-rank privileges, you have the highest viewing permission on campus. Apart from the principal, you can view any books within the permissions in the library. There should be records about the God War Pastor there." "I see. Thank you, Senior." Zhao Ziemei smiled. "You're welcome. After all, I am your study buddy. By the way, the school's opening ceremony is in 3 days, also the first class meeting for your class. These 2 days, let me show you around the school. How about that?" "Okay. Thank you, Senior. Then I'll go now. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Zhao Ziemei smiled at Yao Jixu and Keiji, then turned and left. The students around the villa also left in small groups. Cheng Jie, "They've all left. What should we?" "You rest first. I want to go to the library." Jun Cheng looked at Yao Jixu. "Jixu, are you going?" Yao Jixu shook her head. "I'm not going. I'll go back to my room first." "Do you know the way?" "Your villa next door. There's an electronic sensing device at the entrance. Only I can enter." Yao Jixu said, "If you need anything, contact me anytime." "All right." Among the three, Jun Cheng is in the Auxiliary Academy. Yao Jixu was assigned to the Advanced Spiritual Assault Academy. As for Keiji, he was assigned to the Special Unique Vocational College. This college has the fewest number of people, and the ranks of professionals vary. Undoubtedly, the professionals there are either special or unique vocations. For example, his own druid, a household pet, was the first profession to appear globally, and different colleges teach different professional knowledge and combat training. It won't be easy for the three of them to meet in the future. After they separated, Jun Cheng followed the map provided by Zhao Ziemei and made his way to the library. It was a huge building covering an area of over 1,000 mu, shaped like an open book. Unfortunately, there were very few people inside and outside the library, perhaps due to the start of the school year. Just as he entered the library to look up information, news of his victory over Shaihi spread like a storm to many people's ears. Inside a luxurious villa filled with splendor, several figures were sitting together, listening to the news brought by their subordinates. "What did you say?" Jun Cheng defeated Shaihi with just 3 moves. "Is he also a 9-star level God War Pastor profession?" At the center of the figures, a big man weighing over 200 pounds widened his eyes in disbelief. Zhou Shiyu. He was the young master of the Zhou family from the imperial city that Jun Cheng met on Radiant Island. Beside him, Yi Shishui and Zhao Wufeng sat one after the other. The others were also high-level professionals from the imperial city. "That's right, Zhou young master." A subordinate handed him a phone. "Here is the video of the match between Jun Cheng and Shaihi. Jun Cheng won in less than 2 minutes. Zhou Shiyu took the phone and checked, while the subordinate continued. "In this match, Jun Cheng only demonstrated 2 abilities: extreme strength, as well as the ability to control flames. Especially the control of flames. No one saw how he did it. Shaihi's body suddenly caught fire, very similar to the legendary God War Pastor's Divine Fire Punishment." "It can't be Divine Fire Punishment." Yi Shishui frowned. "There are records in the family. The God War Pastor is a divine occupation. How is that possible?" "He." Zhou Shiyu threw away the phone, smiling wickedly. "Regardless of whether it is Divine Fire Punishment, or if his profession is God War Pastor, he has proven his strength, worth befriending us. At the very least, he should be a potential ally, not an enemy." "Wufeng," Zhao Wufeng said, in a deep tone. "What's the matter? Didn't young Xiao's sister ask you to go meet him? Why are you still sitting here, you ... Zhao Wufeng glared at Zhou Shiyu, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, it was you who prevented me from going. And now you want me to go. What are you up to?" Zhou Shiyu smirked cunningly. "If you go to meet him, who else would dare challenge him? defeating a 7-star professional in 3 moves, let alone it was the zombie general who uses the acute gastrointestinal outburst technique, proves his strength. Now he has passed our test, it's time to befriend him. Yi Shishui also spoke. Since he can come to the Imperial City for school, it means the Qin family of Qinzhou, the Bai family, and the Li family did not completely win him over. Otherwise, there would be at least someone to accompany him. Shiyu. What if he really becomes one of the top 10 hidden dragons? Being one of the top 10 hidden dragons, so what? Zhou Shiyu, with his chubby body, lay back on the sofa and said disdainfully, the top 10 hidden dragons are only useful within the school. The school created that title for students to compete positively. It has its use, but it's not significant. Once we graduate and enter the alien battlefield, all these so-called top 10 hidden dragons alliances will be a joke. At that time, only strong alliances will be the way. By the way, I remember Shai He is from the coastal city, sent by Dong Fangyan's child. That's right. Ha ha ha. Dong Fangyan is really a fool, offending a potential enemy. Yi Shishui also sneered. Dong Fangyan. After all, he is just an illegitimate child of the Dongfang family. How can his vision and breadth of mind compare to yours? Just a title as one of the top 10 hidden dragons has blinded his eyes. I wonder if Dongfang's family sent him to the Imperial City for university training, or just let him go with the flow. Or does it involve internal struggles within the Dongfang family? Wu Feng. He's in charge of receiving him. Zhou Shiyu looked at Zhao Wu Feng and said, he will definitely be our friend with Young Xiao's face, but there might be surprises. Best to recruit him, if not, consider him a potential ally. Understood. Zhao Wu Feng stood up and said, I'll go now. School hospital. Shai He was lying on the hospital bed, struggling to sit up, and his friend hurried to help him up. Shai He, you are seriously injured. Don't move around randomly. Shai He said hoarsely. Fun Hao, tell me, how bad are my injuries? Fun Hao hesitated. Your physique is the body of a zombie. The priest's healing technique in the hospital is not effective. Only the apothecary can try using medication. The doctor said that your burns are not only on the skin but also internally scorched by the flames. If you want to heal, you have to rest for a while. I let young Master Yan down. He values me so much. By the way, where's young Master Yan? Fun Hao's expression was strange. Young Master Yan has gone back. He also said ... He said what? He said to let you rest more. Don't go looking for him at the Yanhai Pavilion. What? Another villa. Under the dark night, a burly figure was still training on the school's field. 3,000 pounds of boulders in his hands, like toes, were casually thrown up and down. The upper half of Lang Fanti's body was full of muscles and sweat, breathing heavily. Yun Wolf lowered. You've been training for 5 hours already. Take a break. Two clearly of grassland heritage youngsters walked in and respectfully said, Who ... Lang Fanti took a deep breath, wiped his body with a towel, and said solemnly, Have you found out? We found out. Young Wolf lower. One of the youngsters reply, 7-star professional, zombie general Shai He, indeed lost to Zheng Cheng. What are his abilities? Lang Fanti finally showed interest. Speed and strength are above Shai T's, even comparable to yours. In addition, he has the ability to control flames. Many suspect Zheng Cheng's profession, that he is, in fact, a 9-star God War Pastor. God War Pastor? Lang Fanti asked, what attributes specifically? The young man hesitated. Young Wolf lowered. We don't know either. There is no record of it in the clan. God War Pastor? Isn't it a divine profession? Lang Fanti said, in a deep voice, his eyes gradually becoming excited. Interesting. I thought among all the freshmen of this year, only John May use Black Dragon body and Zhou Xinyu's Vira giant body were worth challenging from me. Unexpectedly, here comes a Zheng Cheng. He moved his body a bit, excitedly. I really hope to clash with him. Ha ha ha. Late at night, Zheng Cheng was still in the library researching information. After he revealed his identity, the librarian also searched for a long time before finding information about the God War Pastor. This information was recorded in a document called The First Wave of Pioneers Data List during the Great Cataclysm period. It documented over a dozen active epic to legendary level powerhouses during the Great Cataclysm period. One of them was the record of the God War Pastor profession. In addition, there were several other familiar professions and pioneers. Zheng Mingsen, Undead Mage, Tang Cheng, Gun Artisan, Din Ruhuo, Kaotian Peak, and others. Towards the end of the data, he finally found some information about the God War pastor profession. In the year 2361 AD, the Vatican Apostolic son Julius awake and the 9-star profession God War pastor, guided by God to save mankind. Within 3 years, he entered the epic level and led 100,000 holy knights of the Vatican and clerics, calling for a holy war against the alien tribes of Blood Clan, Moonlight Werewolf, and Night Demon. In this battle, more than 1 million people in the human race die, but they successfully repelled the invasion of the 3 alien tribes into the Western European countries. His Highness, the God War Pastor Julius, led the charge himself, leading 100,000 holy knights of the Vatican to launch a charge against the united alien army, single-handedly cutting down 4 epic-level alien powerhouses. One of the epic-level Moonlight Werewolf powerhouses had his head hammered into a dog's head by His Highness Julius. In a decade of battles, Julius successively killed more than 30 epic-level alien powerhouses and 4 legendary-level alien powerhouses. His strength even reached the legendary level 10 years later, making him almost the #1 person in the Western European countries on the Blue Star. Finally, in the battle to annihilate the Night Demon tribe, His Highness Julius went missing. Jun Cheng murmured, "Missing?" End of this chapter. Chapter 183. 8-star ingredients, 9-star auxiliary profession. After checking the information about the battle priest, Jun Cheng returned to the villa. Just as he came back, KG greeted him, saying, "Cheng Jie, someone was looking for you in the afternoon." "Someone looking for me?" Jun Cheng asked curiously. Who? He didn't have many acquaintances at the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University, so who could be looking for him? It wouldn't be someone from the Night Watch, would it? It's a man, seems to be called Zhao Wufan. KG paused before saying, "Yes, it's Zhao Wufan. He said he is the cousin of Captain Yang Xiao, here to meet you, Zhao Wufan." Jun Cheng's eyes flickered, remembering the young man he saw on Radiation Island, sharp as a sword, with an imposing aura. Besides him, there was also Zhou Shiyu, who seemed simple but steady, and Yi Shishui, the enchanting mermaid princess. These 3 were all descendants of the pioneer families of the imperial capital, with extraordinary strength. Why would they come to find him? Jun Cheng asked. What else did he say? He said besides welcoming you, he also asked if you would participate in the competition for the 10 great hidden dragons. How did you respond? I just said, I didn't know, and he left after leaving his contact information. I see. All right. Before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you. Consider whether you want it or not. With that, Jun Cheng took out a black feather from his spatial ring. A feather? KG asked in surprise. Cheng Jie, where did you get this feather from? It's a trophy obtained from dissecting a ghost crow. Jun Cheng explained. It is a special ingredient. After killing the ghost crow with Su Qingfen, he performed a random dissection and obtained this ingredient. It's star level. 8 stars. A special ingredient. Kaiji's eyes widened as he quickly examined it. Special ingredient. Ghost. All feather quality. 8 stars effect. Consuming it permanently increases 50 points of spirit. Dark resistance plus 100. There is a very low chance of transforming one's own bloodline into that of a ghost owl, gaining the unique physique and talents of the ghost owl clan. There is also a certain chance of mutation in one's bloodline, acquiring unexpected abilities. Restrictions. Due to its special bloodline material, only individuals with professions capable of transforming or controlling avian creatures such as ferocious druids, feathered hunters, or half-hawk people can consume it. Consuming it for other professions will cause unstable mutations. Limited to 1 per person. Explanation. A special ingredient dissected from the unique being, the ghost owl. As it was dissected while being watched by the creature, it contained slightly stronger power than an ordinary ghost owl. Ghost owl. A ghost-like creature rumored to possess the bloodline of the phoenix 9 Yao bird, naturally possessing the powerful talents of intimidating other ghosts, controlling ghosts, and ghost fire. This, Kaiji's eyes almost popped out. Wow, Cheng Jie, it permanently increases 50 points of spirit. And there's even a possibility of gaining the bloodline of the ghost owl. This ghost owl feather is too terrifying. This was found by me in the ghost crow's spatial ring. I guess it intended to use this ghost owl feather for reincarnation, but ended up benefiting you. KG hesitated. Cheng Jie, this is too precious. Maybe you should consume it. What are you saying? Jun Cheng sighed. Don't you think I want to consume it too? There are consumption restrictions. Only professions like ferocious druids, feathered hunters can consume it, right? I'm not a ferocious druid. Kaiji's mouth twitched. I'm not one either. Like a domestic fell druid. Jun Cheng patted his shoulder. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. You entered the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University through special admission, but don't let others look down on you. It's only the first day, and someone is already challenging us. In the future, Kaiji's expression changed after hearing the explanation, gritting his teeth. I understand, Chengje. By the way, Chengje, are you interested in fighting for the title of the 10 Great Hidden Dragons? Otherwise, why would? Jun Cheng nodded. We have for years left in school. Forming a club, or forming a guild, is also a good choice. It will make it convenient for us to enter dungeons, explore secret realms, or go to foreign battlefields. Keiji became more excited. Great idea, Chengje. What should we name our guild? Glorious Years? Brothers' Loyalty? Or Assembly Hall of Righteousness? Get lost. Jun Cheng rolled his eyes. Are you making a movie? How about number 1 Under Heaven? Royal Family Brightness? Get lost. Are you addicted to games? Dominate the World also works. Oh my god. The next day, Jun Cheng and the others, led by Zhao Jiemei, toured the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University, familiarizing themselves with the locations of important buildings and departments. At the same time, they were challenged by some people today, a total of 4 individuals, all of whom fell prey to Jun Cheng's acute gastroenteritis burst technique. The one who lasted the longest was only 18 seconds, prompting Jun Cheng to praise them, saying they truly lived up to the national elites, far surpassing Terry's endurance. That night, Zhao Wufeng came looking for him again, dragging Jun Cheng to a restaurant they had been preparing for a while, where they met Zhou Xiyu, Yi Shishui, and others. The atmosphere was friendly, and they probed each other's intentions. Both Jun Cheng and Zhou Xiyu wanted to compete for the position of the 10 Great Hidden Dragons, so they preliminarily formed an alliance to help each other. On the 3rd day, the official start of classes. Hello classmates, I am Sun Wen Cheng, the homeroom teacher of class of the Auxiliary School of the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University. You can call me Teacher Wen Cheng. I will. Jun Cheng sat alone at a desk in the spacious classroom, looking a bit weird. If he had known, he wouldn't have signed up for the Auxiliary School of the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University. Damn. Out of 30 students in the class, besides him and 2 other bows, the rest were all girls. In other words, the male-to-female ratio was a terrifying 1:9. In September, the weather was still hot, and the girls in the classroom were all dressed in cool attire. They were all wearing shorts and short skirts, even those in professional attire choosing lighter outfits. The fair, smooth thighs and arms made Jun Cheng almost unable to open his eyes. Being professionals, they had robust physique and vitality, and being in professions such as priests, shamans, and pharmacists, they excelled in maintaining beauty and whitening. Among this group of girls, there were no ugly ones, with beauty scores of at least 80 points. A few of the girls could rival Yao Jiu and Song Chaoyu in appearance. Since the start of the class meeting, many girls had been glancing towards the back discreetly. Their gaze was like that of wolves spotting food. The first girl on the left side of the first row confidently walked up to the podium. She too was dressed coolly in a pink and white dress, with a small stature and round face, clearly a cute type of beauty. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Yingshin from Rongcheng, a 7-star holy light priest. Nice to meet you all. After introducing herself, Zhang Yingshin bowed, receiving applause from the audience. The second girl walked up. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Jiajia. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Duo. One by one, the girls took turns introducing themselves on the stage. If they weren't 7-star holy light priests, they were 7-star battle shamans. Jun Cheng's eye couldn't stop twitching. Indeed, it was the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University, where the national elites were gathered. Regular auxiliary professions didn't even qualify to step foot here. Hey, brother, I'm Zhuo Wen, and this is my younger brother Zhuo Wu. What's your name? Suddenly, a round-faced youth approached them, his voice mischievous. Wow, so many girls in our class. We brothers are going to be happy. I'm Jun Cheng, and you? Oh my god, Jun Cheng. Zhuo Wen suddenly exclaimed, drawing attention from many girls in the front. Amid the laughter spreading through the classroom, Zhuo Wen quickly stood up. Embarrassed. Sorry, Teacher Sun, my bad. All right, sit down. Teacher Sun smiled. The three of you are the only male students in our class, so I will need your help in the future. Only two? Jun Cheng's eyes flickered. Who's the other one? At that moment, the discussion among the girls in front suddenly turned up a notch. Oh, she's coming up. Is it her? The only 9-star auxiliary professional from Xia Kingdom this year. Yes, it's her. Rumor has it that when she awakened her profession, the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University dispatched people to monitor. The three of them subconsciously looked up to see a beautiful girl in a light green long dress slowly walking towards the podium. Quickly, Chua Wen said, "That's her." Hello, everyone, I'm Kui Xiabing. End of chapter. Chapter 184. The exclusive assessment of the hidden realm for assist professionals. Even though Kui Xiabing's voice was not loud, it sounded exceptionally clear in the spacious classroom. Hello everyone, my name is Kui Xiabing, and I come from the province of Yunzhou. I am a 9-star arboreal shepherd by profession, and I am very happy to meet you all. She gave a sweet smile and continued, by the way, I also want to participate in the top 10 dragon competition of our cohort, and organize a club focusing on support professions. I hope you all can support me. These words from Kui Xiabing immediately sparked excited discussions among the students present. Wow, Kui Xiabing wants to participate in the top 10 dragon competition. Is it true? Isn't she a support profession? How can she compete with those main combat professions? Arboreal shepherd? Why have I never heard of this 9-star profession before? I haven't heard of it either. The students in the classroom discussed animatedly. But Kui Xiabing did not leave the podium. Instead, she continued, "What I want to prove is that support professionals like us are not weaker than any other profession. So I had this idea. If any students share the same thoughts as me, feel free to come talk to me anytime." As she said these words, her eyes glanced in the direction of Jun Cheng and playfully winked. Jun Cheng's eyes flickered. Looking at me? Am I that handsome? Oh no, Kui Xiabing's profession is a 9-star arboreal shepherd. Arboreal shepherd, a 9-star profession, one of the 3 great shepherds, naturally able to manipulate all plants and trees, shepherd forests, and even possess the terrifying ability to transform plants and trees into living beings. A comprehensive support profession combining abilities such as healing, summoning, control, and even having some attack capabilities. Simply the most perfect profession. As for the 3 great shepherds, besides the arboreal shepherd, the other 2 types of shepherds are the mountain shepherd and the sea shepherd. Shepherding mountains and rivers, shepherding the sea. Asterisk clap, clap, clap asterisk. Sun Wanqing applauded, saying, "Thanks to Kui Xiabing for her self-introduction. I never expected a student from our support college to want to participate in the top 10 dragon competition. It is truly an honor for our support college. The teacher is here. I'll be the first to support. If there are any questions or uncertainties in the future, feel free to disturb the teacher anytime." Kui Xiabing nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Ms. Wanqing. I support too." A student stood up, the first to introduce herself, Zhang Yingshen. "I support too." Suduo also stood up, saying seriously, "I not only want to prove that support professions are stronger than main combat professions, but also that we girls are not weaker than woes." Yes, yes. Yes, I have the same idea. Sisters, why don't we join together? If we join together, we can attend classes together, work hard together, and even have meals and go shopping together. A group of girls immediately became excited, discussing eagerly, looking very enthusiastic as if they had found a common cause. In the corner of the classroom, both Zhang Cheng and Zuo Wu, the Zuo brothers, had slightly changed expressions, instinctively shrinking. Zhang Cheng's expression was even more strange. What's the situation? There are boxes in this world too. Hopefully not as I imagine it to be. On the podium, Kui Xiabing smoothly walked down. Sun Wanqing continued, seeing everyone so united, the teacher is also very happy. So let's continue. Soon, another girl walked up. Hello everyone. My name is Wang Yiman. Hello everyone. I am. After more than 10 minutes, it was finally the turn of the last 3 individuals. All 27 girls in the class, as well as a female teacher, all looked towards the 3 people at the back, Zuo Wen and Zuo, who were almost in tears. Bro Cheng. What should we do? Jun Cheng shrugged, Both of you go up together since you're twins. Oh, okay. The two brothers, with a determined expression, hesitantly walked up to the stage, saying, "Hello everyone, we are twin brothers. I'm Zuo Wen. I'm Zuo Wu. We are both from Jinling, and our professions are both 7-star star spirits. Very nice to meet you all." The two brothers struggled through their self-introduction, while the more than 20 girls in the audience scrutinized them like they were criminals. Twin brothers indeed. 7-star star spirits. How did they end up in the support college? I remember only 2-star spirits have healing and support skills among all star spirits. Could it be they're not even good looking, or else I might have wanted to taste the difference between the two? The girls in the audience were in a flurry of discussion, with a few bold personalities constantly teasing. Zuo Wen and Zuo Wu quickly ran off the stage, sweating profusely. Growing up in a martial arts hall, they rarely interacted with girls, not to mention suddenly facing more than 20 beautiful girls at once. Wan Qing smiled, saying, "It seems all the boys in our class are quite shy, so the last student, swish, 28 pairs of gossipy eyes turned towards them. Many recognized Zhang Cheng, their eyes burning even more passionately. Zhang Cheng raised his eyebrows, then stood up and walked towards the stage. Wow, he's so tall, so handsome, good skin. I think I'm the cuttest among us together in height. Get out. I'm the most compatible with him." Listening to the lively discussions of the surrounding girls, Zhang Cheng remained unperturbed. Perhaps it was related to becoming an awakener, as his height had increased by several centimeters over the past 2 months. He now stood around 1.8 meters tall, with sharp features, high nose bridge, and healthy, rosy skin, looking exceptionally handsome. Being able to attract so many girls was indeed effortless. Walking up to the podium, facing the excited, eager, or greedy eyes below, he began, "Hello classmates, my name is Zhang Cheng, and I come from the province of Qinzhou. Profession, 3-star priest. Very pleased to meet you all. Wow. As soon as these words of self-introduction fell, a more excited discussion erupted below compared to when Kui Xiabing introduced herself. A 3-star priest. Is this a lie? How could a 3-star priest come to the Imperial Nation's National Advanced Professional College's support college? Even if they are recruited, it should be a special college. Fake. He's lying. I have a classmate who told me Zhang Cheng's profession is a 9-star divine battle priest. Exactly. How else could he defeat so many challengers, all of whom were main combat professionals with 7 or 8 stars? Wow. He's so handsome. If only I could be his girlfriend. Get lost. A lovesick fool. Hearing the discussions below, Zhang Cheng remained calm as ever. He had long known that his profession, whether in terms of star level or strength, would be questioned and doubted by everyone. Zhang Cheng sighed. You can believe whatever you want. He was ready to step down, but at that moment, Kui Xiabing stood up suddenly and said, "Zhang Cheng, are you also a new student with an S-rank treatment in our support college? Would you be interested in participating in the top 10 dragon competition?" Oh. Zhang Cheng became interested and asked, "Whether the first participate or not shouldn't concern you, right?" "Of course, it does," Kui Xiabing replied. "If you participate, we will be competitors. I need to study you closely because we are both students of the support college, inherently in a competitive relationship. If you don't participate, that's fine. I formally invite you to join my club, on the condition that I successfully seize one of the top 10 dragon positions." Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed. Was Kui Xiabing this confident? He shook his head. "I've already decided to participate in the top 10 dragon competition." Kui Xiabing's eyes dimmed slightly as she shook her head. "That's a pity. Zhang Cheng, from now on, we are competitors. Until the dust settles on the top 10 dragon competition." Zhang Cheng nodded. "I'll be waiting for your challenge." "All right, everyone." Sun Wanqing spoke again. "All self-introductions have concluded, and on behalf of the school, I welcome you all once again. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk." The applause continued, and Zhang Cheng returned to his seat smoothly. As he walked back, he could feel the scorching gazes on him from at least a dozen pairs of eyes. "Wow, Chengzhe, you're so awesome. Even Kui Xiabing wants to challenge you." As soon as he sat down, Zuo Wen approached him excitedly. "Chengzhe, are you familiar with Kui Xiabing?" "Chengzhe, did you submit to the school report?" "School report?" Zhang Cheng recalled the pile of newspapers that appeared at the gate of his villa every day, guessing that it was the school report Zuo Wen mentioned. Sadly, he had been extremely busy these days and had barely had time to check. Zuo Wen continued, "The school report is a magazine issued by the school's publicity department, and it is also available online. It records everything happening among students in the school. The most popular topic in the school report these days is the Top 10 Dragon competition. All new students eligible to participate in the Top 10 Dragon competition are listed in the school report. Information about professional star levels, professional data, and the likes are all there. You are also in it." "I see," Zhang Cheng nodded, realizing he needed to check it out thoroughly when he got back. Sun Wanqing continued, "Starting tomorrow, you will embark on a new learning journey, and I hope everyone will quickly get into the learning state. Apart from the mandatory courses and practical exercises at our support college, we also have elective courses for students to choose from. Regarding electives, the teacher highly recommends modern warfare military theory. Of course, there are also electives such as battlefield medical emergency care, post-war psychological counseling, healthcare administration, special food nutrition and health, and other elective courses. Students can log on to the school's official website, select the internal network of the support college to apply for electives. Each person can choose up to 3 elective courses for application, and each elective course also has a limit on the number of participants." Sun Wanqing smiled. "Kui Xiabing and Zhang Cheng, however, have priority, so go ahead and apply for whatever elective courses you want." The students in the classroom started discussing again, but this time it was all admiring voices. "There's one more thing," Sun Wanqing continued. "A month from now, there will be a hidden realm assessment among different colleges across the school, and our support college is no exception. An exclusive hidden realm assessment for us support professionals. After that, it will be the long-awaited Top 10 Dragon competition that all students will be focusing on." Just as Sun Wanqing finished speaking, Zhang Cheng's heart stirred. An exclusive hidden realm assessment for support professionals? End of this chapter. Chapter 185. Guarding the Home. Special Food Nutrition and Health. Sun Wanqing's words immediately sparked intense debate among the students. What does exclusive realm for auxiliary professionals mean? Won't all the professionals entering be auxiliary professionals? There's such a realm? I guess this is a realm with special world rules. Someone asked their question. Teacher Wanqing, what do you mean by the realm exclusive to auxiliary professionals? Sun Wanqing gently gestured for silence and explained. The so-called realm exclusive to auxiliary professionals is actually very simple. It is a kind of special rule realm exclusive to auxiliary professionals. In this realm, there are special natural laws. Only auxiliary professionals can enter. The realm is called Guarding the Homeland, and the mission is that each auxiliary professional who enters will be randomly assigned to a homeland. In the homeland, all professionals can summon different human warriors based on different homelands to defend against the endless attacks of the foreign beasts outside the battlefield mist. These foreign beasts will attack the homelands at regular intervals. Your task is to use your auxiliary skills to enhance the soldiers summoned from the homelands and resist the foreign beasts. During the mission, the more foreign beasts you kill, the longer the homeland is preserved, the higher the score you will get. Do you all understand what I'm saying? After Sun Wanqing's explanation, all the students in the classroom suddenly understood. So that's why it's called the realm exclusive to auxiliary professionals, enhancing the soldiers summoned from the homeland. This is to cultivate our abilities in foreign battles in advance. I think I understand. In the corner of the classroom, Zhang Cheng's expression was a bit strange. Guarding the homeland? Why does it sound so similar to a game he played in his previous life? Guarding Athena. Suddenly, Kui Xiabing raised her hand. Teacher Wanqing, are there any other rules in this realm? Sun Wanqing looked appreciatively at Kui Xiabing and said, of course there are other rules, one of which is that you are not allowed to use attacking skills. Your position in this realm is that of a supporter, commander, or leader, and you are not allowed to actively engage in warfare. In this realm, all skills with attacking effects will be prohibited. You can enhance soldiers, heal soldiers, but you cannot become a soldier yourself. Or you can deploy troops based on the comparison between the enemy and us, in order to win the victory of guarding the homeland. Another student raised their hand. Teacher Wanqing, what kind of soldiers are summoned from the homeland? Sun Wanqing said, randomly summon different basic soldier types, all starting from 1 star, up to a maximum of 9 stars. And these random soldier types will also upgrade themselves through slaughter. Becoming higher star soldiers. The basic soldier types include swordsmen, veterans, gunmen, archers, and so on. Each type of soldiers has different ways of advancement. One thing you need to pay attention to is that all soldiers summoned from the homeland are humans, with their own simple thoughts and consciousness. You must not treat them as puppets or summoned creatures, understand? Another student raised their hand and asked, "Teacher Wanching, how long does this realm last?" Sun Wanching replied, "It lasts about a month. However, if your personal homeland is destroyed within the realm, you will be forcibly transferred out of the realm." By the way, Teacher Wanching, what is the war mist? It's a special black mist where all the foreign beasts hide. Once you enter it, the option current map will appear in your personal panel, allowing you to view the map and the mist range where you are. Many students began to raise their hands and ask questions, and Sun Wanching detailed the special rules and common sense of the realm guarding the homeland. Jun Cheng was also continuously sketching the image and different rules of this special realm in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and slowly raised his hand. Sun Wanching was about to continue speaking when she saw Jun Cheng raise his hand and asked, "Student Jun Cheng, do you have a question?" Jun Cheng stood up and asked, "Teacher Wanching, can we actively explore and enter the war mist in this realm?" Not only was Sun Wanching stunned by this question, but other students also started discussing. "Enter the mist. It's full of foreign beasts in there. Is Jun Cheng so bold? I heard from a senior sister that even protecting your homeland and guarding the homeland is difficult, let alone wanting to explore the mist. What if there are spatial fissures inside? That would be terrible." After a brief thought on the podium, Sun Wanching said, "Student Jun Cheng, this question has been brought up before, and some students have tried to enter the mist in the realm." Hearing Sun Wanching's words, Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. What were the results? Sun Wanching shook her head with a bitter smile. The school has strictly warned the students of the auxiliary college that no auxiliary professional is allowed to enter the dark mist. The reason is simple. Almost all auxiliary professionals who entered the war mist die. Even a few years ago, there was a level 8 professional who contracted a level 8 demon beast battle priest and entered the mist for exploration, but disappeared and has not returned to this day. Only a very few students who entered the edge of the mist quickly retreated, but they haven't discovered anything either. So until now, we still don't know what is behind the war mist in this realm. I see. Thank you for explaining, Teacher Wanching. Jun Cheng understood and sat down, but he continued to think about the situation of the war mist in his mind. He wondered if his central radar life monitoring technique could explore the war mist. Then, after explaining a few more students' questions, Sun Wanching continued, "Okay students, today's matters about the new school year are almost done. There will be school staff distributing books for the freshmen later. Please wait a bit. During this time, you can log into the school's official website and choose elective courses for the auxiliary college." After saying that, Sun Wanching left the classroom. The whole classroom became lively again, everyone chatting loudly. As the saying goes, with 3 women gossiping, and here there are 27 girls, all just 18 or 19 years old. The atmosphere was even more lively, chirping like a large group of sparrows. Jun Cheng took out his phone and logged into the school's official website. Zuo Wen also came over and asked, "Cheng Jie, what elective courses are you planning to take? I'll take a look first." "Oh, it's so unlucky. In the auxiliary college, it's just the 3 of us brothers. Let's all choose the same elective courses." "Sure." Jun Cheng agreed and entered his student ID and password. Soon, a message came through. "Dear student Jun Cheng, you are an esteemed S-class treatment recipient at our school, and the system has chosen the most suitable elective courses for you based on your profession and ranking." With the system's prompt, the phone screen displayed different elective courses, with more than 10 courses in total. At the top was the course recommended by teachers by Bin and Sun Wanching, Modern Warfare Military Theory. Following that were the courses Sun Wanching mentioned: Battlefield Medical Emergency Care, Post-War Psychological Counseling, Healthcare Management, 365 questions for auxiliary professionals. Jun Cheng was puzzled. What about special food nutrition and health? When Sun Wanching mentioned elective courses, he had already noticed this course. It seemed to complement his random dissection technique very well. He continued to scroll down, and sure enough, among the last few elective courses, he found special food nutrition and health. Clicking on it, he saw the introduction of special food nutrition and health. This course focuses on studying the energy contained in special foods obtained from demons, demon beasts, or alien races, and their special effects on human professionals. Those who sign up for this course need experience in dissecting large demons and demon beasts, and must frequently visit harsh environments where special ingredients are produced for hands-on practice. Please sign up carefully. This course is quite strange. You even need to personally visit the production site of special ingredients. Jun Cheng took a look at the number of people already signed up for other elective courses, and there were already over 10 people registered. The most popular courses were, of course, post or psychological counseling and healthcare management. These two were all-around courses. Going to the alien battlefield was also located in the rear area of the battlefield. Very safe. The elective course recommended by the teachers, Modern Warfare Military Theory, did not have many registered students. As for Special Food Nutrition and Health, only a few people had signed up. After some thought, Jun Cheng first signed up for Modern Warfare Military Theory and then chose the elective course Special Food Nutrition and Health. These two courses did not conflict in time, with Modern Warfare Military Theory classes scheduled for Monday and Friday mornings, and Special Food Nutrition and Health offered on Tuesday and Friday. As for the third elective course, Jun Cheng continued to browse through other elective courses, post-war psychological counseling, healthcare management. Not interested in any of them. In the end, he focused on a course in the middle, on the development prospects of close combat priests, ritualists, physicians. What kind of elective course is this? No wonder it's the Imperial Capital National Higher Vocational University for the nation's elites. Even this course is being researched. Hey Chengzhe, I found a suitable elective course for us. Suddenly, Zuowu came over, and the course displayed on his phone was on the development prospects of close combat priests, ritualists, physicians. Wow, you have talent. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. Let's sign up for this. Chengzhe, what are the other two courses you signed up for? Modern Warfare Military Theory and Special Food Nutrition and Health. Okay, let's sign up for this one too. Jun Cheng. The three of them were registering when suddenly a figure walked up to Jun Cheng. Jun Cheng looked up and saw a girl in a pink and white dress. Introducing herself earlier, she seemed to be called Zhang Yingshen. Strangely, Jun Cheng asked, Zhang Yingshen, do you need anything from me? Blushing, Zhang Yingshen whispered, can I add you as a friend? End of this chapter. Chapter 186. Kui Xiabing's Invitation. Another bet. Jun Cheng was slightly stunned. Are girls so bold these days? If he remembered correctly, the girl in front of him, Zhang Yingshen, was a professional star-rated cleric, 7-star grade Saint Light Priest. If she could grow to epic or legendary level in the future, she would be able to master the resurrection technique, an extraordinary skill. He didn't expect her to be so straightforward now. Behind her, there were 4 or 5 other girls huddling together, excitedly looking over this way, whispering something softly. Wow, Zhang Yingshen really went. She's so brave. Do you think she will succeed? I guess she will. Yingshen is so cute. Are we going to lose the bet? Listening to the nearby whispers, Jun Cheng hesitated. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? As he spoke, he took out his phone. What are you afraid of? We are classmates, and we are both auxiliary professionals. If we have any problems in our studies, we can learn from each other. Asterisk, ding asterisk. With a crisp sound, the two became friends. Zhang Yingshen turned excitedly and glanced triumphantly at the girls behind her. After chatting with Jun Cheng for a few more moments, Zhang Yingshen happily returned to her seat. Wow. Zhuo Wenzhuo excitedly approached. Chengzhe, you are so awesome, so popular with girls. We are just classmates. Adding a friend isn't a big deal. Then why didn't she add us? Don't we have a class group? You guys, that classmate Zhang Cheng, can I also add him as a friend? Another pretty girl approached, speaking softly, seeming to be named Zhang Jiajia. Sure. Following that, more girls came over, one after another, adding Zhang Cheng as a friend. At one point, more than 10 girls crowded around Zhang Cheng, excitedly talking about various things. It was as if he had entered the Tang priest's paradise or was an unexpected star. Some added friends, some asked about Zhang Cheng's interests and hobbies, and a few asked if he had a girlfriend or if he minded having one more. Zhang Cheng welcomed them all, telling a few jokes from past lives, making the group of girls laugh and giggle. Juo and Juo were squeezed to the side, their faces full of envy and jealousy. Damn, Chengzhe is so popular. I'm so jealous. If I had so many girls. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Jun Cheng was enjoying himself when suddenly he heard a crisp cough. The more than 10 girls surrounding him quickly stopped chattering, even making way for a passage. When Jun Cheng looked, it was indeed another owner of S-level treatment in the class, a 9-star grade professional druid, Kui Xiabing. Behind her were 2 other people, Su Duo and Tuyali. Su Duo was the girl who had said that girls were stronger than boys, and Tuyali had made similar statements. Kui Xiabing glanced at the girls around her and smiled. Jun Cheng, you are quite popular. Jun Cheng coughed. We are all classmates. Isn't communication normal? Ladies, Kui Xiabing suddenly said to the girls around her, I have something to discuss with Jun Cheng. Could you give us some time? Sister Xiabing, please go ahead. I need to go to the restroom. I'll come with you. Let's all go together. The more than 10 girls all walked away. Some sat on chairs pretending to read, their ears perked up. Some walked out of the classroom and excitedly peeked in from the window. Kui Xiabing sat across from Jun Cheng, while Su Duo and Tuyali stood behind her like bodyguards. She spoke. Jun Cheng, I sincerely invite you to join my team. Jun Cheng was puzzled. Didn't I already say that I will also participate in the 10 Hidden Dragons challenge? What if you fail? Kui Xiabing interrupted. If you fail, my team is open to you at any time. Jun Cheng raised an eyebrow. Why are you so confident? What if the one who fails is you? I will not fail. Kui Xiabing's eyes sparkled. Even as a support professional competing against those main combat professionals, I will not fail. I will definitely become one of the 10 hidden dragons and build the strongest team of professionals in our generation. And it is for this reason that I want to invite you, Jun Cheng, to join us. A powerful auxiliary professional is a crucial core of a team. Only by combining the strongest auxiliary professionals from our academy can we attract the strongest group of main combat professionals. If we join forces, we can build the strongest team of professionals. What do you say? Jun Cheng paused for a moment and nodded slightly. Indeed, as Kui Xiabing said, a support professional with strong healing abilities and support skills was truly one of the most crucial cores of a team. With this, the team would have no worries in combat. The other core would be the mount. As long as a team had these 2 types of professionals, they would inevitably become a powerful team of professionals. Kui Xiabing's eyes lit up. Do you agree? Jun Cheng shook his head slowly. You are right, but I don't want a free ride. It was clear from Jun Cheng's words that Kui Xiabing's character belonged to the strong, independent type, evident from her words and actions. It was unprecedented in the history of the Imperial Capital National College of Higher Vocational Professions for a support professional to participate in the competition for the 10 Hidden Dragons, let alone aiming to build the strongest team. Even if a support professional's abilities were strong, they could never match up to main combat professionals. This was especially true among high-level professionals. A free ride. Kui Xiabing frowned, sensing the meaning in Jun Cheng's words. He didn't want to be subservient, especially not to a woman. Su Duo behind Kui Xiabing suddenly said, Masculinity, hot. Jun Cheng frowned and looked at Su Duo, who fiercely stared back. Duo. Kui Xiabing turned slightly, and Su Duo lowered her head helplessly. She then looked at Jun Cheng and said, Jun Cheng, sorry. Duo just spoke without thinking. It's okay, Jun Cheng said casually. But if you want to build the strongest team and have support professionals at the center, you have to be careful with your subordinates. Sometimes, some careless words can affect how strong individuals view you. Kui Xiabing pondered, while Su Duoyi's face turned pale. True strong people do not depend on others. Even if Kui Xiabing tried her best or used her charm, the title of being a strong individual would still be an empty shell in the end. Kui Xiabing took a deep breath. Jun Cheng, I still want to try. How do you want to try? A bet. Another bet? Jun Cheng's expression was peculiar. How do you want to bet? It's simple. With the 10 Hidden Dragons challenge, we both participate in the 10 Hidden Dragons challenge. If I succeed, you join my team. What if you fail? If I fail, Kui Xiabing gritted her teeth. If I fail and you succeed, then I will join your team. What if we both succeed? If we both succeed, Kui Xiabing's eyes gleamed. Then we mind our own business and compete against each other. Jun Cheng nodded with a smile. The bet is fair. Do you agree? Of course not. Why? Kui Xiaobing widened her eyes. She had put herself as the bet. How could? I have nothing against you. I just don't want to force anyone. Zhun Cheng shook his head. Even if you join my team, if you fail and I succeed, it would only be a physical addition, not a true commitment. This would undoubtedly pose a division crisis for my team. So, why don't we develop separately? Compete against each other. Is that not go? Well, let's leave it at that. Zhun Cheng looked at Kui Xiaobing, his eyes bright. Kui Xiaobing could only sigh and stand up. All right, then I'll wait for your good news. As the three walked away, Su Duo whispered, Sister Xiaobing, are we just letting him go like this? Kui Xiaobing whispered back, Zhun Cheng makes sense. Forced relationships won't benefit our team much. Xiaobing's sister, I think our team should be mainly composed of girls. Wouldn't it be nice if all were girls? Su Duo looked at Kui Xiaobing as if she was naive. Kui Xiaobing stared at Su Duo as if she was looking at an idiot. All girls might be fine for running instances and exploring dungeons at normal times, but once we step into the enemy's battlefield, it's certain death. The strength of us support professionals lies in enhancing the strength of other main combat professionals. We must have strong main combat professionals, and in this aspect, males are undoubtedly much stronger than females. Who says? Su Duo gritted her teeth. We also have strong girls among us. The Warlord Academy's Zhang Meiyu, the Mental Assault Academy's Yao Jixu, aren't they girls? If we could bring them in, wouldn't our team be stronger? Zhang Meiyu, Yao Jixu, Kui Xiaobing murmured, thinking. We can try. Chengzhe. Zhuo Wenwu approached excitedly. What did Kui Xiaobing want with you? Is she chasing after you? Get out. Zhun Cheng was helpless. How is that possible? She just wanted to invite me to join their team. Is Kui Xiaobing really going to compete for the 10 hidden dragons? Zhuo Wen expressed surprise. Hasn't there never been a support professional becoming one of the 10 hidden dragons in history? Chengzhe, aren't you also going to compete for the 10 hidden dragons? When the time comes, our brothers will join your team. Yeah. Zhun Cheng nodded. Sure, but isn't our priority the Guardian Homeland Secret Realm mission? According to the teachers, in a month, it will be time for us freshmen to enter the realm for assessment. We still don't have any specific information about the Guardian Homeland Secret Realm. Zhuo Wen patted his chest. Don't worry, Chengzhe. I have senior brothers in school. They are already in their 2nd or 3rd year. I'll ask them. Senior brothers? Zhun Cheng nodded. That's also a good choice. Students, your textbooks for this semester have arrived. Sun Wanqing walked into the classroom again, followed by several staff members carrying piles of books. Next, the teacher will call the roll according to the roster. Zhang Yingxin. Here. End of this chapter. Chapter 187. Chicken Classmate. Strange Professionals. The books provided were quite simple and mostly focused on treating external injuries, detoxification, amputation, and the like. After all, as auxiliary professionals, most would have 1 or 2 hands-on treatment skills that are very useful for treating wounds. In addition to these, there were also books on military aspects, strategic aspects, and even political aspects. Zhun Cheng even saw a book titled Common Exotic Creatures, with the cover densely filled with dozens of different exotic creatures and beings. Geez, there are exotic languages too? Zhuo Wen exclaimed as he pulled out several books, the thickest of the pile, all focusing on learning exotic languages. Dragon language, ancient demon language, ancient beast language, undead language, and abyssal language. Do we really need to learn 5 different exotic languages? That's way too many. This is nothing. Zhuo Wu said with a troubled expression. In elective courses, there are also ancient elf language, modern elf language, goblin language, modern beast language, and giant language. Oh my god. Why are there so many languages? Zhun Cheng explained. These exotic languages are among the top 100 powerful exotic races in the myriad realms. Some of them have even become the lingua franca of many races. Mastering these few exotic languages is equivalent to having the qualification to communicate with other races. Of course, by learning these languages, there is also a chance to master some unique magic or witchcraft of powerful races in the future. After all, the special abilities of some races are recorded in their own race's language. I see. The Zhuo brothers still looked at the pile of books in front of them with dismay. then waved their hands to store the books into their spatial equipment. Sigh. We'll take our time to read them later. I really hate reading. Juo-wen said seriously. Our main achievement is actually in practical training. These cultural knowledge courses are just supplementary. The classroom time quickly passed by, with Jung Cheng either chatting with Juo-wen and Juo-wu or interacting with a few girls around, having a pleasant time. The content of the first day of school was also simple. Self-introduction, distributing books, introducing the upcoming courses, elective courses selection, and so on. There were no classes in the afternoon, so everyone went back to the dormitories. The three parted ways, with Jung Cheng heading towards the villa. As for Juo-wen and Juo-wu, they went to the dormitory in the auxiliary college. The four share one room. In the afternoon, there was a freshman welcome party, and the whole school seemed to be bustling. Many students were preparing in the morning, dressing up the entire school in celebration. Especially in the main venue, there were even more people. Jung Cheng, how do you feel about the first day of class? Just as he entered the villa, Zhao Jiemi greeted him with a smile. She had also dressed up for the day, wearing a red short-sleeved shirt with a cute fierce beast drawn on the chest. Her lower body was in a white skirt, showing a pair of long and slender legs, exuding vitality and health. Jung Cheng looked her up and down and exclaimed, "Senior sister has a date today. Looking so beautiful." Zhao Jiemi gave him a look and said, "Who would date an old girl like me? By the way, did your teacher assign you elective courses today? What did you choose?" "I chose contemporary military warfare theory, special food nutrition and health, and the prospects of melee pastors sacrificers, healers." Zhao Jiemi blinked and said, "The prospects of melee pastors sacrificers, healers? The first two are relatively normal, but the third one, that's quite a match for you." Jung Cheng asked, "By the way, senior sister, I still don't know what profession you are. And which college are you from?" "I'm a 6-star sinister witch doctor, studying in the 3rd year of the auxiliary college." "3rd year of the auxiliary college?" "Yes." Zhao Jiemi nodded. The first 2 and the 4th grades are located in different campuses, with the 1st and 2nd years and the 3rd year in the imperial capital. As for the 4th year, based on our professional assessments and results, we will be assigned to different exotic battlefields. Exotic battlefields? Jung Cheng was puzzled. So, all 4th-year students from the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University will be on exotic battlefields. Isn't that similar to a military academy? Zhao Jiemi nodded. Of course. After all, our school is training professionals who will eventually go into battle. The 4th year. Jung Cheng nodded. I see. By the way, senior sister, why is it so lively today? It's the freshman orientation ceremony and welcome party for the new students. Of course, it's lively. I know, but what's the difference between this and a regular school? I seem to have seen many new students who don't look like freshmen. Zhao Jiemi explained. Although the freshman orientation ceremony and welcome party are designed for you freshmen, it is also closely related to the 2nd and 3rd year students. Some old teams from the 2nd and 3rd years will come to recruit fresh blood from the 1st year, especially those big guilds formed by the Hidden Dragons, targeting outstanding newcomers from the 1st year. They will offer very favorable conditions to attract new students from the 1st year, especially outstanding ones like you, who have S-rank treatment from the 1st year but haven't participated in the top 10 Hidden Dragons competition. In addition, many 2nd and 3rd year students will come to set up stalls within your 1st year campus. Stalls? Jung Cheng's tone was a bit strange, wondering if they were selling things similar to a flea market or a second-hand market. Zhao Jiemi explained helplessly. The requirement to advance to the 2nd year is to reach LV 39, the 3rd year LV 59, and the 4th year LV 69. After many old students advance, some of the lower-level equipment replaced by upgrades will be brought here for you to buy, as a way of disposal and to support the development of new students. Some of them are high-quality items, and I don't know if Jung Cheng is interested in going treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? Jung Cheng's eyes lit up. When does it start? At 8 p.m. tonight, which overlaps with the opening ceremony. Got it. Jung Cheng nodded. Then I'll see you later tonight. I won't go to the freshman ceremony, but you're a new student with S-rank treatment. Looking at Jung Cheng, Zhao Jiemi said helplessly. All right, I'll inform the supervisor. By the way, senior sister, Do you have detailed information about the first secret realm assessment guarding the homeland in the auxiliary college? Zhao Jiemei smiled. I've already prepared it for you. It's in your mailbox. Really? That's great. Thank you, senior sister. Zhao Jiemei said goodbye. And before long, Saiji also returned, looking very excited. Oh my god. Changzhe. You don't know what a group of weirdos our class is. John Cheng wondered. Are they weirder than you? Saiji's mouth twitched. Proud. How could that be? Even if in the entire class, I'm still the weirdest. John Cheng took out a bottle of cola from the fridge and tossed it to Saiji. Why do you say that? Saiji continued excitedly. In our class, there are only 21 students, 13 males, 8 females, all with particularly strange and bizarre professions. The highest rated among them is a 7-star professional, and I'm not even the lowest. There are also 2 1-star professionals. John Cheng was surprised. 1 star. Are those professions even accepted? They are. Saiji said. The professions of these 2 are also very special. One is called Golden Miner. According to him, he can sense the presence of underground gold veins, which is why he was specially admitted to the Imperial Capital National Advanced Vocational University. Gold. Isn't that not worth much? John Cheng was puzzled. 300 years have passed since the Great Disaster, and gold is no longer the most precious mineral. It may be valuable to ordinary people, as it is the most important universal equivalent, but for professionals, ordinary metals, even gold, are not of much use. Saiji explained. I thought the same before, but our class teacher said that the school values his potential for future development. After the level increases, he might sense extraordinary metals like red gold, fine gold, or even stellar gold. John Cheng was surprised. That actually makes sense. Gold may not be of much use to professionals, but extraordinary metals like red gold or fine gold are highly valuable to professionals. Being able to create weapons, perform alchemy, strengthen equipment, etc., all require these extraordinary metals, especially stellar gold, rumored to be formed after a meteorite falls and fuses with the Earth's veins, creating a special metal. It contains the power of stars and has a strong amplification effect on equipment of any profession. John Cheng continued. What about the other one? The other one is a female 1-star professional named Li Minji, with a profession called Navigator. Navigator? Yes. Saiji continued. She is from Crescent Moon State, and her skill effect is to be able to guide the direction in the boundless ocean, ensuring correct navigation of ships. Guiding the direction in the boundless ocean. John Cheng muttered. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Boundless Sea, Chaos Sea, and 9 Dragon Sea. The seas he mentioned are all exotic battlefields, situated in the endless oceans. The human race of Blue Star only occupies a tiny part of a small island in these seas. Very little exploration has been done in these oceans. With the addition of this navigator professional, wouldn't it mean that the Blue Star human race could enhance their exploration and development of these seas? These 2 1-star professionals are very useful. Then what about the strongest 7-star professional in your class? What profession is he? A dark culinary artist. Dark culinary artist? John Cheng's tone was odd. What kind of profession is that? Saiji said helplessly. It's a branch of a lifestyle profession. He can create special and oddly shaped food with strange tastes, using any normal ingredients, or combine some inexplicable food together to create dark dishes with different properties. The special effects produced by these dark dishes have a duration and mostly consist of negative statuses. For example, withered mushroom hot pot. Saiji thought for a moment and said, after awakening his profession, he once made a hot pot with withered mushrooms. I saw the photo, it looked like a puddle of dilution. What's the effect? Castor attached with a sluggish effect. Not bad, Saiji added. The castor had nausea and diarrhea for 3 days. Oh wow. John Cheng widened his eyes, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. There's more. John Cheng asked. Saiji continued. There's a profession called Lighter, a 3-star professional who can emit light from any part of his body. Even his hair can emit light. Then there's a profession called Self-Explosive Man, a 6-star professional. According to him, he can self-explode from any part of his body, but he dares not try it. Right now, he can only try using googers, body hair, and nails ... with a decent explosive power. There's also a profession called Shitman. Poet? No, it's the one that goes. He can summon that Plaster on your face. Zhang Cheng said with a strange tone. Saiji, you've been through a lot. Chapter 188. Guarding the home data. Someone pursuing Yao Jixu. After chatting with Kaji for a while, Zhang Cheng opened the computer and clicked on the data sent by Zhao Jiamei regarding guarding the home. There was a lot of data. Nearly 1 gigabyte of videos. It included not only text data, but also images, and even combat video data. Guarding the home is located within the Imperial City National Higher Vocational College Auxiliary College and is a special secret realm born in the year 2289, with a history of over 60 years. Its secret realm type belongs to the Rule Secret Realm, containing special celestial rules, which all professional practitioners entering must abide by. Rule 1. Only auxiliary professionals can enter this secret realm. Main combat professionals and life professionals are not allowed to enter. Level limit: LV19, LV59. Rule 2. The skills of entering auxiliary professionals that possess damage effects will be temporarily sealed and will be restored upon leaving the secret realm. Rule 3. Auxiliary professionals entering the secret realm will be randomly allocated a home to summon human troops through the home randomly. Rule 4. When summoning human troops, there is a certain probability of summoning hero units with extremely high attributes, skills, and growth potential. Rule 5. Auxiliary professionals entering must resist monster attacks, but the troops summoned by the home, failing to defend their own home, will result in mission failure. Rule 6. Troops can absorb soul power by killing monsters to upgrade. Different star-rated troops have level limits, and they cannot continue to upgrade after reaching the limit. Rule 7. Hero units have no upgrade limit. Killing the monster boss will drop hero crystals, which can be used to summon hero units. Rule 8. A series of rules belonging exclusively to the secret realm of guarding the home appeared in front of Zhang Cheng, straightforward and clear, imposing significant restrictions on auxiliary professionals. Hero units. Regular troops have level limits. Zhang Cheng muttered to himself. Doesn't that mean that if someone summons a hero unit early on, they have a significant advantage? You can focus on cultivating hero units, as well as killing monster bosses to obtain hero crystals, which can also be used to summon heroes. Let's see. He continued scrolling down, finding information collected by students from the school auxiliary academy. Summoning troops for the first time can summon 10 units. Regular monsters can also drop regular crystals, which can be used to summon regular troops. It can also drop special buildings. Construction with special bonuses after construction. The initial summoned troops are 1-star rated, including ordinary militia, laborers, local heroes, and peasants, each with different special skills. The higher star rated troops include sword and shield soldiers, archers, gunners, heavy knights, and even imperial guards, griffin knights, dragon knights, and more. Hero units include grand mages, assassins, swordsmen, and more, all of which are at least 6-star rated, with multiple skills, high attributes, and unique titles and names. He continued scrolling down and found information on around 30 types of registered hero units, all of them 6-star rated, both male and female, each with a unique appearance. As recorded in the data, these heroes can level up by killing monsters and absorbing their life essence, or even the special items that drop from monsters, which can increase the hero's star rating. Zhang Cheng meticulously noted all this hero data in his mind. If he could summon hero units himself, wouldn't that be a huge advantage? Next came the information about monsters. 1-star rated blackskin worm. In the data, there appeared a bug the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child covered in black skin. It had sharp fangs and eyes that protruded upwards, resembling a black giant worm. 2-star rated black armor worm. 3-star rated spotted spider. Blood-sucking giant mosquito. 4-star rated crimson centipede. 3-headed snake. 5-star rated gale mantis. Tank earth dragon. 6-star rated thundering dragon. As Zhang Cheng's finger slid, a completely different looking monster appeared in front of him. There were giant spiders as tall as a person, giant mosquitoes with colorful wings, crimson centipedes, a giant snake with 3 menacing heads, and a giant mantis with front limbs as sharp as a door, as well as a 2 to 3 meter tall beetle with thick armor. Of particular note was the 6-star rated thundering dragon. It was a giant creature with a pair of fleshy wings, covered in spikes, with a menacing head with blue markings. Below, there was an introduction about this monster. Thundering dragon, a 6-star creature. 12 meters tall and wingspan of about 20 meters, a flying creature adept at venom and lightning attacks, ranked LV6 or LV69. Each attack of the Thundering Dragon would only bring 2, and after killing 2 consecutive ones, 2 more Thundering Dragons would reappear within half an hour. After killing a Thundering Dragon, there is a high probability of dropping hero crystals. Carefully assessing the Thundering Dragon and its attributes, Zheng Cheng calculated its true strength in his mind. LV6 or LV69, this level has already surpassed all the students of the Auxiliary Academy. After all, even now, the new students of all auxiliary academies are only around level 9. It's a pity that there are no specific attributes, otherwise, he continued scrolling down, wanting to see more powerful monster data. 7-star, huh? No 7-star? He exclaimed in surprise, only to see a footnote about the Thundering Dragon. Because the Scarlet Watcher's secret realm only opens for 1 month after each auxiliary professional enters, the school has only pushed the progress of the secret realm to the 6-star Thundering Dragon. It read. As for the 7-star, 8-star, or even the most powerful 9-star monsters, no students have managed to conquer them yet. Upon reading this, Zheng Cheng suddenly realized, no wonder. Until now, there hasn't been a professional who could withstand the arrival of the 7-star monsters in the Scarlet Watcher's secret realm. Continuing to scroll down, the following data recorded special building blueprints, dropped equipment, and tips for passing the level. Perfect. In the Scarlet Watcher's secret realm, you can also collect minerals, wood, and building blueprints to construct different buildings, upgrade the home, summon stronger troops, and resist the monsters. These buildings do not need to be constructed with one's own hands. Just enough materials and minerals will ensure successful construction. Wood can be obtained by cutting down trees in the surrounding forests, while minerals are gained by killing monsters. Minerals are contained within the bodies of monsters and will drop once killed. Let's see what buildings there are. Continuing to check, there were several videos towards the end. They were all combat videos of different monsters and troops, very intense. According to the video explanation, after auxiliary professionals enter the secret realm, monsters in the black fog will launch attacks within an hour. Attacks occur every 2 hours, and professionals must kill all incoming monsters within an hour. Otherwise, the next wave of monster attacks will come in 2 hours, and the cycle continues. Each star rate of monster attacks will have 10 waves, after which professionals will have 10 hours of rest time. In other words, you must battle continuously for 20 hours before getting a break. Regarding the strength of the monsters, 1-star black skin worms and 2-star black armor worms are relatively easy to deal with, while 3-star spotted spiders and blood-sucking giant mosquitoes pose a higher difficulty. Most weak professionals will fail during this wave. As for the 4-star and 5-star monsters, only a few professionals can survive. Even the 6-star Thundering Dragon, until now, no one has been able to withstand their 10 waves of attacks. This Scarlet Watcher's secret realm is indeed familiar. Indeed, in Zheng Cheng's eyes, the Scarlet Watcher's secret realm, be it the setting or the rules, was very similar to a type of game he played in his previous life. A tower defense type game. Defend G&J, defend Athena, defend the goddess, defend Radish, and so on. What players had to do was build different buildings, recruit different troops to defend their home, and resist monster attacks. The only difference was just some small details. Most importantly, the Scarlet Watcher's secret realm included real people and it was a lethal environment. Over the years, there have been a few auxiliary professionals who couldn't escape in time or acted recklessly and ended up dying in the secret realm. At least hundreds of people. Would there be any deaths this time the secret realm was opened again? Closing the data, Zheng Cheng closed his eyes to recall all the contents in the data, quickly going through it all. Remember it close enough, now waiting for the secret realm opening after a month. Asterisk ding ding ding. Asterisk. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zheng Cheng opened it to find a call from Jiamei with Zhao Mina. Hey Zheng Cheng, are you ready? Zhao Mina's voice came through the phone speaker. The time is almost up. The trading fair has already started. We should get going. Okay. Zheng Cheng got up, called Gigi, and met up with Zhao Jiamei. Gigi asked curiously, "Oh, by the way, where is Ya Jixu? I haven't seen her all day." Zheng Cheng replied, "She was kept back by the school teacher. They said there's something else for her to attend to. She messaged me in the afternoon." "All right, we should head out." Led by Zhao Jiamei, They quickly arrived at the school venue. Even though it was already night, the place was lively inside with people shouting and celebrating, clearly still full of excitement. The surroundings were bustling with people, all appearing exhilarated. Guided by Zhao Jianmei, they made their way to the school's marketplace. It seemed that not many people knew about the trading fair. Only those with connections or strength were in the know. For example, you, a new student with an S-class treatment, you're definitely welcome. As for ordinary new students, they don't know about this place. Zhang Cheng nodded, understanding the situation. The three of them walked to a corner of the sports field and noticed that the number of people here had, indeed, decreased. There was a group of clearly senior students sitting or squatting on the ground, with tables in front of them displaying goods, weapons, equipment, runes, potion bottles, and so on, as well as other things that Zhang Cheng didn't recognize. Coming back and forth were unmistakably new students, some wandering around, while others engaging in hushed exchanges in front of various stalls, clearly trading. The three of them also entered the crowd, observing the things on the stalls around them. There were indeed many exquisite items, but unfortunately, they were all unaffordable for Zhang Cheng, especially the equipment for auxiliary professionals, such as the nanny, was extremely expensive, only slightly less than the main tank's equipment. After nearly half an hour, the three of them had wandered around half the area, and Zhang Cheng also saw a few good things he wanted to inquire about when suddenly his phone rang. Opening it, he saw a message from Yao Jixu. Zizu also arrived. Go to the entrance and have a look. The three of them went to the entrance, where they saw several figures walking towards them not far away. At the forefront was Yao Jixu, and beside her was actually another figure. Yao Jixu, give us a chance. We are so matched, as long as we join hands. The challenge in the secret realm after a month will be a piece of cake, right? End of chapter. Chapter 189. I want it all. Zhang Meiyu of Black Dragon City. Watching the approaching group of people, Zhang Cheng and Keiji both had strange expressions on their faces, but surprisingly, it didn't stop them at first. Yao Jixu's face was as cold as frost, quickly walking to Zhang Cheng's side and said, "This is my boyfriend. Don't bother me anymore in the future, or else I won't mind dueling with you in the arena." Boyfriend? The newcomer frowned and looked at Zhang Cheng, his eyes full of disgust. Yao Jixu's boyfriend? What's his background? Sensing the familiar aura of Yao Jixu beside him, Zhang Cheng stepped forward and said, "Xinzhou, Zhang Cheng. Who are you?" "Xinzhou, Zhang Cheng," the newcomer said coldly. "Never heard of it. What kind of insignificant role dares to mess with Yao Jixu? Could it be that you were brought here just to make up the numbers?" Suddenly, someone whispered something in the newcomer's ear, and he suddenly realized, "Oh, I remember now. This is a 3-star priest from Chang'an City in Qinzhou, suspected to be a 9-star battle priest profession. So what? The woman I have my eye on has never been rejected by anyone." Zhang Cheng frowned and said, "Who are you really?" "Me." The newcomer smirked arrogantly. "Black Dragon City. Zhang Meiyu." Zhang Meiyu? Standing in front of Zhang Cheng turned out to be a tall and sharp-eyed beauty. Unfortunately, her eyes were slightly narrow, disrupting her overall beauty. Filled with provocation, arrogance, and pride, she stared firmly at Yao Jixu and said, "Yao Jixu, a 9-star professional, why did you choose a 3-star pretty boy like him? Or do you like this type of guy? It doesn't matter. I'll just take him too. Then both of you can serve me together in bed. I really want to see how skilled this pretty boy is in bed." What the heck? As soon as Zhang Meiyu's words fell, everyone around was shocked. They never expected that this seemingly pretty woman was actually into both men and women. Keiji even poked Zhang Cheng behind his back, almost bursting into laughter. Zhang Cheng's brow furrowed, and he said coldly, "Not interested. Yao Jixu is my woman, and I have no habit of letting women ride on my head." He. Zhang Meiyu smirked and looked at Yao Jixu again. "Yao Jixu, this pretty boy of yours is not very obedient. Do you have thoughts of finding a replacement? I have quite a few men over there, of all types. Sunshine youth, gentle teacher, and mature daddy type. As long as you look at them, they will line up for you. You are seeking death." Zhang Cheng got angry for the first time, even though he never got this enraged when encountering fallen individuals in Chang'an City. Taking a step forward, his hand clawed towards Zhang Meiyu. "Hey, I've been waiting for you." Zhang Meiyu snorted. As long as you dare to make the first move, Yao Jixu would greatly lower her opinion of you. No woman would like to find trouble for herself or deal with an inexperienced pretty beau. Once she easily defeats this pretty beau, Yao Jixu will obediently surrender. Then, I can enjoy this ice-cold beauty to my heart's content. Ha ha ha. Laughing inside, she also took a step forward, her right hand turning into a claw, not holding back as she met Zhang Cheng head-on. And as she struck, her claw suddenly flashed a black light, and her skin revealed many black dragon scales in the wrinkles. Zhang Meiyu possessed the power of the black dragon, with the assistance of black dragon power between her punches and kicks. The pure four-dimensional attribute data couldn't fully reflect her strength. When the power of the black dragon erupted, her raw strength was at least 10 times more than on paper. You initiated this. I'll disable you here. Even if the law enforcement team comes, I'm not afraid. Doom. The two clashed with their claws, creating a loud explosion in the air. The visible shockwave became violent, blowing the clothes of those around them. Zhang Meiyu's pupil suddenly shrank as she felt a sudden gust of wind and waves in front of her, causing her to instinctively retreat 3 steps. Meiyu sister. Meiyu, are you okay? Meiyu. The people behind quickly supported Zhang Meiyu, especially the 2 men who were well-built and handsome. The conflict here also attracted many people in the vicinity. What's happening? They're fighting. It's the freshmen Zhang Meiyu and Zhang Cheng. Both of them have first-class treatment as freshmen. Who do you think will win? It must be Zhang Meiyu. She. Oh my gosh. Zhang Meiyu was actually pushed back. Who is this Zhang Cheng? What's his background? Slap. Slap. Zhang Meiyu directly slapped the faces of the 2 men, angrily shouting, "Get lost. Who told you to touch me?" Yes. 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 The 2 men hurriedly bowed their heads and said nothing, not daring to cover their faces. Zhang Cheng frowned as he looked at Zhang Meiyu, his eyes also full of disgust. Zhang Meiyu had, indeed, shown great strength just now, but compared to him, she was still far behind. After all, this was a school, and schools didn't allow private fighting. Any conflicts could be resolved in the duel arena. After reprimanding her to subordinates, Zhang Meiyu swung her arms and head, then approached Zhang Cheng and Yao Jixu. No wonder Yao Jixu took a liking to you. Not many men can surpass me in strength, especially among freshmen. You are intriguing. I, Zhang Meiyu, have taken a liking to you. Sooner or later, you will be my man, assisting me in managing the harem. Ha ha ha. And you, Yao Jixu, I'll leave my female harem to you. I'll train you both into my most faithful dogs. Who do you think you are? Doom. As Zhang Cheng finished his words, a fierce chill suddenly erupted from his side. Yao Jixu stepped forward, and a storm of violent snow and wind rushed towards Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu, accept my challenge. Do you dare or not? Zhang Meiyu's eyes lit up madly. Ha ha, this is the woman I've been looking for. Accepted? Why wouldn't I accept? How about we make a bet? If I win, you become my woman. Deal? As she spoke, an ice blade swiftly moved towards Zhang Meiyu. Zhang Meiyu's pupils shrank, quickly reaching out, and a fierce flame burst forth from her hand, causing a violent explosion in the air. Yao Jixu coldly walked towards the eastern side of the square, where there was a duel arena. Duel arena, I'm waiting for you. This action instantly attracted the attention of many students around, and the news of Yao Jixu challenging Zhang Meiyu had spread throughout most of the freshman campus. What? Zhou Shiyu, Yi Shishui, Zhao Wufeng, and others who were having a meal widened their eyes. Yao Jixu and Zhang Meiyu are going to duel? What are they up to? Besides them, there were also 7 or 8 others in the private room. They were all newly recruited by them in the past few days, preparing to join Zhou Qinyu's camp. Hurry, hurry. Zhou Shiyu, with his chubby body, quickly stood up, almost overturning the table. Several people rushed towards the dueling arena at the edge of the school campus, afraid of being late and missing the action. Is Zhang Meiyu going to make a move? On the other side, Lang Fanshan, who was still training, also lit up. Wiping the sweat off his face, he turned to walk outside. Young master, why are you? Rarely do we have a chance to get so close to witness Zhang Meiyu's black dragon body. How could we give this up? Hurry. Let's go. Zhang Fangyan also received the news immediately, and his attendants looked at each other. Zhang Meiyu, the descendant of the Black Dragon City, she actually clashed with Yao Jixu. Yao Jixu, I know her, from Qinzhou Chang'an City. Unfortunately, her specific profession is still confidential, and no one knows. I heard she's a guardian of the night. What could the night guardians be hiding? Let's go. Let's go see. Zhang Fangyan immediately got up and said, Yao Jixu's Zheng Cheng's girlfriend. I want to see how Zhang Meiyu defeats Yao Jixu. Zhang Meiyu, that woman who plays both sides, must have set her sights on Yao Jixu. When Yao Jixu is taken by Zhang Meiyu, I can't wait to see Zheng Cheng's reaction. Ha ha ha. Zheng Cheng, what do you think of me? Will you take me to the Nine Serpents Island? In a high-end restaurant, a beautiful girl was shyly looking at the young man opposite her. The young man had a round face and eyes full of laughter, looking harmless. Perhaps due to spending a lot of time by the sea, his skin had a moist and fair complexion. Young Master Zheng Yi of Nine Serpents Island smiled calmly and said, Ever since I first saw you, I fell in love with you. I have never seen such an independent woman like you before. Seeing you makes me feel like I'm with my mother. Only by your side can I feel safe. Can you give me a chance to pursue you? Let me cherish and protect you. Okay. The girl shyly replied, her mind already entirely taken by the man in front of her. Just then, a man in black walked up to Zheng Yi and whispered something in his ear. After a moment, Zheng Yi's eyes were filled with a smile. Interesting. Yao Jixu and that crazy woman Zhang Meiyu are going head to head. One is the woman I have my eye on, and the other is my prearranged fiancé. It's interesting, Zheng Yi. What's wrong? The girl across from him asked worriedly, but Zheng Yi just smiled faintly, raising his wine glass and said, Cheers for our meeting. Okay. The girl quickly raised her glass, blushing with the excitement of youth, and drank it down. As she tasted the wine, Zheng Yi's eyes were covered by the reddish wine. I really wish that woman would die. End of this chapter. Chapter 190 Yao Jixu vs. Zhang Meiyu. The news of the showdown between Yao Jixu and Zhang Meiyu quickly spread among several freshmen who were aspiring to compete for the top 10 positions of the Dragon List. In addition to Zhou Shiyu, Dong Fangyan, Lang Fanchen, Zheng Yi, there was also Purple Poppy, Zhang Jinghui, Shan Bai, and others, all paying attention to this competition. Among them, there was one person, Kui Xiabing, who had been trying to win over Zheng Cheng. She was originally at the venue of the freshman welcome party and rushed to the arena as soon as she heard that Yao Jixu was going to compete against Zhang Meiyu. Yao Jixu and Zhang Meiyu, both are top-notch professionals among the 9-star level practitioners. If we could recruit both of them, no, it's not possible. She shook her head. Zhang Meiyu is from the Black Dragon City's strong family. She cannot join my team. But Yao Jixu is different. She is of commoner background. If we could join forces. Xiabing's sister, Su Duo, whispered behind her. I heard from others that Yao Jixu and that Zheng Cheng are lovers. If lovers, Kui Xiabing's eyes flashed with some regret and surprise. They are lovers. Even better. As long as we can bring in Yao Jixu, wouldn't Zheng Cheng also join? It's possible. Kui Xiabing nodded. Let's see who of the two will win. Yes. Besides them, there were many sophomores, juniors, and even school leaders who were also paying attention to this competition. In the freshman campus meeting room, several school leaders were in a meeting discussing the teaching content for the freshmen and the upcoming school-wide Secret Realm assessment a month later. They also received the news about the upcoming competition between these two. That daughter of the Zhang family from the Black Dragon City. Did she cause trouble again? Zhang Meiyu, right? I've seen her. She's talented, but her personality is a bit arrogant, and there are some issues with her orientation. The old heads of the Zhang family must be vexed. Zhang Meiyu. I remember she had an engagement with Zheng Yi from the Nine Serpents Island. Yes, but that was just a trade between the Zhang family and the Storm Island. The Nine Serpents Island. HMPH. Surely the higher-ups don't want a second Nine Serpents Island to appear. The Zhang family's actions are suicidal. This matter is not something we can control. Someone suddenly said. What about Yao Jixu? Why don't we know her specific profession until now? The headmaster suddenly spoke up. Yao Jixu's information is top secret among the Night Watchers. None of us, even I, have the authority to investigate. We only know her profession, which relates to a secret on the battlefield of the foreign races. A secret? Several people looked strange, but they didn't press further. After all, the Night Watchers represented the higher-ups, even the Elder Council's intentions. What about their competition? Proceed as normal, the headmaster said. Everything will proceed according to the rules. Yes, the playground, the combat arena. Yao Jixu took the lead to step onto the arena, and the teacher guarding the combat arena came out. "Student, what's this?" In every combat arena in the school, there was a corresponding teacher stationed to activate and supervise the arena, ensuring the safety of the students on the dueling arena. After all, they were all students, just competing, not fighting to the death. Yao Jixu turned around and looked at Zhang Meiyu below the arena. "Let's start. Now, what's wrong? Can't we?" Zhang Meiyu also took big steps onto the arena, laughing arrogantly. "Teacher, let's start quickly. I have other matters." The arena teacher frowned but didn't say anything. Instead, he returned to the center of the arena formation, activating the formation. A faint light formation enveloped the entire arena, and within a short time, hundreds of people gathered around the arena. "Is Cheng Jie asking if Yao Jixu will win?" Zhang Cheng shook his head. "I don't know much about Zhang Meiyu, not sure of her strength, but I believe in Jixu. She wouldn't be so reckless." "That's good." The disciple breathed a sigh of relief. "This Zhang Meiyu is so annoying. Yao Jixu is going to take her down." Zhang Cheng's expression was somewhat worried, but he still asked, "Oh, forgot to ask you, how's that ghost-style feather?" The disciple hesitated. "I took it." "How was it?" "No effect." "What do you mean?" "My mental attribute did increase by 50 points, but I didn't awaken the ghost-style lineage." "I see. That's a pity." Zhang Cheng also lamented. "After all, lineage awakening is a matter of chance, but there will be another opportunity in the future." As they spoke, Yao Jixu and Zhang Meiyu on the arena had already started their battle. "Yao Jixu, I'll give you a chance." Zhang Meiyu wanted to say some tough words, but what she received was a violent storm, a slap hitting her face. "Darn it!" Feeling the storm coming at high speed, Zhang Meiyu cursed under her breath. A surge of intense heat rushed out within her, circulating through her body in an instant. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and charged towards Yao Jixu. Swish, swish, swish. In the storm, over 10 ice blades appear under Yao Jixu's control, visible to the naked eye, forming rapidly. With a slight movement of her hands, these ice blades slashed through the air, heading towards Zhang Meiyu at incredible speed. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely challenging for regular practitioners to act under Yao Jixu's storm control. Attacking with ice blades, most regular practitioners could easily be defeated by this move. However, at this moment, Zhang Meiyu moved freely in the raging storm, with waves of hot heat emanating from her, evaporating all the incoming storm. Her whole body was shrouded in a steam of vapor. As the ice blades attacked, she swiftly dodged the first one, which crashed into the ground, scattering ice debris. Swish! Another ice blade approached, but Zhang Meiyu easily evaded it. She made a grab, and a bunch of red flames burst out, forming to lawn whips entirely made of wriggling flames in her hands. "Ha!" Zhang Meiyu growled softly, then whipped her hands, sending out the 2 flaming whips like fiery pythons. She shattered the remaining ice blades that were coming at her. "Come at me!" She roared again, swinging her hands, and the 2 fiery pythons struck out fiercely, even breaking through the storm's coverage. Opening their huge flaming jaws, they bit towards Yao Jixu. "Not good." Around the arena, many people exclaimed. They hadn't expected Zhang Meiyu to have this move, molding fire into whips. If Yao Jixu were to be caught by these 2 fiery whips and then approached by Zhang Meiyu, doom. Amidst the hundreds of shocked eyes, 3 blocks of ice shields nearly as tall as a person appeared before Yao Jixu. The 2 fire pythons smashed into the ice shields, causing a massive explosion. In the smoke-filled air, Zhang Meiyu's figure suddenly burst out from the storm. "Ha ha ha." She laughed triumphantly. "I'm out. Yao Jixu, take this." Boom. Before Zhang Meiyu's excited voice could die down, another violent explosion rocked the empty space in front of both figures. A giant, around 10 meters tall, plummeted ferociously amidst the swirling snowstorm. Just lifting a foot and slamming it forward, the giant kicked Zhang Meiyu, who had managed to place her hands in front of her, yet she was still sent flying over 10 meters away. Wow. At the moment the ice and snow giant appeared, all the students around the arena looked on in shock. Ice giant. Yao Jixu can actually summon an ice and snow giant. Not a real ice and snow giant, just the figure. Among the numerous amazed exclamations, the ice and snow phantom extended its hand and suddenly formed a huge ice spear thick can long before Yao Jixu. Swish! The ice spear shot out like lightning, almost instantly smashing into the position where Zhang Meiyu was standing. Doom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the ice spear explosively hit the ground, creating a vast blizzard that rushed towards the surrounding arena. The protective formation of the arena was vibrating, clearly resisting the onslaught of the blizzard. In a few short seconds, the entire arena had completely turned into an ice and snow world. Meanwhile, Zhang Meiyu's figure had already disappeared, engulfed by the snowstorm. Now, the hundreds around the arena were all stunned. So strong. Where is Zhang Meiyu? Did she faint? Is Zhang Meiyu so weak? It's impossible. Cheng Jie. Yao Jixu is going to win. The disciple excitedly watched the arena and said. However, Zhang Cheng's brow furrowed. Something's not right. Zhang Meiyu couldn't be this weak. Meanwhile, at a distance, onlooker Lang Fanshan also frowned as he watched the arena. Is Zhang Meiyu's black dragon body this weak? It's really disappointing my expectations. In the dark, Zhou Shiyu, Dong Fangyan, and a few others arrived successively. Zhang Meiyu lost. Zhou Shiyu was surprised. The relationship between this Yao Jixu and Zhang Chen is substantial. Even if not lovers, they are not far apart. Looks like we need to reassess Zhang Cheng and his strength. However, Dong Fangyan's gaze greedily locked onto Yao Jixu's figure, eyes filled with desire. Yao Jixu's strength, controlling the raging snowstorm. If we could team up, that's real power. Only such women deserve me. What's Zhang Cheng but garbage? Looks like I need to find an opportunity. Amid the ice filled with shock, surprise, or anticipation, a visible melting of the accumulated snow in the center of the arena suddenly occurred. A large plume of steam surged skyward, and Zhang Meiyu's figure reappeared. She raised her hands to the sky, gathering scorching heat in front of her. Behind the ice and snow giant, Yao Jixu also noticed Zhang Meiyu's figure, and with a thought, the ice and snow giant stepped forward, punching down. Doom. Yao Jixu, a toast to you. Die. Zhang Meiyu roared in anger, slamming her hands to the ground. Volcanic eruption. End of this chapter. Chapter 191. Elemental Spirits Shock. Yao Jixu wins. Doom. Amidst countless incredulous eyes, a sudden explosion was heard beneath the feet of the ice giant. Large amounts of magma gushed out like a fountain, turning the earth within tens of meters into a pool of lava. The massive figure of the ice giant stumbled and fell into the huge pool of lava. Moreover, this giant pool of lava continued to spread towards Yao Jixu. Yao Jixu, let's see what else you've got. Amidst the splattering lava, Zhang Meiyu quickly rushed towards Yao Jixu. At this moment, her entire appearance had completely transformed. Her previously exposed skin had grown a layer of black dragon scale illusion, making her speed at least half faster. Her once smooth face now appeared ferocious, with narrow angry eyes and bronze-colored pupils, exuding a sense of fierceness. She leapt onto the ice giant's figure, leaving a series of black shadows behind her. With another leap, she jumped above Yao Jixu, extending her hand. A large amount of flames gathered once again, forming more than 10 fire snakes that surged towards Yao Jixu. You lose. Yao Jixu is about to lose. From afar on the arena rooftop, Lang Fanshan muttered. Truly worthy of Zhang Meiyu from Black Dragon City. The reputation of the Black Dragon's physique is indeed well-deserved. Immune to most elemental attacks, possessing strong power and physique, perfect physical and elemental strength. Only like this can she be devoured by me. I've lost. Dong Fangyan sighed secretly, but his gaze still fixed on Yao Jixu. Yao Jixu losing is also good. Let her see that there's always someone better out there. Only like this can I control her. On the other side, Zhou Shiyu shook his head. Despite Yao Jixu's strength, she was primarily a long-range psychic professional skilled in spellcasting, while Zhang Meiyu practiced both magic and martial arts, combining strong physique with long-range attack capabilities. Once Zhang Meiyu closed the distance, Yao Jixu would undoubtedly lose. However, Yi Shishui retorted, who says so? I feel like Yao Jixu hasn't lost yet. Oh, does she still have a trick up her sleeve? It's possible. Xiao Wufeng suddenly said. Look at Yao Jixu. She doesn't show any signs of facing failure, but remains calm. On another platform, Kui Xiabing also stared at Yao Jixu intently. Is Yao Jixu about to lose so soon? Once a long-range professional like her is closed in by a melee professional, it's difficult. Watching Zhang Meiyu descending from above, Yao Jixu's eyes showed no emotional fluctuations. At this moment, her eyes suddenly turned indigo. Almost simultaneously, a tiny figure, with a pair of nearly transparent wings growing on its back, appeared at her side. Little Zhu. After Little Zhu appeared, her petite face looked extremely serious. She gently raised the staff in her hand and pointed it towards Zhang Meiyu in midair. At that moment, Zhang Meiyu noticed the tiny figure next to Yao Jixu and her pupils slightly contracted, but by then, she was already like a loaded arrow that had to be released and couldn't stop. With a slight movement behind her, a pair of illusory black flesh wings appeared on her back. Even faster. But a more violent blizzard rushed towards her at an even greater speed. Within a few seconds, almost a dozen fire snakes were dispersed, along with her figure, all thrown away. Little Zhu's figure spiraled in the air and landed on Yao Jixu's head. Under her influence, a large amount of cold air madly condensed. That's an elemental spirit. My god. It's actually an elemental spirit. Yao Jixu actually has an elemental spirit? That's the purest form of elemental life, capable of enhancing all the mage's skills in all aspects. Where did she get her elemental spirit? I remember only the elven tribe on the battlefield is qualified to obtain the recognition of an elemental spirit. No wonder Yao Jixu's strength is so powerful. Turns out she has an elemental spirit. Excited discussions filled the surroundings from the crowd. For professionals, especially for mages, an elemental spirit is the most coveted treasure. With the amplification of an elemental spirit, a 10-centimeter long ice blade could be boosted to over a meter in length. And now, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, elemental spirit appeared next to Yao Jixu. An elemental spirit? No wonder. On the rooftop, Lang Fanchen muttered without any greedy expression in his eyes. This thing is useless to me. It looks like Zhang Meiyu is going to lose. An elemental spirit? Zhou Shiyu and the others looked at each other, surprised by Yao Jixu's possession of the elemental spirit. They were truly hidden talents. Yi Shishui hesitated. An elemental spirit, no wonder she kept her profession secret until now. I wonder why she's revealing it now. Zhou Shiyu said. Maybe it's no longer a big secret. An elemental spirit, and a rare ice attribute elemental spirit at that. I wonder how many people it will attract. On the other side, Dong Fangyang's eyes were also filled with excitement. An elemental spirit. An elemental spirit. It's a pity it's not a wine attribute elemental spirit otherwise. Kui Xiabing also looked surprised. An elemental spirit. I wonder if she can cultivate it to the elemental spirit master stage. That is a powerful creature rumored to be comparable to the divine beings of other races. Boom. At this moment, another violent rumble was heard from the arena stage. Zhang Meiyu's body erupted once again with a huge flame surge. She raised both hands and conjured a massive lava fireball, towering over half the height of a person, and forcefully threw it towards Yao Jixu. Thus, however, while the lava fireball was still in midair, Little Zhu on top of Yao Jixu's head waved her staff, and a chilly blue ray shot out. A freezing ray. The huge lava fireball was instantly hit and frozen into a large ice sphere visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? The lava fireball was actually frozen into an ice sphere. This elemental spirit is truly terrifying. Cheers and exclamations echoed around the arena. Zhang Meiyu, on the arena stage, still had an angry and frantic expression. She once again conjured a lava fireball, but before she could throw it, another freezing ray shot towards her. Yao Jixu. The skills wielded by the elemental spirit were the same as its masters, and even stronger. At a critical moment, she barely escaped being hit by the freezing ray. The spot she had just stood on was instantly turned into a large ice sculpture. Damn it! Zhang Meiyu cursed inwardly. She evaded another freezing ray from Yao Jixu, at times through lava fireballs, but they couldn't get close to Yao Jixu before being frozen into ice sculptures and crashing to the ground. Toying with her. At this moment, Yao Jixu was playing with Zhang Meiyu. No matter how Zhang Meiyu charged or got angry, she couldn't break through the 30-meter range in front of Yao Jixu. Doom. At this moment, the ice giant, once swallowed by magma, climbed out of the volcano and joined the siege against Zhang Meiyu. Damn it! Zhang Meiyu evaded the attacks in distress, her eyes fixed firmly on Yao Jixu from afar. Why doesn't she let me surrender? By not giving me a way out, it's impossible for me to voluntarily surrender. Doom. Changes in her thoughts caused her to slow down for a moment, and amidst the blizzards and cold air in the surroundings, this opportunity was greatly magnified. Buzz. Boom. Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, Zhang Meiyu was carelessly hit by an icy light ray. Even though a red light shone on her, forming a lava shield, It couldn't stop the spread of the freezing ray. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, her body from the abdomen began to freeze at a visible speed. Eventually, she was completely frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Angry and ferocious expression, arms raised like in surrender, her naked form exposed for all to see. Zhang Meiyu has lost. Oh my. Yao Jixu actually won. Ha ha. Look at her move, it looks like she's surrendering. Quick, take some photos, this is big news. Excited and fervent discussions arose from the crowd. Eager students pulled out their phones and started snapping pictures of Zhang Meiyu. It was easy to imagine that Zhang Meiyu's defeat at Yao Jixu's hands, in such a disgraceful manner, would spread throughout the entire school soon. Lang Fanshan's figure at the top of the venue had long disappeared, leaving behind his cold voice in the air. Zhang Meiyu lost. She's truly useless, but it's fine. After this battle, her state of mind will surely be damaged. A lucky break for me. Ha ha. On the other side, Zhou Shiyu was laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Meiyu actually lost. If this photo gets out, she won't have the face to go back to the Zhang family. Yi Shishui, however, expressed worrying, wouldn't Yao Jixu's actions be too much? Zhang Meiyu is one to bear grudges, and there's still the secret realm assessment a month later. Zhou Shiyu waved his hand. Yao Jixu is someone valued by the higher-ups. No matter how arrogant Zhang Meiyu is, as long as the higher-ups intervene, she wouldn't dare go against Yao Jixu, right? Yi Shishui shook her head. You don't understand. Some women, once they go crazy, regardless of national affairs or the bigger picture, they will definitely seek revenge. On the other side, Kui Xiabing's eyes were filled with excitement. Yao Jixu truly lives up to her reputation. Looks like we have to change our plans. What changes? Abandon Zhang Meiyu. Her temperament is not suitable for us. If Yao Jixu can join us, that would truly give us wings. On the arena stage, the Death's teacher stepped forward and announced, in this match, the winner is Yao Jixu. Crack.